The host is currently being wrongly accused. Whether to purchase this system to awaken the evil sword immortal, releasing 1,000,000 eerie killings in the Empire. This time the price is 3 dog heads. The host has successfully awakened the evil sword immortal system, as the only 3S level wine sword immortal in the world. After guarding humanity for 10 years, you were sued by a female anchor. Not only were your lifelong rights deprived, but you were also sentenced to 10 years of indefinite imprisonment. Upon hearing this, you frowned slightly, showing no anger but authority. Just yesterday, in order to better protect humanity, you drank 2.5 tons of alcohol to break through as a wine immortal. However, the female anchor, in order to gain more traffic, secretly trespassed into the forbidden area to try to secretly film you, the guardian war god. But the impact generated by the sword intent caused the female anchor to become paralyzed in half of her body. Dog thing, is this how you benefit the people? Now that there is a female emperor in charge, coupled with the sword chi great wall to isolate all evil spirits, there is no need for you, the guardian war god. Even though your state of mind has long been calm, at this moment, ripples are appearing. Are they really worth protecting on their own? The host's Tao heart is unstable, and the evil sword immortal system has been successfully bound. Mission release, option 1, bow down and admit mistakes, be imprisoned for 100 years, continue to serve the Empress loyally until the end of time. Reward, a premium dog collar, the title of the Empress's most loyal servant. Option 2, cut ties with the Great Qian Empire, retract the supreme sword intent, release 1,000,000 fierce and eerie creatures from the dungeon. Reward, blood-drinking sword intent increased by 10%, realm increased by 100 years. The appearance of the system instantly awakens you. Dedicated to guarding the Great Wall with all my heart and soul, ensuring the peace and prosperity of the Empire for 10 years, only to receive the blame of billions. Since the era of peace and prosperity was brought about by me, then this prosperity should also be destroyed by me. Jiangnan, you have maliciously harmed the people. Now you must give everyone an explanation. Seeing you remain silent for a long time, the female judge's face darkened. However, a muffled sound suddenly rang out, and the female judge felt the world spinning before her eyes. A huge force hitting her face, causing her body to spin in the air several times. The female judge screamed in pain, her white teeth shattered on the ground, and her face swollen from the beating. You dare to hit me. This is a blatant provocation against the Great Ghan Empire, a first-class offense. Hearing this, you smirked coldly, and a powerful pressure spread out like ripples in water. Did you see me hit you? Wasn't it you who fell on your own? The faces of the people present tightened, feeling deeply suffocated. You looked at the crowd with a calm expression. Did you all see that? Faced with the approaching pressure, the crowd began to retreat, shaking their heads frantically. The female judge coldly said, "Don't think that you are the only 3S level in the Empire. Today, I won't pursue you for hitting me without evidence, but for maliciously injuring someone. The law enforcement department will impose a lifelong imprisonment on you." Then, there was a muffled sound, and the female judge flew backward, crashing heavily onto the live broadcast screen. Your gaze swept over the accompanying judges. Are you planning to imprison me? The judges felt uneasy, shaking their heads like rattles. At this moment, they realized that in order for you to accept the trial obediently, there must be another 3S level strong presence. However, the people in the audience were not pleased, pointing their phones at you. The female anchor you injured is still in the hospital, and the female judge was definitely hit by you. You can't just leave without an explanation. Relying on your 3S level strength doesn't make you above the law. Indeed, a man with low quality no matter how strong he is. The next moment, their phones all shattered, and the fragments pierced into their palms. After you left, those few fairy-like girls turned their anger towards the judges present, demanding compensation uncontrollably. Don't worry, the Empress has dispatched 100 proud women of the heavens to guard the Sword Chi Great Wall. The lowest among them are A-level warriors, and there are 3 level warriors. It's time for them to seek justice for you, and Jiangnan's misdeeds will be answered to everyone's satisfaction. The crowd boiled with excitement. 3 level warriors not only could crush Jiangnan for a retrial but also make the Sword Chi Great Wall even more unbreakable. After you left the courtroom, you immediately withdrew the sword intent protecting the Sword Chi Great Wall. In the dark and damp dungeon beneath the Great Wall, a beautiful and eerie figure in red bridal attire opened her eyes. The sword intent has actually decreased a bit. A puzzled voice came from not far away. Indeed, has a formidable eerie figure above the 3S level appeared among our kin outside, breaking the sword intent set by Jiangnan? The eyes of the red-clad eerie figure lit up. The other party's speculation might come true. If we can break through the Sword Chi Great Wall and go out, we will clean up the Great Ghan completely. And Jiangnan, who suppressed me for 7 years, I will definitely. The red-clad eerie figure's eyes were filled with resentment. but she suddenly stopped halfway through her words. You looked down at the red-clad Eerie figure. A hint of playfulness in your eyes. What did you say you would do to me? The red-clad Eerie figure felt uneasy under your gaze. Stammering, after going out, I will serve you well, I promise. Hearing the words of the red-clad Eerie figure, you hesitated for a moment. After guarding the Great Wall for 10 years, it wouldn't hurt to take in a female Eerie servant. Then, with a wave of your hand, you completely withdrew the sword intent from the dungeon. The door of the red-clad Eerie figure's cell opened, and you held her chin, feeling the cool touch of her skin. The red-clad Eerie figure let out a frightened cry, her slender and enticing legs clenching slightly. What are you doing? Don't forget what you just said. The red-clad Eerie figure was taken aback. You don't need to take back the sword intent that was suppressed here even if you let her serve, right? Although the sword intent was withdrawn, none of the millions of severe ghosts dared to walk out of the cell. The fear that Jiangnan had left in their hearts was branded and lingered. Simply standing there was a deterrent to 100 shenanigans. The long-tongued night trickster, who had been observing this side, looked at the red-clothed night trickster with hatred. Climb up the ladder. In his place, he had directly embraced Jiangnan's thigh and recognized his master. The red-robed night trickster was doing just that. Master, is the master withdrawing his sword intent to take us in to fight the weird invasion? At these words, the nightly guile in the room fell into deep thought. It's not impossible. I'll do whatever it takes to get out of this hellhole. Jiangnan waved his hand. I've already detached myself from Daqian, and the bizarre invasion will have nothing to do with me in the future. The dungeon will be taken over by others as well. The eyes of the night trickster in the room lit up at his words. The dozen or so night tricksters of the SSS class got excited. There's no one to subdue them without Gangnam. The red-robed night trickster feigned calmness and asked tentatively, does Master still have someone to hold on to in Daqian? No, I won't stop you guys from doing anything. Jiangnan responded indifferently. How can you have relatives when you traveled to this world in the flesh? The town is also alone in guarding the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He wouldn't frown even if the people of Daqian died out. Upon hearing this, all the nightly creeps stirred restlessly. This will allow for unbridled carnage. At the same moment, they also sensed hundreds of humans of not too low a realm, coming to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Among them was the aura of an SSS-class martial artist. And yet, it's only just been promoted. And there were a full 18 SSS-class nightly guile present. For them, the martial artists outside were the best tonic. The red-robed night trickster licked his demonic lips. Jiangnan naturally knew everything, but didn't care. Retracting all the sword intent, the system's beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for making the right choice. Retracting the supreme sword intent and releasing the millions of stern creeps. Rewarded, blood-drinking sword. Sword intent increased by 10%. Realm increased by 100 years. Rewards are issued directly. Jiangnan instantly felt his sword intent refine and his strength skyrocket. The blood-drinking sword that was taken out from the system space. Cuckoo was bubbling blood outwards, dyeing all his white clothes the color of blood. The blood-colored aura emanating from the blood-drinking sword startled the 18 SSS rank Li Gui's eyelids. This sword is more evil than a trick weapon. Normally Jiangnan is all righteous and immortal, like a sword fairy in the world. Is this going off the rails today? The night trickster in the audience didn't know whether to cry or laugh. What if Jiangnan kills them with a sword? Luckily, though, he didn't seem to have that in mind. In the meantime, the Empress sent 100 of her heavenly maidens to the court of judgment. Learning that Jiangnan was unrepentant, the 3 SSS-ranked martial artists leading the group frowned with willow brows, facing the media with resounding assurance. Don't worry, everyone, we'll retry Gangnam. Justice for women anchors and judges and collectors. A statement that sparked applause from the media and the crowd. The fairies who had their cell phones destroyed by Gangnam raised their hands in support. Immediately after that, Lin Chan, the leader of the 3 SSS-ranked martial artists, said, there's no rush on Jiangnan beforehand. I heard that the dungeon of the Great Wall of Sword Chi is holding bizarre things, and the Empress has told us to pay high attention to it. People can come with us if they're interested. We'll keep everyone safe. The crowd of onlookers was very agitated by this statement. Other than a cursory look at the creepy thing on video, they hadn't seen it in person. Sister Lin, are there many creepy things in the dungeon? Yi Qingqing asked in a small voice, not so much worried as curious. She'd only ever seen creepy things in information. 2. Most are hideous looking, with martial artists absorbing aura, and tricksters absorbing trickster aura. She sees little difference. This, Rinchen froze for a moment. The intelligence coming out of the Great Wall of Sword Chi did not record the number of trickster objects. After so many years without a large-scale invasion of the trickster, the Empire had neglected it. How else could there be assholes like Gangnam? There shouldn't be too many. If Jiangnan can suppress it easily, it will only get easier for us. Yi Qingqing smiled. I think so. Not long after, the vast line of people arrived above the dungeon. The national broadcast was turned on at the same time. It was just the right time to let some of those who resented the Empress's removal of Jiangnan know that without him, it would be easier for them to fight against the trickster. Above the dungeon the wind was clear and the birds were singing. This kind of place really holds trickster things? A low-grade trickster would be able to change the terrain and cause awe to affect one's state of mind. And this doesn't even have that. I was so excited. I thought I'd see an S-rank trickster known as the Night Trickster. But it looks like the ones being held here are just small tricksters that don't make it to the top. Don't expect someone like Gangnam to be able to suppress any decent shenanigans. Everyone's face showed disappointment. Yi Qingqing's interest was reduced by most. Sister Lin, let's speed up. We still have to catch Jiangnan after we're done. Lin Chan nodded. That's a lot of pressure to pay attention to. As the crowd continued deeper, they came to the dungeon. The environment did get a little more eerie and the temperature dropped a lot. The dungeon has 3 levels, and the level of the trickster gradually rises from top to bottom. But these were also known only to Jiangnan. Yi Qingqing surveyed the cells inside the first level. What came into view was a thin, bony woman. With a start, she took a few steps forward. The next cell held little girls around 5 or 6 years old, their thin bodies covered in bruises. Yi Qingqing looked around. Incredible. It's a trickster? This is a living, breathing human being. Gangnam actually imprisoned women and children and tortured them. Is there any humanity left? The hundreds of people present, and the countless viewers in the live broadcast room, were all furious. Chapter 4, Little Fairies Are So Hard to Eat. The injuries on the little girl's body look like she has been heavily tortured. Jiangnan Gangnam neglected his duties, maliciously harmed female anchors, made a move against the judge in the trial court, illegally imprisoned women and children, and committed a series of unforgivable evil deeds, so he deserves to die. Family members, really absolute son. Jiangnan in humanity. Just like this there are still people call him the protectorate war god. The few fairies who had their cell phones destroyed by Jiangnan spoke up. The viewers of the live stream were also driven to emotion. There were pop-ups to verbally attack Gangnam. The women and children in the cell, seeing the group shedding sympathy, sobbed and begged for help. Good people, save us. Oh, I want my mommy. Yi Qingqing looked at the choking little girl. Her eyes reddened and she hurriedly shouted, "Men, release them." A couple of the fairies next to her sniffed the flow. After the iron gate opens, grab for the rescue. Ignoring women and picking up their children to show off in front of the camera. The live viewers saw it and praised it. Collecting the goodies is awesome. We women are born with the ability to love people. Gosh baby, I see true beauty in you. Russell. The group moved on. Rescue the poor women and children in every cell. 10 minutes have passed and thousands have been rescued. Yi Qingqing opened her mouth to speak. There was no end in sight ahead. I wonder how many other poor people have suffered. The audience in the live stream was also stunned. Just how many people are being held here? I feel like Gangnam is more of a threat than trickster. Incarceration is cheap. He should be arrested and shot repeatedly. It's hard not to support Gathering's point of view. The rescue went on for half an hour. Lin Chan frowned slightly, always feeling that something was wrong. Toward Yi Qingqing. Something's not right. The Great Wall of Sword Chi is sparsely populated for 100 miles around. How come the Empire couldn't find out when Jiangnan captured so many people? Yi Qingqing tilted her head in confusion. And oh, how could the local officials not report the disappearance of so many people? Lin Chan's face changed as he remembered the information that the Great Wall of Sword Chi had sent back. Creeps reaching S rank are called night creeps, and have the ability to disguise themselves as humans, and often mix in the human world. Is there a possibility that these people are not human? Hearing this, Yi Qingqing was creeped out. The cries of the women around them, the sobs of the children, the cries of the babies, became more and more frightening. Just then, a couple of fairies who were holding their children and putting on a show for the cameras suddenly let out a scream. The child in his arms shifted into a bull-headed, snake-bodied night creep. What the is this? Creepy. This kid is shenanigans. Not just any trickster. This is an S-class night trickster. Everyone present exuded a look of horror. In the next moment, the bull-headed, snake-bodied nightly guile bit off the granary of the little fairy beside him. Chewing, swallowing, dash. The little fairy covered her chest and let out a heartbreaking scream. Go away. Don't eat me. Help me. Female martial artist, come and help me. Off. Stay away. Seeing that this S-rank nightly guile hadn't eaten enough, it approached him. The little fairy's face was horrified, and the severe pain on her body could not hide her fear at this moment in the slightest. Her pleas for help went unanswered. The thousands of people released by the female martial artists all turned into Li Gui in an instant, causing chaos. The female martial artist she had begged for help had no time to look over here at the moment. The fairy tried to escape, but she was just a normal person with heels on her feet. The S-Class Knight creep in front of her opened its fangs and bit down on her neck, which was coated with a thick layer of foundation. Grass! What are you female martial artists doing? Come save me! The little fairy was screaming randomly and had broken down, all barking and screaming, but no thought of hiding. The next moment, blood spurted. The little fairy only felt a sharp pain invade her brain. Ghastly fangs pierced her neck. Consciousness gradually lapsed, just one step away from death. At the moment, the figure of Jiangnan flashed through her mind. Regret climbs to the top. If she didn't join the team that made Jiangnan sit in jail and eat human blood buns, then she wouldn't have died. The little fairy very much regretted following the female martial artists into the dungeon. The earlier statement that we could keep them safe was bull ********. Unfortunately, it's too late for regrets. The S-Class Knightly Guile tore hard, and the little fairy's eyes went black and her head moved. Yuck! It's so few hard to eat. Vomit. The trickster felt like he had taken a bite of flour and almost recoiled, immediately followed by the few remaining fairies who ate Jiangnan's human blood buns together. Similarly did not escape being eaten by Li Guo. Before death, a strong sense of remorse surfaced on their faces. The same thing happens to martial artists. 100 martial artists fought thousands of knights and wizards. Many A-ranked martial artists were reduced to rations for S-ranked Knightly Guile. There were almost no survivors of the ordinary people who had organized together to demand that Gangnam be sentenced. The live feed blew up. These people are so creepy. Family creeps are so scary. They eat hundreds of people at once. Can a female martial artist be good? This was not even noticed as a trickster disguise? The female martial artists obviously don't know. Shouldn't this be blamed on Jiangnan for not explaining the situation in the dungeon clearly in advance? Speechless son. You can blame the female martial artists for this. These hundreds of people died because of Jiangnan. Lin Chan frowned slightly. The number of S-Class Knightly Guile was too much. The released Knightly Guile in turn released the Knightly Guile held in the cell one after another. And the number is still rising. Seeing the pop-ups on the air, she explained. The dungeon holding S-rank Knight Guile Jiangnan was never reported. If the Empress knew that the number of Knight Trickers was so large, how could she have sent only 100 people? Jiangnan is guilty of concealing military information. Don't worry, everyone, even a large number of them are only S ranks, and they can't make a splash in front of SSS ranks. And the Empress has given me the human emperor sword, the treasure of the country. So watch me reseal this group of Lishi. Said. Lin Chan took out the human emperor's sword from somewhere. This sword was 3 feet and 2 inches long, faintly emitting the mournful cries of countless bizarre creatures, with wisps of dragon chi lingering. This scene seemed to make the viewers of the live broadcast, and the female martial artists present, eat a tranquilizer, their faces relaxing. Lin Chan's gaze swept over all the knightly tricksters, and a glint of essence flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Clang! The human emperor's sword is sheathed. The monstrous dragon chi erupted, pressing down on the knight tricksters and preventing them from moving. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of severe ghosts in the dungeon looked at the human emperor sword, with strong scorn in their eyes. This is Jiangnan's matching sword, some Knightly Guile exclaimed. As soon as the 2 words Jiangnan were uttered, hundreds of thousands of severe ghosts were thrown into shock. What? It's actually Jiangnan's sword. Is this the trick weapon that beheaded countless tricksters and raised them with their souls? A top-quality trick weapon that specializes in chopping tricks. Hundreds of thousands of S-Class Knightly Guile, their brains completely blanked out. No wonder when the human emperor's sword appeared, they could not help but kneel down. Chapter 5, Yi Qingqing provokes, Red Clothes Knight Trick, you seek death. Nonsense. Jiangnan is also worthy of owning the human emperor's sword? This is the great Qian Empire's national treasure. Lin Chan scoffed at the words of this group of night creeps. A sword chopped out. Rumble. The majestic dragon chi was overbearing and earth-shaking, forcing the night tricksters present back. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chan relied on the human emperor's sword to reseal the night trickster. Bang! 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 A cell door closes. Declare the end of this farce. Meanwhile the pop-ups on the air were flooded with compliments. Gee guys, women can be topsy-turvy too. Isn't this 10,000 times better than Gangnam? Baby Lin Chan is truly a benchmark for women in the new era. Is Jiangnan colluding with the creepy thing? Actually saying that our human emperor's sword is his sword. Does he deserve it? Looking at the speeches on the live broadcast, Lin Chan snorted coldly. We'll naturally find out if Jiangnan colluded with the trickster. If it's confirmed, we won't spare him. It was likely that Jiangnan was the one who had revealed the information about the human emperor's sword to the trickster. What they didn't know was that the human emperor's sword was a gift from Jiangnan to the previous emperor. In the meantime, inside the 3rd floor where the SSS-class Knightly Guile was being held, detecting the human emperor's sword's aura, the 18 Li Jiwei all showed surprise in their eyes. The red-robed knight trickster was certain that this was the trick weapon that Jiangnan had used to slash her 7 years ago. However, This artifact was a normal SSS-ranked artifact for everyone else except Jiangnan to utilize 30% of its strength at best. Scaring shenanigans below SSS level is okay. The artifacts were also divided into who used them, and it wasn't the human emperor's sword that they feared, but Jiangnan. Master, we can help you reclaim your sword. The red-robed knight trickster bowed. As a party overlord of the Guile realm, the SSS Knight Guile present all had to fear her 3 times. The words fell. The crowd of knightly Guile immediately responded. At your command we will wipe out the great Qian. Those idiots in Daqian even drove you away. If you weren't there, could this Daqian become the #1 power in Blue Star? Can it make the Guile realm fearful? Without Master Jiangnan, I would have killed these guys long ago. Understanding Jiangnan's reasons for breaking away from Daqian, a few Li Jiwei were actually beeping on his behalf. Jiangnan was surprised. I've suppressed you guys for so many years. Shouldn't you hate to eat me? At those words, the 18 SSS-ranked knightly Guile's bodies trembled. The long-tongued knight trickster was sweating like a pig. Master Jiangnan has sharpened our minds over the years. We can't thank you enough. Seeing Jiangnan's half-heartedness, the long-tongued knight trickster spat out a blood elixir. Master Jiangnan, this is my Gui Dan. You only need to crush it, and all my SSS rank strength will be gone. Master, my gilded Dan is also given to you as a sign of loyalty. Please take our trick pills. A group of SSS-ranked knightly Guile opened their mouths at the same time. Jiangnan's face was expressionless as he waved his hand and inhaled the 18 Guile Dawn into his hand. This was tantamount to controlling the lifeblood of the knight tricksters present. After being unloaded by Daqian, it was hard for him to trust anyone else. But with these trick pills, you won't have to worry about being betrayed again in the future. Seeing the situation, the red-robed knight trickster was secretly relieved. It was only at this moment that they could truly be sure that Jiangnan had no intention of killing them. Jiangnan, you really have colluded with the trickster. Just then, a pout rang out. Relying on the human emperor's sword to suppress the last 2 layers of weirdness, Lin Chan came here, just in time to see Gangnam making some sort of deal with the trickster. Jiangnan, you're already a capital offense. We're going to put you on the spot. Yi Qingqing's willow eyebrows went up. Jiangnan and Knight Gui were eyeballing each other, triggering anger in the broadcast room. See, the taxes we pay have raised a white wolf. No wonder the dungeon is holding nearly 1 million Li Gui and the empire doesn't know about it. This is a premeditated plan by Jiangnan and the Gui creatures. It's horrible familiars. Fortunately the Empress was perceptive enough to stop Jiangnan's plan in advance. Otherwise the consequences of the invasion of millions of severe ghosts would be unimaginable. Lin Chan's 3 SSS-ranked martial artists stared angrily at Jiangnan. Jiangnan, it's already too late for you to admit your mistake. Lin Chan held the human emperor's sword to the south of the river. The bottom of his eyes revealed a strong killing intent. A faint sneer hung at the corner of Jiangnan's mouth. Trying to kill its owner with the human emperor's sword? What the hell kind of joke is this? At the same time, a system beep sounded in Jiangnan's head. Female martial artist detected with strong murderous intent towards the host. Assignment issued. Option 1, be merciful. Let them go, and help suppress the SSS-ranked night creeps to make up for their mistakes. Reward, Hail Mary title. You can sit on the Leshan Buddha. Option 2, take back the human emperor's sword and pour the blood-drinking sword with the essence blood of the 3 SSS-class female martial artists, so that they can die a painful death of pure Virgin Mary, and be imprisoned to warm up the sword body with their essence blood day after day. Reward, SSS-grade Phoenix Fruit X10. 1 billion drops of 10,000 years Peach Blossom Brew. 20% increase in sword intent. 500 years of realm enhancement. Seeing the 2 option panels, a smile curled up on Jiangnan's lips. This is not a multiple choice question at all. However, without waiting for Jiangnan to do it himself, the red-robed knight trickster next to him saw the situation and flashed in front of Lin Chan. With a gentle wave of his red sleeve, a huge force surged out like a tidal wave. In an instant, the 3 SSS-ranked martial artists of Lin Chan were shaken back 100 meters away. This is an SSS-class night trick, Lin Chan exclaimed, her face coloring. At this moment, the faces of everyone present became horrified with the naked eye. The strength of this SSS night trickster was actually above Lin Chan's trio. The live audience was confused. What the hell? This night trickster knocked back 3 SSS classes with a single strike? Jiangnan could even work with such a Li Gui. Could he have already passed on the Imperial secrets? This creepy looks strong. What's the point of panicking? It's just an SSS class night guile. Don't forget we have 3 SSS classes and the human emperor sword. Many people saw this pop up and the look of horror on their faces slowly receded. On second thought it was true. How could 3 SSS-ranked martial artists not be able to deal with an SSS-ranked night trickster? Soon, Lin Chan's trio also regained their composure. It would be out of character to be frightened by an SSS-ranked night trickster. Just the thing to make a name for the 3 of them with this female guile. Sister Lin, Leave this female guile to me. Yi Qingqing volunteered to fight. Be cautious. Don't disgrace the empire. Lin Chan nodded gently. She said that, but didn't worry too much about it. The other party was only 2 SSS ranks, and the 3 of them still held the imperial sword, so she didn't think she would lose. The live viewers also looked forward to it. Yi Qingqing raised her swan neck and casually swept a glance at the red-robed night trickster, her eyes finally landing on Jiangnan. Jiangnan, not only do you like to hide behind women, you also like to hide behind female shenanigans. When I finish with this female guile, I'll personally take you back to the judgment court to be sentenced to death. Hearing this, Jiangnan was dumbfounded and laughed. Couldn't figure out what this Yi Qingqing had between her 2 ears. Still have the face to smile. You'll be honest when Goddess Qingqing catches you. Sit back and wait for Gangnam to be made real. The live audience is still chattering away. Everyone didn't expect the red-clothed night trickster on the opposite side to erupt with a shocking power. Seeing Yi Qingqing's arrogant appearance, the red-robed night trickster frowned slightly. How dare you insult Gangnam to his face? The guile chi on the red-robed night trickster's body violently and crazily stirred up. The snow-white jade foot moved, and the scarlet creepy claws probed out towards Yi Qingqing. The speed was unexpected by all. Boom! Chapter 6, Black Smoke from the Human Emperor's Sword Vault. Blood gas from the blood-drinking sword vault. Boom! In an instant, the red-robed night trickster's slender fingers pierced through Yi Qingqing's belly. The overbearing and boundless Gui Qi sent Yi Qingqing directly flying, without giving the crowd a chance to react. In the midst of their horrified gazes, it slammed heavily against the iron door of the cell. A bloody hole appeared in Yi Qingqing's belly, and his body hardened and smashed the iron door cast in fine iron until it was deformed. The red-robed night trickster gently shook off the blood on his hands and walked over to Yi Qingqing, smiling faintly. Self-importance. A martial artist who just advanced to the SSS rank. Who gave you the guts to provoke here? You should be glad it was me who made the move. If the master had come instead, you wouldn't even know how you died. Yi Qingqing's eyes were full of fear, and the severe pain on her body made her words stuck in her throat. This scene blew up the entire live broadcast. Goddess Qingqing has actually lost. What is the origin of this female guile? One move can kill an SSS martial artist in seconds. Wait, this seems to be the Red Knight trickster who nearly caused the island's genocide over a decade ago. What? One of the 4 great overlords of the Guile realm. The red-clothed Night Guile. Who does she mean by master in her words? It can't be Gangnam, can it? Watching a certain netizen send out information about the Red Knight trickster confirms the identity. Everyone's eyes widened and their brains fell into complete blankness for a moment. The entire dungeon was dead silent. Overlord level knights. This wasn't something that a normal SSS-ranked martial artist could fight against. Gangnam is his master. Fake it. Fear appeared in the eyes of all the female martial artists present. Just then, quickly collecting her shock, Lin Chan had someone go and treat Yi Qingqing. He then gripped the human emperor's sword and confronted the red-robed night trickster. So what if it's hegemonic? The town's treasure in her hand specializes in killing shenanigans. So what if you're at the overlord level? Since you're grabbing for death, I'll fulfill you. Having said that, Lin Chan didn't hesitate and focused his mind to lock onto the red-clothed night trickster. The next moment erupted with a powerful energy fluctuation of SSS grade. Seeing the situation, the other SSS-ranked martial artist, by M.O., similarly left no stone unturned as he surged with energy fluctuations. Seeing the majestic dragon chi emanating from the human emperor's sword, the panicked audience in the live broadcast room calmed down again. Yeah, what are you guys afraid of with the human emperor's sword around? The overlord level is also tricky, and the human emperor's sword equally restrains it. I'm sure Goddess Lin Chan will win. It was also true that with the might of the human emperor's sword, even the red-robed night trickster's face changed when he heard the hundreds of millions of wailing cries of pain from the trickster. She still underestimated the intimidation the trick weapon gave her. But to show off in front of Gangnam, stiffly, he greeted them. Although a look of scorn only appeared on the red-robed night trickster's face for a moment, it was still captured by Lin Chan, deepening the confidence in his heart. Scared at this? I thought the hegemony class had so much guts, but that's just it. When Bai Mo heard this, he instantly gained strength. How terrifying the hegemony level says it is, but in fact, it's just destroying an island nation the size of a fingernail cap. In front of the human emperor's sword, all sorts of shenanigans are equal. The 2 SSS-ranked martial artists said so, and the viewers in the live broadcast room also felt that this one was stable. All of them were waiting to see the martial artist they had pinned their hopes on decapitate the red-clothed night trickster. It was at this moment that Jiangnan, who was watching the battle, flashed to the side of the red-clothed night trickster. The red-robed night trickster was stunned and said with his hands full, "Master, my subordinate's incompetence was affected by the human emperor's sword." Jiangnan said gently, "Leave the rest to me." Immediately afterward, his gaze landed on the human emperor's sword. The human emperor's sword seemed to have a sense as its body flashed with a golden light. I didn't expect the old buddy who had accompanied him in life and death to meet again in this way. Jiangnan sighed deeply. Human emperor's sword. Collect. The words fell. Lin Chan didn't know what kind of madness Jiangnan had gotten into and laughed. You don't really think this is your sword? Does it respond when you call it? Here, let's try calling it a few more times. Next to her, Shiranuma giggled at the scene. This Gangnam is afraid of hysteria. Everyone thought Gangnam was stalling. I was not expecting the human emperor's sword to really react. Breaking away from Lin Chan's hand and flying towards Jiangnan. What? Lin Chan was dumbfounded, her gaze becoming incredulous. Never thought that the words just finished not long to hit the face to come so quickly. Bayemo froze in place, confused. At this moment, the pupils of the people who had been mocking Jiangnan just a moment ago shook violently. Impossible. How could the human emperor's sword listen to Jiangnan's commands? Could it be that the human emperor's sword is really Jiangnan's sword? That's not right. This is our town treasure. What gives Jiangnan the right to drive it? Lin Chan was just as bewildered as the live broadcast audience. Scratch your head and you can't figure out why. Jiangnan, no matter what means you have used, this is the Great Qian's national treasure, and it has not been returned. Jiangnan let out a light laugh and looked at Lin Chan indifferently. Stupid. The origin of the treasure of the town is because I used the human emperor's sword to stabilize the world. Let your empress go to the ancestral hall and ask her father who gave the human emperor's sword to her. Sentence me to death? Yes. Let me see how much weight you have. With that said, mighty energy fluctuations surged from Jiangnan's body, not weaker than Lin Chan and Baimo's auras, even far stronger than them. It directly subdued the crowd present. Instantly, Lin Chan's face paled. Under the terrified gazes of the live broadcast audience, the female martial artists in the dungeon knelt down in unison. Jiangnan's pressure was like the might of heaven descending. Next moment, Kuka's blood-drinking sword bubbling with monstrous blood aura swept out, easily penetrating the soft armor on Lin Chan's body. It appeared behind her. There was a loud pop. Jiangnan slammed his palm heavily on Lin Chan's face and then embedded it into the ground. A deep pit appeared in the eyes of the crowd of 10,000 horrified people, shaking the entire dungeon. Lin Chan spat out blood scattered on the blood-drinking sword, half of his face swollen into a pig's head. Next to him, Bayemo saw this encounter in a cold sweat. Looking at Jiangnan walking towards her, her eyes were filled with fear. Jiangnan, do you really want to make an enemy of Great Qian? Snap. Hundreds of millions of people in the livestream are watching. How dare you? Snap. Woo-woo. Don't fight. I was wrong. 3 palms down. Baimo's shell teeth shattered all over the place. And he was honest. Feeling Jiangnan's killing intent, she admitted that she was afraid. This is really going to kill her. Jiangnan recalled the blood-drinking sword and coldly looked at Baimo. You know you're wrong? That's not what you said before the slap hit you in the face. Don't you want to condemn me to death now? I still like you all untamed. With that, Jiangnan swung out a sword. Blood light appeared, and the martial artists who had been clamoring for Jiangnan's execution earlier turned into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant the blood mist in the sky was absorbed by the blood-drinking sword. Jiangnan's eyes were colored scarlet. Reaching out, he grabbed the souls of the female martial artists that appeared after their deaths and put them into the human emperor's sword to refine them in a matter of moments. Then, only to see that the human emperor's sword was actually emitting black smoke outwardly from the cuckoo. For a while, the thick smell of blood filled the entire dungeon. Lin Chan and Baimo only felt creeped out. Jiangnan's strength was far from what they thought. And what's with this monstrous blood and fury aura? Chapter 7 I am the pinnacle of the SSS class. Who dares to stop me? Who can stop me? Bold Jiangnan. How dare you lose 100 of my Great Qian's heavenly pride? It's over. Jiangnan has gone off the deep end. Are all 3 SSS-ranked martial artists that the Empire has cultivated going to be wiped out? How terrifying. Is Jiangnan a human or a trickster now? Is the trickster going to break through the Great Wall of Sword Qi again? Although only 3 Lin Chan were left from the deaths of the female martial artists, the live feed opened by the drone had not been interrupted. Jiangnan stood in front of several guile. His white robe dyed red by bloodlight, and the twin swords in his hands bubbled with a horrifying blood and fury. The entire country of Daqian watched this scene in horror. The treasure of the township, the human emperor's sword, was now like a trickster's treasure. Master, are these 3 to be executed? The red-robed knight trickster said respectfully. Jiangnan's casual display of strength scared the 18 SSS class knight tricksters to death. Compared to 7 years ago, he's even stronger. Lin Chan's 3 SSS-ranked martial artists were covered in treasure, so it was a bit of a shame to kill them. But they wouldn't be the least bit upset if Jiangnan wanted to kill. Keep it. I still have to use their essence blood to feed the sword. Jiangnan's flat tone. Every word that entered Lin Chan's 3 ears was incomparably horrifying. Jiangnan, don't go too far. As a human, You actually defected to the trickster. Can you stand up to the Empire's cultivation of you? Taking a step back, wasn't it you who neglected your duty and maliciously hurt people in the first place? Now turn around and we can ask the Empress for a chance for you to live. Lin Chan and the three of them had been heavily injured and were unable to move their bodies, so they could only roar loudly towards Jiangnan. Attempted moral abduction. A faint cold smile hung at the corner of Jiangnan's mouth. I've never taken a single cent of Daqian's cultivation resources, so what's this talk of cultivation? Without my shelter, how could you greenhouse flowers become SSS rank? Let's cut the small talk short. Go inside my blood-drinking sword and do your penance. Said. The blood-drinking sword produced a huge suction force that suspended the three Lin Chan's bodies in the air. At this moment, endless fear took over Lin Chan's heart, and her eyes were filled with intense fear. Jiangnan, I was wrong. As fellow Great Qian subjects, don't make things worse. Feeling the monstrous blood chi within the blood-drinking sword, this time Lin Chan's trio was truly flustered. By this point, it was no longer possible to care about the SSS rank's face begging for forgiveness. They could be sure that it was easy for Jiangnan to kill them. Jiangnan, we were really wrong. The female anchor's fault for trespassing into the Forbidden Land doesn't lie with you. The female judge should be beaten for not distinguishing between right and wrong. And those little fairies deserve to die for eating human blood buns. None of it is your fault. As long as you turn around, we'll fight to keep you as the Protectorate War God. The audience in the live room sucked in a breath of cold air. Even SSS-class martial artists were scared less by Jiangnan. What about the promise that they're better than Gangnam? Daqian won't really be finished, right? The Empress who was far away in Kyoto also didn't expect that Jiangnan wasn't just a waste of space who drank all day long. How can it be so horrible? That is to say, you are the ones who deliberately slandered me and want to make me infamous? Then let's all come and gather within my blood-drinking sword. Having said that, just as Jiangnan waved his big hand, he was about to inhale the three women into the blood-drinking sword. A mighty pressure above the SSS rank descended, shocking all the SSS rank knightly guile present. Soon, a pout full of anger rang out. Immediately afterward, a figure with a beautiful figure came into the dungeon and waved her hand to release a majestic energy to stop Jiangnan. Jiangnan, you betrayed Great Qian by consorting with the trickster, and you dare to seriously injure my disciple. Are you looking for death? Did you ask us, the first group of SSS-class powerhouses, before you boasted of your invincibility? This figure that suddenly appeared, it rekindled a glimmer of hope in the despairing audience of the live broadcast. It's Elder by Jia from the Martial Artist Alliance. Lin Chan and the girls are saved. Elder by Jia is a powerhouse who became SSS ranked at the same time as Jiangnan. He can definitely stop Jiangnan. Don't forget that we still have the Martial Artist Alliance. Jiangnan won't be able to run wild for long. At this time, Bai Jia's face was cold and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Chan's three were her most favored disciples, and now they were being tortured beyond recognition. It was impossible to spare Gangnam based on that alone. There were 10 strong people who had become SSS-class martial artists in the same period as Jiangnan. They had created the Martial Artist Alliance in the same breath. And if Lin Chan's three died here, Jiangnan would face a hunt. Just you want to stop me? I am the pinnacle of the SSS class. Who dares to stop me? Who can stop me? Jiangnan looked at Bai Jia, with only indifference in his eyes, and gave a light hum. Raising his hand to defuse the incoming attack, the overbearing pressure blasted back like a tidal wave 100 meters away from Bai Jia. Bai Jia was subdued by the heavenly mighty-like pressure, and there was no halfway way to break free. At this moment, the 18 night tricksters behind Jiangnan were stunned. Just simply subdued the SSS-ranked martial artist who was stronger than them? At this moment, he finally realized what a right decision it was to choose to follow Jiangnan. Stop! Lin Chan and the three of her are the Great Qian's heavenly pride, the Alliance's core disciples. If you do this, the Alliance will definitely not let you go. Bai Jia couldn't break free of Jiangnan's restraints and turned to growl and threaten. Jiangnan laughed coldly. No matter what kind of heavenly pride you are, since you've messed with me, be prepared for all hell to break loose. Thoughts flashed. Ignoring Bai Jia, he raised his hand and imprisoned the three Lin Chan within the blood-drinking sword. Don't think about dying until your blood runs dry. It was at this moment that Jiangnan's ears rang with the mission completion beep. Congratulations to the host for making the right choice to retrieve the human emperor's sword and warm the blood-drinking sword with the essence blood of 3 SSS-class female martial artists. Rewarded, SSS-grade Phoenix Fruit. 1 billion drops of 10,000 years Peach Blossom Brew. 20% increase in sword intent. 500 years of realm enhancement. Immediately after, Jiangnan then felt a qualitative leap in his own strength. Aha dash! The wails of the three women in the sword resounded. The live studio audience listened with numbness. Looking at the frozen Bai Jia, really do not understand why not stop. Wasn't she an SSS class martial artist almost as strong as Jiangnan? Elder Bai Jia move. Don't stand still. Elder by Jie stopped Jiangnan quickly. Why isn't Elder by Jie moving? Jiangnan is so rampant, quickly step in and kill him. Is it because she doesn't want to? It's that she can't do anything about it. Bai Jie's face was green and black. Jiangnan imprisoning her beloved disciple to her face was a mad slap in her face. It's not just Bai Jie's face that's not acceptable. Even the Martial Arts Alliance would lose face. If Jiangnan didn't release Lin Chan's trio and didn't bow down and apologize to the Alliance, then she will definitely not let Jiangnan off easily. So what if she was stronger than her? She had 9 elders behind her who were not weaker than Jiangnan. Bold. You'd better hurry up and release Lin Chan and the girls, or else when the Alliance elders come out en masse, you won't even have a chance to admit your mistake. Jiangnan expressionlessly looked at the impotent and furious Bai Jie. Unabashed snickers flowed. Of those who initially became SSS-ranked martial artists, he was the only one who fought for the people against the bizarre invasion. And the Wushu Union only cares about its own interests and does not care about the people. Eventually, he who looks out for the people is criticized by everyone, while the true assholes of the empire are admired by everyone. Ridiculous to the core. Confess your faults? Do I need to? Look at the whole of Daqian who was worthy of me recognizing my mistake. Stay where you are, Jiangnan coldly said, raising his hand to pour out a mighty energy wave. It instantly brought this white jersey that everyone had pinned their hopes onto her knees. Immediately after that, he turned toward the SSS-ranked night tricksters behind him. Do what you want and don't worry about what I think. What this means is that one can invade Daqian anytime one wants to. None of it has anything to do with him. Yes, master. The red-robed night trickster nodded heavily. Not long after, the millions of night trickers who had starved in the dungeon for years regained their freedom. Chapter 8, Come quickly and meet the master and disciple within the blood-drinking sword. Jiangnan, how dare you? Unleashing millions of knights and wizards under the eyes of the nation's populace is an attempt to massacre everyone in Daqian? Bai Jie's willow eyebrows rose up and her tone was full of anger. She had wanted to give Jiangnan a chance to make amends. That's not possible nowadays either. Jiangnan frowned at his words, kneeling and still not being honest. Raucous. After saying this, he gently raised his hand and waved it, and a huge palm shadow appeared in the void, fiercely smacking on Bai Jie's face. Boom! The cell toppled over. Bai Jie slammed heavily on the iron door. A slap mark appeared on her white pretty face, and a mouthful of black blood sprayed out of her mouth. Jiangnan casually waved his hand. The mighty energy fluctuation spread, and Bai Jie violently prostrated on the ground, unable to move. The sudden change was diametrically opposed to the ending that the live audience had expected. It was thought that Bai Jie, who was in a deep realm, would be different from the 3 Lin Chan, but I didn't expect the same dishes to keep you awake. Jiangnan, how dare you humiliate me like this? Bai Jie's eyes opened angrily, and she said with all the anger in the world, she's an elder of the Martial Artist Alliance, became an SSS-ranked martial artist 10 years ago, 1 billion times over. When has it ever been so lousy? Or in front of the whole country? And Jiangnan, who heard this, smiled disdainfully, because you're mouthy and can't help but smoke. So what if I humiliate you? I don't need a reason even if I kill you. Do you really think you can come and touch me just because you advanced to SSS rank at the same time as me? I can raise martial artists stronger than you by snapping some mud under my fingernails. What kind of goods are you? In front of the entire nation. Jiangnan's words were more unacceptable to her than killing Bai Jie. At this moment, Bai Jie's eyes were red, and her anger had completely taken over her reasoning. Deception. Her words fell. A beep sounded in Jiangnan's ear. Detected SSS class martial artist with no pussy in his heart has strong murderous intent towards the host. Assignment issued. Option 1, abandon resistance and face receive the attack. Reward, Turtleman title, 10% increase in sword intent, 100 years of realm enhancement. Option 2, deliberate bombardment of fists and cracking of skulls by strong hands, so that the 4 masters and disciples may roll and come to a gathering within the blood-drinking sword. Reward, Qingping sword technique, Sage's sword intent. Sword intent increased by 10%. Realm increased by 100 years. Seeing these 2 choices, Jiangnan smiled slightly. The next instant, Bai Jie's full strength could barely break free from a trace of Jiangnan's pressure. Furious, he came charging this way. Jiangnan revealed a look like he was looking at an idiot. Since you're so anxious for the master and disciple to meet, I'll make it happen. The energy gathered in the palm of his hand, clenched into a fist, and built up strength in place. Next moment, boom! Jiangnan threw a punch. Almost instantly, the space around them distorted. In the horrified gazes of everyone in the live broadcast, the heavens and earth shook, and the great wall of sword chi was like a small boat bumping on a huge wave. In the blink of an eye, a punch containing powerful might blasted at Bai Jie's clear face. Only Bai Jie's face looked like a meatbag sunken in. The entire person flew backwards, smashing the dungeon out of an 8-foot deep pit. A large, Bloody fist print was clearly visible on by Jia's face. The audience people in the live room were dumbfounded. Those who said Baek Jae would definitely win against Gangnam were worse than eating. Another national goddess gets punched in the face. It's really just a good look. At this moment, the people of the whole country of Daqian only felt that the sky had collapsed. It took a long time to accept this fact. Come quickly and meet your master and disciple within the blood-drinking sword. As Jiangnan's words fell, the blood-drinking sword swept out to suck by Jia into it. Next, a system beep sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for making the right choice. Reward, Qingping Sword Technique. Sage Sword Intent. Sword Intent increased by 10%. Realm increased by 100 years. Not much longer. The system handed out a bunch of rewards that he hadn't had time to check. The Qingping Sword Technique had been firmly engraved in the subconscious mind. Jiangnan quickly comprehended the Sage Sword Intent. Master, millions of nightly creeps have invaded the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At this time, the red-robed night trickster stepped forward with trepidation. Jiangnan let people enter the blood-drinking sword at the drop of a hat. I haven't seen you in a few years. You're even more ruthless than when you dealt with them, the night tricksters. And to be honest, she was scared to death. Aha, let it go. The affairs of Daqian have nothing to do with me. Jiangnan nodded. Sight sweeps over the drone peeking around the corner. The biting gaze scared the live viewers across the screen and made them suck in their breath. Hiss. So scary. Jiangnan is even scarier than Li Gue. Jiangnan is completely unreasonable. Not to mention losing 100 heavenly pride. Now even Elder by Jia has been included in the blood-drinking sword. Millions of nightly creeps out there. What can we do about this? Gangnam did not destroy the drone. Didn't these people think that their martial artists could resist the creepy invasion as well? Just let them keep a good eye on it. A bunch of losers who hadn't fought Nitric were nothing but dirt. Retracting his gaze, he checked up on the rewards issued by the system. Once the SSS grade Phoenix fruit appeared, the entire dungeon was filled with a strange and clear fragrance. The red-robed night trickster was stunned. Looking at the fruit Jiangnan took out and exuding a look of novelty. Just smelling the scent from afar. Not only did it refresh his mind, but the Gue Qi in his body also vaguely increased by a few points. What kind of anticlimactic treasure is this? SSS grade heavenly materials don't even have this effect. Seeing the red-robed night trickster's reaction, Jiangnan smiled faintly. Although this phoenix fruit was SSS ranked, it was far from being a heavenly treasure that could be compared to SSS ranked. Want to try a piece? A hint of sword intent swept out, and the phoenix fruit split into two. Really? Really? Master. The red-robed night trickster stared blankly at the fruit in front of him, very surprised deep in his eyes. Can she really eat something so precious? Jiangnan smiled. It's fine. It's just one SSS-ranked fruit. I have more than enough. This statement was made. It wasn't just the red-robed night trickster who was baffled. Even the live viewers were dumbfounded. What do you mean it's just SSS level? The entire Daqian couldn't take many SSS-grade cultivation resources, right? There weren't many chances for a heavenly pride like Lin Chan to obtain SSS-grade heavenly treasures. Putting it here in Gangnam how it feels like an insignificant low-level resource. Master. Then I'll be polite. The red-clad night trickster swallowed. Since entering the dungeon for so many years, strength has stagnated. The main reason for this is that it hasn't absorbed any heavenly materials. Of course, even in the Guile realm, there were very few SSS-ranked heavenly treasures born. With that she took a piece, put it in her mouth and ate it. At the same time, the red-robed night trickster felt the trickster chi in his body boiling and rapidly skyrocketing. Terrifyingly weird chi surged out from her body, rippling out like waves of water. The red-robed night trickster's melon face was filled with shock. This was the rhythm of breaking through another realm. The red-robed night trickster hurriedly sat down to meditate. Jiangnan wasn't kidding. It's really an SSS-grade heavenly treasure. The red-clothed night trickster ate half of it and his aura skyrocketed as far as the eye could see. Is Gangnam so hoity-toity? It's finished. Isn't this strengthening night guile? The faces of everyone in the live broadcast room were low to the ground. In the meantime, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was full of wailing and screaming. Chapter 9 Long Tongue Night Trick. I take a pinch with one hand. How dare I provoke the Jiangnan masters? Help! Somebody help me! Where are the female martial artists? Didn't they go into the dungeon? How come all the ones that came out are creepy things? Letting so many shenanigans run out. Are all female martial artists losers? The Court of Justice. Faced with tens of thousands of severe shenanigans, the judges screamed in terror and hid under their tables, trembling. They weren't martial artists. Their legs were weak in front of the terrifying nightly guile, and they didn't have the courage to run away. The heart spat at the female martial artist with a single thought. Doesn't entering the dungeon enhance ceiling shenanigans? Why did you let them out? Just then, the long-tongued night trickster was attracted by the sound over here, and his figure appeared in the courtroom of judgment. He froze in confusion as he looked at the banners hanging on the wall trolling Gangnam. What in the world had Grandmaster Jiangnan done that was so outrageous that he had fallen from the protectorate war god to the object of everyone's scorn? He looked up to see the list of offenses above the courtroom and his confusion shifted to dismay. Because Master Gangnam drinks all day and neglects his duties? If I remember correctly, Master Gangnam will boost his strength if he drinks. That's a crime? What the hell is maligning a female anchor again? Even if Grandmaster Jiangnan kills a few million night tricksters in the trickster realm, they wouldn't dare to say a word. Don't they have brains? The long-tongued night trickster retracted his mind and let out a strangled laugh as he looked over at the few people hiding under the table. GGG, I'm afraid that eating you all will affect my IQ. Kill, leave no one behind. The next moment, the nightly guile behind him locked onto the judges. Seeing the situation, several of the judges looked horrified, and some were just about to run away when their feet slipped and they fell to the ground. Get away! Don't kill me! This judge finished his horrified roar as the sharp claws of an S-ranked night creep sliced through his brain. When the other few people saw this scene, their faces were filled with despair. No matter how much yelling and screaming was done, the female martial artists didn't show up. Just then, Jiangnan brought the red-clothed night trickster, whose strength had risen greatly after finishing his meditation. Here, at the sight of Jiangnan's figure, several judges shouted in excitement as if they had grabbed a life preserver. Jiangnan, make a move to save us. Jiangnan, you've finally come to save us. We know we were wrong. Kill these night trickers and we rescind the results of your trial. Jiangnan froze slightly. Seeing this, several judges breathed a deep sigh of relief in their hearts, thinking that Jiangnan was still the same Jiangnan as before and would save them from Li Gue. But soon, a sneer appeared on Jiangnan's face. And have the nerve to beg? I've already broken away from Daqian. What does your death or life have to do with me? Isn't that what you want? Jiangnan, we really know we're wrong. Please save us. I don't want to die. Several of the judges' faces snapped and they begged for help in panic. Jiangnan sniffed and revealed a cold smile. Now you know you're wrong? Where have you been? Why don't you guys think so when it comes to judging me? There are still banners of abuse on the walls and trumped-up charges on the stage. Which is ridiculous. Gangnam did not change his face in the face of the judge's admission of guilt. Which is not knowing it's wrong. It's them knowing they're dying. Master Jiangnan, are these people to be killed or not? Long-tongued Night Trick asked cautiously. Suit yourselves, but I suggest thwarting. The moment Jiangnan's words fell, several judges turned pale, their pupils contracting rapidly. Just as he was about to continue begging for mercy, the long-tongued Night Trick flung out his tongue, making a cracking sound that seemed to slice off the heads of several people like a knife. A few judges, as their consciousness dissipated, the depths of his eyes were filled with intense regret. If they hadn't come to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to judge Jiangnan, wouldn't they have died? But it's already too late. The vision grows dim, a sign of death. Not long after, their consciousness vanished with endless remorse. Seeing this, Jiangnan did not have the slightest bit of other emotions other than a cold smile. Similar things happened in all corners of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. None of the martial artists stationed on the Great Wall are more than A-ranked. These people did not cross paths with Gangnam. I heard that when Gangnam was put on trial, no one stood up for him. There are even a number of supporters. At this moment, all of them were reduced to rations under the massacre of millions of severe ghosts. The Great Wall of Sword Breath is no longer as calm as it was when it was defended by Jiangnan. There were already corpses and rivers of blood, and there were broken limbs everywhere. The strong odor of blood could be smelled for 10 miles around. The harrowing footage was captured all by a drone. Watching the formerly imposing and impenetrable Great Wall of Sword Chi turn into this miserable state, the people of the whole country of Daqian are in a state of panic. Millions of severe ghosts entered Daqian. Then the encounter of the Great Wall of Sword Chi's eyes will happen in all major cities. Being at this time, rumble, above the Great Wall of Sword Chi, a loud noise resounded through the clouds. Next moment, 8 terrifying auras fell, covering the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi in an instant. Not long after, 8 old men appeared at the Great Wall of Sword Chi with endless anger in their eyes. The first time, he deadlocked Jiangnan's position. Jiangnan, you deserve to die for being in league with the trickster and killing great Qian martial artists. You think you can just hide and be at peace with each other? Get out of there. I advise you to quickly release Elder Bai Jie and Lin Chan's 3 disciples, and we'll still be able to leave you with a whole body. Several voices containing SSS rank might came out, and their icy killing intent was not concealed in the slightest. The millions of Li Jiwei on the Great Wall of Sword Chi all froze. It's the elders of the Martial Artist Alliance. They're all veteran powerhouses who have settled in the SSS rank realm for 10 years just like Jiangnan. They've come to avenge Elder Bai Jie. The Great Wall of Sword Chi is saved. Jiangnan is finished. The long desperate live broadcast viewers were re-excited at the sight of the Martial Artist Alliance's elders. This time, they definitely wouldn't make the same mistake. After all, These were 8 top SSS-class powerhouses from the same time period as Jiangnan. Jiangnan might be fine against one person, but no one felt that Jiangnan had a chance to win with all 8 of them together. Let Bai Jie go and get the hell out of here and die. In the sky, Shannon, who was devoted to Bai Jie, was furious, and thunder rolled above the firmament. In the courtroom, the long-tongued night trickster froze. The aura of these old men was not as powerful as his. Instead, it's a mouthful. How dare you come and call out Master Gangnam? He was puzzled. Grandmaster Jiangnan used to be the guardian god of Daqian. Didn't anyone know how terrifying his true strength was? When the Guile realm heard the 2 words Jiangnan, they were all scared to death. Even if a hegemonic level knightly Guile teamed up, that was easily repelled by Jiangnan. From then on, they dared not harbor any thoughts of invading Daqian. These old men haven't got a brain. Didn't you see what happened to those SSS-ranked martial artists just now? A random strike from Grandmaster Jiangnan could cause their souls to fall apart and run to deliver. The long-tongued night trickster bowed toward Jiangnan. Master Jiangnan, these old men don't need your help. My subordinates will take care of it. Jiangnan nodded gently at his words. With his state of mind, he wasn't going to be affected by a simple provocation. In the next instant, 17 SSS rank Li Gue flashed to the sky dome. Meet these old dens who are getting more and more confused as they live. Chapter 10, you didn't order anything? The takeout came to your door? Where's the little creep? Get out of here. Ridiculous. You think a few little guile can stop us? Old me doesn't even put it in my eyes. Even with these millions of night creeps around, they won't be able to escape from us today. Shannon was full of disdain. Regardless of whether it was a trickster or a martial artist, a difference of 1 level was an insurmountable gully, and all below the SSS level were ants. More numbers are still ants. Right at this moment, Shannon took a step, and a gust of ripples spread out. A terrifying SSS-class aura ran through the sky, and the sky changed as dark clouds rolled in. Immediately afterward, Shannon swung his sword towards the long-tongued night trickster. The dense sword light attacked with a great momentum, seeming to exterminate millions of severe ghosts. But just as the sword light arrived in front of the long-tongued night trickster and was about to devour him, GGG, just this? It doesn't even have the qualifications to fight with Grandmaster Jiangnan. The moment the words fell, the long-tongued night trick took a deep breath. The huge suction force caused the sword light to change its orbit, and the dark clouds above the dome of the sky were rapidly caught up in it. The 8 SSS-ranked old men shifted, their robes bulging in the wind, urging all of their energy before standing on their feet. For a moment their faces changed, only to see that the dense sword light was sucked into the belly by the long-tongued night trickster and winded up burping. Shannon was incomparably surprised. How could his sword intent, which he was so proud of, be easily dissolved like this? Impossible. This is an attack that even an SSS-ranked martial artist wouldn't dare to take hard. Idiot. This Grandmaster has been cultivating at the SSS level for 100 years. Carve out fewer small skills to show off. The long-tongued night trickster smiled instantly at his words. Do you really think everyone is a Gangnam master? At the same time, the SSS-class aura of his body whistled out without reservation. Until this moment, the 8 old men's faces changed drastically when they sensed an aura that was not weaker than theirs, and was even going to far exceed theirs. I thought that there would only be one SSS-ranked red-clothed Li Chan among these millions of Lixians, but I didn't expect that there would actually be another one here. Needless to say, now they're panicking a bit. Couldn't figure out how such a powerful Li Gue could have defected to Jiangnan? Why should a party of invincible knightly guile be subservient? What's going on? Why are the 8 elders standing still? Elders, make a move to kill these Gue. Don't let Jiangnan get away. Jiangnan killed so many Jime. Unforgivable. Elders, don't show mercy. Kill him as these night trickers together. The live viewers were separated from the screen and couldn't feel just how terrifying the long-tongued night trickster was. It was also just a matter of taking a move from Elder Shannon. There was nothing to be afraid of. They didn't feel that the 8 of them could not take down such a small guile when they put their hands together. And right at that moment, the many SSS-class knightly guile behind the long-tongued knightly guile unleashed their pressure. Every time an aura stronger than the Alliance elders appeared, Shannon's few people subconsciously retreated a step, their eyelids jumping at the sight. All of a sudden, before their eyes, a total of 17 SSS-ranked knightly guile appeared. Not only was the aura stronger than theirs, the number was still twice as much as theirs. It's a headbutt. I can't win even if I have to die. Chang'an's heart trembled, and with great difficulty, he spat out a few characters from his mouth. This is actually all SSS-ranked night trick. Hearing this, the people of Daqian stared in disbelief. That means there are a total of 18 SSS-ranked night tricksters? Jiangnan was actually able to suppress them all in the dungeon. How the hell did that happen? And now they've all become Gangnam's subordinates, seeing Gangnam as his master. GGG. It's too late to know. Today you will die. The long-tongued night trickster Jie laughed strangely and coldly looked at these few old dangs. Didn't even order. This takeout came to my door. Immediately after that, the long-tongued night trickster spat out his tongue, resembling a whip flying out towards Chenin to kill him. In the twinkling of an eye it wrapped around Chenin and pulled into the giant mouth of the abyss, immediately eating Chenin. The viewers of the live broadcast room were numb, and despair struck their hearts once again. What's with all the accidents one after another? Hundreds of heavenly pride guarding the Great Wall of Sword Chi, only to meet millions of severe ghosts. Elder Bai Jie made a move that resulted in the master and disciple meeting within the blood-drinking sword. Right now, the 8 elders had joined forces and met 18 SSS-ranked knightly guile. Deep despair gripped everyone. Was Jiangnan really the only one who could fight the trickster? Did they make the wrong decision in letting Gangnam step down? Just at the moment when everyone came to their senses and had the idea of leaving Gangnam, above the sky dome, a terrifying aura that had never appeared before fell, shocked the long-tongued night trickster. The next instant, only 2 blazing suns appeared in the sky. A huge point of light emerged, and all the thousands of miles around were enveloped by this great terror. The slightest hint of might emitted could shake heaven and earth. Instantly the winds blew, the thunder exploded, and the earth shook. It seemed as if the Lord of heaven and earth had appeared. Noticing this aura, the long-tongued night trickster's expression froze. What a strong great human martial artist. The crowd of knightly guile next to him couldn't help but marvel. This sound was vaguely above the overlord level knightly guile. It's Alliance Master Xian. The Alliance Master has taken another step forward in rank this time in seclusion. We're saved. Good. Let's see how Jiangnan responds this time. Ally, save me. Quickly save me. Chennan's brows stretched at the sight and he frantically began to beg for help. In the next instant, the sun above the dome of the sky rapidly descended, and an old man in a green shirt emerged from it. A lingering gaze swept over the 18 knightly tricksters. His tone of voice mixed with supreme majesty. Stop, or die. As each word fell, the great wall of sword chi shook violently. The night tricksters on the great wall changed color and sweated profusely when they endured this pressure. The SSS class night tricksters didn't look good either. Long-tongued night trick face pale, but cracked his mouth. He believed in the strength of Jiangnan Big Master. Laughed. Are you worthy to threaten this lord? Said. His gaze was fixed on Chenin, and he had the aura of looking at death. A long tongue is rolled, swallowing mountains and rivers. Chenin stared with wide eyes, really not expecting this Li Gue to actually not be afraid of death. Sensing that it was really going to eat him, 1,000 horrors were in his eyes. Soon, the fangs bit through Chennan's body and completely collapsed when he was only 1 step away from death. If you dare to kill me you'll die too. Don't stop. I don't want to die yet. Ally, save me. The long-tongued night trick was bored in his mind by his noise. Noisy, this lord will send you on your way now. It tore into Chennan's body and swallowed it in 1 gulp. The bloody scene sent chills down the spine of those present. The crowd of SSS-ranked martial artists froze as they looked at the long-tongued night trickster. No? What kind of people do you dare to eat? Who gave you the courage? Gangnam? Can't you see that when our ally appeared, Jiangnan was too scared to show his head? Bold. How dare you kill my alliance elder in front of my eyes? Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Alliance Master Xian's face was gloomy. I don't know where this Li Gue got the courage. How dare you disobey his words and make him lose face? The moment the words fell, a terrifying energy leaked out from Alliance Master Xian's body. The SSS class night tricksters immediately had their bodies trembling, their faces filled with terror, feeling the aura of death. Chapter 11. The price for seeing me is death. This Daqian even has martial artists that are comparable to hegemonic level Li Gue. The crowd of Li Gue felt this excessively terrifying pressure and couldn't help but turn pale. This energy was even above the overlord level. The long-tongued night trickster endured the most pressure, and even though he knew in his heart that the other party was able to strike him down, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. This fear was not nearly enough compared to Jiangnan's sword intent. Unlike the other night trickers who exclaimed in shock, the long-tongued night trickers laughed and mocked instead. That's all you got, old boy? Humph. I'll let your soul be scattered here. Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Alliance Master Xian was so angry by these words that his face turned blue and black. In the next moment, with both fingers together, he fiercely pointed towards the long-tongued night trickster. Instantly thousands of points of light burst out, blazing waves of air swept away, and the grass and trees in a 10-mile radius turned into ashes. In the meantime, in the middle of the courtroom, the red-robed night trickster, who had been watching the battlefield, frowned slightly and inclined his head to look at Jiangnan, who was resting with his eyes closed, and said, Master, my subordinate strength nowadays is already enough to deal with that alliance lord, so there's no need to bother you to take action. Do what you want. Jiangnan's flat voice rang out. The red-robed night trickster nodded gently at his words. In the next moment, A scarlet stream of light crossed the sky and suddenly appeared above the sky dome. Just as the thousands of points of light were about to devour the long tongue, the red-robed night trickster stepped into the air with his bare feet and waved his big hand. All of a sudden, wisps of red satin silk shot up into the sky, raging through the clouds and gathering into a river. The sky was dyed red by the bloodlight, followed by the red satin silk filled with overbearing and bizarre chi, falling vertically at godlike speed. Boom! The point of light released by Alliance Master Xian came into contact with this terrifyingly bizarre chi, colliding with an explosive sound. And in an instant, the heaven and earth visions returned to calm. Retreat! The red-robed night trickster flicked his red lips, and his shell teeth squeezed out an icy cold character. Immediately afterward, the slender and attractive legs stomped downwards, and underneath the pink soles of the feet, incomparably overbearing might invaded. Lord Xian Alliance was violently stunned, seeing this unrivaled weird gas 10,000 times more alarmed and condensed. Impossible! Aren't you only at the overlord level? How could you erupt such a terrifying gui chi? The group of elders behind him opened their mouths in shock when they heard this, wanting to speak, listening to the tone of surprise from the ally. This female guile wasn't weaker than him. Such a terrifyingly gui actually willingly called Jiangnan master. On what grounds? The red-clothed night trickster has broken through? How is it possible? Those old undead in the Guile realm have been stuck at the overlord level for 100 years. It's only been half an hour since we came out of the dungeon. How did she break through? But the might just now was definitely not something an overlord level could possess. The 17 SSS-ranked knightly Guile were also puzzled at this moment. Could it be that the red-robed night trickster had been hiding his strength? Not much longer. The confusion of everyone present, as well as the night trickster, was answered as the red-robed night trickster spoke again. This seat has already broken through the overlord-class shackles and relies on the SSS-class phoenix fruit bestowed by its master to complete its metamorphosis. The moment the words fell, the group of Li Gui did not doubt the words, and from the bottom of their hearts, they felt that it was an honor to follow Jiangnan. Since the red-clothed night trickster could get a boon, they would also get something for making a merit. There wasn't a single heavenly material that could take out a heavenly material that could make the hegemonic level go further. Not even in the entire Guile realm. Wouldn't they be able to just take off if they got a tiny bit of random favors? On the other side, the elders of the Alliance were a bit incredulous. Jiangnan was grassroots born, except for leveling up faster than them. How could the cultivation resources that could be taken out be compared to the martial artist Alliance? The red-clothed night trickster just ate half a piece of fruit, and his strength has increased a bit too much. Look at this effect, a whole SSS grade phoenix fruit is of inestimable value. Jiangnan said he has more on him. Bragging. Gmays don't believe it. If Jiangnan really had so many phoenix fruits, why would he still be guarding the Great Wall of Sword Chi and letting the Empire feed him for 10 years? It can't be for the sake of the world. Who would believe that? The viewers of the live broadcast saw the change in Red Night Trick and sent pop-ups with your words in mind. Right at this moment, the red-clothed night trickster, in the midst of the horrified gazes of the crowd, moved lightly with her lotus steps and arrived in front of Alliance leader Xian, smiling lightly. Even if this seat hasn't broken through to the overlord level, you guys don't have the qualifications to be reckless. The words fell. With her as the center, the terrifying blood chi violently stirred and crazily raged towards the surroundings. At this moment, Alliance Master Xian frowned, the fear in his eyes hard to hide. After a moment's hesitation, he said with a cold grunt, "Fine, then let's each take a step back and let Jiangnan come out to discuss with me face to face." Even Alliance Master Xian had some trepidation at this moment. He could feel it clearly. If he fought with this female trickster in front of him, the best outcome would be that both of them would lose. Trying to kill each other was almost impossible. In this unfavorable situation, it is better to negotiate a mutually satisfactory outcome to avoid a hard fight. Who said anything about conferring with you? The red-robed night trickster froze at his words. I told you not to get too cocky. Why did you take the initiative? Have you figured out what's going on? Do I need to discuss this with you? Do you know I'm here to send you on your way? Discussion? The master's status is honorable. Not something a stinky fish or shrimp can meet just because they want to. The red-robed night trickster coldly said, the killing intent in his beautiful eyes nearly overflowing. Hearing this, Alliance Master Xian's pupils shrunk slightly and narrowed his eyes. Threatened. Do you really want to go to war with billions of people in my great Qian? It's just a mouthful of spit from each of you that will rout you. I advise you to be sensible and let Jiangnan come out and take a step back each. As long as you release Bai Jie's master and disciple 4, and leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi with all the Li Ji Wei, all of Jiangnan's previous deeds can be written off by the old me. After saying that, wisps of white energy flowed out of Alliance Master Xian's body, as if he had the determination to fight to the death with the night tricksters present as long as he didn't agree. Even if he couldn't save his face, he would still be able to retreat in one piece at the hands of the red-robed night trickster. The big deal is to leave this mess for the Empress to deal with billions of people as a shield. Propping up can give them a run for their money. Seeing me is fine, but at a price you can't afford. I'm afraid. Being at this time, a cold and flat voice rang out. The might contained therein caused the hearts of the millions of night trickers on the Great Wall of Swordchi to tremble. Even though they knew that Jiangnan would not strike at them, they were still creeped out when they heard this voice. The red-robed night trickster was stunned and hastily withdrew the surrounding trickster chi, retreating to the side and waiting quietly. The crowd of SSS night tricksters all lowered their heads honestly, as if they were greeting the master of this heaven and earth. Alliance Master Xian and a group of Alliance elders held their breath. The energy fluctuation that appeared just now was the aura that was uniquely Jiangnan's in his memory. It's familiar, but it's a world away from 10 years ago. Feeling this incomparably strong aura, the crowd only felt fear in their hearts. The next instant, Jiangnan's figure appeared above the celestial dome without warning. A meaningful smile hung on his face as he looked at Alliance Master Xian. The price is death. Chapter 12 SSS Class Strongest Martial Artist Still Reasoning? I am reason. I don't eat beef. The price is death. The words fell. The faces of the group of Alliance elders swished pale. Alliance Master Xian opened his mouth in fear at his words, but there seemed to be a wave of energy in his throat jamming his words, so he could only swallow in panic. There was a dead silence between heaven and earth at the moment. Alliance Master Xian was stunned in place. Before Jiangnan had suppressed the weirdness, Daqian was like any other empire, practicing the weak and the strong. Strong people who want to kill never have to earn anyone's consent. It was just a decade of peace and prosperity that even he, the SSS-ranked powerhouse of 10 years ago, had forgotten. What's going on? Why didn't Alliance Master Xian say anything once Jiangnan appeared? Alliance Master Xian, don't just stand there. Hurry up and make these night tricksters leave the Great Wall of Swordchi. Is Alliance Master Xian being scared silly? Nonsense. Alliance Master Xian is old enough to be Jiangnan's father. How could he be intimidated by a junior? He's just organizing his wording. The viewers in the live room were distraught across the screen. I can't wait to crawl in and pry open Lord Xian's mouth. If we don't speak up, this group of night creeps will be entering Daqian. Jiangnan, I'm your senior. Reasoning with you properly, is this your attitude? Alliance Master Xian blared and said angrily. He was Jiangnan's senior, but Jiangnan didn't show any affection at all, causing him to lose face. Alliance Master Xian thought that he had already reached the limit of martial artists, and even if Jiangnan was stronger, he wouldn't be too much stronger. Right now, Jiangnan was too rampant. It wasn't that simple to kill him. Hearing this, Jiangnan instantly laughed. Be reasonable? Whoever stood up and reasoned when he was being referred to by a billion women? You're being reasonable now? Late. This kind of old denizen is the most life-thirsty, and it's not that he's suddenly awakened to the truth, but he's sensing the proximity of death. Just then, a system beep sounded in Jiangnan's ears. Old Biden's attempt to take the moral high ground and point the finger at the host has been detected. Assignment issued. Option 1, recognize Old Biden's words. Release by Jez Master and Disciples, and let the millions of stern ghosts leave to continue guarding the Great Wall of Swordchi. Reward, Female Frequency Holy Mother title. 10% increase in Sage Sword Intent. 100 years of Realm Enhancement. Option 2, the strongest SSS class martial artist is still being reasonable? I am the reason. I'm the reason. I'm too lazy to listen to reason. Okay? I do not eat beef. Catch the souls of the old Bidens and instantly refine them. Reward, +1 attainment in Qingping sword technique. 10% increase in Sage Sword Intent. 100 years of Realm Enhancement. Jiangnan said as he finished reading the mission, narrowing his eyes slightly as a faintly undetectable ferocity flashed under his eyes. Then I'll tell you my reasoning properly too. I'm all ears. If I can prove that your previous mistake was forced upon you, I can vouch for you to continue guarding the Great Wall of Swordchi. When Alliance Master Xian heard this, he thought that Jiangnan was still the same one-blooded teenager he once was, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Since there was room for redemption, he didn't mind giving Jiangnan a step down. Just whether or not the Empress side would still reuse it was out of his hands. Jiangnan was stunned. It's not old Deng. You really think you're a senior, don't you? Who gave you the courage to act like that in front of me? I think you're senile. You'd better know exactly what I'm talking about. My reasoning is, forget it, I'm too lazy to talk about it, and you don't deserve to hear it. I don't eat beef. Jiangnan's expression was indifferent, and he hummed lightly. I don't know when I gripped the blood-drinking sword. Monstrous blood-colored energy covered 100 miles in a radius, and gently swung out a sword. The sword aura was like a rainbow. The sword intent of 10,000 saints was like a torrential river, soaring down 3,000 feet. Many terrifying sword intentions went straight towards Alliance Master Xian, causing one to be chilled. Good. You have to force me to fight you to the death, don't you? I'm the head of an alliance. I'll still be afraid of you. When Alliance Master Xian saw Jiangnan suddenly lash out, he couldn't tense up. Is that what it's called? Such a powerful sword intent had already surpassed the might that a martial artist could achieve. Alliance Master Xian was tough on the surface, but in his heart, he had long since panicked. But with thousands of sword intent close at hand, it could only be hard. The group of Alliance elders froze violently in place, looking at the starry river of descending sword intent, with deep horror flowing from their eyes. Impossible! How could Jiangnan have comprehended such a sword intent? It's no longer enough for even a mortal body to stop it. An Alliance elder in the front spoke woodenly. The viewers in the live broadcast room, watching Jiangnan casually unleash his sword intent, had been so shocked that they had no effort left to send out pop-ups. When they heard the words of the Alliance elders, their jaws dropped even more. And the other side. Scatter for the old man. Alliance Master Xian took a step forward, pointing out several attacks towards the void as a blazing hot sun swept out. With him at the center, a terrifying aura spread, and the blazing sun was still getting bigger. Rumble. The two attacks collided with each other, setting off huge energy aftershocks. The SSS-class Night Tricksters had already retreated back onto the Great Wall of Swordchi when Jiangnan struck. The several Alliance elders who froze in place were naturally affected by the terrifying aftermath. Only feeling a huge force coming from them, the bodies of several Alliance elders flew backwards, smashing into the Great Wall of Swordchi, and 100 feet high wall collapsed. Next moment, under Alliance Master Xian's desperate struggle, the sword intent actually stagnated and instead showed signs of regressing. Not bad, actually able to block 1/10,000th of my sage sword intent, but now you can go to hell. Jiangnan's face was expressionless as he pressed his palm downward, and his sword intent condensed into a shadowy giant sword that hung upside down above the sky. Soon, the mighty and magnificent giant sword flew down vertically. There was a loud boom. The giant sword condensed by the sage's sword intent was like a heavenly descent. Ear-piercing sword chirps were delivered, and the terrifying might was chilling. At this moment, the swordchi enveloped the entire Great Wall of Swordchi, causing a vision of the ground shaking. Alliance Master Xian's attack seemed especially small at this moment, and was dissolved by the sage's sword intent in just an instant. Faced with such appalling sword intent, the fear in his heart reached its peak, and his eyes were filled with timidity towards death. When did Jiangnan comprehend this sword intent that transcends the mortal world? Alliance Master Xian's face was pale at the moment, and his legs were trembling in disbelief. It wasn't until now that he realized that his previous guesses about Jiangnan's strength were all wrong. He was more than underestimating his opponent's strength. This was a power that no one could possess at all. Why? The difference between the same SSS class is so big. In despair, Alliance Master Xian looked up at Jiangnan above the sky dome and growled in unwillingness. SSS rank is just your perceived limit, not mine. Die. Jiangnan's face was expressionless as he pointed his fingertip toward Alliance Master Xian. The giant's sword fell quickly. Next moment, Lord Xian looked at the huge that was getting closer and closer to him. At this point, his mental defenses also completely collapsed. Jiangnan, please don't kill me. As long as you're willing to spare my life, the position of the alliance leader of this martial artist alliance will be yours. By Jia Master and Disciple you can do whatever you want to use it for. I won't ask you for anyone else. Please, for the sake of former love, spare me. Chapter 13. I'll come and have a good time inside my blood-drinking sword. Am I hallucinating? How could Alliance Master Xian beg for mercy? He's our strongest backer. What is Alliance Master Xian doing? This hasn't even been decided yet. Can Alliance Master Xian be okay? What a disgrace to our great Xian. Seeing Alliance Master Xian beg for forgiveness, the live broadcast audience couldn't believe their eyes. If Alliance Master Xian could see these words, he could be infuriated. You guys can do it. How is this an attack that a human can block? However, at this moment, Alliance Master Xian was filled with fear and could no longer care about his face as he said in horror. Jiangnan, don't be impulsive. I can give you whatever you want. Those idiots in Daqian are obviously setting you up. The Empress is also something that doesn't grow a brain. Please also spare my life. I can help you overthrow Daqian. This emperor should be you. Jiangnan sniffed and sneered. Who cares about the throne? If you really want to sit on it, it's not the turn of today's Empress to take the throne. What's the use of regretting when you're about to die? In response to Lord Xian's words of pleading for forgiveness, Jiangnan said with an expressionless face, it's too much trouble. Since Alliance Master Xian knows that he's wrong, then go inside my blood-drinking sword and do your penance. The plain words entered the ears of Alliance Master Xian as if they were a life-suppressing talisman, causing his pupils to shrink. Jiangnan, I'm a martial artist comparable to a hegemonic knightly guile. With me working for you, it's possible to unify the world. Spare me, and the countless heavenly treasures in the Alliance will all be yours in the future. Feeling Jiangnan's intense killing intent, Alliance Master Xian continuously kowtowed and begged for mercy. That blood-drinking sword cuckoo was bubbling with blood. It's a proper artifact. If he was sucked into it, he would surely be doomed. If I kill you, won't the heavenly treasures be mine as well? Jiangnan smiled slightly. It's a no-kill situation. Alliance Master Xian was stunned and his heart trembled, obviously not expecting Jiangnan to say this, and he couldn't help but somewhat regret the words he had just uttered. Jiangnan, I can still. Noisy. Jiangnan frowned. If you're told to die, just listen. Where's all this nonsense? Next, the giant sword in the sky smashed down, churning the flesh of Alliance Master Xian in an instant. Only Jiangnan reached out towards the void and grabbed the soul of Lord Xianlig firmly. At that moment, the spirit, all terrified, made a final struggle and threatened. I am the strongest martial artist of the SSS class of Daqian. Killing billions of my people won't spare you. Jiangnan, you'd better think clearly. Without me the entire Daqian will be thrown into chaos. Hearing this, Jiangnan instantly laughed. And that's a good thing? The blood-drinking sword and the human emperor's sword happen to need a large amount of souls to nourish them. 1 billion people are coming to deliver this as a splash of riches. What's it to me if the great Qin dynasty is in chaos? I'm not from Daqian. Next moment, with a wave of Jiangnan's big hand, the soul of Alliance Master Xian was sucked into the blood-drinking sword and refined in an instant. Just then, the 8 Alliance elders who climbed out from the Great Wall of Swordchi were furious at the sight of this scene. An angry growl rang out. Bold Jiangnan, how dare you kill Alliance Master Xian? You're making an enemy of the entire martial league. If you don't give us an explanation, you won't be spared today. Better explain clearly, or else all the martial artists of the Alliance will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Jiangnan had just refined the soul of Lord Xian Ally and was about to go to these few elders, but he didn't expect one to run away. Instead he had to ask him for an explanation. So you all know that the allied leader is dead, too? No way. You're not afraid of that, and you want to come out and get yourself killed? Or do you guys think that the allied master is too lonely on his way to the Yellow Springs and are ready to go together to accompany him? Row, all coming to help me get things done quickly. How could I refuse? The thought flickered. Jiangnan turned around and looked for the sound. Only a few Alliance elders who had been affected by the aftermath of what had just happened were battered and bruised and in a sorry state. However, their eyes were red at this time, and their killing intent was especially strong. All of them were staring at Jiangnan angrily, with the intention of striking out at the drop of a hat. These old men are scared silly, aren't they? Their Alliance leader is dead beyond death. Are they still thinking of revenge? The long-tongued night trick below froze for a moment, not understanding. The red-robed night trickster was also stunned, looking at the several elders, wanting to speak, stopping his words. Too long to live? Have to keep going to get killed. Alright, we're going to die anyway. It's the same if we die early or late. She could tell from the fact that Daqian was able to get rid of the protectorate war god. Everyone in this Daqian is not very good in the head. She wouldn't eat such a person. It would easily affect her intelligence. Jiangnan smiled disdainfully. They're all coming to the door to get themselves killed. We're all busy. Speed up the process, right? He then raised his eyes to look at these Alliance elders, exuding an icy, murderous aura. The crowd of SSS night tricksters subconsciously shrunk their necks. On the contrary, the few elders snorted coldly and all came before Jiangnan. All of them were grim-faced and said in an unkind tone, Jiangnan, even if you're stronger than Alliance Master Xian, the Alliance won't let you go. Can you alone be the enemy of the world? Give us a quick explanation. Even if you have 1 million knights and wizards, so what? Among the billions of people in Daqian, there are more than 10 million martial artists. This shade of green is never lacking in geniuses. And eventually a martial artist stronger than you will be born. Jiangnan, you must give the Alliance an explanation, the Empress an explanation, and the people an explanation. Jiangnan frowned slightly, getting a bit of a headache from the noise. All you do is open your mouth and talk? Thought you guys were so brave because you had some kind of card. I didn't realize that the bottom card was actually those idiots from Daqian. Go to hell. You're not to blame. Jiangnan coldly said. Then I will give you an explanation. One of the Alliance elders sniffed and snorted coldly. Count your blessings. Yet his words had not yet fallen. Jiangnan's fingers slid and the blood-drinking sword swept out. And in the blink of an eye this Alliance elder's head exploded. This? What kind of evil thing is this? How dare you? How dare you kill someone? I see you've gone off the deep end. Jiangnan, you deserve to die. Seeing this, the group of elders were furious. An imposing energy fluctuation tilted out, pushing Jiangnan straight to kill him. Next moment, a faint voice rang out. Scatter! Just as this character came out, the attacks of several Alliance elders were suddenly dispersed. The millions of severe ghosts froze and watched, only feeling their scalps go numb. Opening his mouth and spreading the energy of a SSS-ranked martial artist, Apart from Jiangnan, I'm afraid that he couldn't pick the second person in this world. At this very moment, it was as if the group of Alliance elders were locked in place by some kind of terrifying energy, unable to move in place. Then only Jiangnan's resounding voice could be heard coming from the sky. Die! A sword intent fell from Jiangnan's body. There was a crack in the clouds, enough to be described as a sword opening the sky. Boom! Before the crowd of Alliance elders could react, they suddenly turned into a mass of blood mist. Next moment, the blood-drinking sword swept out and sucked away the souls of these few elders, refining them in an instant. A monstrous blood aura emerged from the sword immediately afterward. The dome of the sky smoldered with the color of blood. The great wall of sword breath corpses are everywhere. It's like hell on earth. The people on the live feed saw it and were completely devastated. The Empress in the middle of Kyoto also lost her color at the sight. Chapter 14, Collecting the souls of billions of people and going to the trickster world. It's over. It's all over. The SSS-ranked martial artists of the Martial Artist Alliance have all been wiped out. What are we going to do against the millions of night trickers? Empress, come out. What now? Don't play dead. The viewers of the live stream just sent out these words. The live feed was then cut off. Kyoto, the council chamber. Empress Xin Yuani rubbed her brows. Originally opened the live broadcast is to open the eyes of the people of the country to see the world. Without Jiangnan, they female martial artists can also carry a piece of heaven. As a result, it was never expected that Jiangnan would make a slight move and the whole army would be destroyed. The Martial Artist Alliance was equally unreliable, and there was not a single one from the alliance leader to the elders who could deal with Jiangnan. The nation is now in a panic, with question after question about the royal family. The smack in the face came so fast that everyone didn't react. Just as Xin Yuani and a group of ministers were having a headache, a woman with glasses said, "Your Majesty, shouldn't we dismiss Gangnam? Wouldn't these things have happened if Gangnam was still loyal to the empire?" The crowd in the room froze at these words. Yeah, all said and done. Not striking Gangnam would not be so much of a problem. For a while, many people agreed with these words. But soon, Xinliani coldly snorted. Isn't it Gangnam's fault? If I hadn't gotten him out of power ahead of time, the wayward Jiangnan would have only been a greater threat to the empire. The words fell. Nodded the crowd. The remorse that had appeared earlier dissipated. Yes, thanks to the Empress' discernment, she discovered the problem in advance. Now it's only 1 million lishi. Give Jiangnan a few more years. Won't it grow to 10 million lishi? This is all a scourge planted by the late emperor. Raising a tiger for so many years. How can it be blamed on the Empress? We didn't make the wrong decision, but rather the right one. Hearing these words, Shinidningi nodded with satisfaction and looked at the woman wearing glasses and said, "This is all the root of the woes brewed by the late emperor. So I was also right to take the throne, although the late emperor gave birth to me. It does not make me my father. I am a child of nature by birth. This world needs a bright ruler like me to rule it." A group of ministers below nodded. The late emperor's fault. Why should they be blamed? Immediately afterward, someone said, there are also many martial artists in the folklore, including a few SSS-class martial artists that even the Martial Alliance doesn't dare to mess with easily. If they can be allowed to lead tens of millions of martial artists in Daqian against them, they can definitely repel this group of night tricksters. Xin Yuani's phoenix eyes lit up at his words. It was news she had heard. In terms of the number of martial artists, they far exceeded the Night Guile, and with the ability to have these SSS-ranked martial artists on board, the Empire's losses wouldn't be too great. Thinking about it, she said immediately, in that case, by all means, make them serve the Empire. And the other side, the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Jiangnan finished refining the souls of the Martial Alliance elders. A system beep sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for making the right choice. Rewarded, attainment of Qingping sword technique +1. Sage sword intent increased by 10%. Realm elevated by 100 years. Reward distribution. Jiangnan felt the energy flow within his body, surging into a stream of warmth. He had just seen the power of the Qingping sword technique. A strike that was casually executed could easily kill a martial artist comparable to a hegemonic level in seconds. I didn't expect such a terrifying sword technique to continue to comprehend even more power. Not much longer. Just as Jiangnan's attainment of the Qingping sword technique went to the next level, a group of SSS-class Li Gui flew to him, all respectfully waiting for Jiangnan to speak. There is a great meaning that at the command, it is going to flatten Daqian. What's the point of freezing? Since it's all out there, let's do the shenanigans properly. Jiangnan faintly said. Don't worry, Grandmaster Jiangnan. We'll enter Daqian and make those idiots pay. Long tongue night trick finished. He then led 1 million Li Jiwei into Daqian. Watching the black pressurized Li Gui leave, Jiangnan had already seen the tragic end of Daqian in advance. The deaths of those people were none of his business. All he had to do was wait to collect souls to nourish the blood-drinking sword and the human emperor sword. Not much longer. Only he and the red-clad knight trickster were left here. Master, it's really not worth it for you to guard this small place in Daqian for 10 years. It's good to detach. Why don't you go to the Guile realm with your subordinates? At that moment, the red-robed knight trickster suggested. It seemed to her that Daqian were all a bunch of ungrateful people, and that the place was really small, not as big as a tenth of her territory in the Guile realm. With Jiangnan's strength, staying in Daqian is too condescending. But so many years have passed. Her territory should have been taken over by the other knight tricksters. Jiangnan sniffed and was somewhat moved. Guarding Daqian for 10 years, carrying an incomparably heavy mission on his shoulders, he has indeed endured too much loneliness. It's good to be like this now, so you can completely relax and go see the outside world. But there's no rush. The destruction of Daqian is just a few days away. Billions of souls can nourish my sword. Hearing this, the red-robed knight trickster understood, nodded gently, and stood obediently by his side. That means it's going to the trickster world. She believed that Jiangnan would turn the entire trickster world upside down. The thought had just flashed through her mind when a word came to her ear. What's your name? Jiangnan inclined his head. This he really didn't know. She was thrown into the dungeon after cutting her up in the first place. The subordinate has no name. Then it will be called Sweet Potato from now on. The red-robed knight trickster cocked his head in confusion at the words. Is there any meaning in it? Jiangnan smiled and explained. Look at you dressed like a washed-up sweet potato. The other side. A black mass of knightly guile traveled in great numbers to the nearest city. At this very moment, the people in the city of A are completely unaware of this. However, on the side of the Daqian royal family, the method of fighting against the invasion of millions of knight tricksters was issued online, stabilizing the public for a time. Don't be afraid. Shimeis, the Empress has already gathered 60 million martial artists and will soon arrive at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I've heard that there are also several SSS-ranked martial artists joining them. 60 million martial artists. Just a mouthful of spittle from each of them would be able to drown that group of night creeps. The Empress has already explained. Anyone with a clear eye can see that this is all the root of the trouble that the late Emperor created. We should unite to fight against the night trick and kill Jiangnan. The people in the city were all relieved to learn that 60 million martial artists would be arriving soon. They didn't think that a 60 million strong army led by SSS-ranked martial artists would not be able to solve the millions of night tricksters. Even if it was the worst outcome, it would just be repelling night trick and repairing the Great Wall of Sword Chi again. But it is at this point. The martial artist station outside of City A detected a faint vibration in the ground. Soon, the shaking coming from the ground grew stronger. The martial artist raised his head and tried to pick up his walkie-talkie to report the situation. The next moment, the movement of his hand stopped. Only in front of City A, one could vaguely see a huge number of Ligu A, which were speeding towards the side. Chapter 15 Millions of nightly creeps invade. Jiangnan reappears. Is he here to save us? It's not good. Millions of knights are approaching this way. Evacuate the crowd. What? Are those horrible nightly creeps from the livestream really here? What to do? Our army hasn't come yet. I don't want to die. The station martial artists transmitted the news of their sighting back to a city, and the people who had originally calmed down were once again thrown into panic. Ji Mei, who was earlier threatening to kill Jiangnan, was now in the wind. The crowd of martial artists stationed outside the city, seeing the dense influx of nightly guile in front of them, all of their faces turned pale and only felt deep despair. In the blink of an eye, Million Night Trick is getting closer and closer to A City. Countless channels of terrifyingly bizarre chi could be detected from afar, causing one's breath to be slightly choked. The group of martial artists had already collapsed and were just about to retreat back into the city, but they were locked in place by some kind of special energy and couldn't move in place. What's more, they fell to the ground in fear, yellow-brown liquid running down their pants legs. Although there was no lack of A-class martial artists who had been cultivating for many years among them, this was the first time they had seen a trickster with their own eyes. During the 10 years, Jiangnan had protected them too well. The way to fight against trickster things could only be understood from the information, leading to the fact that now, just by feeling the trickster aura, one could already not bring up half the courage to face it. These are all the terrifying existences that Jiangnan once faced alone? How did he manage to hold down the fort for 10 years? No wonder Jiangnan went off the deep end. If it were me against these night tricksters, I would have chosen to defect as well. At this moment, the crowd of martial artists could understand why Jiangnan was in cahoots with the trickster. Just then, the martial artist with the walkie-talkie shouted, calling City Lord, requesting support. Help! City Lord, come and save us. The City Lord of City A was an SS-class martial artist, and right now the crowd could only pin their hopes on him. As long as they could stall for a while until the army sent by the Empress arrived, then there was still a chance of survival. Soon, not only did the intercom go off, but the entire city's radio also resounded with the voice of the City Lord. There's no need to panic, everyone. I'm heading to the outskirts of the city, and I personally guarantee that I'll be able to stall for time until the 60 million martial artists reinforce me. Please trust us, Daqian martial artists. A city has been surrounded. Don't leave without authorization. I can guarantee everyone's safety. The city lord's tone was calm and steady, like a shot in the arm that stabilized the crowd. Inside the office of the city lord, the city lord put down his walkie-talkie, his face heavy. The secretary in the short OL skirt and black silk next to him asked with a curious frown stretching her brow, "What are you going to use to stall a million knights and wizards?" The city lord sniffed and glared at her angrily. "Stupid. That's a trick to fool them. Didn't you see how a bunch of SSS-ranked martial artists died? Go prepare the car. Let them stall night trick. We still have a chance of escaping." The secretary sniffed, and then realized that the city's main purpose was to trade the lives of the entire city for a chance to stay alive. Of course she wouldn't object. What business was it of hers if someone else died? And the middle of the city, Ji Mei, who had originally packed his bags and was ready to run away, turned back the same way and boosted his morale in the square after hearing the words of the city lord. "Don't be afraid, families. The city lord is an SS-ranked martial artist, and there are many reliable S-ranked female martial artists in the city, so it won't be very difficult to slow down the night tricksters. Yes, the city lord has said so. There must be some kind of great killing weapon. There's nothing wrong with what the sisters say. When the 60 million strong army arrives, the only ones fleeing for their lives will be the group of night tricksters." For a while, the vast majority of people gave up on escaping and placed their hopes on the city lord as well as the martial artists. With the assurance of the city's lord, a group of Ji Mei, who wanted traffic but not life, turned on the live stream on their cell phones and scrambled to get outside the city. In the meantime, when the resident martial artists saw the residents rushing out, their hanging hearts finally dropped. Is the city lord here? It must be, otherwise they'd come out to die? To be able to make so many residents put their hearts down, the city lord must have some kind of card. We're saved. Likewise, a million night trickers ahead in the distance. The long-tongued night trickster also froze at the sight. Instead of being afraid, the people of a city had rushed to their deaths, something he hadn't expected. If it wasn't for his guile chi enveloping the entire city and determining that there was only one SS-ranked martial artist, he would have thought that this was a trap for the humans. Soon, it was getting closer and closer to a city. The long-tongued night trick also saw hundreds of Ji Mei, holding their cell phones above the high walls and filming. Let go of the kill. The slates they're holding aren't shenanigans. Remember not to eat their brains. After these words were said, the ink-black bizarre aura on the long-tongued night trickster stirred. Immediately after that, a terrifying pressure spread and the surrounding space distorted. Without any hesitation, his long tongue swept out like a whip, and the majestic bizarre chi contained within it caused everyone's faces to change drastically. Seeing this scene, intense horror flowed from the eyes of the crowd outside of a city, their hearts appalled. This is the SSS night trick that appeared on the air. Where's the city master? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Go inform the city master quickly. Don't be afraid, chimeras. I'm sure the city lord will step in. However, the city's lord, whom they had worshipped and admired in the past, did not appear amidst their cries for help. The long-tongued night trick looked like he was looking at an idiot and skimmed his mouth in disgust. Next moment, the terrifying might of the SSS Great assaulted towards the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the long tongue flew out to kill, and the 100-foot-high wall was like a thin sheet of paper, collapsing the instant it came into contact with it. The enormous power engulfed the crowd, and the next moment the setters who were still on the air only left a puddle of blood in their place. Mandatory off-air. Where's Lovecast? Why is the live broadcast room blacked out? With so many martial artists on the scene, can't they even protect Ji Mei? Quickly have the army of martial artists rush to the rescue. 17 SSS Class Li Gue. A city is completely finished. The viewers in the live broadcast room, the moment they saw that the SSS Class Li Gue's strike was to destroy the heavens and the earth, the panic in their hearts reached its peak. The long-tongued night trickster withdrew his tongue and narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze looking into the distance. There was an SS-class martial artist aura that was rapidly escaping from City A. Bunch of pathetic guys, sold out by the strongest man in the city and don't even know it. Jia. I'm the most nuclear goodness in this guile. Let me help you guys take revenge. With that, he looked behind him at the night tricksters and continued. I'll leave you guys here. I'll be right back. The moment the words fell, the long-tongued night trickster shot straight up into the clouds, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Next moment, tens of thousands of ordinary people and low-level martial artists were all reduced to rations under the devastating attack of the millions of nightly tricksters. Just then, Jiangnan sensed the huge number of souls, and even though they were thousands of miles apart, he appeared over a city in a flash. In the face of countless wails and screams, he turned a blind eye and waved his blood-drinking sword to release a terrifying devouring force. sucking in the souls of the crowd and refining them in an instant. That's Gangnam. Chapter 16. The living beings in the world face me as if they were a grain of ants seeing the blue sky. After the round of massacre by the Million Night Trickster, the surviving crowd had already been scared out of their wits, and their faces were filled with horror. The moment he saw Jiangnan appear, the last of his hopes were rekindled in his eyes. Gangnam, are you here to save us? Jiangnan, we know we're wrong. The Empress is a waste, and female martial artists are a bunch of useless things. Save us. Help me first. I don't want to die. The Gmaze frantically pleaded for help towards Gangnam. It was very different from the face he had when he was yelling about killing Gangnam. What do you mean by double standard? That's the standard answer. Jiangnan was also stunned at his words, and then he laughed coldly twice. You know you're wrong now? Where have you been? How come you don't know how to admit you're wrong when it's not your turn to die? Shouldn't saving you be the business of a Daqian martial artist? I'm not. So what's the point of begging me? But I'm a kind-hearted person, and I'll use the blood-drinking sword to purify your souls after death by repeatedly refining them, lest your grievances become too heavy and you turn into creepy things. Jiangnan was indifferent in the face of the crowd's pleas for help. Instead, the Night Tricksters saw Jiangnan appear and killed even harder. Go away. No, don't. It was at this moment that a small lowly-looking SSS-rank Nightgale waved its hand and poured out a light blue flame. The next moment, hundreds of people were incinerated. The looks on these people's faces before they died were all filled with unwillingness and regret. In the moment when their consciousness fell into darkness, they still didn't understand why none of the Empire's many SSS-ranked martial artists could replace Jiangnan. Seeing the situation, Jiangnan smiled indifferently and waved his hand to draw all the souls into the blood-drinking sword. When these people were unloading their weapons, did they ever think of today's ending? The fact that Daqian could live in peace and happiness and develop rapidly in the last days was, objectively speaking, all due to Jiangnan. Where would we be without him? It's just a matter of getting him out of office. But you're thinking of executing him? Since this is the case, I have to invite all of you from Great Qian to come and gather inside the blood-drinking sword. The other side. The Lord of City wiped the sweat off his face for escaping the hell on earth. His mood lightened as he got farther away from a city, and he grabbed a handful of his secretary's softness on the passenger side. Boing! The svelte secretary's pretty face flushed and she let out a wail. City Lord, this is no time for snark. Are we safe? Don't worry. There are hundreds of thousands of people to give us a backing. It's enough for us to escape. Even Jiangnan won't be able to catch us. This city lord laughed confidently. He just finished his sentence. An ice-cold voice containing thick killing intent rang in his ears, daring to call Master Jiangnan by his name. You already have a path to death. The moment the words fell, the terrifyingly bizarre chi in the sky was like a heavenly fall. City Lord slammed on the brakes, his face incomparably shocked as he froze and looked up. SSS class. It's an SSS class night trick. What? I thought you said we were safe? In the next moment, the long-tongued night trick landed in front of them, his mouth jerky and strange. Without a moment's hesitation, the terrifying pressure engulfed the two, only to see space begin to distort, and the two men's bodies contort as they were in a state of shock. Just as long-tongued night trick was about to crush these two, the ground shook violently. Above the sky dome, several terrifying auras spread out, directly locking onto him. Soon, several SSS-ranked martial artists arrived, all with red eyes and incomparably grim faces. A strong murderous intent flowed from his gaze as he looked at Long Tongue. Also coming, there was an army of 6,000 martial artists. At this moment, colorful energies rushed up to the sky, and there were a staggering number of SS-ranked S-ranked martial artists. Even Jiangnan hadn't thought that guarding Daqian for 10 years had actually benefited so many people. What a nerve! Slaughtering tens of thousands of people in my Great Qian territory. Let's eradicate you creeps in Jiangnan together today. Lin Dong, the SSS-ranked martial artist at the forefront, pointed at the long-tongued night trickster and said in anger. Behind them were 4 SSS-ranked martial artists that the Empress had invited from the private sector. Several people are extremely disdainful of money and power. However, he could not endure the scourge of the creepy creature and took the initiative to take on the responsibility of fighting the invasion of the creepy creature. In the meantime, the city lord of City shouted out in a hurry as he saw the army arriving as if he had grabbed a life preserver. Elder, it was me and Nightgale who fought to the death before I dragged you guys here. So be sure to save me. Lin Dong nodded with satisfaction at his words. Great Qian needed such martial artists who did not fear death. He then looked at the long-tongued night trickster and coldly said, if you dare to kill him today, my 60 million martial artists in Daqian will let your soul be dispersed. Said, a powerful SSS-ranked energy killed towards the long-tongued night trickster. Hearing this, long-tongued night trick couldn't help but laugh. I didn't realize that being outnumbered was their biggest asset. Griffins are no more than mole crickets. Why don't these idiots realize this? Next moment, He easily dispersed the oncoming attacks with a wave of his hand. Turning his head to look at City Lord A, he laughed lightly. This lord only saw you desperately running away. Where did you get to fight desperately? At this moment, infinite killing intent enveloped City Lord A. This City Lord could feel that if the other party wanted to kill him, they could make him die hundreds of times with a random strike. City Lord A's face changed and he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. I was wrong, Guile Grandmaster. I shouldn't have lied. How could I have the guts to fight you? The long-tongued night trickster sneered. Waste. Yes, I'm a loser. I'm sending you on your way. No. The long-tongued night trickster's 5 fingers formed a fist, and the enormous pressure squeezed out the body of the City Lord of City A. Blood and flesh flew everywhere at once. The secretary next to her was still trying to escape, but she was just an ordinary person. In the next moment, the long-tongued night trick opened his bloody mouth, and a huge devouring force sucked her into his belly. In just an instant, the army of martial artists didn't even react, and the two had already died tragically. Lin Dong, who was standing in front, was furious, looking for death. Who gave you the guts to kill in front of my group of SSS-ranked martial artists? Jiangnan? Even if he appears, the 60 million martial artists of Daqian will likewise execute him on the spot. When these words came out, the long-tongued night trick, who had always been calm and relaxed, was also enraged. Are all the people of Qianlong idiots? Grandmaster Jiangnan is an existence that not many overlord-level night tricksters in the trickster realm would dare to mess with. In Daqian actually everyone dares to provoke. Are you done? Growing a mouth and spewing all over the place. Ha! Just as he was about to strike. Bang! There was a loud bang. The head of SSS-ranked martial artist Lin Dong exploded like a watermelon without warning. Seeing this horrifying image, the crowd's color changed, and they were bewildered and stunned with horror. In the next moment, an unprecedented sense of oppression hit him head-on. The energy generated by the rage of 60 million martial artists was like an ant seeing the sky under this terrifying pressure. Just the might emanating from it could cause an SSS class to lose its life. I'm right here. Let's see who dares to kill me and who can. As the words fell, Jiangnan stood proudly above the sky dome, overlooking the crowd below. Chapter 17, SSS class is also a mole? Grab it and refine it in a moment. Rampant. My 60 million troops of Daqian are here. How dare you be reckless? Jiangnan, even if you are a transcendent SSS-level powerhouse? Is this presumptuousness not putting the world in your eyes? Lin Dong just said a few words about you and you went out to kill someone. How does this amount of temperament deserve to be an SSS-ranked martial artist? Jiangnan's defiant statement caused the 60 million martial artists to instantly become furious. The SSS martial artist who stood in front of him watched Lin Dong die in front of him, his face green and black, his eyes blazing with rage as he growled. Detected 60 million martial artists with strong killing intent towards the host. Assignment issued. Option 1, hold back and reason well. Reward, title of Waste Holy Mother. Attainment of Qingping Sword Technique +1. Sage Sword Intent increased by 10%. Realm elevated by 100 years. Option 2, kill until no one in the world dares to object, and a great scholar will argue my case afterwards. Reward, +1 attainment in Qingping Sword Technique. 10% increase in Sage Sword Intent. 100 years of realm enhancement. Also at that moment, the system's beep sounded in Jiangnan's ears. What's the point of choosing? He's about to pee on his face. Who's disgusted by the Virgin Mary? Jiangnan gently waved his hand to inhale Lin Dong's soul into the blood-drinking sword. He then took out a jar of 10,000 years peach blossom brew and tilted his head back to take a painful sip. The warmth in his body immediately overflowed, and his level climbed. 10,000-year-old refined wine is really different from mortal goods. Just as Jiangnan was sighing in his heart, an SSS-ranked martial artist said angrily, Well, you actually have the face to drink. Not afraid of death, are you? Jiangnan couldn't help but sneer at his words. In the end, SSS-ranked martial artists who had grown up in a peaceful and prosperous world had the beauty of a missing brainstem. Next moment, buzz, the overbearing and boundless pressure poured out, instantly subduing the crowd present. 60 million martial artists, none of whom were able to move. Boo! Jiangnan slightly raised his hand, and the sword light was like a rainbow. When a saint's sword intent comes out, he looks down upon all living beings. The SSS-ranked martial artist who had opened his mouth earlier was reduced to pieces in the blink of an eye. Everyone there hadn't reacted yet. The soul of this SSS-class martial artist was then instantly refined by Jiangnan. This Gangnam is crazy. Killing 2 SSS classes in a row? Not putting us in our eyes at all. Wait, why does his strength keep skyrocketing? Seeing Jiangnan kill 2 SSS classes in an instant, the crowd of Daqian martial artists froze and looked shocked. Are you crazy? 60 million troops are right in front of you, and you still dare to kill them? Such a regicide. More threatening than the trickster. Wasn't he afraid of a joint crusade by the martial artists of the entire Blue Star? Tens of billions of people? Aren't you afraid too? Jiangnan, how dare you still dare to kill under our noses? The warning you just gave you fell on deaf ears. Didn't you? At that moment, a mature woman with an exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio and plumpness stepped forward. The same SSS rank, or the leader of the Daqian business empire, only because it was his husband who just died. At this moment, her cheeks were red, her petite body trembling with anger as she stared at Jiangnan and growled loudly. Another freshly promoted SSS rank. Where did you get the courage to look at me directly? Jiangnan was also stunned. It's all killed like this. Why is there a rush to deliver it? Too few dead people? Can't you see that the previous allies of the Martial Artist Alliance were all refined and became soul slaves within the blood-drinking sword? What's the journey of the heart really like? Forget it, doesn't matter. Too lazy to listen. Go to hell. Jiangnan's face was expressionless as he raised his hand and gently pressed downward. Boom! Suddenly, the clouds broke open and a giant sword silhouette hanging above the sky dome crashed down. The sword's roar was deafening, and the might contained within it destroyed the heavens and the earth. The Daqian martial artists who were close by were instantly enveloped by this pressure. Their internal organs shattered, and blood spattered. In just an instant, that SSS-ranked plump mature woman was pierced through the heart with a sword. Under the ravages of the sage's sword intent, it turned into a blood mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. Next moment, Jiangnan pinched the equally plump soul and instantly refined it into a soul slave. It was at this moment that Sweet Potato came here with a million night tricksters, seeing Jiangnan kill without blinking an eye. His slightest strike was the limit of the SSS rank, causing all of them, the nightly tricksters, to suck in a breath of cold air. Killing 3 SSS ranks with a lift of the hand was as terrifying as it was. Not only that, even the soul was refined and could not be reincarnated for eternity. It's a proper kill. They're not that vicious for being creeps. Just as both Man and Guile were shocked to the point of scalp numbness, Jiangnan once again tilted his head and drank. Then with a wave of his large hand, the 60 million martial artists' swords trembled. Buzz. Next moment, an uncountable number of peripatetic swords flew into the sky above the dome of the sky. Majestic energy rippled like water waves, and the paired swords converged, obscuring the clouds and the sun. Many low-grade peyote swords were refined by the blood-drinking sword, and they instantly became S-grade artifacts. Sweet Potato was dumbfounded at the sight. Refining tens of millions of S-ranked artifacts in just a few moments was simply unheard of. Why is my sword bubbling with blood too cuckoo? It's scary. How about, why don't we just make peace with Jiangnan? Yes. Jiangnan has at least guarded Daqian for 10 years. Surely he still cares. Make peace. Watching the SSS-class martial artists die one after another, the 60 million strong army fell into deep despair. Who dares to say Gangnam is at fault here? Peace talks. Must be peace talks. At this point, the crowd only hoped that the SSS-ranked martial artists leading the group would stop putting harsh words towards Jiangnan. However, their thoughts had just flashed, and a sword intent flashed through their gazes as well. The 2 remaining SSS-ranked martial artists died violently on the spot. Jiangnan finished refining the soul and turned to look at the millions of night tricksters and said indifferently, "You guys watch the rest." Hearing this, Sweet Potato naturally knew what it meant and nodded gently. Immediately after that, as her slender white hand commanded out, the million night sleuths who cleaned up City A poured in. As he watched the remaining SSS-ranked martial artists being killed in seconds, the hideous Night Guile pounced on his face. The 60 million martial artist army was creeped out, regretting to the extreme in their hearts. Jiangnan's ferocity exceeded everyone's imagination. What a way to kill someone at the drop of a hat. Not even a chance to sit down and negotiate. At the moment, his bowels were green with remorse. Obviously, in the live broadcast, the SSS-ranked martial artists of the Martial Artist Alliance had all died cleanly, and they hadn't figured it out themselves. So why did they still come to send themselves to their deaths? The Empress's words of chest-beating assurance, as well as the figure of 60 million, gave them a honeyed confidence. It is thought that Jiangnan will be jealous of the 60 million strong army. Right now it seems very wrong. Still thinking of giving Gangnam the death penalty? It's doubtful we'll make it back alive. Jia. This time this great master can have a full meal. Long Tongue Knight laughed strangely. The next instant, he opened his huge mouth of the abyss, and a terrifying devouring power swept through. In just one look, tens of thousands of people were pulled into his belly and killed by this suction. The SS-class martial artists who fled in fear were killed by a red light shot from Sweet Potato the moment they moved their feet. The crowd of martial artists seemed like lambs to the slaughter at the moment, their eyes filled with a look of despair. Chapter 18, 60 million martial artists? A handful of them were grabbed and instantly refined. At this very moment, millions of night trick unilateral massacres. The crowd of martial artists had no chance of escaping under the eyes of the SSS-ranked Night Guile. Gangnam became the last straw for the crowd. On the part of Daqian, who raised him for so many years, it's impossible that he doesn't have any feelings, right? Plead for mercy and maybe they'll go soft and let them off the hook. Jiangnan, we won't pursue the matter. Let Nightingale stop. Wrong, we're wrong. There's no need to kill everyone. We can sit down and talk. Several SS-class martial artists looked toward Jiangnan and continuously begged for mercy. These people as the high-ranking officials of the Great Qian. Jiangnan will be on the court of law enforcement with them, also cannot get out of it. Now there is only endless regret. Shouldn't have agreed to try Gangnam. Much less join this fight against a million night creeps. Ha! Still not pursuing this. Are you guys qualified? Jiangnan didn't say anything, but instead, the long-tongued night trickster was dumbfounded at his words. Where did you get the nerve? What ability do you have to hold Master Gangnam accountable? To be able to say that, the brain is underdeveloped and the cerebellum is completely underdeveloped, right? Seeing Jiangnan's silence, the millions of Li Jiwei were also unsure and stopped their hands. When the people of Daqian saw this scene, they breathed a sigh of relief and their brows stretched. Is this a chance? As long as they could be spared, what Jiangnan had done could be written off. If we can make peace and let the night tricksters leave Daqian, we can pay any price. The people in shenanigans present waited with bated breath for Jiangnan to speak. At that moment, Sweet Potato respectfully came to Jiangnan to inquire. Master, do you want to talk to them? Everyone's heart was in their throats at the moment. Their lives were in the hands of Jiangnan's flippant words. As I said, I have nothing to do with Daqian. You do as you wish. A cold smile hung at the corner of Jiangnan's mouth, and his indifferent voice fell on everyone's ears as if it was a life-suppressing talisman. Jiangnan, you've completely gone off the deep end, disregarding past favors. An SS-class female martial artist stood out, her eyes red as she stared dead at Jiangnan and said. Hearing this, Jiangnan was instantly offended. What does it mean to go off the deep end? It's just bound to the evil sword immortal system. That's all. Can't you see the saintly sword intent just now? When the sword intent comes out, the evil is gone. Bold. A mere SS rank and you dare to slander an SSS rank. You can just go to hell. Jiangnan lightly glanced at this female martial artist, his tone very cold. That said, he swung a windy sword. Rumble. The monstrous blood chi condensed into substance, and the blood-colored sword light crashed towards the crowd below to kill. This unstoppable killing move was not just targeting one person, but millions of people were covered by it. The crowd felt the power and came closer and closer to death. Immediately, multicolored energies rushed up to the sky. Millions of martial artists were fighting to the death to block Jiangnan's light sword. But with the sage's sword intent, how could it be blocked by a mortal martial artist? The energy that gathered millions of martial artists was dissolved in a blink of an eye, instantly dissipating. Jiangnan, your crime is unforgivable. Killing us will not spare you in Great Qian, and there will no longer be a place for you in all the empires of the entire Blue Star. That female martial artist was extremely unwilling and roared madly, threatening. It was so hard for them to become martial artists, and they even stepped into the S-class realm, which was admired by millions of people. From start to finish, the heart is high. Until this moment, they were like ants in Jiangnan's hands, capable of crushing millions with their hands. Realizing the gap between him and Jiangnan, his heart was as if he was dead. Next moment, a loud noise spread over 100 miles in every direction. Millions of martial artists instantly turned into blood mist. The remaining Daqian martial artists froze and sweated, their hearts already half cold. Jiangnan withdrew his gaze without expression, and not long afterward, he grabbed a million souls and refined them in an instant. Sweet Potato, as a former overlord level nightly guile, sweated at the sight. It's also too vicious. The night trickster isn't that capable of killing. With a slight strike, millions of martial artists died without even a crumb left. That wasn't even the limit of Gangnam. In the moment when Sweet Potato lost his concentration, a version of the T0 female martial artist is not afraid to die to provoke again. Jiangnan struck again, and almost 10 million martial artists accompanied Jimei's soul to heaven. Jimei was really born with the ability to love people, feeling that living is too painful, opening her mouth and letting 10 million fear to accompany her soul to ascend to heaven. Sweet Potato looked at the idiots and shook his head in incomprehension. Why are you messing with him? She remembers that what caused all of this nowadays all stemmed from a female anchor being injured by Jiangnan's sword intent. The people of Daqian don't have any brains at all. Because of that little thing they can bring down their patron saint. If there was a strong person like Jiangnan in the creepy realm, even if he killed half of the creepy realm's creepy, everyone would have to clap their hands. I don't know how much time has passed. The wailing and screaming gradually faded until it disappeared. Under the massacre of the millions of night sleuths, all 60 million martial artists were wiped out. Meanwhile, the system mission was completed. Congratulations to the host for making the right choice. Rewarded, attainment of Qingping sword technique +1. Sage sword intent increased by 10%. Realm elevated by 100 years. Jiangnan smiled bashfully when he heard the beep, then grabbed all the fleeing souls and refined them in an instant. At this time, the blood-drinking sword's blood chi tumbled, even if the might therein was not released. When felt from afar, it was terrifying to the point of being chilling. In the sword, within the sea of blood, the 4 Baijia masters and disciples watched as millions of souls poured in. There was no shortage of powerful SSS-ranked auras. All end up being instantly refined. The 4 of them were filled with horror, and from the number of souls they could guess that they were afraid that the martial artists of Daqian were almost dead. At the moment, they were chained by blood-colored iron chains, and their essence blood had been flowing, warming the blood-drinking sword. They were incomparably regretful in their hearts, but no matter how much they begged for mercy, they couldn't get a response from Jiangnan. Outside, the long-tongued night trick had devoured millions of martial artists, and his level had risen as far as the eye could see. He wiped the corners of his mouth and came to Jiangnan, lowering his head. Master Jiangnan, my subordinate intends to invade all the cities next. Jiangnan sniffed and let out a hum. The Empress is now unavailable, and the millions of night trickers hadn't suffered any casualties until now. What will the Empress block next? Jiangnan was still in his original state of mind. As long as no one messed with him, he was a bystander, refining souls in the background. If there's anyone else who doesn't know better, then we'll exterminate his entire clan. Right now, there's just one place that needs to be exterminated. Sweet Potato, come with me. Dongnam waved at Sweet Potato. With that, Sweet Potato took a step away from Rulong, seductive legs and bumbled over. As you command, Master. Her heart thumped and she peeked curiously at Jiangnan. Solo interviews, is this going to be anything exciting? Jiangnan's features are exquisite, often forging a strong body, immortal-style sword fairy temperament. Sweet Potato first saw it on the Great Wall of Sword and Breath and had a slight crush on it. Now that Jiangnan had helped her break through the overlord-level shackles, it was even more out of control. Sweet Potato, whose cheeks were flushed and unaware of it, had just brainstormed a pile of yellow waste. Jiangnan's next words stunned her. Chapter 19, no? All want to go into the blood-drinking sword to get together with your alliance master, right? Follow me to exterminate the Martial League. Jiangnan said indifferently. Sweet Potato was stunned. It's not, is it? And kill. It's nothing to destroy the Martial Artist Alliance. Those people deserve to die in the first place. It was just that she hadn't thought that Jiangnan had only killed 60 million martial artists and was actually going to continue killing without stopping. It's too vicious. She's not even that vicious with this night creep. 60 million martial artists was more than the total population of most empires. However, the allies and elders of the Martial Artist Alliance all died at the hands of Jiangnan in the live broadcast. Keeping it is a pain in the ass, and it really should be killed. Master, should we bring a few more SSS rank Li Gui and kill the Martial Alliance cleanly? Their alliance leader and elders, a bunch of SSS ranked martial artists, are all dead. Some may have already started to escape. The knights can help you search. Hearing this, Jiangnan waved his hand. Don't bother. Sweet Potato's willow brows frowned slightly, but our location is tens of thousands of miles away from the Martial League, so rushing over there might have already missed the net. They hate your death, and escaping a few will be a hidden danger in the future. She wanted to fight a little more. After all, Night Trick was there a lot, and being able to work for Jiangnan would save a lot of time in the search. This will ensure that no one is left alive. When they, the SSS rank Li Gui, gave the Gui Dan to Jiangnan, they were willing followers and couldn't wait for Jiangnan to make use of them. That's where you're wrong. It's only a few tens of thousands of miles. How much time can it take to rush over there? How far can a bunch of mongrels that haven't reached the SSS level run? They can be destroyed with a wave of the hand. Jiangnan hung a shallow smile on his face and said in an unsavory manner. What? Sweet Potato paused, momentarily speechless. Nice guy. Can't the master look away for tens of thousands of miles? Is that even human? Versailles really got to you. It'll take her half an hour to get there at full speed. This was all enough for a low-level martial artist to escape a long way. It's the same SSS class, and the difference is a bit outrageous. Looking at Sweet Potato's skepticism and silence in place, Jiangnan smirked. This is nothing. By following me, your eyesight will naturally improve. Even if the Martial Artist Alliance is full of SSS classes, it's the same bunch of stray fish that I alone can eradicate. Hiss. This is too arrogant. But the owner does have the confidence to say that. If someone else had said it, I'd have chipped you. Sweet Potato sniffed and sucked in his breath. Then why did the master take his subordinate with him? She blinked suspiciously, supposedly in recognition of her strength. After all, out of the millions of knights and wizards, she was the strongest, because you're pleasing to the eye. Jiangnan said honestly. Ah, this. Sweet Potato sniffed. Her melon face flushed, pursed her thin pink lips, and looked at Jiangnan in a sly manner. Nice guy. This was treating her. An SSS-ranked knightly guile who was above the overlord rank. As a vase, she's not a fancy vase. She's a very capable person. Of course, it was a secret pleasure for Sweet Potato to be recognized by his master's face value, and he was too shy to raise his head. Seeing that Sweet Potato did not continue to speak, Jiangnan pulled her white wrist. Buzz! In the next instant, the two disappeared at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye, their figures fading in place. As the two left, the millions of night tricksters were speeding towards the city. The death of all 60 million martial artists was tantamount to draining the backbone of Daqian. The imperial martial artists were left with only the old and the sick, facing the massacre no differently than ordinary people. Soon, the destruction of the 60 million strong army was filmed by drones and uploaded to the internet. For a time, the entire Daqian was plunged into a panic of extreme despair. Help! It's really over. No, before the war, the Empress guaranteed that she would be able to fight against the night trickster. So why is it that not a single one of them is left dead in less than half a day? Are we Daqian martial artists all such losers? Even the Empress is lying to us. I'm really cold in the palace. Family members, who understands? Gee, may I get it? The Empress is an unreliable piece of trash. Sisters, come with me to moisten to other empires. Many people were ready to flee out of Daqian for refuge when they learned of this news. But what they didn't know was that the long-tongued Lishi had already anticipated it and sent a group of Lishi to keep a tight guard on all the roads leading to Chen. Whoever escapes dies first. No one who offends Master Jiangnan will escape. The Martial Artist Alliance, covering an area and prosperity that was on par with Kyoto. In the 10 years of peace and prosperity killed in the south of the Yangtze River, constantly amassing wealth and expanding their power, and leaping to become the strongest force in the Great Qian, with 10 SSS-ranked martial artists. The power of speech was even greater than the royal family. If Jiangnan hadn't gifted the human emperor's sword to the previous emperor and used it to deter the Martial Alliance, the Daqian imperial family would have changed its surname long ago. At that moment, two figures appeared above the sky without warning. Heck, it's Gangnam and Sweet Potato. Jiangnan looked down below and saw only traffic and people coming and going. Sweet Potato's gaze swept below as well, suddenly baffled, contrary to what he had previously expected. Instead of no one from the Martial Artist Alliance fleeing, many others came here to take refuge. Ha! Is it because you didn't expect them to come? What a big heart! But even she hadn't expected Jiangnan to be so capable of killing it first. With the death of all Daqian martial artists, ordinary people could indeed only come to join the Martial Alliance, but they don't realize that this is not coming for refuge, but simply rushing to their deaths. This is good. Straight up one pot. Sweet Potato withdrew his gaze and shook his head in pity. Just then, the crowd below stirred. The Imperial martial artists are almost dead. The only ones who can save all of you now are us, the Martial Artist Alliance. The Million Night Trickster is tens of thousands of miles away from here, and we'll be able to guarantee that everyone will leave Daqian alive. But the number of people is limited, and it's up to you all to make the payoff worth the shelter. An SS-class Alliance deacon said. Even if it was blatantly a national tragedy, a group of the Empire's richest and great families were equally frantic to compete for a spot. All get out of the way. Ladies first, understand. Lord Martial Artist, I'll offer 200 billion. I'll give you 100 pieces of A-grade artifacts. Lord Martial Artist, I'm a top stream starlet. Give me a spot to do whatever I want. The crowd cajoled. And at that moment, a respected and wealthy old man frowned. Half-heartedly, he asked towards the deacon. The Alliance isn't messing with Night Trick. But Jiangnan, who was even more terrifying than a million Night Trick, are you sure you can guarantee our safety? At these words, everyone present stopped the movements of their hands. Jiangnan's terror was clearly seen by the crowd on the live stream. SSS-ranked martial artists were like ants in his hands. Can these SS-class martial artists do it? When that deacon heard that, not only did he not panic, but he instead smiled rather confidently and said, even if Jiangnan is more powerful, can he still flip 108,000 miles in one heel? Is he a monkey? Don't worry, by the time he comes we'll have long since left Daqian. He won't be able to find it even if he searches for the rest of his life. The words fell. Above the dome of the sky, Sweet Potato was dumbfounded by what he heard. No? Are you guys that eager to get killed? Chapter 20. Since you revere me, use your souls to nourish the blood-drinking sword. Sweet Potato's beautiful face was suddenly as cold as ice after hearing the words of that deacon below. What a nerve! Daring to call her master a monkey. In an instant, the bizarre aura on her body stirred up, and the bottom of her eyes were filled with thick killing intent. Others scolded Jiangnan, and in contrast, Jiangnan's face was expressionless, but she got agitated first. After a moment's hesitation, Sweet Potato raised her delicate hand and struck out an extremely terrifying attack towards the crowd below. Rumble! The blood-colored weird chi covered the clouds and the sun, and the powerful might covered the entire city where the Martial Artist Alliance was located. Next moment, the environment in a 100-mile radius was instantly eerie, and the entire city seemed to be in a sea of blood, with countless ghosts wailing and scurrying about. The bizarre chi gathered into a cloud of destructive energy and smashed rapidly towards the bottom. Almost instantly, everyone present was startled by this terrifyingly bizarre aura. The SS-ranked Daqian, who was just now vouching for the safety of the crowd, changed his face drastically when he tilted his head with the crowd to see the attack. He felt the energy fluctuation of the tricky gas and his brain fell into a complete blank as he exclaimed in shock. This is SSS-class night trick. How did the SSS-class night guile appear here? Hooray, there's only one SSS-class nightly guile. Go gather all the martial artists. And SSS Grade Li Gue also dares to intrude into the Martial Alliance. Something that doesn't know how to die. Go fetch the SSS Grade Gue weapon refined by the Alliance Master and let her have no return. Hearing these words, the people who had fallen into despair upon learning of the appearance of the SSS-class nightly guile breathed a deep sigh of relief. The Martial Artist Alliance still had trick weapons to fight against SSS-class Li Gue, so it seemed that this Li Gue couldn't make much of a splash. Next moment, several SS-ranked martial artists sacrificed their trick weapons, their auras climbing up, and colorful energies poured out. Although the Alliance Masters and Elders had died at the hands of Jiangnan, they had nothing to do with these night tricksters. Thinking of this, these few martial artists' eyes contained anger and their faces were gloomy. The SSS Great Artifacts gave them great courage and didn't flinch in the slightest. All of them activated all their energy and erupted into violent waves of air, charging in the direction of the Sweet Potatoes. Seek death. The pleasant female voice fell. Sweet Potato frowned slightly. These idiots really don't know what they're doing. At once, her jade hand gently made a point towards the void, and the cold aura containing infinite power engulfed these few SS-class martial artists. Several people instantly turned into blood mist, without warning, and the SSS-ranked artifacts crashed to the ground, acting as no deterrent to Sweet Potato. Seeing that the Sweet Potatoes were resolved cleanly, Jiangnan grabbed the souls of several people and threw them into the blood-drinking sword to refine them. That's the end of death? Why didn't the SSS guile weapon work? The other party actually killed the SS-ranked martial artist in seconds. What on earth is it from? It doesn't seem to be an ordinary SSS-class Li Gue. Are all the people here? Quickly cooperate with me to meet the enemy. There's still a chance to suppress the other side. The Daqian who had spoken out to ridicule Jiangnan saw the tragic death of his companion. His face was in a million shades of panic, and he hurriedly called out to a group of martial artists. Hearing this, Sweet Potato frowned and grunted lightly. How dare you say something like suppressing her? Can't see how the guy just died? Do you really think you're good again with a couple of extremely poor quality SSS-ranked artifacts? If the master strikes, you won't know how you'll die. Just then, all the martial artists from the alliance below had already arrived. Seeing the situation, a cold smile hung at the corner of Jiangnan's mouth. We're all here, aren't we? Then all of you will come and gather with your allies within the blood-drinking sword. The Sweet Potato next to him only felt his hair stand on end when he saw Jiangnan smile. Good. It's going to be hard for you guys not to die now. Keep your mouth shut and don't say anything, and maybe you'll die a quicker death. Now it's good. It has to be bleeped out. Wait until you don't even have a chance to be reincarnated. As expected, this would be Jiangnan's human emperor sword and blood-drinking sword that he was holding, flashing to the sky above the city. Only now did the crowd realize who they were facing. This. How come it's Gangnam who's here? Didn't I say he would definitely not show up? The red-robed night trickster is also there. No wonder the SSS-ranked shenanigans didn't work. So it was them. It's over. Why is this god of killing here? The moment the people who had taken refuge in the Alliance martial artists saw Jiangnan, a tidal wave of despair enveloped everyone's heart. The Daqian who had spoken out to ridicule Jiangnan was incomparably terrified and knelt down on the spot to beg for forgiveness. Protectorate War God, don't kill me. I embarked on the path of a martial artist because I revered you. I definitely didn't mean to offend you. Sweet Potato looked at him and shook his head slightly. If you don't say anything, the master won't count it, and you'll be treated pretty much the same as everyone else. But, the master has emphasized many times that he has nothing to do with your Daqian. As a result, he had the audacity to call his master the Protectorate War God, deliberately irritating the master? You don't think you'll die fast enough? As expected, Jiangnan's face instantly darkened when he heard this. The Protectorate War God? Have you ever had admiration in your eyes? A few rebellious female anchors drive public opinion and degrade the Protectorate God of War as worthless, and they have the nerve to mention reverence? Since you revere me so much, offer your soul to nourish my blood-drinking sword. Next moment, Jiangnan waved his big hand, and the sage sword intent fell, transforming into thousands of spirit swords to kill. That Daqian who wanted to use the title of Protectorate War God to call back that Jiangnan once was became a puddle of blood in an instant. Even before he died, he hadn't figured out why the righteous Protectorate God of War had turned into such a horrible devil nowadays. Immediately afterward, whether it was an alliance martial artist, a business tycoon from Daqian, or a prestigious great family, all of them were turned into a bloody mist under the saint's sword intent. Jiangnan stretched out his hand expressionlessly, and a large number of souls with regretful and painful expressions entered the blood-drinking sword one after another to refine and nourish the sword body. The aura of the blood-drinking sword grew stronger and stronger as the blood aura continued to infiltrate the human emperor sword. The human emperor sword, which used to have a majestic dragon chi. At this moment, Cuckoo was smoking a thick black smoke. The two swords are different. The blood-drinking sword could refine souls, while the human emperor sword could refine soul slaves. The sweet potato standing in the air froze slightly, her pretty face full of unbelievable shock. With just one strike, none of the living beings in this entire city survived. Scary as hell. She could do it as well, but there was absolutely no way it could be as easy as Jiangnan, casually releasing sword intent that even she could feel palpitations. Once again, Sweet Potato was acutely aware of the gap between them. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang in her ears. Follow me, and take you to the heavenly materials. Next moment, Jiangnan's figure flew into the headquarters building of the Martial Artist Alliance. Sweet Potato's beautiful eyes lit up for a moment, and she hurriedly chased after him. Kyoto. The council chamber was dead silent. The Empress Xinliani and a group of ministers received the news of the total annihilation of 60 million martial artists, and they did not slow down from their shock even after a long time. The bad news is not just one thing. Many cities have been massacred by night and witch and have fallen. Hundreds of millions of people were thrown into panic, and there were countless voices condemning the Empress. Your Majesty, with no one available today, only the remnant of the Martial League can keep us safe. The kingdom is at stake, so your Majesty will admit your fault with Jiangnan, a minister said. At those words, anger spread across Xinliani's bloodless face. I am not wrong. I will not bow down towards Jiangnan even if I die. Someone, dial the headquarters of the Martial Artist Alliance. Chapter 21 Little Fairy Xinliani never plays a game against the wind. The headquarters of the Martial Artist Alliance. Jiangnan had just arrived in this city and immediately sensed the aura of countless heavenly materials in this building. The Martial Artist Alliance had been in the limelight for 10 years, and had accumulated a deeper heritage than even the Empire. If Jiangnan hadn't guarded the Great Wall of Sword Chi and exchanged it for this peaceful and prosperous world, how could they have this bottom line, enjoying the shade that Jiangnan had exchanged for thorns and thistles? Instead, they all thought of letting him step down and couldn't wait for him to die, recovering these heavenly treasures at the moment. Reasonable. Next moment, Jiangnan gently waved his hand. Pang! The moment the iron door of the treasure trove opened, uncountable treasures were piled up throughout the treasury, and majestic energy poured out. The dense energy within it was hundreds of times that of the outside world. Sweet Potato sensed it carefully, his eyes showing surprise. With just a simple sweep, the lowest grade treasures inside were all S grade, and the number of SSS grades could cause an uproar when placed in the Guile realm. These heavenly materials were enough to cultivate a hegemonic nightly Guile. It was only at this moment that Sweet Potato realized that although the Blue Star was a small place, the heavenly treasures were really no less than the Guile realm. Giving that Alliance Master Xian some more time, I'm afraid that he would also be able to break through the hegemony level shackles and become an existence that would give even the Guile realm a headache. But, if you don't want to do something good and have to mess with your master, you'll die for it. It was thanks to this group of brainwashed people that she was able to browbeat Jiangnan, leave that broken dungeon, and break through to the overlord level. Keep it. These things are useless to me. Seeing how shocked Sweet Potato was, Jiangnan smiled lightly. With the time he had to absorb the SSS grade heavenly materials, he might as well have a couple more sips of wine. Even with the phoenix fruit rewarded by the system, the speed of leveling up was not as fast as drinking the 10,000-year peach blossom brew. Sweet Potato sniffed, instantly excited. Really? You're giving it all to her? With so many heavenly treasures, it was hard for her to resist the temptation. Is it so cool to be the master's little follower? If I had known this, who would have invaded the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the first place, and directly recognized the master to take 10 years of detours 7 years in jail for nothing? The more Sweet Potato thinks about it, the more he regrets it. But, compared to the master's SSS-ranked phoenix fruit, this pile of heavenly treasures couldn't even be compared to the pile of heavenly treasures combined. But it was a gift from her master, and it weighed many times heavier in her heart. For some reason, Sweet Potato had an inexplicable feeling that at this rate, she was likely to take the shape of Gangnam. Of course, this wasn't a bad thing. With Jiangnan's strength, he was also a supreme existence when placed in the Guile realm, and it would be a three-life blessing to follow such a master. Best decision I ever made in my life. Her face was suffused with a thin layer of flushing, which Jiangnan didn't notice and didn't know she was imagining things. Instead, he was attracted by a sudden ringing of the phone. Next moment, Jiangnan searched for the voice and dashed to the Alliance leader's office. Seeing the landline displaying the royal family's phone number, he instantly guessed who the other party was and what they were up to. Who else could it be but that Empress, Xin Yuanyi? Not much longer. He picked up the phone, and soon, an anxious but not overbearing voice came from the other side. The Empire is in a bad situation. Come to the capital and station yourself there. Jiangnan has completely gone off the deep end. It's time for us to truly stand on the same side. Although Xin Yuanyi's tone was calm, her heart was bumpy and uneasy. The Martial Artist Alliance has always secretly had the idea of outlawing Daqian, and now there are less than 1,000 remaining martial artists in Daqian, and not a single A-class martial artist left. If the Alliance decided to revolt at this point, she had no solution. But one couldn't just sit back and wait to be reduced to food for a million nights. As long as she could get the Martial Artist Alliance to help the Imperial family survive this calamity and keep the Imperial throne, she would be willing to pay any price. Delayed in getting a response, Xin Yuanyi's heart thumped with a bad premonition. She spoke again, her tone softening, interspersed with a hint of supplication. I will not treat you poorly. The money and cultivation resources in the treasury can be gifted to the Alliance 80%. You will be stationed in Kyoto, and I will let the 3,000 harem left behind by the late emperor serve you all. Other than that, if there are any other requests, I can do my best to fulfill them all. Hearing these words, Jiangnan had a sneer on his lips. Sweet Potato, who had followed after putting all the heavenly materials into his storage artifact, was also stunned at the words. This is the new Empress of Daqian? Nice guy. I didn't realize it was so anticlimactic. I can't believe I gave my father's woman away myself as a bargaining chip. It's a great deal of hysteria. The former emperor couldn't keep his coffin down if he heard. Sweet Potato, as a bystander, couldn't contain his anger at seeing what happened to Jiangnan, a supreme powerhouse who had transcended the limits of the SSS class, who had lowered himself to guard Daqian for 10 years, was actually treated worse than the group of miscellaneous fishes from the Martial Artist Alliance. Female Emperor pulls Protectorate War God down because of a female anchor. Even Sweet Potato, the well-read Nightingale, had seen this kind of brainwashed for the first time, and now they're letting the women in the harem do what the women in the greenhouses do. Is this the ability to love people naturally? It's so anticlimactic. Sweet Potato giggled in place. Just then, Jiangnan teased towards Xin Yuanyi on the other end of the phone. They've been refined and can't hear these words. I can instead include you in the blood-drinking sword and let you see them. The words fell. Xin Yuanyi froze at once, her phoenix eyes glaring round, her face alarmed. Gong Nam, how did you end up in the Martial Artist Alliance? When these words came out, a group of ministers were incomparably shocked at the words, and they were all in extreme shock. Jiangnan had actually gone to the Martial Artist Alliance. Wouldn't even their last hope be extinguished? Kyoto will be the next to be destroyed. Thinking of this, one of the ministers hastened to say, Your Majesty, quickly apologize to Jiangnan. The female ministers who had worked together with the Empress to send Jiangnan to the court of execution were also in despair at the moment, regretting their decision beyond measure. They knew well that if they continued to talk tough, they would really die. The next moment, it was hastily echoed. Your Majesty, admit your mistake. Your Majesty, there's no fear of burning firewood when you've left a green mountain. Admit your mistake for now. Your Majesty, through this difficulty, the chimeras still have a chance to rise. Hearing these words, anger flowed from Xin Yuanyi's miserably white face. As an empress, what's wrong with sweeping away the Empire's assholes and leading Jime's awakening? Shouldn't the wrong one be Jiangnan who went off the deep end? If he didn't withdraw his sword intent and the human emperor sword, how could the millions of night trickers escape the dungeon? It was his fault that he killed all the powerful people in the Great Qian territory, which led to Night Trick's unbridled slaughter of the city. Xin Yuanyi clenched her fists, her flowery manicure sinking deep into her palms, and blinding bright red flowed out. To think that not only the people are blaming her now, but even a bunch of ministers think it's her fault. Xin Yuanyi's cold face twisted up and roared towards the phone. It's you who's wrong. Gong Nam. If you had supported my rise to the throne in the first place, how could I have been so righteous as to kill my father and seize the throne? Chapter 22. A finger kills from thousands of miles away. A slight strike is the limit of the SSS rank. The wrong one is you. Gong Nam. If you had supported my rise to the throne in the first place, how could I have been so righteous as to kill my father and seize the throne? The late emperor reused you. I abandoned the dignity of a princess to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to beg you no less than 10 times. Why don't you still support me? If you supported me to the throne, how could I let you step down? The bloodline of the Xin family in Daqian was all killed by Xin Yuanyi's hands. All the important ministers who opposed her ascension to the throne were put to death. These things are well known in the dynasty, and Shen Evening has nothing to hide. At this moment, a group of ministers were completely numb. Letting you admit your faults. Why are you still provoking that god of killing? 60 million martial artists were buried, and hundreds of millions of people were still being slaughtered by the nightly guile. Don't you think that not enough people have died? Everyone present was on the verge of collapse with ugly faces. In that case, it does seem that I made the wrong decision in the first place. I should have let you die at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Jiangnan calmly said, as a traveler who had seen all sorts of fairies speak in his previous life. When he heard that Shen Yuanyi wanted to reverse the Big Dipper, make Jimei sovereign and rule the empire, then you know that this is a very rebellious little fairy. Sooner or later, she will be buried in her hands. So it didn't show an attitude at first, but the extent to which Shen Lianyi's hair was upside down and rebellious was beyond Jiangnan's imagination. Killing the entire royal bloodline in one night. The Shen family had produced such a female emperor, and their ancestral graves were smoking. Jiangnan, if you stop now, I can continue to make you the protectorate war god and become a heavyweight that everyone respects. Shen Yuanyi continued. She thought that Jiangnan wanted nothing more than power and fame for guarding the Great Wall of Sword Chi, colluding with Li Guo and killing SSS-ranked martial artists at the drop of a hat. Wasn't he still trying to satisfy his vanity? It was nothing more than an attempt to bring him to the attention of the nation and to make the empire take him seriously. Now that everyone knew the terror of Jiangnan, wasn't it enough? However, Jiangnan's next words caught Shen Yuanyi off guard. Who cares? I never said I cared about the identity of the protectorate war god. Ridiculous. What are you? You deserve to have me work for you? If you have time to dream, why don't you think about how to die a quick death in the mouth of night creep? Having said that, Jiangnan hung up the phone and smiled slightly. It was just a smile that Sweet Potato couldn't help but chill to the bone at the sight of. And these words were like a slap on Shen Yuanyi's face. The following group of ministers only saw her cheeks reddening, suddenly red warm. Her body was so angry that it shivered. Why doesn't your majesty admit his mistake? Without Jiangnan to stop it, how are we going to fight against the millions of Li Jiwei now? In the entire council chamber, the only old minister hated it. Seeing Shen Yuanyi's obsession, he was on the verge of crying at his age. The remaining group of female ministers were also filled with despair. It was completely over. Shen Yuanyi, who had just been slapped in the face by Jiangnan, was already annoyed, and this old minister even dared to hold her accountable towards her. Shen Yuanyi couldn't maintain her imperial majesty on the spot and roared as if she was having a seizure with the little fairy. Old thing, seeing as you supported me in the first place, I've tolerated you several times. Still dare to judge me? Do you think you've lived long enough? That old minister's face turned extremely ugly when he heard that. Without his support in the beginning, Shen Yuanyi did not have the ability to sit on this imperial throne, in front of so many people, without giving him any face at all. He directly flipped out. Jiangnan completely drew a line with Daqian. Left and right is a word of death. Just the problem of early death and late death. This old minister wasn't going to continue to hold back, and his face was green and black as he said, allowing you to take the throne is the stain on my life. You patricide and matricide, killing countless important ministers of the country. The old man scolded you are insulting. When Shen Lianyi heard this, she instantly became furious, and her killing intent flowed out undisguised, but couldn't find any place to refute the fact that she did indeed do these things. But fairies never play against the wind. Then he grimaced. I have killed so many people, and there is no shortage of you. Men, send this old thing on its way. As the words fell, clang, a B-rank female martial artist's hand rose and fell. That old minister died with a grudge. Seeing the situation, none of the female ministers felt sorry for this old minister who had dedicated his life to Daqian, and only cared about how to live. Your Majesty, the Martial Artist Alliance has been destroyed as well. How are we going to fight against the millions of night tricksters? Why don't we leave Daqian first and go to Feizhou to develop? There's already a lot of Jimei going forward online. Shen Yuanyi sniffed, narrowed her eyes slightly, and coldly snorted. Wasn't the process of Jiangnan going off the deep end, releasing a million nightly creeps, and killing 60 million martial artists all videotaped? This statement immediately made the crowd of fellow fairies come to a realization. Does your majesty want to spread the video to other empires? Shen Yuanyi nodded and said gloomily. That's right. Not only that, you guys go ahead and edit the video to create an image of Jiangnan being 10 times more evil, so that he's heavenly. When the crowd heard this, the gloom of despair was swept away, and they seemed to see a chance to live, and a bright light flashed in their eyes. Editing videos, which is their area of expertise. Black can be made white. Your majesty is wise. As long as the other empires are allowed to see a devil like Jiangnan, they will surely unite against Guile and against Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuanyi nodded her head in satisfaction. Jiangnan was now a greater threat than the creepy invasion, and the other empires would inevitably join forces against the creepy thing again when they saw what happened to the Great Qian. But Your Majesty, even if the other empires reinforce, I'm afraid that in the time it takes to arrive, they won't be able to save much of the populace. Hearing this, Xin Yuanyi had no emotional fluctuations and said flatly, aren't these hundreds of millions of people raised by the empire? It's time for them to give back, and it's their honor to die for the empire. The words fell. The group of female ministers nodded in recognition and smiled at each other as the atmosphere lightened. And the other side. Jiangnan didn't know what Xin Yuanyi would do. He stood above the martial alliance, his divine sense spreading out to cover 1,000 miles in a radius. In the next moment, a few martial artists who were practicing outside were really found. Jiangnan slowly opened his eyes and pointed a finger in a distant direction. A tiny trace of Saint's sword intent bursting out, thousands of miles away. The few alliance martial artists who were still conversing were turned into blood mist in the blink of an eye. In just an instant, the souls of several people who appeared in a daze before their deaths were sucked away by a terrifying devouring force in the next moment. Jiangnan grabbed it and refined it in an instant. This scene happened to be watched by Sweet Potato, who opened her red lips in surprise. Nice guy, and where did this soul come from? She hadn't sensed the energy fluctuations of these few martial artists within 1,000 miles. Could that simple finger just now have killed someone with such precision thousands of miles away? Perhaps even further away? Weakly striking out. I'm afraid that this is already the limit of all SSS-ranked powerhouses. Hiss. Scary wow. Chapter 23. You won't even honor me by calling me you. It's not a bad death at all. Master, the martial alliance has all been cleared out. Do you want to go and observe the million knights and wizards invading the town next? Sweet Potato gathered his surprise and asked as he looked at the two guile weapons in Jiangnan's hands that had transcended the SSS grade. She knew that the two swords needed soul nourishment. After refining nearly 100 million souls, the blood aura emanating from the blood-drinking sword made even Sweet Potato feel a strong sense of fear. It was hard to imagine what terrifying ground could be reached by refining billions more souls. Sweet Potato had a premonition that the blood-drinking sword and the human emperor's sword would become the most powerful artifacts in the world. Jiangnan took back the two swords. There really wasn't any martial artist worth his while right now. Just wait quietly for the millions of night tricksters to kill in Kyoto. But, then again, the Martial Arts League didn't clean up. Jiangnan calmly said, there's no hurry. This city still has hidden dangers. How is that possible? Sweet Potato sniffed and frowned at her willow brow. Master, could it be that there are still martial artists that I haven't sensed? My subordinate is incompetent. I can't even share my master's worries with this small matter. Please chastise me. Hearing this, Jiangnan gently shook his head and said, it's true that the people are done dying, but look down. Cats and dogs in the street, birds' eggs in the trees, fish and shrimp in the water. All of these may leave hidden dangers in the future. Who's to say there aren't alien souls that cross over into these animals and secretly rise up to avenge the Martial League? Sweet Potato heard confused. No, is that really possible? She hadn't heard of such a miraculous thing in all her centuries of living, had she? Is the owner too robust? Jiangnan's eyes saw that she was suddenly speechless, so he knew that the business of extermination was a poorly learned skill. How is that impossible? Wasn't he a traveler? Wear it on maggots all the time. Next moment, Jiangnan's line of sight swept across the city below, and without the slightest hesitation, he slapped out a powerful palm. Boom! Above the dome of the sky, a giant palm shadow containing terrifying might fell, carrying a heaven-destroying aura that instantly flooded the city. Animals sensing the approaching danger scatter in all directions. However, ordinary living beings, faced with this destructive attack, were of little use, turning into blood and water in the blink of an eye. Jiangnan grabbed it and refined it in an instant. Nice guy, you're refining this, too, not even when you're dead, not even when you're a soul? True Griffin don't want to have a chance to reincarnate, either. Sweet Potato was completely numb with shock. How the master's acting more vicious than the trickster? Nope, they're not that vicious. After they killed someone, they wouldn't go and refine the soul, much less even an ant nest. Learning to scrap. This is the true essence of extermination. After a long time, sensing that there were no more living beings in this 100-mile radius, Sweet Potato trembled and said, Master, this time it's absolutely forever. What? What's the word? How is this the end of the line? Jiangnan sniffed seriously. Were you this careless in the past when you destroyed your family and clan? Can you sleep after just killing people and refining their souls? Look aside. The process isn't finished and there are consequences. Hearing this, Sweet Potato looked confused and was stunned on the spot. This, and, she racked her brain but couldn't figure out what else could be the aftermath of all the living souls being scattered. Jiangnan didn't state it directly, but left towards the outside of the city. Seeing this, Sweet Potato had to hold back his curiosity and follow. Not much longer. She saw a martial artist's mausoleum, built on a secluded hill. She hadn't really cared about this place without her master reminding her. This place is full of graves. There's no one alive. Who else can we kill? Jiangnan still didn't explain, and Sweet Potato couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter, quietly observing the bottom. Just as she was confused, a very secretive energy fluctuation appeared silently and converged in the air of the mausoleum. If Sweet Potato hadn't been concentrating, he might have overlooked it. The next instant, only the center of the mausoleum, the coffin of the previous Alliance Lord, emerged from the grave. The coffin panels opened, and the old man inside, whose body was actually preserved intact, slowly opened his eyes, seemingly sensing that the martial artist alliance had been destroyed. The old man's sunken eyes flashed with hatred. It's gone. The old man sensed it and determined it, muttering hoarsely to himself. With that, his figure crept into the city, watching the former prosperous city turn into ruins, and seeing the images of corpses and rivers of blood. The power he had created and the martial artists he had trained were now ruined. The old man clenched his dry and thin fists, and a strong killing intent and hatred flowed from his face. Jiangnan brat, the revenge of destroying the alliance. I will make you pay back 1,000 times 10,000 times. The killing intent in the old man's raspy voice was strong. This kind of blood feud made him unable to stop trembling, and he secretly made a vow. Jiangnan, as his junior, was far more talented than him, and had refused to join the alliance 10 years ago, and he had long since moved to kill. When it came down to it, the killing intent reached a peak. Just as the old man's killing intent grew stronger, a very calm word fell, but he was struck by lightning and was stunned on the spot. You are indeed alive. Jiangnan plucked away the clouds and unfolded his figure in front of the other party, smiling lightly. The old man's eyes protruded in shock when he heard this, and he froze as he looked up at the figure above him. It was a moment of impossibility. He clearly sensed the departure of the two men's sense. He was also an SSS rank comparable to the overlord rank. How could there be such an error? Jiangnan, how do you? Have mercy. I gave up my position as alliance leader a long time ago. I'm not a member of the martial artist alliance anymore. What they did has nothing to do with me. Jiangnan smiled at his words. You're not family? They're all begging for forgiveness in the same way. Oh, not looking for revenge? No. The old man's face swished and turned pale, his hands and feet at a loss. They should have deserved to die. It's not a wrongful death at all. Jiangnan narrowed his eyes slightly and didn't say anything. This couldn't help but make the old man terrified and said in a hurry, for the sake of me being a senior, please spare my life. I've always admired you most, and it's common knowledge that you've been proclaimed everywhere. This statement was made. Sweet Potato shook his head. The last one who called himself a senior in front of his master died without leaving his soul behind. Can't you tell how much you weigh? Fruity. A cold smile hung on Jiangnan's face as energy fluctuations rippled out. So admiring that you won't even honor me by calling me you. Since I admire it, I should offer my soul to nourish my blood-drinking sword. The words fell. Jiangnan pointed out a finger, and the blood-drinking sword swept out from his body. The monstrous blood chi covered the clouds and swallowed the old man in just an instant. No! The old man exclaimed, his pupils contracting rapidly. There's no reasoning at all. What kind of devilish speech is it that you have to offer your soul to admire you? With a flash of thoughts, the old man counterattacked rather than die, and energy fluctuations comparable to overlord-level nightly guile violently erupted, with the aura of trying to pull Jiangnan up even if he had to fight to the death. Boom! Chapter 24, a millionly Gue directly approaching Kyoto. The Rakshasa Gue clan deserves to be destroyed by 10 clans. Jiangnan, even if you are above me in strength, you have to pay a price if you want to kill me. The SSS-ranked energy in the old man's body skyrocketed as he threw his head back and roared. Immediately after that, he took out an SSS-ranked trick weapon at some point, injecting all of his energy into it. He wanted to rely on his strongest killing move to block the blood-drinking sword. Yet the miracle didn't happen. A clear voice rang out. The old man's trick weapon merely came into contact with the blood chi emanating from the blood-drinking sword and shattered in a split second. The blood-drinking sword traveled freely and went straight to kill him. Seeing this, the old man was incomparably terrified and stared incredulously. How is that possible? He was a powerhouse comparable to a hegemonic level. Surprisingly, even Jiangnan's trick weapon couldn't block it by half. The idea of dying together is a luxury. More like a joke. No. I'm the top martial artist of Daqian. Don't you want to take me in? The moment he was about to be devoured by the blood-drinking sword, the old man roared out filled with unwillingness and remorse. Jiangnan gave him a strange look, feeling slightly incomprehensible. What's the point of taking in ants that can be crushed with your hands? To add to the traffic? Even when he hadn't obtained the sage's sword intent, the hegemony level he hadn't cared about. Not to mention now. Even Sweet Potato felt like laughing a little at that. How does this old man have the face to say that? The master didn't see you show up when he was sent to the bailiff's court. Mostly still thinking about the master stepping down as soon as possible. Earlier, when he saw the martial artist alliance being destroyed, he took revenge in one bite. Now, realizing that you are no match for your master, you finally know to beg for mercy and choose to submit? What the hell are you doing? Jiangnan didn't answer. Afterwards, the blood-drinking sword penetrated through the old man's brow with divine speed, instantly turning into a cloud of blood mist. Jiangnan grabbed and refined it without any lingering, not even bothering to look at this old dang's soul, and directly waved his hand to overturn the martial artist mausoleum. Rumble. For a time the might that transcended the limitations of this world surged out like a tidal wave. The sky and the earth changed color, and the electricity flashed and thundered. Sweet Potato froze at the sight. Ha! No way, master. You're not even sparing their graves. However, it was not what she thought. Jiangnan was not whipping the graves, but using the human emperor's sword as a guide to gather the souls of these dead martial artists, commonly known as the invocation. No matter what, if you have not been reincarnated, come back and nourish the blood-drinking sword. Soon, Sweet Potato's face changed in immense surprise. Master, there seems to be an abnormality in the Guile realm. She sensed that the entrance to the creepy realm had been hardened by some kind of terrifying force, and an even bigger gash had been torn through it. This is definitely not something that can be done with the shenanigans and people of this world. Could it be that the legendary god has descended? Sweet Potato was shocked and skeptical at the thought. Ha! Jiangnan heard her panicked tone and was first stunned, immediately reacting. So you're talking about the trickster world. I'm just invoking a spirit. No need to make a fuss. Sweet Potato sniffed and froze again. No? Is this the master's doing? Nice guy. What kind of spirit is that? Directly giving the entrance and exit of the trickster world more than 10 times wider. The place that connects the two worlds was opened by a legendary powerhouse called God. You're a lot better at this than God ever was. By Jiangnan's remark, Sweet Potato realized as an afterthought that the trickster realm did indeed connect to the underworld. Dragging out the souls of dead people is theoretically possible, but no one has ever been able to do it. Not much longer. Countless souls were yanked out of the Guile realm 10,000 miles away by an enormous devouring force. Each one was confused and didn't know what was going on. Only a few moments passed. They then saw the familiar martial arts alliance from their memories, now reduced to rubble. They were all horrified and enraged. That's the martial arts league? How did I end up like this after only a few years of death? Impossible. How could the alliance be exterminated? Where are the elders? The alliance master? The old alliance master? Just who is it? If we are able to break away from reincarnation, we will make sure that he will never be able to return. The words of a group of souls just fell. It was then brought before Jiangnan by the power of devouring. The miserable state of the martial artist mausoleum was naturally in his eyes. Jiangnan, why did you appear here if you weren't at the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Who destroyed the martial artist alliance and lifted my grave? What exactly is going on? Jiangnan, you explain it to us clearly. Jiangnan sniffed and frowned slightly. Noisy. A mere soul is worthy of my explanation? If I hadn't recruited you, would you be worthy to see this heaven and earth again? You want to know the cause and effect, don't you? Enter my blood-drinking sword and ask your alliance master. Immediately afterward, under the terrified gazes of the crowd of souls, Jiangnan waved his big hand and instantly refined them. Sweet Potato sucked in a cold breath at the sight. Fierce. Who can beat you for extermination? Master, this time there won't be any more leaks, right? Sweet Potato asked uncertainly, unsure by this whole maneuver. Jiangnan nodded gently at his words. It did all get taken care of. That is, after he doesn't go looking out for the world. He has nothing to do but teach Sweet Potatoes how to exterminate. Otherwise, even if there were leaks that dared to come to him for revenge, entering the blood-drinking sword would be honest. Just when Sweet Potato wanted to propose to go and observe a million night trickers slaughtering the city and killing the capital, Jiangnan frowned and turned to look into the distance. Master, is there still an aftermath? Sweet Potato asked subconsciously at the sight. Now when she saw Jiangnan frowning, she associated it with the fact that there were still people left to kill. My master is just too steady. Jiangnan did not respond to her, but instead looked at the distant clouds and faintly said, an alien trickster? A night creep that has just been promoted to SSS rank, also dares to spy on me, and still not showing up is trying to get into my blood-drinking sword? If it wasn't for the lack of killing intent on the other party, Jiangnan wouldn't even bother to speak, and would have long ago grabbed a handful of them and refined them in an instant. Sweet Potato sniffed in bewilderment. Then, after carefully sensing it, he did find the end. There was a sudden pang of self-condemnation for having been so distracted by the master's shock that he hadn't even noticed a small, incipient SSS-ranked guile. Elders, spare your life. Then a timid voice came. Sweet Potato was stunned at his words, and a flash of surprise flashed through his beautiful eyes. A female trick loli, also dressed in red dowry, quickly appeared. Elder, I'm here to seek the queen. No offense. You have no less blood in you than the queen. I don't think we're enemies. This female guile didn't even dare to raise her head and look directly at Jiangnan when she spoke. Just because I felt the blood aura on his body I knew that it was 100% a 10 evil devils. Ran, you're not in the trickster world watching the house. Why? Did something happen? When Sweet Potato saw his people, he had a bad feeling about it and asked after them. The googly-eyed female guile named Ran sniffed, her eyes reddening as she said, Queen, in your absence for 7 years, Bride City has been taken over by the Rakshasa Trickster King. Everyone is dead and wounded, and of the only remaining clansmen I am the only one who escaped to report to you. So go back and save them. Hearing this, Sweet Potato's face changed color, and killing intent flowed between his brows. She then looked at Jiangnan. Master, as you have heard, I need to return to the trickster realm to take care of family business. The words fell. Next to her, Ran froze in surprise. What? The queen called. Call this young master. That's not right. My queen is a hegemonic level Ligue. How could she recognize a human as her master? So many powerful Ligue in the Guile realm didn't have the qualifications to make the queen call her master. Jiangnan listened to the entire process, and a faintly undetectable ferocity flashed in his eyes. After 10 years of guarding the entrance to the creepy realm, he had seen a lot of big and small Ligue. This Rakshasa Ghost King had naturally seen and hacked. How dare you touch my men now? I think you owe it to 10 clans to be exterminated. The thought flashed by, and Jiangnan gently said, I'll go with you. Sweet Potato was flattered, but then hastily refused. The souls of hundreds of millions of people in Daqian are precious, so I won't bother the master. She thought that those spirits would not only help Jiangnan grow in strength. More than that, he had betrayed Gangnam. Only seeing them die with infinite remorse could offset the 1,000th part of Jiangnan's payment. Hundreds of millions of souls pale into insignificance compared to what happened to you. That's it. Now go. Jiangnan didn't give Sweet Potato any chance to rebuff him. After saying this, he took the first step towards the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Furthermore, no matter how many ordinary people's souls there were, they weren't no match for the Rakshasa Guile clan's slew of stern guile. Seeing this, Sweet Potato was stunned in place for a long time, until Ran spoke up and pulled her thoughts back. Queen, how did you recognize the master? Does he have the qualifications? And what about the protector of war who held you for 7 years? Is he dead? It's all this bad thing's fault. If he hadn't imprisoned you, how could he have caused the Bride City to be lost? Hearing this, Sweet Potato frowned slightly and said angrily, Shut up. You'll be punished for 100 years of confinement if you don't speak out of turn again. Ran was startled by the sudden chiding. It was the first time she had ever seen the queen so angry. The white, round face was full of confusion. She's not wrong, is she? Wasn't that protectorate war god of Great Qian the culprit who caused the Bride City to lose its defense? Why is the queen still speaking for him? Seeing her face full of confusion, Sweet Potato took a deep breath and spoke again. It's no one else's fault but mine. Chapter 25. How can the district's human martial artists be compared to knightly guile? The master is right. When he was the protector war god of Great Qian, it was his duty to stop Night Trick from entering the human world, and as an intruder, I was defeated by my lack of ability, and I am to blame for being imprisoned for 7 years. Strike that. Sweet Potato slowly raised his eyes. In the world of the weak and the strong, weakness was the original sin, not to mention the fact that she had gone to provoke Jiangnan first. Xiaolan's brain spun when she heard the words and learned that the murderous devil just now was actually the guardian god of the Blue Star. Ha! What the hell? Wasn't Jiangnan the guardian god of the entire Blue Star? How could he take action against the people of Daqian? If he no longer guarded the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Blue Star would be fish meat on a chopping board. To be divided by a group of ghost kings, Ran was instantly excited. With the help of this protectorate god of war, who made the trickster realm terrified, a mere Rakshasa trickster king was nothing. Queen, let's get going too. At that, Sweet Potato didn't linger any longer. The pink bare feet stepped out, and the plump figure disappeared in a moment. Kyoto. The crowds outside the city were dense and mobbed. Your Majesty, the first-tier cities have fallen one after another. Tens of millions of refugees Kyoto simply can't accommodate. Inside the council chamber, a female minister reported. Hearing this, Shin Yuani frowned. Since they like to guard outside of Kyoto, let them stay. Starting immediately. All gates are closed. Your Majesty, reinforcements from the Divine Eagle Empire, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and the other 4 empires have arrived in Kyoto. Hearing this, Shinlani's eyebrows flashed with joy. Quickly go prepare a banquet and have the harem consorts entertained. In the afternoon of that day, the Royal 5-Star Hotel, The banquet hall. Xing Yuanyi sat at the head end and greeted the upcoming martial artists. The lower group of consorts were heavily made up and dressed in revealing clothes, no different from nightclub escorts. All martial lords have arrived. The excited voice of one of the female ministers rang out, and everyone's gazes suddenly looked towards the door. Not long after, only 10 SSS-ranked martial artists from different empires, dressed in straight suits, slowly walked in. Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress. An old man at the head of the group said flatly. As soon as he appeared, the crowd only felt as if they were being stabbed in the back. Behind the old man, several SSS-ranked martial artists faintly exuded an aura that was even more powerful than the 3 Lin Chans that the Empire had cultivated. Xing Yuanyi was instantly excited. You all are excused. Now that Jiangnan has gone off the deep end and is colluding with the creepy thing in order to destroy the world, please take action to save the world. The old man said. Don't worry, Empress. I've already watched the live streaming video, and Jiangnan's strength is only above that of the hegemonic Li Gui, and the old man cultivated before him, and his strength has long been comparable to that of a hegemonic level. The Divine Eagle Empire has simulated all known hegemony level Li Gui, all of which were defeated in the hands of Lao Fu. This old man was the most prestigious martial artist in the international arena, and his words were firmly believed by Xing Yuanyi, although Jiangnan alone had blocked all the overlord class Li Gui at the entrance to the Guile realm, leaving the world without the opportunity to come into contact with the powerful Li Gui. However, it was able to use advanced simulation technology to reproduce the images of Jiangnan's former fights with the overlord level 1 for 1. The 10 people here were all veteran martial artists who had participated in countless simulations. Their appearance made Xing Yuanyi believe that even if she couldn't kill Jiangnan, she could still make Jiangnan and the millions of night tricksters not dare to step into Kyoto for half a step. Just then, a female minister ran in a panic. Your Majesty, it's not good. We've just received word that 1 million night tricksters are heading in the direction of Kyoto, but Jiangnan doesn't seem to be there. Came just in time. If reinforcements hadn't arrived, she might have even messed up. But this time, all 4 empires realized the threat of Jiangnan. Send the strongest without reservation. It's not hard to fight against 1 million night sleuths. What's the panic? Can't you see I'm entertaining my honored guests? Xing Yuanyi said as she angrily looked at that female minister. The old man heard the news and laughed softly. There's no need to panic. So what if there's 1 million night ghosts? The same army from our 4 empires is right outside the city. The same million S-class or above martial artists. This time, all the powerful people of the Blue Star have gathered here to resuppress Night Guile in the Guile realm. The words fell. Everyone in the room relaxed. No matter how you look at it, there won't be any more surprises this time. Even if Jiangnan was also involved, with an old man not weaker than him, plus 9 veteran SSS-ranked martial artists, it was impossible to lose. And the other side. Jiangnan appeared at the Great Wall of Sword Chi with a speed that was extremely fast. His gaze went to a crack not far away, which was clearly the entrance to the trickster realm. Not long after, Sweet Potato and Ran followed, looking into the void. The crack that was originally 100 meters long had now expanded by more than 10 times. A look of surprise passed over their faces. Queen, could this be caused by the legendary trickster god? Ran was surprised. It was the first time she had seen this since the entrance had appeared. Sweet Potato didn't answer. This was caused by just a simple invocation of a soul by the owner. Even if Ran knew, she wouldn't believe it. After all, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have thought there were such horrible humans. Jiangnan didn't care and looked at the crack that permeated the chaotic aura. The next moment, step into it. Seeing the situation, Sweet Potato turned around and flicked a red light towards the distant void. Immediately after that, he followed Jiangnan and entered the trickster realm. The red light crossed the sky and quickly swept in the direction of the Great Qian Empire's Kyoto. 10 minutes passed. The red light fell in front of the long-tongued night trickster. A letter from the Queen of Tricky Brides? He reached out and grabbed this red light and checked it out. There is trouble in my clan, and I have returned to the Guile realm with my master. Seeing its contents, the long-tongued night trick froze. He wasn't surprised that something happened to the Tricky Bride clan, but the fact that Grandmaster Jiangnan would go to the Tricky realm together shook him to the core. With Jiangnan's former attitude of drawing his sword for a second when he saw a trickster, even if he wasn't on the side of the humans, he didn't seem like someone who would meddle in this idle matter. Master Fan, what's wrong? Seeing him stop in his tracks, a lanky, ferocious SSS-class night trickster scratched his head and asked. Fan Wui retrieved his mind. Grandmaster Jiangnan has gone to the Guile realm. Ha! The lanky night trickster's eyes widened as he heard this. It's over and done with. My clan won't be exterminated by Grandmaster Jiangnan together, right? Fan Wujie glared at him. Panic my ass. Just your copper-skinned Guile clan that can't even produce a single hegemonic level. Master Jiangnan doesn't care to make a move. The lanky night trickster thought about it. With Jiangnan's character, as long as he doesn't actively provoke, nothing should happen. Just as the two shenanigans were talking, a scrying night guile hurriedly ran to them. Report! Fan Wui frowned slightly when he saw the bizarre panic look. What is it? The guile guarding the various borders of Daqian has sent word that 1 million martial artists have entered Daqian, and counting the time they've already arrived in Kyoto. Hearing this, the lanky night trickster looked at that little trickster and took the lead. What are you panicking about? A mere human martial artist that can be compared to our SSS-ranked night guile that has been cultivated for thousands of years is only an example. Fan Wui agrees with this. Jiangnan grandfather is that example. And Jiangnan Moncler outlet store cleared the toughest SSS class martial artists. The rest of the martial artists they really didn't put in their eyes. Keep moving and kill Kyoto. Chapter 26 Fancy. What a piece of crap 5-star Admiral Mike is. Kyoto. 5-star hotel. Inside the banquet hall. Each SSS-ranked martial artist had 2 consorts accompanying them. Just as the crowd was indulging in a bit of flamboyance, a female courtier walked in again to report on the movement of the million night tricksters. This time there was no panic look at all. A relaxed face and a smooth tone. Your Majesty, according to the latest news, in half an hour 1 million night tricksters will arrive outside Kyoto. Hearing this, Shun Yuani, however, couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Half an hour? It's taking so long. What are these knights doing? She wished she could be outside the city right now, watching Night Trick die one by one at the hands of the reinforcements, avenging the dead Jime. And since Jiangnan can't be used for her, it's good to settle it all together. Even if he couldn't be killed, he was now a global public enemy, and there was no more room for him on Blue Star. Good timing. At that time, we'll open a global live broadcast and tell the world that Night Trick is far from as powerful as Jiangnan said. Just then, the old man at the head of the group held his left arm and said faintly, not only that, but Daqian was pulled off the position of the strongest empire, and now the position is vacant. Just in time to use this broadcast to redefine who is the first empire of the Blue Planet. A patron saint is also reintroduced to replace Gangnam. In the past time, all the S-rank and above night tricksters had been suppressed by Jiangnan alone, resulting in the other martial artists not having a chance to perform. Right now, a group of SSS martial artists from other countries were all thinking about accumulating prestige by this opportunity in their hearts. Learning that it was going to be broadcast globally, Xing Yuani didn't say anything. It was good to let everyone see how Jiangnan had fallen. Soon, immediately after receiving the news sent back by the martial artists, the 4 empires spread it rapidly online. The word spread through empires large and small in an instant. People across the globe dropped what they were doing and picked up their phones in anticipation of the live stream opening. Witness one of the largest wars ever fought. Millions of Night Trick invasion. Once upon a time there has not been such a huge number. It is said that they are all secretly organized during the decade of Jiangnan. Want to destroy the world. Really delusional. My Divine Eagle Empire's 5-star Admiral Mac, who has never lost a fight with a simulated overlord class night guile, can definitely kill Jiangnan, who has gone off the deep end. Even if Jiangnan is powerful, he has no chance of winning against the entire Blue Star's powerhouses. A heated debate has already begun online. Almost everyone thought that their martial artists would definitely be able to fight against Night Trick. Perhaps it's the confidence that comes with analog technology, or the blind trust of imperial sentiment. Half an hour passed. Boo! The gates of Kyoto opened. The old man at the head of the group slowly stepped out, looking at the refugees who instantly surrounded him. He frowned, contempt flashing in his eyes. The old man gently waved his sleeve and a wave of energy rippled out. In the next moment, the crowd coming up around the perimeter was pushed away 100 meters away. The crowd stirred and marveled. Is this the reinforcements the Empress invited? It's so terrifying to show your hand casually. It was at a time when the crowd was incomparably shocked. The ground suddenly shook violently, only to see millions of martial artists clad in battle armor, gathered in all directions not far from the city gates, lined up in a row, waiting for the old man. A few people. Reinforcements are coming. We are saved. All those treasonous fools seem to have encountered the nightly guile interception. Fortunately we believe that the Empress still has a chance of surviving. But 60 million martial artists were all wiped out. And this is only 1 million martial artists. Will we win? Bao Win's old brother. The ones who came this time are all S-rank or above martial artists, equal to the millions of knights and tricksters. Just as a worried question was raised, a refugee who knew about the online news explained. The words came out and for a moment the crowd relaxed. Soon, the live stream opens. Across the globe, everyone was able to watch this live stream on their cell phones. In just an instant, 100 million people flooded into the live broadcast. Online numbers are still skyrocketing like crazy, only to see that in the middle of the picture, 10 SSS-ranked martial artists stood in front of the millions of reinforcements, looking out at a blood aura in the distance. Several drones filmed at a height of 100 meters and multiple cameras captured the footage. Night Guile, who had come towards the capital, naturally appeared on the air. Coming. How come we didn't see Jiangnan and a bunch of SSS night tricksters? Couldn't be planning to observe the situation from the rear so he can bolt. Count on them having some brains. The people in the live feeds did not create a sense of concern. Instead, he sat up straight and looked at his cell phone excitedly. Mike, the 5-star general, stood at the forefront, looking at the millions of night tricksters that were getting closer and closer. His face was flat, not detecting the aura of an overlord-level Li Gui. Then this group of Li Gui is nothing more than a rabble. After saying that, he smiled contemptuously, his heart incomparably confident. Could it be that the red-robed night trickster and Jiangnan are hiding in the shadows? Behind Mike, an SSS-ranked martial artist frowned and asked, "What I'm best at is perception. I can determine that there's no way there's Jiangnan and that female Guile sent within 10 miles. Mike's tone was aggravated, clearly upset that people doubted his abilities. As the words fell, invisible pressure emanated out. That SSS-ranked martial artist's tiger body trembled as he hurriedly said, "Admiral, I am not questioning you." Mike grunted. Although the opponent was also SSS-ranked, his strength and seniority were far from his. "How dare you judge me for that? It's not easy to give a hard time." Millions of night shenanigans in front of him. "Mike is not good to have a seizure," said faintly. "Watch it, kid. This next slash of the old man's will be awesome." That said, a taijutsu appeared in Mike's hand, faintly emanating an SSS-ranked aura. In the next moment, the terrifying energy fluctuations on his body stirred crazily, and the purple energy condensed like substance, wrapping around the blade. Clang! Michael swung out a sword with a stunning power attached to the sword. Light swept out, instantly generating might to cut through the void, setting off a hurricane, killing towards the millions of night shenanigans. The SSS classes present looked at the sword with astonishment and froze. This is the Admiral's divine beheading blade technique. It's said to be a blade technique that the Admiral comprehended in the mental hospital during his youth. Fully activating this move can kill simulated hegemonic level night trickers in seconds. The airwaves generated by the Admiral's blade technique are even more enormous than Jiangnan's. The Admiral's strength may have far surpassed Jiangnan's. A few SSS classes exclaimed. They had seen countless videos of Jiangnan's moves, and they weren't as flashy as the Admiral's, nor were they as powerful and loud as the Admiral brought. They thought they had thrown off Jiangnan by a few streets with this fancy sword technique. Hearing these words, both the people in the live broadcast and the people inside and outside the capital were all incomparably horrified. Is this the true strength of the Divine Eagle Empire's patriarchal martial artist? The only 5-star admiral? The old man across the street is gaining strength. On the other side, the lanky night trickster, who had long noticed Mike, looked at Fan Wui and said. His emotions seemed very calm compared to the shocked tone of the human side. Seems to have completely ignored the move. Fan Wujie sniffed and lazily pulled out his ears. What's the point of this fancy? Not even half as strong as that what's-his-name Alliance Master Xian. This great master can swallow it in one bite. The words fell, and in the gazes of countless excited people around the globe, Fan Wui disdainfully dashed out. Chapter 27, mentioning Jiangnan's name? Well, there is already a way to take death. At this very moment, the hundreds of millions of people in the live broadcast were watching the 5-star Admiral slash. All of them were incomparably excited and their bodies were trembling. It's terrifying, worthy of being a 5-star general. Good. This slash will surely kill tens of thousands of night trickers and bring down the prestige of my Divine Eagle Empire. With the SSS class martial artists of the 4 empires around, Jiangnan is dreaming if he wants to destroy the world. How can that traitor in Jiangnan be compared to the Admiral? Who says the old man can't? The Tiburones are all the same with the lights off. Together with Pink Mike Admiral, countless people's blood boiled. Kyoto outside the emotionally suppressed refugees. At this moment in the finally broke out. 10,000 excited hissing. Praise was in the air. Everyone's eyes were on the blade. Even though there was still a distance between the sword light and the millions of knights and tricksters, they felt that they could immediately see the countless knights and tricksters screaming and wailing. Above the city gates, Shenliani clenched her fists, her face reddening with excitement. She is finally going to win for once. Mike enjoys the bragging rights and confidently retracts his knife, leaving the crowd with a dashing back. Without the overlord class knightly guile, no one could block his slash. 100% heavy damage to a million night creeps. Just this moment, GGG, with a black shadow appearing in front of the blade like without warning. A strange, oozing laugh reached everyone's ears. Looking at the fancy slash, Fan Wujie laughed contemptuously. Next, the bizarre aura on his body skyrocketed and smoked the sky. The moment the SSS great deep and terrifying aura appeared caused the crowd's faces to change. Fan Wui's huge mouth opened, and the power of devouring covered all the martial reinforcements. with the might of a Taotia's swallow. With stormy inhalation, miles of white clouds were swept away. That countless people touted the divine beheading sword technique, which entered Fan Wui's stomach and never moved again. The scene left everyone dumbfounded and speechless. The air was dead silent for 3 whole seconds, until the aftermath of this devouring power rushed towards the martial reinforcements. In just a few moments, several thousand S-class martial artists, who seemed like ordinary people facing a martial artist without a fight, were swallowed by Fan Wu Jia in the blink of an eye. Not good. Stop him. Mike's voice seemed panicked at this point. The group of SSS-ranked martial artists couldn't think deeply enough, and several brilliant energies rose up, joining forces before they were able to block this devouring force. A simple defense by Fan Wujie made a palpitating look spread across their faces. Could this be an overlord-class night trickster? A SSS martial artist said in fear. Everyone's gazes were directed towards Fan Wujie, who had suddenly appeared, only to see the other party burp with ease after dissolving the divine beheading sword technique and eating thousands of people. This sent countless viewers in the live broadcast into shock. Words stuck in their throats. No? What happened to the promise of killing the overlord-class night trickers in seconds before the war started? How come the other guy looks so casual? And this long-tongued night trickster, who had appeared in a previous live broadcast, wasn't a dominant level, either. At this moment, Xinliani on the city gate was full of questions. Mike was invincible against the simulated bully class. How did it fall to the wayside? Must have been careless not to use his full strength. What's the point of panicking? It's not overlord class. It's just a normal SSS class night trickster. Taking a casual slash from the old man is nothing. It's not hard for the old man to take care of him with his full strength. Mike feigned calmness and got in the way. 2 Avenue. However, it was true that the other party didn't have the aura of an overlord level. He was also able to deal with the stronger levels in the normal SSS class. Hearing this, many people's frightened emotions stabilized. It turned out that the Admiral hadn't used his full strength. How else could this knightly guile have blocked it? The Admiral was a powerhouse that could be killed in seconds at the overlord level. Realization dawned on the live audience. The simulation technology restored the overlord-class night trickster. The trickster aura unleashed in front of Gangnam, and various abilities. Admiral Mac has all passed with a 100% chance of winning. A little accident is nothing to be afraid of. What they didn't know was that the overlord-class night trickster didn't even have a chance to show his full strength in Jiangnan's hands. The simulation came out to be nothing more than a slightly stronger level of SSS-ranked martial artist. It wasn't even a knightly guile like Fan Wujie who had stayed at the SSS level for 100 years. Don't worry. The Admiral has been involved in hundreds of simulations. That night creep should be glad the Admiral let it go. Look, the Admiral is going to seriously tackle that night trickster. With a hiss from the populace, everyone's attention was drawn. Next moment, clang. The moment Mike drew his sword, terrifying energy fluctuations rose to the sky. This time, quite a few S-class knightly guiles sensed the aura and also revealed a look of gravity. The drone captured the knight's changing expressions with precision. The audience in the live room got even more excited when they saw it. Mike didn't hesitate. Remembering images of him learning the chopper sword technique in a mental institution, all of the energy was added to the taijutsu, and it was swung out sharply. But none of the millions of night tricks faces appeared to be terrified. Fan Wui's mouth was thick with disdain. Compared to Grandmaster Jiangnan's sword intent, this attack clearly wasn't enough. Nope. Grandpa Jiangnan stood in front of them, and the sense of oppression was even stronger than this. The thought flickered. He didn't bother to eat it, and reached out to grab the attack, then crushed it. In the next instant, there was a loud boom. A powerful wave of air was set off with Fan Wui at the center. The terrifying pressure was like a heavenly fall, and it smashed heavily on Mike in front of him, only to see the 5-star general, who was previously majestic and pinned by everyone's hopes, fall to his knees with a thud. At this moment, the live broadcast of hundreds of millions of people was dead silent. The pupils of the people at the scene contracted sharply, and the sense of a huge drop produced fear that struck everyone's nerves. Shenliani's face was like stagnant water, only feeling that the sky had collapsed. How? You're definitely not an ordinary night trickster. What exactly is your origin? Mike couldn't move under the pressure. His eyes were shocked and he growled in horror. He had killed Overlord-class Night Guile countless times. It's a simulation of the 4 great Ghost Kings, but it's still Overlord level. How could you lose to a normal SSS-ranked night trickster? It must be the other side hiding their strength. Hearing this, Fan Wuijie smiled. Old Den, I think you're senile, but it's also Master Jiangnan's fault for protecting you guys too well to even be able to tell the difference between the ranks of the Li Gui. If a true hegemonic level were to make a move, where would you have the chance to speak? Hearing this, the fear in Mike's heart reached an all-time high. Surprisingly, the opponent was not at the Overlord level. That meant that the red-clothed night trickster in Jiangnan had to be even more terrifying. No way no how. I've fought with all the overlord-level ghost kings, and I've never lost. The old man won't be weaker than Jiangnan. What? Fan Wujie was first stunned at his words, then he was amused. No? I thought you had to go hard for the sake of your companions. I didn't realize it was honeyed confidence, thinking I could take care of a million night creeps. Good. The brains of this group of humans had been completely spoiled by Jiangnan's great master. With just you? You don't even have the qualifications to meet the overlord level. Mentioning Master Jiangnan's name is already a way to death. In the eyes of countless people in fear, Fan Wujie shook his head and flung out his long tongue like a whip. Snap! A crisp ringing sound rang out. With a simple strike, the 5-star general, who was burdened with the hopes of hundreds of millions of people, was instantly slapped. At this moment, the entire room was dead silent. Each of them was dumbfounded and pale. The feeling of fear grew stronger, gripping everyone's mind. Chapter 28. One day in the Eerie realm, 1 year in the Blue Star, and Jiangnan receives the ending of the Great Qian. Why? The Admiral is actually dead? How? What right did that night trickster have to kill the Admiral? The audience in the live room was incredulous. Is that knightly guile sure it's not Overlord level? Even at the Overlord level, there's no way the Admiral could lose. Ha! Everyone's mind went blank, and only the group of SSS martial artists knew what kind of terror they were facing. Fan Wui's intimidating pressure was far above the simulated hegemonic level knightly guile. This. Could there be an error in the simulation technology? Was Jiangnan once the one who suppressed such a terrifying existence? An SSS-ranked martial artist finished saying this. I felt a chill on my back. Ha! It was at this moment that he was guilty of suspicion. Fan Wui looked toward him, narrowing his eyes slightly with a fierce glare. Good. How dare you mention Master Jiangnan's name? Don't you ever learn? You're not only brain dead, you're deaf too, right? There is already a way to take death. Fan Wui waved his big hand, and guile chi poured out. In the gap before the crowd could react, that SSS-ranked martial artist was instantly entangled by the weird chi. Escape. Run away. The simulation technology provided by Jiangnan is fake. The rest of the martial artists didn't even have a chance to save their lives, as that SSS-ranked martial artist was strangled into pieces after leaving a sentence behind. In just a moment, the 2 SSS-ranked martial artists were all dead. The 5-star general of the Divine Eagle Empire was killed in seconds by Jiangnan's subordinate, Li Gue. Vegetables into this, but also to touch the porcelain Jiangnan, looks ridiculous. The crowd of SSS-ranked martial artists sucked in cool air, hearing that the simulated overlord-level data was false. All of them were discouraged. However, at that moment, a SS-ranked blonde-haired woman with blue pupils rushed out. She was seen coming to the spot where Mike had died, looking at the puddle of blood and nearly breaking down. Quickly looking towards Fan Wui, his eyes filled with intense hatred, he growled. Why? Why did you kill my father? Taking a step back, don't you guys just want cultivation resources? Just give them to you. Why kill people? When these words came out, even the audience in the live broadcast room thought that this woman was crazy. No, sister, that's not how the master formula works, is it? Night Creepy doesn't eat that. He only eats people. Fan Wujie sniffed and looked at the woman with her crying makeup with interest. She also has the best face among the fairies. Many people were heartbroken. Fan Wujie put away his weird chi and dashed over to touch her head. Smiling. Look at your flashy head. To be able to say something like that is no different from those fat-headed idiots in Daqian. The moment the words fell, while everyone thought that Jimei could have sensitized Night Trick with the power of her lover, Fan Wui's words shattered this absurd speculation. In the next moment, he simply snapped a finger. The blonde woman instantly turned into blood mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. At this moment, the crowd's hanging heart finally died. The remaining SSS-ranked martial artists looked at Fan Wujie with scorn. Wait. We can give up our cultivation resources and territory. Whatever Jiangnan wants. Yes, you will also have huge casualties if you want to take down the millions of martial artists. Why don't you let Jiangnan come out, and let's each take a step back and make peace? At this moment, no one dared to be arrogant. Jiangnan hadn't even appeared yet, and they had already lost 2 SSS-ranked martial artists. If we go to war, the damage will be incalculable. Fan Wui sniffed and laughed strangely. Want something? If you hadn't backstabbed Grand Master Jiangnan, perhaps I would have given you a way out. But how dare you call me by my name? Every one of you has a way of getting killed. Said. He pointed 2 fingers towards the void. Instantly, the 2 SSS martial artists who had just spoken flew away in ashes. It was then that all of them realized that his reason for killing turned out to be that he couldn't mention Jiangnan's name. It's not, is it? Is it necessary for you, a night trickster, to be so loyal to humans? The weird world's 250? Or, Gangnam is watching from the shadows? The crowd was outright dumbfounded. The Divine Eagle Empire, am willing to offer all the SSS-grade heavenly treasures. Grandmaster Gue and Grandmaster Jiangnan, please spare our martial artists. Someone chickened out and immediately made an offer. Hearing this, Fan Wui pondered for a moment and laughed lightly. A bunch of frogs in the bottom of a well. Heavenly materials and treasures are far worse in front of certain things. Millions of Li Gue follow the order. Follow me to charge and snuff out the human race's luck. The words fell. The ground trembled as the bizarre chi from countless Li Ziqi's body stirred, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. Rustle. One by one, the nightly trickster swept past Fan Wujie, pouncing into the martial reinforcements to kill. No, don't these night tricksters even want heavenly treasures? Why? Is there something more important than cultivation resources? For a while, the hundreds of millions of people in the broadcast room didn't understand. You can get all the resources without going to war. You can refuse such a good thing. Fan Wui looked at the battlefield in front of him, listening to the wails of the martial reinforcements filled with endless remorse, feeling slightly inadequate. It's a pity that Master Jiangnan isn't here, otherwise it would be a great relief. What he called something more important than heavenly treasures was naturally Jiangnan's gift, his appreciation. And time. One day in the bizarro world, 1 year on the Blue Star. The energy between the two realms is very different. Leveling up on Blue Star is naturally the way to go. Even hegemonic level artifacts were thinking of coming to the Blue Star to break through their shackles. As for them, the once imprisoned Li Gue, due to Jiangnan's sword intent restriction, their levels had not improved at all. To put it bluntly, the trickster bride had been imprisoned for 7 years at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and only 7 days had passed in the trickster realm. I don't know how much time has passed. People, millions of martial artists, most of them were slaughtered. In the end, it went so far as to use the refugees outside the city to stall for time and retreat into Kyoto. Seeing the situation, Fan Wui shook his head. With such a martial artist guarding them, those ordinary people were truly unlucky in their 8 lifetimes. Not everyone is like the Jiangnan master. For the sake of the peace of the people, all the suffering on one shoulder. Just when 1,000,000 night tricksters were about to kill Kyoto, the 3 SSS-ranked martial artists who survived joined forces with all the martial artists to open the protectorate barrier. Watching Night Trick being blocked outside the city gates, Shen Yuanyi breathed a long sigh of relief. It's not that simple to think of killing me. An SSS-ranked martial artist with wounds all over his body also let out a sigh of relief. This is an energy barrier that the 5 great empires imitated Jiangnan and jointly developed. Although it doesn't have the intimidating power of Jiangnan's sword intent, the SSS-ranked martial artist energy that has been accumulated for many years is absolutely unbreakable. After saying that, that martial artist hurriedly had someone close the live broadcast. This time, instead of making a name for himself, he almost buried all the Blue Star powerhouses, and further broadcasting would only lose the hearts of the people. Shen Lianyi looked at the Li Zhujis and exuded surprise, her pretty face regaining some blood color. The late emperor had once said that the energy barrier was the last card of Daqian, for therein lies the energy that the late emperor sought from Gangnam. She had scoffed at the idea in the past, but she hadn't realized that it had actually worked. Master Fan, what should we do? The energy of Master Jiangnan within this barrier is too strong to break through. The group of SSS-ranked Li Gue lost the battle and looked at Fan Wui. Next, Van Reckless strikes out with no change. He looked at the Kyoto crowd and coldly grunted. One by one, they say they don't need Master Jiangnan, but in the end, they still rely on Master Jiangnan to survive. That's good. Give me a guard here. Wait for Grand Master Jiangnan to return, and watch with your own eyes the miserable deaths of those who once betrayed him. The words fell. Fan Wui immediately sent a message to Sweet Potato, and the other side. Tricky world. It wasn't long before the letter was received by Sweet Potato with only a few words on it. Tell Master Jiangnan that my subordinates are incompetent and failed to break through Great Qian. Fan Wui the punk. Sweet Potato's Pout drew Jiangnan to incline his head toward her. Chapter 29, Fate to Kill? Having killed nearly 100 million martial artists, I have indeed committed murder by fate. Master, Daqian has not breached. Do you want to go back and do it yourself? Seeing Jiangnan's puzzled gaze, Sweet Potato explained with a sad face. The master has killed all the SSS-ranked martial artists in Daqian. 1,000,000 night shenanigans can still not be taken. Fan Wujie is really disgracing his master. There's no rush. I expected it. The late emperor of Great Qian once knelt before me in front of a group of ministers, only to beg for my energy to create a protective barrier, which they really couldn't break. You can't blame them for that. Let's settle the Rakshasa Guile clan first, Jiangnan said in a salty manner. Sweet Potato sniffed in bewilderment. That's right. No wonder 1,000,000 knights can't break through. It's not like she can get on her in the face of her master's energy. But why is it that the late emperor of Daqian knew so much about human affairs, but his daughter is very rebellious? She couldn't figure out the little fairy's brain circuits and didn't bother to think about it. turning towards Jiangnan. Master. 1 day in the trickster world. 1 year in the outside world. By the time Bride City is taken care of, years may have passed in the outside world. Sweet Potato was slightly anxious. Backstabbing the master and letting them continue to live for a few more years is too cheap for them. It should be the same as the rules of the Guile realm. If you dare to offend the strong, you will end up in ashes. Hearing this, Jiangnan hesitated for a moment and smiled blandly, cowering in a place surrounded by countless harsh spirits. The mental torture is more tragic than letting them die a painful death. Ha! Nice guy! On torturing the master is more proficient than Li Guia. After spending a few short days in the trickster world, the great Qian Empress had to be on her toes for a few years. The end of the master after going out is even less to think about. All of them enter the blood-drinking sword, and none of them will be able to reincarnate into the next life. Sweet Potato instantly felt worried for nothing. Who can play with you, master? The 1 man and 2 wizards continued to advance towards Bridal City, when they were suddenly stopped by a pale voice calling out to them. 3 of you, please stay. I see that you have committed a murderous crime. Can I do some calculations? Jiangnan sniffed and stumbled on his feet. Behind them, Sweet Potato and Ran also stopped and looked for the sound, only to see a blind, humanoid, weird creature with white hair, an old man, holding the Tianshi flag, appearing in the back at an unknown time. This is fortune-telling shenanigans. Sweet Potato saw the Heavenly Master flag and instantly recognized the other party's identity. That's a lot of shenanigans. Even the Master's order to commit murder is known. Can you kill nearly 100 million martial artists and not break the precepts of killing? Jiangnan was also stunned. A fortune teller? Is the bizarre world's business that extensive? It's kinda accurate. Over will let the Rakshasa guile 10 tribes to the blood-drinking sword within a gathering. The killing precepts just more and more. It's a good thing if you kill to prove the truth. Seeing that Jiangnan's few people were interested, the fortune-telling guile smiled slightly ghastly. Jiangnan also laughed a little and said, "Oh, then you do the math." The fortune-telling trickster sniffed and waved the Tianshi flag, and suddenly the trickster's aura wrapped around him and he recited words under his breath. Soon, his face changed and his eyeball-less sockets widened. Very surprised. It's not right. Jiangnan raised his eyebrows. What makes you say that? The murderous calamity is right in front of us, but the monk's peach blossom luck is flourishing a bit too much. The fortune-telling trickster, apparently seeing it for the first time as well, whispered incredulously. Fully 100,000. Could it be that the celestial flag has miscalculated? The words were very tiny and did not reach the ears of the 3 Jiangnan men. Jiangnan also didn't care about this so-called peach blossom, and the killing ring was indeed fast approaching. The Rakshasa Guile clan was dying. Just as they were saying goodbye to this guile, the 3 of them were preparing to go to Bride City. An SS-ranked pressure suddenly appeared and instantly enveloped the 3 Jiangnan men. The cultivator is still emboldened by the knowledge that a killing calamity is coming. What a big heart! Fortune teller guile said sorrowfully with a murderous look on his face. The pressure was clearly coming from him. Hearing this, Sweet Potato turned around and froze. Ha? No? Do you know what you're doing? Kill the robbers? An SS rank picking on 2 SSS ranks so brave? This kill job is yours, isn't it, Olden? Jiangnan looked at the fortune-telling guile with a strange expression, obviously very confused. How dare he? Just because your breath isn't leaking out, you're being targeted by creepy? It was at this moment that a system prompt rang in his ears, detecting that ungrateful old Biden has a strong murderous intent towards the host. Single task release. Doing shenanigans is not low-key. Reward Qingping swordplay. Reward, realm enhancement of 1,000 years. Something that doesn't know how to die. You dare to provoke even Master Jiangnan. At this time, Xiaolan's soft and silky voice rang out. Indignantly, he pointed his short little finger at the fortune-telling shenanigans. Gangnam? Upon hearing the name of that killing god on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, fortune-telling guile's expression froze. It was in the moment of his hesitation. Qingping sword technique. Jiangnan held the human emperor's sword and drank. Fortune-telling shenanigans had absolutely no time to react. Immediately, he felt the trick weapon that had terrorized the trick world. This familiar and terrifying scent. It's him. Definitely him. Fortune-telling guile's heart violently trembled. How did he meet him? Boom. Next moment. In the midst of the night, green light flashed, and the piercing sound of a sword exploded in the ears of the fortune-telling trickster. The sage's sword intent contained a majestic fury, accompanied by countless stern and strange wails rising up, swinging away 10,000 miles of blood clouds. It was as if a saint was personally present. The pressure was endless, tearing the sky and gazing at the fortune-teller guile, killing opportunity covering the heaven and earth. The fortune-telling trickster's face changed suddenly. It's not right, is it? When did Gangnam's energy get so evil? But now there was no time for him to think. The sword intent was about to devour him. The fortune teller Guile quickly waved the celestial master flag, and the SS-ranked Guile Chi surged in a vain attempt to block it. Click! In just an instant, the celestial master flag was reduced to pieces. The moment the saint's sword intent rested in front of the fortune teller Guile's body, his face was covered in remorse. Extremely confused said, "Why did you come to the trickster world?" The only thing that responded to him was a calm character. Die! At once, the sage's sword intent engulfed the fortune-telling trickster, and his soul flew away and dissipated in heaven and earth. Sweet Potato froze. This time the sword intent was so powerful that it didn't even leave a soul behind. Ah, master! Seeing her look of regret, Jiangnan knew what she was thinking. A blood-drinking sword needs fresh blood, not fresh urine. I'm not taking this shenanigans. Sweet Potato sniffed and stopped. That's not what you said when you destroyed the martial arts alliance. She seriously suspected that her master had accidentally struck too hard and used that to cover up the embarrassment. A casual move is a soulful death. Scary wow. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Jiangnan's ears. A district SS-ranked knightly guile is not as valuable as the reward of 1,000 years of realm enhancement. Then, a wave of energy that even he found terrifying surged into his body. I don't know if it was an illusion, but his strength was not just beyond the beings of this world. It seems to be more terrifying than the great unknown terror. After a short delay, Ran was getting a little anxious. Let's get to Bridal City. Jiangnan sniffed and looked at the sweet potatoes, subconsciously asking, how many shenanigans are there in the tricky bride clan? 100,000. If one of your clan members is missing, I will dig up an old ancestor of the Rakshasa Guile clan. Jiangnan's smooth words fell. Ran was stunned, half convinced. It was too big a mouthful, and for a moment she couldn't believe it. And Sweet Potato was convinced of this, and worried a little less. Immediately after that, one person and two guile disappeared in an instant, and the other side, Bridal City, a vast expanse of flat land. The 100,000 trick brides who were confined by special chains were all forced to kneel here. A Rakshasa Guile who was nearly 10 meters tall on the high platform. Greedy saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth as he looked down at the countless beautiful and bizarre brides below. In all directions, uncountable shenanigans did likewise. Already, the race of the always icy and clean tricky bride is viewed as a plaything. Chapter 30, willing to submit? Then offer up your soul to achieve the great Tao for your master. I don't want them to touch my body. Shameless, to use this chain to seal our Guile Chi. If it were not for that, I would have ended it on my own long ago. Where would they have the chance to humiliate me? Ugh, we're going to embarrass the queen. The faces of the 100,000 Guile brides were all thick with anger and despair. They are more afraid of being held captive and used as playthings than of dying. Many of the tricky brides hope that the queen will return to rescue them, but that's almost impossible. After all, it was the Blue Star Guardian who was holding the queen captive. A strong person who made the overlord ranked Guile King and SSS ranked Night Guile not dare to leave the Guile realm. Ha ha ha, your queen has been imprisoned for 7 years. She doesn't even know what kind of game she's been played by Jiangnan. What face does she have? Just then, the SSS ranked Rakshasa Guile on the high platform sneered. The words reached the ears of each of the tricked out brides, snuffing out their unrealistic hopes in an instant as well. The queen is being held captive by demons and they are about to be humiliated. Thinking of this, the hearts of the Guile were as if they were dead, and their faces were unsightly. Little tricksters, save the S rank and above for the Trickster King, and enjoy the rest as you wish. Accompanied by the fall of the SSS ranked Rakshasa Guile's words, pushing the despair in the hearts of all the trickster brides to unprecedented heights. Just this moment, an icy female voice came from above the sky dome. Seek death. Next, a figure in a busty red dowry, appearing with a speed that the naked eye cannot catch, standing proudly in front of a group of trickster brides. Her cold melon face was full of killing intent. Queen? How? Did the queen kill Gangnam? Creepy brides were thrilled at the sight of the perfectly proportioned sweet potatoes in front of them at the waist and hips. Double check. The living queen. The queen is back from solving Gangnam. They're saved. How did you get here? Looking at the sweet potato SSS-level Rakshasa Guile pupils shrunk. Is it true that Gangnam was killed? That's not possible at all. The word Jiangnan stands for invincibility. The unbelieving shenanigans were all honest when they saw that horrible sword intent. The Rakshasa Guile present all exuded a look of utter terror. Impossible. How did you escape from Jiangnan? Humph. So what if you're here? My family's Guile King has teamed up with the Night Fork Guile King. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. The SSS ranked Rakshasa Guile knew that he was no match for Sweet Potato and moved the two great Guile Kings to shock and delay. He was already holding the trickster weapon that contacted the Trickster King in his hand. Noisy. Insulting this seat's clansman is a crime that deserves death. Sweet Potato said coldly. In the next moment, the human emperor's sword descended from the sky and landed in front of her chest. Looking at the human emperor's sword that suddenly appeared, Sweet Potato was stunned before realizing that it actually didn't repel her. The response was instantly that it was the master's intention. After a moment's hesitation, Sweet Potato gripped the human emperor's sword and felt the power within it, revealing shock. Clang! Swing a sword at random. The sword energy was like a rainbow, shocking the heavens and the earth. The monstrous baleful aura distorted space and attacked towards the SSS-ranked Rakshasa Guile. The human emperor's sword's aura appeared, scaring all the shenanigans silly. Gangnam saber? No! You can't kill me. I am a general of the Rakshasa Gue clan. The Gue king will not let you go. The SSS-ranked Rakshasa Guile, who was too late to contact the Guile king, exclaimed before he was about to be engulfed by the fury. Yet the words had no deterrent effect and only hastened his death. In just an instant, the SSS-ranked Rakshasa Guile turned into a bloody mist. Sweet Potato grunted. What are you pretending? What background could be harder than her master? In the next instant, another sword was swung out. A scream rang out, hissing with fear. The tens of thousands of Rakshasa Gue, who were deterred by the human emperor's sword's might, turned into blood mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. Hiss! Is this Jiangnan sword? The power contained in it seems to have the potential to destroy the heavens and the earth. It's not surprising. After all the Guile kings couldn't defeat them when they joined forces. I have a feeling that the queen has been affected by the devil's saber, and her strikes are much more ferocious than before. But it's said that the appearance of this sword will be accompanied by a majestic dragon's chi. Why is it emitting black smoke outward? Yeah, the queen's creepy aura isn't even that evil. The words of the crowd of shenanigans reached Sweet Potato's ears, and her lips twitched. Shut up! Killing her master to take the sword. Does her strength allow it? Devil? Evil? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The Lord is just positive hair evil. If they said any more, Sweet Potato was really going to panic. Just as she tried to stop it, she frowned furiously. The next moment 4 SSS-ranked pressures met him head-on. Dare to kill my clan, how dare you? Queen of the trickster brides, are you not putting us trickster kings in your eyes? We have already contacted the Guile king. If you still dare to make a move, you will only end up dead. Do you really think you can act recklessly just because you own that trick weapon? A growl of uncontrollable rage came. Immediately after, only the giant-like 4 Rakshasa Guile generals were all grim-faced. Unleashing SSS-ranked pressure enveloped the area. Hearing their words, Sweet Potato put a cool smile on his cheeks. The slender jade fingers gripped the human emperor's sword tightly and said, with my master's sword in place, this seat is the one that can act recklessly. As the words fell, she displayed a terrifying pressure that was above the overlord level. Next moment, an incomparably dominating force descended, only to see the 4 generals instantly shrivel up, their bizarre chi seemingly pouring back into their bodies in fear as they fell from the air with a loud bang, falling to their knees. Soon after, Sweet Potato flicked out a finger in a breezy manner. No! Before a general could finish his sentence, he was instantly engulfed by the overbearing weird chi, leaving behind a puddle of blood. This. How terrifying. The queen is so much stronger than in the past. Could it be the power gained from eating Jiangnan? The queen isn't going to unify the trickster realm this time when she returns, is she? It's possible. The trickster brides looked at the instantly dead generals and exulted. Overexcitement led to not hearing the Sweet Potato's phrase master. Immediately after, the remaining Rakshasa Guile generals' expressions changed, the tragic deaths of their companions causing their pupils to contract rapidly. Wait! Another general spoke up, but he was trying to beg to live. Sweet Potato swung his sword sharply without hearing a word from either ear. Poof! The general turned into a mist of blood. We are willing to submit. Queen, have mercy. The only 2 remaining generals instantly collapsed, their intense desire to survive rising to the top. Oh, since you have submitted, then offer your soul to help my master's strength to the next level. Sweet Potato raised his white arm towards them with a 5-finger grip. At once, a huge scarlet palm silhouette appeared. One grabbed both generals and crushed them. The 100,000 tricky brides looked completely dumbfounded. Is this still the queen? It's too much of a change, isn't it? Submission requires the offering of your soul? The queen used to be so mean. Nope. Master. What master? The trick bride suddenly realized something was wrong and were all stunned. Sweet Potato didn't explain. Instead, he raised his eyes and looked into the distant void. Soon, all of the tricky brides suddenly sank in color and raised their heads, a look of horror in their eyes. They felt 2 terrifying auras approaching. Wherever they passed, clouds churned, visions were occurring in the firmament, and the terrain was changing. This was the kind of sound that only the hegemony level could achieve. The next instant, with thunder rolling from the sky, the 2 voices filled with overlord level might subdued the trickster brides. Hand over the Jiangnan Pei sword, or you will be greeted with a fall. Chapter 31. Good. They all want to die? It's a good thing you're related to the blood-drinking sword. This is the Rakshasa Guile King and the Night Fork Guile King. It came so fast. It doesn't give the queen any time to rest. It is said that the two Guile Kings have the bloodline of the Guile God in them. Their strength is not to be taken lightly. Nothing will happen to the queen, right? The group of trickster brides were not aware of how much Sweet Potato's strength had grown, though with that devil's sword in Jiangnan's hand. But the two great trickster kings weren't vegetarians either. The queen also got a stamina drain first. Whether or not there's a chance of winning is something only the queen knows. If Sweet Potato knew what they were thinking, he would more than likely burst out laughing. Will it win? It's a win-win situation. Not to mention that she would have been able to fix it, if the master had stepped in. Who the hell is King Creepy? And the trickster god bloodline? Even if the true trickster god came, she felt that her master could deal with it, not blind confidence. After all, the trickster god could open the entrance to the two worlds, and the master was even fiercer than the trickster god, hardwired to expand the entrance several times. How dare you ignore the seat? You think you can pride yourself on being invincible in the Guile realm just because you killed Jiangnan? With the strength and heritage that the Guile realm has accumulated over millions of years, even Jiangnan would have to be afraid and wouldn't dare to take half a step into the Guile realm for 10 years. Looking at Sweet Potato's indifference, not putting them in their eyes at all, the Rakshasa Guile King slowly stepped out from the clouds and said angrily, the moment the massive 100-meter figure appeared, the terrifying pressure of the overlord level immediately enveloped the entire bride city. The faces of the lower-ranked tricky brides below were heavy, and all they felt was a sense of suffocation. Scatter, right here and now. A voice that seemed to contain a vast heavenly might rang out. It hardened and dispersed the pressure of the two great trickster kings, Rakshasa and Nightcrawler. While the group of trickster brides breathed a sigh of relief, they looked up quizzically at the sky above. Another strong man? Looks like it's on their side. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the hearts of the two great Guile Kings sank, revealing unbelievable gazes. That I don't dare to take half a step into the creepy realm? What a face for you guys. Jiangnan stepped out from above the celestial dome, his figure flickering to Bride City, followed by a big wave of his hand. Grabbing all the souls including the 5 SSS-ranked Rakshasa Guile, he threw them into the blood-drinking sword and refined them in a matter of moments. Then his gaze locked onto the two great Guile Kings with a slightly displeased expression. Good. Wouldn't have wanted to step in and let Sweet Potato take care of himself. You guys have to mention me in one sentence out of 3. Don't you? Some of the denigration and ridicule is nothing more than a bit of frost. His state of mind is not affected. But you have to trigger the system mission. Wouldn't it be nice to die a quick death? All like to enter the blood-drinking sword gathering, personally experience the soul in the refining process of 100 sufferings is not it. Just now, the Rakshasa Guile King's sneering words had only been uttered. Instantly triggers a system task. Single task release. Overlord level ants dare to defy the sword immortal, and already have a way to die. Kill the two Guile Kings and save the 100,000 Guile brides. Reward, +1 attainment in Qingping sword technique, 40% increase in Sage sword intent, and 10,000 years of realm enhancement. Jiangnan also froze for a moment when he heard this mission. I didn't realize that these two trickster kings were quite golden. The rewards for triggered quests are far higher than the previous boosts. Seeing that Jiangnan intended to make a move, the gaze that Sweet Potato cast toward the two great trickster kings carried a hint of pity. If you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of talking so much? And you're talking about the master. Are you tired of living? Okay, this time you guys are really hot. As the thought flashed by, Sweet Potato took a step away from her snow-white legs, her body swayed, and she came to Jiangnan's side, respectfully returning the human emperor's sword. Thank you, master, for the sword. This statement was made. The weird things present all sucked in cool air, their brains instantly falling into complete blankness. The trick brides all froze. The queen had actually recognized her master. The opponent was still the strongest martial artist on the blue planet, the god of kill, Jiangnan. The look of fear that flowed from the two great trickster kings was even more intense than the other trickster creatures. They knew Jiangnan's terror all too well. The image of being hardened by the supreme sword intent several years ago and fleeing back to the Guile realm in a sorry state to recuperate was still fresh in his mind. No? If you are there, why don't you squeak? Who would dare to come to Bride City if they sensed your scent? You won't be able to say that you're afraid to step into the realm of shenanigans. It's over. It's over. The Rakshasa Guile King and the Night Fork Guile King were now panicking. Just as Jiangnan received the human emperor's sword handed over by Sweet Potato, the ground suddenly shook. Jiangnan raised his eyes. See only. A few miles behind the two Guile Kings, countless channels of Guile Chi rose up, staining the night color scarlet. Guile King, we are here. Creepy King. The tens of millions of creepy things from the Rakshasa clan and the Night Fork clan are all here. and the district's creepy bride queen will surely be able to capture her alive. Jiangnan is dead. The human emperor sword should be destined for the Guile King. Yes, the trickster bride made it back alive. Jiangnan must have been taken care of. And now there's no one to stop us from invading Blue Star. An excited voice came. Hearing these words, the two great trickster kings' minds completely collapsed. Sweet Potato froze as well. Nice guy, even if you look down on your master. How dare you treat the human emperor's sword as if it were in your pocket? You're supposed to be related to the blood-drinking sword. Let's all go inside and get together. A gathering of one does not squeak. Jiangnan frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the weird things that were excitedly killing towards the side, and confusion flowed. No? How dare you? None of them have eyes, do they? Still dare to bark wildly, looking for death. Jiangnan's brows hung up hostile and clear cold. In just an instant, the blood-drinking sword appeared in his hand, and a thick blood chi kukui bubbled outwards. Next moment, accompanied by Jiangnan swinging out his sword, the terrifying sage sword intent quickly swept out, and in a blink of an eye, the creepy thing that was rushing at the forefront and screaming was reduced to pieces. With just a simple sword, more than 100,000 creepy creatures lost their lives. Most of them were S-ranked, SS-ranked, and there were even SSS-ranked knightly guile. Since you're so anxious to die, I'll fulfill you. All like the human emperor sword, right? Then let's refine it at the blood-drinking sword first, leaving a remnant soul to enter the human emperor's sword to become the nourishment for the soul slave. After saying this, Jiangnan raised his hand and pressed down, and a terrifying might filled the air. At once, above the dome of the sky, a huge blood-colored palm shadow hung upside down, rapidly slapping towards tens of millions of bizarre things. Boom! Next moment, a huge hand-deep pit appeared on the ground in the distance, and the bodies of countless bizarre creatures exploded, turning into blood and water that converged into a lake of blood. Jiangnan's face was expressionless as he grabbed the souls of these bizarre creatures and refined them in an instant. So scary. It's so ferocious. I blinked, and half of the tens of millions of creeps died. The rumor that Jiangnan exterminated a millionly creeps in the blink of an eye is true. They just deserve to die. If Jiangnan didn't let the queen come back, Bride City would have been finished long ago. There is only one truth in the Guile realm, and that is the truth of the strong. Jiangnan struck out without giving any chance to react at all. The trick brides all looked dumbfounded when they reacted. That's a wonderful recognition by the queen. Similarly, the two great Guile kings had only just returned to their senses, and the Rakshasa Guile's giant-like body trembled with the naked eye. They were then locked by Jiangnan's indifferent gaze. Chapter 32 Canon. Canon in canon. What's the use of begging for mercy? You're all dead. At this very moment, as they watched the strongest members of their clans die around them, the Rakshasa clan and the Night Fork clan's artifacts exuded a look of horror. It was only when he came to Bride City that he saw clearly who that terrifying being who had struck out was. It was clearly Jiangnan, the protectorate war god they thought was dead. Gone numb. They just didn't understand the situation. Their crime is not to death. Why do you need to go on a killing spree? Even though he was in awe, the Rakshasa Guile King looked at his people dying almost cleanly, and a nameless rage rushed to his head. The Night Fork Guile King did the same, his eyes red with rage. Kill at the drop of a hat. It also refines its soul. Really slaughter them like? When they don't have a backbone? And you guys don't have a clear picture of where you are right now. A faint cold smile hung on Jiangnan's face. Not only did he take advantage of Sweet Potato's absence to occupy Bride City and try to make 100,000 Guile brides into playthings, but he also had the nerve to keep barking wildly. If you don't kill it, will you keep it for New Year's Eve? The two great trickster kings saw that Jiangnan had ignored them, killing tens of millions of their people and still looking blasé about it. For a moment the anger in his heart could not be contained and he said angrily, Jiangnan, you're making an enemy of the entire Guile realm. Noisy. Who in the outside world doesn't see me as a public enemy? What's one more trickster world for you? Jiangnan was annoyed by these two shenanigans, and raised his hand to pour out his might, just like the might of heaven descending. Rumble. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread, and the space was hardened and torn through several openings. The destructive might is not like the power this world can possess. The pupils of the two great trickster kings contracted rapidly, and they fell to their knees with a loud bang, unable to move. Sweet Potato froze and looked at those cracks in the void. Even though he had been shocked many times by Jiangnan's strong strength, he was still frightened at this moment. Master's strength seems to be skyrocketing all the time. The pressure released with the lift of his hand was able to open up multiple entrances to the Blue Star. This. Master, I ask, are you a human being? It couldn't be any saint reincarnated, could it? Next moment, seeing the blood-drinking sword in Jiangnan's hand bubbling with blood and the human emperor's sword leaking out rolling black smoke, the two Guile kings were instantly honest. They could feel that if Jiangnan made a move, it would be easy to kill them hundreds of times at random. The fear brought on deepened tens of thousands of times compared to the initial encounter. Jiangnan's strength had definitely increased by more than tens of thousands of times. This cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. The two great trickster kings instantly came to their senses and were scared out of their minds. Wait, Master Jiangnan, this is all a beautiful misunderstanding. Yes, we just said the wrong thing in the heat of the moment. What kind of shenanigans dare to make an enemy of you? Those fools do deserve to die. The Rakshasa Trickster King and the Nightjar Trickster King were sweating profusely. Together, they opened their mouths and cringed. Hearing this, Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh. Canon in canon. It's just so classic. He didn't even know how many times he'd heard those words. Are they all aware that they're dying before they realize there's been a misunderstanding and start admitting their mistakes? What are you guys doing? Master Jiangnan, we were wrong. Spare us for once. At this moment, the tens of millions of bizarre creatures in the rear that were shocked by the terrifying pressure begged for mercy. Jiangnan's smile grew colder and colder as he sniffed. The trickster brides don't necessarily think he'll let them go if they beg for mercy like that. It's too late to say anything now. The thought flickered. The blood chi and the blood-drinking sword surged crazily, quickly wrapping around Jiangnan's body as the killing intent reached its peak. In the next moment, the monstrous and terrifying blood chi engulfed tens of millions of bizarre things, instantly turning into a sea of blood. The rich smell of blood filled 100 miles around. In just a few moments, the Rakshasa and Nightfork clan's creepy things instantly died to the point where only the creepy king remained. Seeing Jiangnan so ferocious, the two great trickster kings only felt creepy and their throats were dry. Not much longer. Jiangnan indifferently withdrew his gaze and looked at the two of them shenanigans. Raising his hand, he was ready to exterminate. Gong Nam, if you dare to kill us, our old ancestor will never let you go. Our old ancestor is from the underworld. The two trickster kings had collapsed, taking out their backgrounds behind them to try and threaten, growling. However, Jiangnan did not care and gently waved the blood-drinking sword, and they were turned into two balls of blood mist before they finished speaking. Immediately after, with a wave of Jiangnan's hand, a huge devouring force yanked the souls of all the dead bizarre creatures hard into the blood-drinking sword to refine them. The four great overlords of the Guile realm had died so lightly, or bring the whole clan all the way over here to die. The heavens and earth were dead silent at the moment. The eyes of the tricky bride present became incredulous, transfixed in place. Ha, that's the end of it? 10 minutes didn't arrive before the two overlords and the clan were all refined. Legends generally have an element of bragging rights, but Jiangnan is even more terrifying than the legend. So ferocious and completely unreasonable. He's the real Night Trick, isn't he? Good. It had always been the trickster invading Blue Star, and now it was the direct inverse of the Big Dipper. A human invading the trickster realm alone. Sweet Potato was equally frozen. She thought about how her master would be stronger than the trickster god. But I never thought that the master would be too lazy to listen and kill and be done with it. Not giving the underworld trickster god any face at all. Kill it. Who can kill you? In the meantime, Ran, who had been left behind, had only just arrived at Bride City, frowning at the pungent smell of blood. But seeing that Gue, a fellow clan member, was still alive, his brow relaxed and he dashed over to the Sweet Potatoes in curiosity. Queen, what about the Rakshasa Guile clan? Dead. Ha? Ran sniffed. How about the hundreds of thousands of shenanigans stationed in Bridal City? It settled so quickly? The queen's still going strong. Then she said with some gravity. Queen, the Rakshasa Guile King should have teamed up with the Nightfork Guile King and learned of the news here. I'm afraid, there's no need to worry. Master has already exterminated them. Sweet Potato interrupted Ran with a wave of his hand. What? Ran was stunned, the dull hairs on the top of her head branching out as if she had heard something horrible. No? How long has it been? Exterminated? And exterminate two clans at the same time? For a moment, she looked at Jiangnan with a dull gaze. Jiangnan's earlier words that he would dig up a Rakshasa clan ancestor if there was one less Guile bride were not like a mouthful at the moment. Don't just stand there. Go unchain everyone. When Sweet Potato finished, Ran immediately nodded. Not much longer. All the trick brides broke free from their bonds and simultaneously performed a half-squat salute toward Jiangnan to say thank you. It was at this moment that the system's beep sounded in Jiangnan's ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded, attainment of Qingping sword technique +1. Sage sword intent increased by 40%. Realm increased by 10,000 years. Moment. With Jiangnan's current cultivation speed as the level, the energy that could be boosted in 10,000 years was injected into him. The energy was insanely surging, and the saint's sword intent was given a qualitative leap. The Qingping sword technique was pioneered by a saint. Jiangnan once again comprehended a deeper level of attainment. At this moment, to the current him, his earlier self was like an ant. Half an hour passed. Learning that one of the guileful brides was not missing, Sweet Potato finally put down his heart, and his tantalizingly beautiful legs moved and came in front of Jiangnan and said, "Master, it's time for us to leave the Guile realm and rush back to Daqian." Chapter 33. I'm a person who is nuclear good and has always been reasonable. How could one grab it for no reason and refine it in a moment? Master, it's time for us to leave the Guile realm and rush back to Daqian. Jiangnan sniffed and nodded gently. It's time to cut off the karma with Daqian. And just then, hearing that Sweet Potato was leaving again, the faces of the group of tricked-out brides grew worried. The queen, the situation in Bridal City is still dangerous with you gone. Ran over, shaking Sweet Potato's hand anxiously. The tricky bride clan has no background in the underworld, and can sit in the position of the 4 hegemons, all because of the hard power of the Sweet Potatoes. She couldn't pick out a single SSS-ranked night creep once she left Bride City. The old ancestors of the Rakshasa Guile King and the Night Fork Guile King could come for revenge at any time. Another Guile King, as well as many races with SSS classly Guile in their ranks, all had the possibility of taking over Bride City again. Sweet Potato frowned slightly. She couldn't really leave in the current situation. The clan can be taken away. But what about her territory in the creepy realm? As a personal maid, how can there be a reason not to serve by the master's side? She dared not forget the favors her master had given her. For a while, Sweet Potatoes were in a dilemma. Then clear all threats. It's okay to delay a little longer. Seeing that Sweet Potato's cheeks showed embarrassment, Jiangnan calmly said. As his words fell, the crowd of tricked brides were surprised and all of them were dumbfounded. Do you really want to make an enemy of the entire creepy world? Was it to kill even the 2 great trickster kings' ancestors? That's too much of a to-do. Sweet Potato was also stunned at his words. Think of the image when the master destroyed the martial arts alliance. Martial artists who have been dead for several years have their masters yanked out of the underworld to refine their souls. Want to be reincarnated? Not even the door. Is something similar going to happen in the trickster world? Sweet Potato couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. Tell me, where is the rest of that trickster king? Jiangnan said gently. The words startled the red lips of a group of bizarre brides. Nice guy, you're serious, Sweet Potato said as he quickly gathered his surprise and pointed him in a direction. Almost a light year away. Not far if it's a light year. Compared to the Guile realm, Blue Star was indeed a small place. But Jiangnan didn't care. It's only a light year. You can get there in the blink of an eye. In the meantime, Jiangnan resolved the auras released by the 2 great trickster kings. It quickly alarmed the various powerhouses of the Guile realm. With this terrifying and familiar aura, they didn't need to think to know who it was. As the aura of the Rakshasa Guile King and the Night Fork Guile King disappeared, it was an instant guess as to what was happening in Bride City. The trickster realm powerhouse moved very quickly. Not much longer. Inside an eerie hall, several SSS-ranked night tricksters were gathered here. Gentlemen, you should have received the news that Jiangnan exterminated the 2 major Guile clans in an extremely cruel manner. It's just a matter of suppressing a million Li Gue and threatening us not to enter the Blue Star. But now they're also treating the 2 Gue kings as pigs and dogs to be slaughtered. He's trying to exterminate the entire Guile clan. The SSS-ranked blood-sucking creepy chief sitting at the head end was filled with anger and said grimly. The group of Guile race leaders below looked grave and showed helplessness. In just one day, even the overlord level Guile king is dead. How are we going to fight against Jiangnan? At that moment, the deputy chief of the long-tongued Guile clan sighed. Yes, in my opinion surrendering is better than being exterminated. Deputy Chief Copper-Bottom Guile proposed. For a while, all the other chiefs fell silent, their brows furrowed, watching the crowd of Guile actually hesitate. Blood-sucking Guile said in a deep voice, have you forgotten about the imprisoned knights? Jiangnan is a human race will not treat the Guile race well. Since they are all going to die, why don't we take out our backbone and fight him to the death? Hearing this, the Guile hesitated for a moment and responded. Jiangnan was so decisive in killing the Guile race, they thought that surrender might be worse than death. Likewise, the deputy chiefs of the long-tongued Guile and the copper-skinned Guile thought so. After all, the chief is nowhere to be found. And so all the night tricksters' thoughts were in agreement. Fight to the death with Gangnam, but relying on us alone. The chances of winning are still too small, the long-tongued trickster deputy chief said with great concern. It's not impossible to fight for your life, but you can't go and give away your head for nothing. The SSS-ranked blood-sucking Guile sniffed and said with some disdain. Don't forget, we still have the Moonlight Trickster King. Yes. The Moonlight Guile King is the only powerhouse that has hope of breaking through the shackles of the hegemony level. If she leads the trillions of Guile creatures, Jiangnan isn't unbeatable. But the Moonlight Guile King is also quite brutal in killing Guile, and so far no Guile has dared to follow her. The Guile realm is in danger, and also as a Guile race, what reason does she have not to take action? The group of chiefs rekindled their hope, and you said. Hearing these words, The SSS-ranked blood-sucking Guile's face hooked into a satisfied smile and said, "Not bad. All of you quickly go gather your clansmen and go together to the Moonlight Hall to invite the Moonlight Guile King." And the other side. Moonlight Palace. Above the sky. Two figures slowly walked out of the void. "Master, the Moonlight Guile King's name is September. He acts in a ruthless and merciless manner, and is a drunkard. You have seen it before." Sweet Potato looked down at the magnificent treasure hall below and said softly. Hearing this, Jiangnan had a bit of an impression. "I've been here before," but at that time, she was allowed to slip back into the trickster realm with the two trickster kings, Rakshasa and Nightcrawler, or else she'll have to spend 7 years in the dungeon like Sweet Potato. The appearance was hard to remember, but the biggest feature of this trickster king was its size. Jiangnan had been viciously shocked when he first saw it. Next moment, a man and a trickster dashed to the entrance of the Great Hall. It was at this moment that a clear and cold voice came out from the inside. "You're here after all. Why don't you come in and have a chat?" As the words fell, the door slammed open. Jiangnan has always been very kind, and very fond of reasoning. Since the other party didn't take the initiative to provoke, he naturally wouldn't grab a handful of them and instantly refine them. Then he shifted and came to the source from which the sound came. See only. Inside the bath filled with milky white milk, a snow-white figure lay in it, her phoenix eyes surveying him. Looking at the white breasts that surfaced a little, Jiangnan frowned slightly. "No? Who taught you to talk about things while bathing?" The thought had just flashed. Just a clatter. September snapped to her feet, not shyly, with a smile. "I know what you've come for. With you sheltering Bridal City, I wouldn't dare to mess with it." Looking at the unashamed Guile King in front of him, Sweet Potato's cheeks reddened. "Bastard! To take this body of yours and dirty my master's eyes." September ignored her words, saw Jiangnan face unchanged, raised a slender leg. Pink soles stepped on the bank of the bath. The next instant the entire petite body left the water and came in front of Sweet Potato, smiling. "Already know how to protect your master. Elder Jiangnan has trained you well. After 7 years in the outside world, my chest has grown quite a bit in bulge, and it's a great pleasure to conquer your lonely, and high and mighty, Guile King. I'm a little envious of Senior Jiangnan." Hearing this nasty and familiar slur, Sweet Potato's face was as cold as ice, and a terrifying pressure filled his body. Chapter 34, SSS Class Fairies are so unbelievable. In front of trillions of weird things, how can you guys still talk tough? Feeling Sweet Potato's bizarre aura that overrode the overlord level, September's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, showing surprise. "You broke through?" Instead of answering her words, Sweet Potato was displeased. "Put your clothes on." September sniffed and laughed softly, shaking her body in a tight purple dress that wrapped around a figure with a very exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio. Her features were exquisite, and her breasts were so ridiculously full that if a hurricane were to blow upward, it could block her entire view. But it's just a few red-pink skeletons. Jiangnan was not interested in this. "Now that you know the consequences of touching Bride City, you should keep your thoughts to yourself. Strike that." He then prepared to leave. Sweet Potato swept a cold glance across September's chest. "What's the big deal? The master doesn't even care to look at you more than once." Wait. Just then, September called out to Gangnam. "Senior, can I defect to you?" The Sweet Potatoes were instantly displeased by this statement. What the hell? They've all found the master's leg and grabbed it, haven't they? She didn't say anything, though she didn't treat September well. It was not her turn to dictate her master's decisions. Jiangnan was slightly curious when he heard this. "Delegate to me?" "Yes." September nodded. The thought had bubbled up in her mind as early as when she felt the pressure released by Jiangnan. Now seeing Sweet Potatoes that are not as talented or strong as she is. Surprisingly, he had broken through the overlord level shackles, mostly because of Jiangnan. Trapped at the overlord level for 100 years, she wanted to progress too much. Jiangnan could also guess what she was thinking. In fact, as long as one of the requirements could be met, Jiangnan didn't mind. "I'll come as I am, but I must take out the Guile-Dan." September sniffed and hesitated for a moment. The trickster pill? Then life and death are in Gangnam's hands? Did the queen of the creepy brides hand over the creepy Dan as well? But, indeed it was the only way to easily gain trust and have a chance to get something that would break through to the overlord level. In the next second, September, who was still a bit hesitant, after seeing Sweet Potato's smug look, she didn't hesitate at once. Opening her red lips and spitting out her delicate tongue, she exuded a charming and seductive scent. A pink trickster Dan lay quietly on the tip of his tongue. Jiangnan raised his hand and inhaled the Guile Dan into his hand. Seeing a thin layer of drool on it, he wrinkled his brow and took out a tissue to dry it off and put it away in the system space. To an outsider it just looks like it's put into a storage artifact. At the sight of this scene, the smiling Sweet Potato was suddenly not cheeky, but the owner was disgusted. September also noticed that temptation after temptation did not work on Jiangnan. Beyond her expectations. Master, the next step is to go find a bunch of SSS-ranked night tricksters. Sweet Potato stepped away from his beautiful legs and slipped to Jiangnan's side and said, "No, they sent themselves." Jiangnan's gaze coldly looked beyond the Great Hall. Sweet Potato was stunned. But soon, she sensed the aura of countless SSS-class nightly guile. "Ha? No? Why are you still coming to my door? All the shenanigans of the shenanigans world are almost there, but trillions of shenanigans aren't enough for the master to kill. All below the hegemony level are ants. Not to mention the masters who regarded the overlord class as ants. Good. Is this because you think the master isn't strong enough? Take the whole clan and gang up to deliver a wave of heads, right?" September sensed it as well. And the amount of creepy stuff shocked even her. If Jiangnan made a move, the trickster's various races would probably be left with the ones that had defected to him. But she didn't care. Knowing that the other party's strength was stronger than his own, he still dared to mess with it. And his death was not worth pitying. In the meantime, a slight vibration came from Jiangnan's blood-drinking sword within his body. The Baijie master and disciple who were imprisoned in it, warming their swords with their essence blood, were bleeding almost dry. "Jiangnan, let us out. The Alliance Master and the Elders will never let you go. You devil, God forbid. The whole world will crusade against you." The four masters and disciples, as always, hissed. But today it feels like the body is getting progressively colder, closer and closer to death. They were fuming harder and harder. Jiangnan's consciousness entered the blood sea of the blood-drinking sword. Looking at the dried-up essence blood flowing out from under the four men, their ragged appearance could not help but sneer. "You're dying and you're still talking? Then a normal fairy. You four SSS-ranked ones are even more anticlimactic. And you're hoping those old dudes will come to your rescue? Sorry, no such person is checked at this time. Nope, the soul can't even be traced. The whole world is out to get me? Ridiculous. Doing the math, there aren't many empires left on the blue planet." At that moment, Baijie's master and disciple saw the virtual shadow that Jiangnan's consciousness had transformed into. The four of them instantly had red eyes, and a strong resentment flowed from their faces. "Just wait, Jiangnan, your evil deeds will surely trigger the wrath of the Great Qian, and even the whole world." Baijie's face twisted in a hideous snarl. "Yes?" Jiangnan smiled instantly at his words. Just then, the system's beep sounded in his ears. Detected that the extreme fairy has strong killing intent towards the host. Assignment issued. Option 1, 4 of them are good looking and have nice bodies. So why don't you stay around and lick them until they forgive you? Reward, Joker mask. Extreme Turtle Man title. Get your ass back to Gotham. Batman said not to beat you up. Option 2, satisfy them, let them go, and feed them in the trillions. Reward, +1 attainment in Qingping sword technique, 10% increase in Sage sword intent, and 1000 years of realm enhancement. Looking at the two option panels in front of him, Jiangnan smiled, swept his gaze over the four Baijie masters and disciples, and said, "Yeah, I'll let you guys out." When the four heard this, they were first stunned, and then a cold smile was drawn on the corners of their mouths. Jiangnan was scared after all. Most likely, they've already been hunted down by the Martial Artist Alliance and conceded. Is it useful to be afraid? Don't think it's okay to let them out. What Gangnam did must be punishable by death. And just then, the four felt a piercing cold. But the excitement in being able to leave this sea of blood brought was quickly ignored by the girls. Jiangnan coldly withdrew his gaze. "You're happy? I don't know if you guys are still laughing when you see the trillion-dollar shenanigans." Next moment, Jiangnan withdrew his divine thoughts and looked into the distance, then waved his big hand. The four people within the blood-drinking sword transformed into streams of light and quickly swept out in the direction of the trillion trickster. Far away, trillions of creepy creatures were black and pressurized, faintly emitting an aura that shook the heavens and moved the earth. That? Human breath? What? Could it be that Jiangnan has gathered all human martial artists and really wants to exterminate the Guile clan? No, there are only 4 of them, and although they are SSS ranked, their aura is very weak. Noticing the stream of light that flew in, the group of SSS class Knightly Guile violently stopped in their tracks. I had thought that it was an army of human martial artists, but there were indeed only the sense of 4 people. Next moment, with great speed, Baijie's master and disciple landed in front of trillions of shenanigans. The 4 of them slowly opened their eyes, only to feel a heavenly spin. The hatred for Jiangnan deepened again. Jiangnan, be prepared to bear the wrath of Great Qian. Just as Baijie finished her words, her vision focused on the scene in front of her and she was stunned in place. Chapter 35. Which is this, a human guardian god? A proper killing god? At this point, in front of the roaming shenanigans, the faces of the 4 Baijie masters and disciples became pale, bloodless and lustrous. Lin Chan's gaze gradually became clearer. An indescribable fear welled up in his heart as he looked at the hundreds of SSS-ranked nightly guile that were right in front of him. The trillions of shenanigans behind the SSS-ranked nightly guile that could not be seen at a glance made her outright dumbfounded. This? Wasn't it only a million knights imprisoned? Where did Gangnam send us? Is this still the country? The four were completely stunned. What happened to letting them go? That's how you release life? And what the hell is this uncountable number of creepy things? Where are the elders of the Martial Arts Alliance? And where is the Imperial Army of Martial Artists? Is there simply no one to avenge them? No way. They're the pride of the Empire. Who is the Empress not to save? This must be Gangnam's illusion. Paige hissed in disbelief. She had been humiliated as an Alliance elder. And the Alliance would definitely not let Jiangnan off the hook. The ally was an SSS rank not weaker than Jiangnan. And with the many elders joining forces with Jiangnan, who was Jiangnan to block However, a voice filled with murderous intent interrupted her continued madness. Deception is too much. Just let you four trash come out. Is Jiangnan insulting us? The SSS-ranked blood-sucking guile's killing intent stirred and instantly became furious. This statement was made. The hundreds of chiefs all had grim faces, eyes containing killing intent, and a terrifying pressure filled the air. Jiangnan had insulted them like this, and it would be hard to dispel their anger without tearing the martial artist in front of them to pieces. At that moment, an icy gaze converged on by Jia's four people. The four men's bodies violently trembled, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, unable to move. At this very moment, it took the infinite pressure falling on them to recognize that it was not an illusion. No, it's not what you think. We don't have anything to do with Gangnam. Master Night Trick, Papa Night Trick, leave us alone. Baijia's master and disciple were so scared that they were incontinent, with dark brown liquid oozing out of their pant legs and frantically begging for mercy. Trillions of nightly shenanigans is no small feat. Who could not be afraid of this? They had originally thought that Jiangnan was being hunted and had to let them out after they wimped out. But the truth is, Jiangnan met trillions of nightly guile and asked them to come and die. Is there any humanity left? No ability to love people at all? It's good that there's no relationship, so we don't have to be afraid to kill. Vampire Guile said coldly. I was a little apprehensive, but now I can kill it without worry. SSS ranked martial artists. What a great tonic. What's the reason for letting it go? It just so happens that we're about to go to war with Jiangnan. Wouldn't it be good to kill a few humans to help out? Not only should the SSS ranked night creeps enjoy it, but trillions of creeps should enjoy it together. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. After saying this, blood-sucking Guile's aura skyrocketed. Without waiting for Baijia's four to continue begging for mercy, the Guile chi poured out from his body. In a flash, he strangled one of Baijia's arms, rolled it into his mouth and swallowed it. Paige let out a heartbreaking scream. Lin Chan's three people saw this cruel scene, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Next moment, a weird aura instantly wrapped around them. It doesn't give any time to react at all. Hundreds of chiefs dragged them into the trillions of nightly guile and left them to be chewed on by the clan. And the scene, Sweet Potato and September, who were in the Moonlight Hall, could clearly perceive it. Sweet Potato just froze and quickly returned to normal. It's still a kinder death compared to the Master's extermination. And those four should have been damned. The host is true nuclear goodness and invites them to stay at the blood-drinking sword. Tearful. On the contrary, September was numb with shock as a whole. Wait a minute? Is this still the same Blue Star Guardian God? The Great Qian Protectorate War God? Why are you still throwing martial artists into the mouths of creepy things? When did Gangnam become so vicious? It's more regicide than she is. What's going on out there? Her head was spinning a bit, her huge and full breasts quivering. September felt that Jiangnan was very wrong. How was this a human demon? A proper god of killing? I'm leaving for a while. Right at this moment, Jiangnan's system mission was completed and the rewards had been issued. And then he opened his mouth. It's time to give the trickster world another dose of intensity and a little shock. The next moment, without warning, his figure faded in place. Seeing the situation, September gulped and looked at Sweet Potato with a confused expression. What happened to the master? Why? Not even the martial artist he was guarding? Sweet Potato sniffed, not giving her a good look, and said coldly, ask the master yourself if you want to know. Hearing this, September guffawed and silently pressed her massive softness behind Sweet Potato. Immediately after, wrapping his arms around Sweet Potato from behind, his soft petite body pressed up against him at the same time. September's soft, silky voice rang out. We've known each other for thousands of years, so tell me, get out of here. Sweet Potato was enraged by the hug, her powerful guile boiling over, and with a chortle, she shook away the fat female guile hanging on her. Subsequently, Sweet Potato suddenly thought of something and didn't bother with September anymore. Instead his face changed and he said heavily, no good. I forgot to tell Master. Fan Wupian and their clan are among the trillions of shenanigans. In the meantime, trillions of shenanigans ahead. A figure quickly fell above the sky dome. For a moment, it startled the weird things present. They looked up. It was clearly Jiangnan. The moment. Baijia's master and disciple had been eaten dry, leaving only blood-stained pieces of clothing. Die with infinite remorse and with unspeakable pain. Gathering all these creeps. You want to kill me? Jiangnan stood proudly in front of the trillions of shenanigans. His expression calm as he said indifferently. You guys don't even know how to be scared after destroying 2 Guile King's Guile clans? Is it because you think there are too few people in the blood-drinking sword? Creepy is coming along for the ride? Drag family ready to deliver another wave? Just then, the SS-ranked deputy leader of the blood-sucking Guile clan pointed at Jiangnan and said angrily, trillions of shenanigans are here. Can you still kill them all? Jiangnan sniffed and frowned slightly, his eyes containing killing intent looking toward this Guile. Next, he waved his hand briefly. A hint of sword intent erupted, instantly strangling it into a puddle of blood. Just as soon as this SS-ranked knightly Guile soul appeared, it was inhaled by the blood-drinking swords and instantly refined, row by row. Don't you have any brains? Why are you acting like an NPC monster? When you see a player, you start a fight, you start an offense, right? You're not taking the strength gap into account at all. Gong Nam, how dare you kill my brother? The SSS-class blood-sucking Guile's face was green and black with incomparable anger. Do you really slaughter them like pigs and dogs? Kill at the drop of a hat. There was no such ferocious knightly Guile in the Guile realm. He had wanted to take advantage of the fall of the 2 trickster kings to stir up a group of chieftains to embrace himself as the new king. But he didn't expect to meet Jiangnan so soon and instantly kill his brother. Jiangnan couldn't help but sneer after hearing that blood-sucking creep's words. A mere SS-class knightly Guile dared to provoke. If he doesn't die, who will? And you have to die. Chapter 36 Rolling to come within the blood-drinking sword. You will be honest. The moment. Of trillions of creepy things. Watching Jiangnan refine the blood-sucking Guile deputy chief in an extremely cruel manner. The hatred in the hearts of the creepy things that followed the blood-sucking creepy one clan reached unprecedented heights. However, there were also quite a few bizarre things that were scared awake by Jiangnan's terrifying sword intent and budged back. Being at this time, in Jiangnan's ears, a system beep sounded. Detected that most of the artifacts have a strong killing intent towards the host, and some of the artifacts are submissive. Assignment issued. Option 1, kill them all and exterminate their 10 clans. Reward, trillions of karma. From now on, cut off humanity. Option 2, kill those who oppose it and take in those who are truly submissive. Reward, peak attainment of Qingping sword technique. Sage sword intent increased by 50%. Realm increased by 100,000 years. Looking at the 2 option panels, Jiangnan pondered. The first option is to cut off humanity. Elected not to become a like Shinwani? To kill her father and her mother. To destroy her own 9 clans. Only she can do it. Thoughts flashed. Gangnam takes option 2 for the mission. Next moment, a voice full of killing intent came out. Do you really think we all fear you? The Moonlight Guile King is only half a step away from breaking through to the hegemony level. She may not lose to you when she joins forces with us. SSS-level blood-sucking trick roar. For a while, countless bizarre things chimed in and said with righteous indignation. Yes, the Moonlight Palace is not far away. Don't be too wild. If you don't get out of the creepy realm today, you will suffer the wrath of trillions of creepy things. Just as a roar sounded, the deputy chief of the long-tongued Guile clan, his face turning blue, quietly retreated behind the crowd of Guile. Crazy, right? Didn't you see how that SS-ranked knightly Guile died just now? How dare you continue to provoke me? He's scared anyway. He's not getting involved in this. Similarly, the deputy chief of the Copper Skin clan, as well as a handful of chiefs, retreated behind the crowd of shenanigans. A few Guile looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief. It seems not all shenanigans have lost their minds and are mindlessly looking for death in general. Jiangnan is still not getting out of the Guile realm. Was it only when the Moonlight Trickster King joined forces with us that you were honest? Seeing the crowd of knightly Guile's eyes turning red as they vociferously denounced Jiangnan, the SSS-ranked blood-sucking Guile once again exploded with a cry. The Moonlight Trickster King? Jiangnan couldn't help but smile at his words. Under the hateful gazes of a group of creepy things, he took out a pink-colored creepy Dan from the blood-drinking sword and placed it in front of him. How is this trickster Dan filled with the aura of the Moonlight Trickster King? Seeing this, the heart of the SSS-ranked blood-sucking Guile sank and subconsciously exclaimed. At once, the crowd of creepy creatures' faces were ashen, and a thought popped up at the same time. Did the Moonlight Trickster King return to Jiangnan? Almost instantly, an unspeakable fear invaded his brain, and he felt nothing but deep suffocation. Soon, a cool voice pushed their despair over the top. This seat's Guile Dan. The words fell. Sweet Potato and September dodged behind Jiangnan. their postures humble. Even you betrayed the Guile clan? The SSS-ranked blood-sucking Guile was incredulous and exuded a horrified look. Yet the only thing that responded to him was a finger from September's raised hand. The terrifying pressure killed out towards the blood-sucking Guile. As he was about to be devoured, he said in a million shocks, if you continue to massacre, the underworld will definitely not let you go. September had no thoughts of stopping. Boo! In the blink of an eye, the blood-sucking Guile transformed into a mist of blood. Whether it would attract the unknown powers of the underworld she didn't know. However, since she also recognized Jiangnan as her master, she had the obligation to sweep away the mole crickets that were disrespectful to her master. Next moment, under the horrified gazes of trillions of shenanigans, Jiangnan waved his hand. Fan Wui and a bunch of other knightly Guile breaths that were under his command suddenly appeared. Moment. The long-tongued Guile clan, the copper-skinned Guile clan, all the other Guile clans raised their heads and looked up at Jiangnan in surprise. One could only see a Gui Dan that emitted luster and surged with SSS-grade aura hanging in the void. The chief's tricky Dan? My clan leader's Gildan is there too. Has the chief surrendered too? Sensing the aura of their own chiefs, the deputy chiefs who retreated behind the crowd of Guile showed surprise in their eyes. That's right. Fan Wui and a bunch of other SSS-class Li Gui have submitted. Don't go home yet. No one can protect you if you provoke the master. Sweet Potato said sharply. During their time in the dungeon, Fan Wui and the other night tricksters were all led by her and had some friendships, but there was only so much she could do to help. If you still don't know better, go against your master again. Sweet Potatoes will kill them all without hesitation. That small portion of the Guile clan's face lightened up when they heard this. Not bad for a chief. More from the heart than me. In fact, we have long been honored and intend to serve Grand Master Jiangnan. Fan Fengxian has been wandering for half his life, but he hates that he has not met a bright master. If Master Jiangnan does not abandon him, I would like to be his righteous father. Sweet Potato was stunned to hear those words. Good. It's worthy of being a member of Fan Wu Pian's clan. Changing faces one by one. Immediately after, Sweet Potato looked nervously at Jiangnan and said timidly, Master, my subordinate made the decision for you privately. Please chastise. No harm done. Jiangnan said calmly. He had intended to let this part of the creepy thing, which from the beginning, had not appeared to kill, go. And just then, hearing Jiangnan's agreement, a dozen or so SSS-ranked tricksters brought their clansmen with them. With great speed, they stood on Jiangnan's side and pulled out all sorts of trick weapons. It seems to be saying to other hate-filled creepy things, don't come to the edge. Master Jiangnan, I'll wait for you. Master Jiangnan, my great sword is already hungry and thirsty. At your command, I'll stab 10 of them first. Sweet Potato's lips twitched at the sight. Don't come messing around. Go home and stay there honestly. She was all afraid that when her master did it, he would incidentally refine these shenanigans as well. Bunch of traitors. You are a disgrace to the Guile realm. Jiangnan, we won't bow down to a human. Don't you dare try to make us submit to you. A crowd of hate-filled trillions of shenanigans roared. Jiangnan sniffed and looked slightly strange. What? Do you guys think I'm begging you to submit? What a face for you guys. You're still not interested? You'll know what you're doing when you get inside the blood-drinking sword. Jiangnan was tired of being noisy and without any hesitation, he raised his hand and burst out thousands of sword intent. Die, with a character full of killing intent falling. Rumble, terrifying saintly sword intent rose up to the sky, and thunder rolled above the dome of the sky. The entire ground also shook violently at this moment. At once, the clouds tore apart, and countless giant swords condensed from sword intent seemed to break through the void, carrying a chaotic aura. Trillions of shenanigans were instantly stunned by this terrifying pressure. Each of them tilted their heads and froze. Their faces changed dramatically, and an incomparable look of horror flowed from the bottom of their eyes. They could clearly feel that the moment the giant sword fell was the moment their souls would be scattered. A strong death aura enveloped the heart. It's only then that they admit that they really regret it now and are afraid. Just as Jiangnan was about to go on a killing spree, suddenly, a voice from a distant realm that seemed to contain unknown horrors exploded in the minds of every weird thing. Stop, or you'll die and never be reincarnated. Chapter 37. If you're a dish, practice more. If you're old, retire, and roll over to gather with your clan within the blood-drinking sword. Boom! Above the vault of heaven, suddenly a horrifying crack opened up. An endless bizarre chi poured out into the heavens and earth. An old man clad in heavy armor and holding a soul-hooking rope slowly walked out from the crack and looked angrily at Jiangnan and said, Inferior being, you are too wild. Do you know who is in charge of the trickster world? I'm the underworld Guile dispatcher, a C-ranked Guile god. How dare you continue to act recklessly in front of me? As each word fell, a terrifying pressure descended, causing both Sweet Potato and September to shudder. The crowd of Guile clans that had surrendered to Jiangnan instantly felt a wave of suffocation. This is the old Rakshasa ancestor? The Rakshasa ancestor has come from the underworld to take revenge. Class C Guile God. I'm afraid this is the existence that can open the entrance to the two worlds. Ha ha ha. With the Rakshasa ancestor here, how will Jiangnan kill us? Trillions of shenanigans were exuberant at the sight of this, and hope was rekindled in the bottom of their eyes as they all cast sneering gazes toward Jiangnan. The trickster god was a powerhouse that transcended this world. Jiangnan is just a district human. Even if he is stronger, can he be stronger than the Guile god? It's ridiculous to think of destroying the Guile realm. All the previously surrendered creeps wait for death. Jiangnan calmly looked toward the trickster, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. This weak pressure is worthy of being called a Guile god? Right at this moment, an SSS-class knightly Guile, pointing at Jiangnan, burst out. Jiangnan, if you have the guts, kill us in front of the Guile god. Jiangnan sniffed and was instantly happy. I'm not only going to kill, I'm going to exterminate your 9 clans. Trillions of shenanigans were scoffed at. The trickster god is right here. Where did you get the nerve? That SSS-class knightly Guile said with a face full of disdain when it heard this. So what if you destroy my 10 clans? Fine. Exterminate your 10 clans. Jiangnan grinned. Never heard such a request before. Meet you guys. Next moment, as he raised his hand and pressed downward, at once, the countless giant swords hanging in the middle of the clouds fell quickly. A sword sound exploded. The sword flashed as the giant sword cut through the silent void, killing out towards the trillions of shenanigans. Looking at the scene in the sky, all the trickster's eyes were shocked and their disdainful words stuck in their throats. At this moment, no one thought that he really dared to kill. No! Old Rakshasa ancestor, save me! Help us! Help us! The crowd of creepy creatures were completely desperate and wanted to escape but were unable to move as they were locked by Jiangnan's pressure, so they could only frantically beg for help. However, it didn't work. Under the astonished gaze of the Rakshasa old ancestor, trillions of bizarre things turned into a mass of blood mist and dissipated into the heavens and earth. Jiangnan grabbed all the souls and threw them into the blood-drinking sword to instantly refine them. And it was at this moment that a system beep came from his ears. Congratulations to the host for making the right choice. Rewarded, peak attainment of Qingping sword technique, 50% increase in Sage's sword intent, and 100,000 years of realm enhancement. In just an instant, trillions of creepy things died, still killed in front of the trickster god. Sweet Potato opened her red lips in shock at the sight. It's not. Is the master so hard? She thought about her master not being afraid of the trickster god, but she really didn't think that she would be able to destroy trillions of tricksters in front of the trickster god. Not giving a damn. Slapping the trickster god in the face on the spot. It does fit the owner's character. Likewise, September was dumbfounded. The trickster god was an insurmountable powerhouse in the lower realms. Is this really going to be okay? The crowd of bizarre things that had defected to Jiangnan changed color, their hearts and their throats. How dare you? A mere lower realm being, how dare you disobey the old man's orders? Looking for death. The Rakshasa old ancestor's face was gloomy, and the anger under his eyes skyrocketed. An inferior being had actually ignored his words and truly destroyed trillions of shenanigans. This is a small world on the side of the 10 temples of hell and the king of Chukong in charge. As one of the guileful messengers of management, he had a lot to do with this side of the world being in dire straits. For a moment, the Rakshasa old ancestor's killing intent reached its peak, and a terrifying C-class Guile god pressure filled the air. Sweet Potato and September immediately trembled in their delicate bodies, and could not help but exude a look of horror. They had never seen such a powerful Gui Chi before. The power of a Guile god could definitely treat even overlord level Night Guile as an ant. You're not qualified to kill me yet. Jiangnan looked at the Rakshasa old ancestor with a calm expression and laughed lightly. That's all the trickster god is? Before I saw it, I thought it had some great divine ability, but it turned out that it was not as powerful as 1,000th of his saint's sword intent. That's it? He also dared to reverse the Big Dipper so that he could not be reincarnated for eternity. I think you're senile. Hearing Jiangnan's extremely wild words, the Rakshasa old ancestor's face turned blue as he said, Since you seek death, I will fulfill you. The words fell. He waved the soul-hooking rope in his hand, and immediately, black clouds rolled for billions of miles, and thousands of ghosts poured out, killing towards Jiangnan. Right at this moment, Jiangnan once again received a system quest. C-rank trickster god Lao Deng detected striking out at the host. Single task release. Torture him hard. Teach him to practice more if he's not good enough. Don't come out and pretend to be a fool if you don't have some strength. Reward, Sage's sword intent increased by 50%. Realm increased by 200,000 years. Retracting his mind, Jiangnan faintly swept a glance at the ghosts. What garbage. For that matter, it wasn't as good as the SSS-ranked martial soul slave and his emperor's sword. How dare you make the first move? Get your ass over here and join your clan within my blood-drinking sword. After saying this, Jiangnan held the blood-drinking sword and gently swung out a sword. Boom! Sage sword intent burst out, stirring up the wind and clouds, shaking the heavens and the earth. The might of this sword light was far more terrifying 100 times than the hint of sword intent released earlier. As the sword light flashed, thousands of horrible ghosts instantly turned into ashes. Immediately afterward, the remaining power was unabated as he killed out at the Rakshasa Old Ancestor. Seeing this, the Rakshasa Old Ancestor's eyes widened, his eyes flashing with 1,000 points of shock, his mouth opening wide in shock. How is this possible? Why would a lower realm being possess such terrifying sword intent? Feeling the terror of this sword intent, his face was full of incredulity. His all-out strike had been defused just like that? What is the difference between such great might and a saint? This was definitely not a sword intent that could be comprehended by a lower realm being. In an instant, fear sprang up in the Rakshasa Old Ancestor, and he was about to dodge when he realized that there was an indescribable energy that firmly blocked his movements. His pupils shrunk as he looked at the sword light that was close at hand, and he had to desperately fight against it. In the next moment, the Rakshasa Old Ancestor spared no effort in activating his Guile Chi, in the vain hope of blocking the saint's sword intent with the strength of a C-ranked Guile god. Seeing that he was still trying to struggle, Jiangnan's eyes stared, filled with disdain. With that, he casually pointed out a finger, and his power was once again increased by 100 times. At once, the Rakshasa Old Ancestor's Guile Chi was immediately dispersed when it came into contact with the sage's sword intent. It was as if this sword intent was born to restrain the ability of the Guile god. How? I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years and am the Guile god of the underworld. Who are you, an inferior being, to kill me? Before he was about to be swallowed by the sword light, he completely broke down, unwilling to accept this fact, hissing, "Why? He's a trickster god. Ha! How could you lose to a mole from the lower realms? False. It's all fake." Looking at the old Rakshasa ancestor who had fallen into madness, Jiangnan lightly grunted. Cultivating for tens of thousands of years and still being such a waste. Old dang. Practice more if you're a vegetable. Retire if you're old. And get the hell inside my blood-drinking sword. Chapter 38, The Gates of Hell? He's worthy to judge me? Ask the sage sword intent if he agrees. Jiangnan's words fell. The Rakshasa Old Ancestor was instantly engulfed by the sage's sword intent, turning into pieces with endless unwillingness and confusion. Next, his soul after death was grabbed by Jiangnan and instantly refined, becoming the most powerful soul slave in the human emperor sword. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded, sage's sword intent increased by 50%. Realm increased by 200,000 years. The moment the system rewards were issued, Jiangnan's strength took another qualitative leap. At the same time, heaven and earth here fell into dead silence. The crowd of creepy creatures were dumbfounded, looking at Jiangnan with a look of fear, but there was a touch of gratitude in their eyes. Luckily, they changed their faces fast and surrendered early. Even a legendary and terrifying powerhouse like the Trickster God, the Trickster of the Underworld, couldn't escape being killed by a single move from Grandmaster Jiangnan. They don't count for. No amount of coming will be enough for Master Jiangnan to refine. Trillions of shenanigans are the best example of this. As usual, you will be refined in a moment. The fat woman tricked September. At this moment completely shocked numb. Only shenanigans like hers that were about to break through to the overlord level. It was only then that it became clear just how terrifying a C-rank trickster god was. Even if there were 100 of her, the other party could crush them with their hands. And Jiangnan was the one who took such a strong person and treated them as ants in direct seconds. She still underestimated Jiangnan's strength. If she had known that it was so strong, why did she still invade Blue Star? Recognizing the master earlier would have saved her hundreds of years of detours. You just have fun inside. You're lucky to be by your master's side. You can watch your master kill people and not squeak once you see one. Sweet Potato quickly gathered his shock towards her. Immediately after, just as she felt that the dust had settled and it was time to deal with the great Jin Empress, several roars containing infinite killing intent came from the void. How dare you kill trillions of shenanigans in the small world where we maintain order? Lower realm beings, how dare you? Next moment, a black hole appeared above the dome of the sky, and 8 trickster gods armed with hooked soul ropes walked out. The tricksters, still in shock, were pulled back into their thoughts by the resounding voice. One froze and looked at the sudden appearance of the trickster god, confusion all over his face. Still coming? Didn't you see how old man Rakshasa died? This is the rhythm that is going to keep on giving. Can't you just be nice? Why don't you just pretend you didn't see it? Does that mean you guys are more powerful than a C-ranked trickster god? Jiangnan frowned slightly, also puzzled. Is this an NPC wildlife leader teaming up to deliver? Row by row, this blood-drinking sword of mine comes to the rescue. And the other side. The 8 Guile difficulty sensed the residual saint's sword intent, and scorn flashed in their eyes. It's not that they don't know the difference in strength. Rather, trillions of tricksters have been killed, which is already a felony for the tricksters who manage this realm. If King Chukong learns that they are hiding in the underworld, it will be an even greater offense, so tough it out. And I advise you to fold your hands and honestly accept the judgment of Yama Temple, so that there is still a chance of reincarnation. If you resist today, you will be going against King Chu Jiang. We are all under the command of King Chu Jiang. If you dare to make a move, you will die without a burial place. With killing intent on their faces, the 8 trickster difficulties stared angrily at Jiangnan and spoke in a chorus. When they heard the name Chu Jiang Wang, Sweet Potato and September's faces changed, and a flash of surprise appeared in the bottom of their eyes. It was recorded in the ancient books of the Guile realm that Chu Jiang Wang was the master of the second hall of the 10 halls of Yama, and in his hands, he was in control of tens of thousands of small worlds. The strength was so terrifying that it could cause a world to be destroyed with the move of a finger. Sweet Potato frowned tightly, willow eyebrow. Master met that kind of strong person. Really hanging. Jiangnan raised his eyes to look at the few tricky messengers and narrowed his eyes slightly. As a traveler, this king of Chukong sounded a lot like the one he knew in his previous life. One of the great powers of the underworld, responsible for judging the good and evil of the dead in the 3 realms and deciding whether they can be reincarnated. Very strong indeed. But, so what? You're the king of hell's errand boy, aren't you? If you dare to disrespect me, you will be killed. Jiangnan retracted his gaze full of coldness and was about to start killing when September grabbed the first worry. Master, why don't we talk to them? Those creepy things saw death first, so perhaps reasoning can avoid a conflict with the Chu River King. Reasoning? Hearing this, without waiting for Jiangnan to open his mouth, Sweet Potato, who knew his character, coldly grunted. Master has been guarding Daqian for 10 years. If reasoning works, how could he be betrayed? The other side clearly has no sense of right and wrong, so why be reasonable? If you're afraid, get lost. I'll accompany my master to kill. September sniffed and became anxious. She had good intentions too. After all, there is no fear of being left without wood. But if her master wanted to kill, she wasn't afraid to die. The trickster Dan was mentally prepared when he handed it over. Who says I'm afraid? I'll accompany my master to kill too. When September finished saying this, the group of creepy creatures behind her saw this and responded. If the Guile King wasn't afraid, they were still afraid of nothing. Jiangnan nodded with satisfaction when he heard this. This was much more loyal than the people he had guarded for 10 years. It was at this moment that the leading trickster saw the scene and his face turned gloomy. Fine, fine. How dare you even disregard the king of Chujiang? This is a capital offense. Still barking? Gave you face. Jiangnan sniffed, and his eyes were tinted with a dense killing intent. With that, he swung out a sword. Clang! Next moment, the incomparably overbearing sage sword intent engulfed the leading Guile god in no time, dissolving into a cloud of blood mist. Bold! Still dare to make a move. At this time, another trickster was furious, and was even not afraid of dying and waving his hook rope, wanting to trap Jiangnan, but his words were not spoken. Jiangnan sneered. Don't care if it's Blue Star or the trickster world. Anyone who compliments him on his guts is dead. In the next moment, Jiangnan waved his big hand. Majestic energy poured out, and the killing soul hooking rope instantly turned into pieces. This world-beating terrifying energy engulfed the tricky difference in the blink of an eye, instantly turning into blood mist. Jiangnan reached out and grabbed the 2 souls, holding them in his hands and refining them in an instant. Seeing the situation, the few remaining tricksters were dumbfounded. How dare you? You're not afraid even the king of Chukong has moved out? At this moment, they once again had a new perception of the ferocity of this inferior being. Once you kill, it doesn't matter what your background is. You can't even be afraid this time. Wait. A trickster looked panicked and halfway through his words. He was drowned by the saint's sword intent and died a clean death. Seeing Jiangnan kill another companion, the tricksters were thoroughly sweating. This senior, have something to say. Elder, it was our fault earlier. We can sit down and talk lightly. Stop now. There's still room for maneuver. We'll put in a good word for you, and King Chujiang will give you a chance to reincarnate. The few remaining tricksters, with their legs shaking, said in a million shocks. This will know to call senior. No wrong ah? What are you guys doing early? Hearing their words, a cold smile hung at the corner of Jiangnan's mouth. Give me a chance to reincarnate? How can the king of Chu be worthy? If you want to judge me, you should first ask if Xingping sword technique and sage sword intent agree. The thought flashed by, and he swung out his sword once again. Boom boom boom. The few remaining Guile difficulties instantly exploded under the saint's sword intent, turning into blood mist and scattering. Only one word was left in a shriek before death. We've already reported the matter of the creepy realm, and the king of Chu River will definitely not let you go. Chapter 39, Little Fairy Shinliani. Unleashing her lover's power again. they dared to rush out to deliver it. So they've already reported it to Yama Temple. King Chu Jiang is a party master of the underworld. The trickster god just now was only the lowest official trickster. If the underworld sends troops, I'm afraid the trickster world will disappear from here on out. Looking at Jiangnan, who didn't care about King Chu Jiang at all, refining 10 tricky differentials by brutal means, a crowd of creepy creatures were worried, discussing in faint voices. It seemed to them that the Jiangnan Grandmaster might not be aware of the terror of the Chu Jiang King, and it's way too harsh. Those guys are at least the king of Chu Kong's men. You really don't give a damn about face. The trickster gods don't want to reincarnate in his hands either. At this moment, both Sweet Potato and September were dumbfounded. That's 10 whole trickster gods. It was expected to break out into a vicious battle. As a result, before they could react, their master killed them all in a single shot. Spike Ray's Ash Refine. A set of process was over in the blink of an eye. Not helping at all. That makes you look like a loser. You're really a vase. Sweet Potato withdrew his god and looked at Jiangnan respectfully, his red lips slightly opening. Master, my subordinate can share your worries. September, who was next to him, sniffed and chimed in. Master, my subordinate can have a couple of moves with them too. Never mind being able to beat the trickster god. One must show loyalty. The crowd of creepy creatures thought the same thing. Having already offended the underworld, they would be offended to death. So what if I can't be reincarnated for eternity? Jiangnan masters are not afraid. They do little brother afraid of a hammer. You guys couldn't deal with the C-ranked trickster god from earlier. To be more rigorous, they can even kill the overlord level in seconds. Jiangnan waved his hand to interrupt them and said truthfully. When the crowd of creepy creatures heard this, they fell silent. Yes, even the lowest official position of the guileless messenger was a powerhouse that they could not surpass. Sweet Potato and September were also speechless. The next enemy the master faces will only be stronger. It's good that they don't hold their master back. For a while, the crowd of shenanigans recognized the reality and the atmosphere became very grave. Right at this moment, an energy fluctuation that was above the SSS-Level spread out like water waves rippling. Sweet Potato sniffed a familiar scent and looked up. See only. Jiangnan took out 9 phoenix fruits from the system space, as well as a jar of 10,000-year peach blossom brew. The energy that filled the air was clearly emitted by these 2 supreme treasures. These are enough for the 2 of you to be raised to C-ranked trickster gods. It was accompanied by Jiangnan's words. A look of shock passed over Sweet Potato's face, and his eyes flashed with a flash of excitement. Is this really something she can take? She knew best how precious the phoenix fruit was. One of these is enough to break through to the overlord level. September was also filled with astonishment, her gaze sizzling as she looked at the 10,000-year-old peach blossom brew. As an alcoholic with a thirst for wine, one could smell the aroma of the wine and know that the energy contained in it far exceeded that of SSS-grade heavenly treasures. You can give them this? Why doesn't the master keep it for himself? There are also a few more chances to win against the underworld in the future. Just as they were confused and froze, Jiangnan gently waved his hand. The phoenix fruit floated to the Sweet Potato. The jar of 10,000 years peach blossom brew then came to September. The rear creeps were incredulous. Such a heavenly material that transcends the realm of SSS grade. It doesn't hurt at all to give it away. Master Jiangnan. They didn't realize that the enhancement of Jiangnan completing a mission was not at all comparable to the little enhancement of heavenly materials. It's a waste to keep it. So you might as well give it to a loyal subordinate to use. Thank you, Master. Sweet Potato and September spoke at the same time. They know it in their hearts. It is useless to say more words of gratitude for such a gift. The only way to return the favor is to improve your own strength and share your master's worries. Jiangnan nodded slightly, glancing at the 2 female guile with some satisfaction. He preferred the way Sweet Potatoes and September were handled compared to the previous emperor of Daqian, who frantically kissed his ass every time he received a favor from him. Keep your gratitude to yourself. The words are no longer good, but the Qianlong also unloaded the donkey. Even if it wasn't the late emperor's doing, the fact remains that he was backstabbed by the nation. The thought flashed by, and Jiangnan smiled. When you guys break through and follow me back to the Blue Star, it's time to settle the accounts owed by Daqian. Hearing this, Sweet Potato nodded, killing intent flashing in her beautiful eyes. The great Qian Empress disrespected her master and she remembered it all. In the meantime, Blue Star. 3 years had passed since Jiangnan left for the Guile Realm. Great Qian Empire, outside of Kyoto. A weird city was built here, and not far away was the protectorate barrier that went straight to the sky. Report! An SS rank Li Gue quickly entered Gue City and hurriedly ran into a magnificent hall, seeking out Fan Wui to report. Master Fan, the news from the Li Gue sent out has come in. The people from the other empires have been dealt with cleanly, and the cultivation resources have been seized in full. Hearing this, Fan Wujia couldn't laugh. As long as Daqian is not destroyed, It is ultimately his incompetence. A frown ensued. Rationalize the distribution of resources down the road. Don't break your attack on the protectorate barrier, and don't let the Empress hiding inside get too comfortable. That SS-class knightly guile led the order and quickly retreated. Not much longer. The figure of the SSS-ranked copper-skinned guile appeared in the Great Hall with a grave expression. Master Van, there are no trick domains forming on the blue planet. Not one spot? No. Copper-skinned guile was quite sure of himself. Hearing this news, Fan Wui frowned his eyebrows even tighter. With tens of billions of people dead on Blue Star, how could so many souls not have formed a creepy domain and given birth to a new creepy thing? In such a short period of time, the underworld wouldn't be the first to notice and send a large number of tricksters to hook the souls off. There must be something fishy about it. With Master Jiangnan out of the picture, these souls could have been sucked away by someone else. In the meantime, the popping sound of the night trick attacking the protectorate barrier resounded throughout Kyoto. This happened every day for 3 years. Even if the Empress patted herself on the back and guaranteed that night trick couldn't get in for the rest of her life, the people remained terrified. The Empress' previous assurances were never accurate. No one believes in the Empress today, except the fairies. In the palace, when Xin Liani heard the ringing sound, the resentment on her face deepened by a few points, and she clutched the jade seal of transmission tightly in her hand. Jiangnan, you don't want to kill me. Her hate-filled words fell. The words by the mandate of heaven. Both life and eternity engraved on the jade seal of the Kingdom of China lit up with a glossy luster. An invisible human emperor aura spread out. Soon, the countless souls floating on the blue star were sucked in by a powerful devouring force. It was instantly transformed into energy that backfilled Xin Liani's body. Not long after, a majestic dragon aura filled the air with her at the center. If Jiangnan were here at this moment, he would be able to tell with a glance that Xin Evening Yi had reached the SSS rank. It was even a martial artist comparable to a hegemonic knightly guile. Xin Liani slowly opened her eyes and said with a face full of resentment, I originally thought of killing a batch of turtle men to increase my strength, but I didn't realize that Night Trick had slaughtered Blue Star first. When I completely refine these tens of billions of souls and then refine the turtle man in Kyoto. Jiangnan, what will you take to kill me? Chapter 40 is worthy of boxing small capable. Tyson Kane cannot catch you a punch. Xin Yuani left the palace, lead a group of female courtiers to the royal hotel. Inside the presidential suite, a group of consorts were accompanying the 3 SSS-ranked martial artists who had survived. The peaceful atmosphere was interrupted by a loud bang. The door to the room shattered with a loud bang. Only Xin Liani, holding the jade seal of transmission, looked at the people in the room and exuded a touch of viciousness. You are no longer of use. Oh no, it can also help me to raise my realm after death. When these words came out, the intense killing intent startled the 3 SSS-ranked martial artists. The 3 reacted with instant rage. Do you realize what you're saying? We are the strongest in this Kyoto. Not to mention your father's consort. Even you can play around. I see you want to come and take the place of these consorts. Hearing this, Xin Liani's face was gloomy and she snorted coldly. A terrifying pressure poured out and enveloped the 3. And you are worthy of serving me? As her words fell, the 3 SSS-ranked martial artists felt the powerful energy fluctuations and their expressions rose in alarm. A strong shock surfacing in their eyes. Isn't Xin Yuani a B-class? How come it's SSS rated? Even much stronger than them. Xin Yuani didn't give the 3 of them a chance to speak. Drawing her sword and swinging it out. Clang! The sword-like containing majestic dragon, she sliced off the heads of 3 people in the blink of an eye. Xin Yuani raised the jade seal of transmission, and a devouring force drew in the souls of the 3. Seeing this scene, excitement spread across the faces of a group of female ministers. Your Majesty kills well, killing 3 SSS-ranked martial artists in seconds. It wouldn't be so bad if Jiangnan came in his place. Jaimais, His Majesty has already relied on the jade seal of transmission to obtain a realm comparable to the overlord level, and surpassing Jiangnan is just around the corner. Gatherers, this time we really stand up. Your Majesty, the bodies of these concubines are dirty. It would be detrimental to the face of the royal family to keep them. Hearing these words, the consorts in the room turned pale with fear, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and so on. Wasn't it you who forced us to serve? If you don't serve, you die. And if you serve, you die. What is this? Use it up and throw it away. Unload it? What happened to the promise that you were born with the ability to love people? The concubines panicked and hurriedly prayed towards Xin Liani. Your Majesty, this was all your decision in the first place. Leave us alone. I'm willing to stay in the cold palace forever. Please, Your Majesty, don't kill me. Xin Yuani sniffed and a cruel smile hung on her face. She didn't even blink an eye when she killed her father and mother, let alone a group of worthless concubines. Go down there and stay with father, said. The energy in Xin Yuani's body stirred as she swung out a biting sword, instantly severing the necks of those concubines. Instead of feeling cruel, a group of female ministers even felt that the death was not tragic enough. Crawling under a man is damnation. Your Majesty, please fix the turtle men in Kyoto. I feel sick at the sight of those men. Jime guys, male condensation is really scary. It feels like I'm being molested when I'm being stared at by them. Yes, sire. They have no business looking straight at us. Shen Yuani nodded her head as she spoke. Pass the word that theirs is not to be allowed in the public. Rich people's area. Tell them to man the city gates for me and replace the female martial artists. The group of female ministers moved quickly and immediately retreated to carry it out. I don't know how much time has passed. A squad of female martial artists came here to dispose of the bodies. Looking at the dead concubines, his eyes showed pity. Captain Wu Mei, isn't it for the Empress to do this? Not appropriate? Wu Mei didn't say anything when she heard this, and a faintly undetectable color of anger flashed between her brows. More than inappropriate. The Empress is so rebellious that any sane person who reads it has to curse. This is not an awakening. It's clearly demonic. Seeing all these dead consorts, she instantly thought of the figure standing proudly on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The same was unloaded by the Empress. It was just that the Empress did not expect Jiangnan's strength to be that terrifying. Wu Mei withdrew her mind and sighed in her heart, reaching out to gently close the eyes of the consort in front of her. Tricky world. Bridal city. Jiangnan sat alone on the city gate drinking wine. 4 days passed, and there was no wait for the trickster god sent by the underworld. Suddenly, boom! The two bizarre chi in the city rose up to the sky, triggering anomalies in the heavens and earth. Jiangnan raised his eyes, shedding some relief, and whispered, both broke through. Not bad talent. It wasn't long after that was said. A red and a purple figure came before him. Sweet Potato had joy on his face and was just about to open his mouth to say the happy news when Jiangnan's voice was the first to ring out. Since I've already broken through to a C-rank Guile God, I'll leave the Guile realm today. Seeing Jiangnan's indifferent expression, Sweet Potato's little face instantly deflated. Seeing the situation next to him, September was surprised. The Queen of Creepy Brides is known for being so cool. Why is she acting like a little girl? It's still up to her. Master, if you're not in a hurry, would you like my subordinate to squeeze your legs? September straightened her proud breasts, and a large area of snowy white was presented to Jiangnan. No, leave now. Jiangnan turned a blind eye to the situation, lifted his hand to tear open a crack, and with a shake of his body, he entered it. September's little face deflated and Sweet Potato followed. At the same time, the hundreds of millions of bizarre things that were waiting in place saw this and entered to rush to the outside world. Blue Star. Outside Kyoto, Fan Wui once again launched an attack towards the protectorate barrier. Until he was exhausted he still hadn't made a single crack in the barrier. A bunch of SSS-ranked strikes are all the same. Get lost. Don't bother. 7 years. Aren't you guys tired? A barrier jointly developed by the 5 empires. And you alone want to break it? It's best if you don't leave. You'll be honest when the Empress finishes her seclusion. The low-level martial artists stationed at the city guys couldn't help but speak out and sneer, releasing the pent-up frustration they had suffered over the past few years. The group of SSS-ranked Knightly Guile were furious when they heard this. Fan Wui narrowed his eyes, revealing thick killing intent. A District D-ranked martial artist actually dared to provoke them. If the barrier didn't have the energy of Grandmaster Jiangnan, how could it be unbreakable? How dare you clamor for a bunch of ants? The day this barrier breaks is the day you'll all go up in smoke. Chimeras, look at that ugly-looking, long-tongued night creeper with the black face of anger. Those who don't believe in the Empress, please open your eyes and see the world. These knights and wizards will never be able to enter Kyoto in their lifetime. Facts speak louder than eloquence, and eloquence speaks louder than facts. And what the Empress says is the truth. Yeah, after 7 years if Night Guile could break the barrier, he would have attacked long ago. A group of little fairy hostesses, you said from the city walls. These are the anticlimactic set of beauties sent by the Empress to broadcast live in real time every day and collect the people's hearts. These words reached the ears of a group of SSS-ranked Knightly Guile. Rao Fan Wu Jia almost didn't catch the punch. This Daqian's people are more rebellious than one another. The most annoying thing is that there's still nothing you can do about them. Worthy of being little boxing masters, Tyson can't even catch one of your punches when he comes. Right at this moment, a figure wearing a white robe appeared above the sky dome. It was clearly Jiangnan. A flash of hostility passed over his face. Chapter 41, Put your hair up. Put your hair up. Master Gangnam? Master Jiangnan has returned. Good. The protectorate barrier will be broken today, and we can finally crush these noisy ants. The group of SSS class Li Gui tilted their heads and looked at Jiangnan. All of their faces were happy, and excitement flashed in their eyes. Jiangnan stood proudly in the celestial dome, and behind him, Sweet Potato and September slowly came out of the void and stood very respectfully. At once, the Jimays on the city walls as well as a group of low-level martial artists, had their pupils shrinking slightly, and their expressions became grave. But with the protectorate barrier in place, the fear in their hearts quickly dissipated. Immediately took a cell phone to capture Jiangnan, so that the audience in the live room to see the 7 years do not dare to appear, protect the country god of war. That's a lot of splashy traffic. The first one to take the lead in stirring up the audience's emotions is sure to eat up the most traffic. Jiangnan, you human betrayal actually dares to show your face. Families, don't be afraid. The Empress said that the protectorate barrier can't be broken by anyone. Jiangnan will at most bark a few times outside. Jime guys, Gangnam is also a malodorous male gel. He keeps staring at my chest. It's really good to get down. A devil who deserves to die should have his death sentence repeated by the Empress. Without a trace of fear on their faces, this group of Jime were only afraid that they wouldn't be able to catch the flow and scrambled to be the first to say so. Just as they had guessed, the entire population of Kyoto did not exceed 20 million, but the number of people in the live broadcast room instantly soared to 10 million. The Tiburones were overwhelmed by the flow, full of excitement, and frantically applying the mother of all open-ended outputs. The crowd of SSS-class night tricksters listened with itching teeth and clenched fists. Even Sweet Potato and September had murderous intent all over their faces. This punch, not to mention Tyson, Night Risk can't carry it. Jiangnan's face was expressionless, calmly looking at this group of fools who had been brainwashed by Shinliani. This barrier is your bottom line? Said. He simply points a finger. The incomparably overbearing energy crashed into the protectorate barrier. For a while, the barrier that all the people of Kyoto had given hope to began to tremble violently, and the hearts of countless people were lifted. How? Could Jiangnan really be able to break the barrier? Impossible. The protectorate barrier has collected the energies of successive generations of martial artists, and there are hundreds of SSS-class martial artists among them. What gives Jiangnan the right to break it? At this moment, the faces of the Jime on the city walls changed drastically, and they looked horrified. They were provoking just now, so if the barrier broke, wouldn't they become rations for the creepy things in minutes? But soon, Jiangnan's attack ended, and with it, the trembling of the protectorate barrier stopped and remained intact. When they saw this scene, they instantly let out a sigh of relief, feeling that all their previous worries were redundant. The group of SSS-ranked Nightly Guile were also a bit puzzled. Something's not right. There was only a small portion of Master Jiangnan's energy in this barrier. How could it be so strong? Could there be the energy of a strong human in it? Jime guys, I really bungbu live la. Also thought Jiangnan to install Wave Big. The original is to pull a pile of big Families open their eyes and see that Jiangnan isn't actually too strong. It's only at the overlord level. It feels inferior to the Empress. Sisterhood's point of view nailed it hard. Watching the protectorate barrier farting around, the live streaming Tiberiums were inexplicably confident. And just as theirs had just finished, click, the protectorate barrier shattered in response. The green luminescent fragments falling slowly from the sky. The barrier that enveloped all of Kyoto fell apart. The low-level martial artists on the city walls were stunned. The Tiburones' faces instantly turned white and they screamed in terror. A group of SSS-ranked Li Gue reacted to the delay. At this moment, Fanwui stared at those Jime dead in the face, grinning as infinite killing intent filled the air. Without needing Jiangnan to say anything more, he shifted and came before the Jimes. GGG, why don't you continue? With the fall of Fanwui's strange laughter, the terrifying pressure of the SSS grade instantly enveloped these few set of beauties. The Jimes only felt deep suffocation. Their mouths opened wide in their throats but they couldn't spit out half a word, and their cell phones fell off in fear. Talk. I told you to talk. Fanwui grabbed the tongue of Jime in front of him and said viciously. This Jime was terrified, but could only make slurred noises. No? How am I supposed to talk if you pull my tongue? A big breathless pang went through Tibia's mind. Don't say it. Do you? Die. Fanwujia laughed strangely and ripped out her tongue with one hand. A hoarse scream escaped from Jime's throat. His face twisted in a hideous fashion. Then, Fanwui gave a big wave of his hand. Snap. This Jime felt a deadly huge force coming from his face, and in the blink of an eye he was slapped into a bloody mist. Watching her sister die in front of her eyes, the other Jime's pupils contracted rapidly as fear and regret flooded her heart. No. Don't eat me. I was wrong. A Jime fell to the ground in fear, cloaked and extremely distressed. Fanwui sniffed and looked at her coldly. Eat you? Eat your body full of technology and harmful toxins and I'm afraid it'll affect my IQ and regress in rank. Seeing Jime's cloaked head, the ferocity in Fanwui's eyes deepened and he drank. Put your hair up. Put your hair up. When this Jime heard this, she was afraid of being killed and hurriedly fixed her hair. My lord hates it when a woman coils her hair in front of me. You already have a way of getting killed. After Fanwui finished speaking, the SSS-ranked Guile Chi on his body spread out. You'll do what you're told? Being so obedient means that she is extremely capable of holding back and is extremely deep in the city. So this woman must not be kept. This Jime was dumbfounded as she watched the creepy aura lunge at her. Ha! Didn't you tell me to dish it out? Why do you hate coiffures again? The legendary formula for extinguishing the law? Night Squealer knows how to use formulas. 2. If you can't afford to play, don't play. Jime's mind completely collapsed, and she tried to say something, but the bizarre aura had already drowned her out, and just as she opened her mouth, she dissolved into blood. The rest of the Jime are numb. What's the matter with this guy? Just said a few words about his ugly looks. How can he still be on the line? Not only to kill, but also to kill after torture. Doesn't it hurt your conscience to kill so many people? Take a step back. Another Tiburon has stepped up to use the formula. You already have a way to die. Fan Wui didn't give her a chance to speak and blasted out with a fist. Boom! That Jime's entire body was blasted into pieces. But facts aside, you also have a way of taking death. Another Jime voice was heard, and Van Wouters once again threw heavy punches that landed on the ground. Jime, who was present at the scene, watched her sisters die one after another, fearful and at the same time full of anger. She questioned towards Fan Wujie, do you have any humanity left? Fan Wui was also stunned at his words. Anyone with a brain the size of a walnut wouldn't say that, would they? Is one a man machine? You guys are the people I eat. You guys talk about humanity with one of my shenanigans? Chapter 42. What should you do with the second sword? Are you guys okay? Are you guys in your right mind? It's hopeless. Go back to the drawing board. Fan Wujie really felt pathetic for them, and with a wave of his hand, a terrifyingly bizarre chi poured out. The Jime, who were delusional about moral abduction, turned into a mass of blood mist under the devouring of this SSS-ranked trickster chi. At this moment, countless Li Jiwei came to the city walls, and similar things happened to every low-level martial artist. Sweet Potato looked down at the bottom with downcast eyes. After breaking through to the realm of a C-ranked trickster god, she also possessed the ability to see the souls of the dead. See only. Each soul was taken away by a devouring force as soon as it appeared. At first she thought it was her master's hand in refining, until he saw those spirits swept towards the palace. Sweet Potato's face changed. Master, someone is absorbing souls. Jiangnan nodded as he sniffed. When he first returned to Blue Star, he sensed something was wrong. How can tens of billions of people die without leaving a single soul behind? Master, do you need us to check? That's when September, who was next to him, said. Jiangnan waved his hand. No need. I already know who it is. Hearing this, September froze. Ha, that's all you need to know, isn't it? How did you break through to a C-rank guile god and still not be able to help? September also had to stay in place, took down the wine gourd on his waist and took a small sip, looking at the Li Gue killing below. Go away. Go away. Don't kill me. Help us. Empress. Help us. A group of tortoise men under the seat of the female emperor, seeing Night Trick kill and look horrified, hissing and trying to escape to the palace. However, they were only low-level martial artists, and the highest person was only B rank, facing countless S rank or above Li Gue. The chances of escaping were zero, and all of them landed on their heads just as they reacted. In the meantime, the news that the protectorate barrier had been broken quickly spread throughout Kyoto. The imperial palace. The S-ranked Wu Mei led a group of female martial artists and hurriedly arrived at the grand hall. Your Majesty, Jiangnan has broken the protectorate barrier, and a million Li Jiwei have killed their way in. Wu Mei entered the great hall, clasped her hands and lowered her head to report. As the words fell, her pair of eyes flashed with a stern color, concealing killing intent. What's the point of panicking? It's only a million Li Jiwei. It's not hard for me to solve them. Shinliani stood up from the dragon chair, and a wave of energy that overrode the hegemony level spread out. When Wu Mei saw that her strength had been boosted again, she frowned and opened her mouth. But Gangnam is also at. As if she had heard a piece of happy news, Xin Yuani smiled. That's better. I've been waiting for Jiangnan to appear. Since he's here, then help me achieve the great Tao. Said. She took out the jade seal of transmission, and the corner of her eyes hung a color of greed. The strength Jiangnan had displayed in the live broadcast was nearly a bit stronger than the overlord class night trickster. What is this? She had already become a stronger being with the help of the jade seal of transmission, the supreme treasure that had accumulated the breath of the successive human emperors of the great Qian dynasty. Wu Mei, follow me to execute this traitor on the spot, Xin Yuani said towards her most capable subordinate. 7 years without relying on any resources, 18 years old and growing up to S-class. This talent was even higher than the 3 Lin Chan girls she had cultivated. After thinking about it, Shenliani looked at Wu Mei and said, follow me, and I'll guarantee that you'll break through to an SSS-ranked martial artist. Yes, Wu Mei nodded, her face showing gratitude, but the bottom of her eyes were rippling. And the other side. The walls have all been dealt with. Millions of night sleuths were about to kill their way into the central area of Kyoto. Jiangnan's flat voice rang out. Come back. This is too slow and efficient. I'll send them on their way. Fan Wui sniffed and immediately had the Li Jiwei retreat 100 miles away from Kyoto. Master Jiangnan is no joke when he strikes. If we get caught in the fallout, we'll be scattered to pieces. There's no security in not running away. Sweet Potato took a small step back as well, shaking his head as he looked down at the image of corpses littering the landscape below. LOL. You had to mess with your master before you died. Satisfied now? It could have been a while longer. Piss off your master and wait for the pot to boil over. Next moment, without the slightest hesitation, Jiangnan pointed a finger toward Kyoto below. Boom! A trace of saintly sword intent converged above the celestial dome. The divine aura suppresses the entire Kyoto. For a moment, the sky and the earth changed color and the sunlight dimmed. The sword intent condensed into a giant sword of substance, intermingling, and the sword aura was like a rainbow, hanging over Kyoto. Soon, this sword fell, containing the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The moment the giant sword appeared, this divine aura immediately caught Xing Yuanyi's attention. A group of female martial artists tilted their heads and saw that their faces were very heavy. Similarly, Wu Mei felt this destructive might and exuded a look of horror. Your Majesty, are we really going to win? A female martial artist trembled. What are you afraid of? I will win. Xing Lianyi sniffed and sneered. The sound was big but the rain was small, and she hadn't really looked at Jiangnan's move. If this was Jiangnan's full strength, then she had still overestimated Jiangnan's strength. Immediately after, Xing Yuanyi rushed up to the sky with the jade seal of transmission in her hand. Energy that was above the overlord level filled the air, accompanied by the endless aura of the human emperor. A mere sword intent. Give me scatter. Xing Lianyi chanted as a pair of large hands condensed by the human emperor's aura emerged. In the next moment, it unexpectedly blocked 1/1000th of Jiangnan's saintly sword intent. Seeing this scene, all the people, including Wu Mei, were incomparably shocked. Your Majesty, it's really blocked. Your Majesty still looks relaxed. Sweet Potato was also stunned at the sight. Although it was just a casual move from the master, a very faint hint of sword intent, Xing Yuanyi was still the first person to be able to catch it. Seeing the piece of transfiguration jade seal, Sweet Potato instantly understood. Xing Yuanyi was the last emperor of the human race, and now enjoys all of the human race's fortune. That jade seal of transmission was the hope for the survival of the human race, and the breath of all the generations of human emperors since the birth of the Blue Star was all in it. It was no surprise that it could block the master's sword intent. Jiangnan glanced at the state heirloom jade seal in Xing Yuanyi's hand, and naturally guessed everything, and laughed lightly. Refining tens of billions of souls, and it's still such a waste. The words rang out. The people of Kyoto, who had just raised their hopes of staying alive, heard this and were worried again in an instant. Gangnam, what did you say? When Xing Lianyi heard this, she burst into a rage, her gaze fixed on Jiangnan. Good. If you were trying to provoke me, then you succeeded. When I put you into the jade seal of transmission and repeatedly torture your soul, let's see if you still have the breath. Hearing this, Jiangnan's face was expressionless as he casually lifted a finger and waved it downward, saying, What shall you do with the second sword? The moment the words fell, another huge sword broke through the clouds, and the saintly sword intent contained within it was far more powerful than the first sword. The people present, sensing this very dangerous aura, looked desperate to the extreme. Chapter 43, Wu Mei interrupts to cast a spell, pulling out Xing Lianyi's heart. Such a terrifying sword intent, and Jiangnan was even able to unleash it a second time? This is even more powerful than the first sword. Can the Empress catch it? We'd better run for our lives. Looking at the mighty second sword, countless people exuded despair, and the remorse in their eyes was about to spill out of their sockets. The more they thought about it, the more they regretted it. Why did you stand by and do nothing when Gangnam was on trial? If you could have stood up in solidarity, how could what happened today have happened? Jiangnan guarded the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and there had never been a large-scale bizarre invasion, and ever since the Empress took the throne, everything had changed. Even the fact that there were less than 20 million humans left in the entire blue planet was caused by the Empress. Those who had lost trust in the Empress had fled some distance. Similarly, a group of female martial artists had their intestines turned green with remorse. Early on, when they saw that the Empress had 3 wrong views, was incompetent and bewildered, they privately took Wu Mei as their leader. Even if the Empress' strength had risen greatly, it was still obtained by her pitting all the empires of the Blue Star and refining tens of billions of souls. The female martial artists who followed Wu Mei all disagreed with such a female emperor. However, the group of little fairy ministers did not feel that there was anything wrong with the Empress, much less that she would lose. Seeing the people fleeing around, His face twisted up and he growled, "You white-eyed wolves. His Majesty raised you and treated you as Jime. And you're actually backing out at a time like this. Who understands some girls or disgusting really absolute son. I really uterine cold. His Majesty hasn't lost yet and you're thinking of running for your lives. When His Majesty executes Jiangnan, all of you will be put to death." No one cared that they were having a seizure on the spot. They just wanted to escape from Kyoto and try to survive. Wu Mei gave them a disgusted look. With such female emperors and ministers governing the empire, it really isn't surprising that the human race went extinct. What Night Witch said seemed very true at the moment. All of these fairies are because Gangnam alone carries all the burdens. In exchange for 10 years of peace and prosperity, it idles their brains out. The thought flashed by, and Wu Mei's sight shifted to the sky above Kyoto. At this very moment, along with Jiangnan releasing the second sword, Shen Lianyi's face changed color. She was confused. The first sword surprisingly wasn't even Jiangnan's full strength. It was more than she expected. But right now, she couldn't afford to think about it. She could only go ahead and pick it up. I am the only emperor left in the world. The only human emperor of the human race. And I will never lose. Shen Yuanyi roared angrily. The next moment, he urged his entire body to inject energy into the jade seal of transmission. At once, all of Blue Star's human chi converged, and the terrifying human emperor's aura stirred crazily in her body. Suddenly, a female silhouette of flickering holy light appeared, protecting Shen Yuanyi. Boom! The chi of the human race filled the four directions, and it seemed that there were saints who looked down on the world with might. Jiangnan, I have people who are sheltered by the saints of the human race. Who are you to kill me? Shen Yuanyi's face showed a smug look. She finished the sentence. The human emperor's aura climbed upward, and the silhouette behind him filled the air with a powerful pressure, causing the two giant swords above the sky to hover. Seeing the virtual shadow that Shen Yuanyi had summoned, including Sweet Potato and September, the group of SSS-ranked Nightly Guile were all stunned. Could this be the Holy Mother of Humanity, Sage Nuwa's aura? It's not good. The Blue Star's human chi is about to be snuffed out, and the saints are coming out to save the day. The faces of the Nightly Guile present stared up. Sweet Potato's face was full of worry. How come all the saints are out, when the Guile realm was going to be destroyed by its master? Only a few Guile gods had come. Shen Yuanyi was actually so important in the eyes of the sage. Although it wasn't Saint Nuwa who personally descended, it still lent Shen Yuanyi the saint's breath. The power of a saint, this who can fight. Sweet Potato looked at Jiangnan with a complicated expression, but he realized that Jiangnan was not panicking at all and remained so calm. Master, this is a saintly breath. Are you really not panicking? Be so calm. Do you not even care about the saints? She wanted to poke Jiangnan's face and ask, have you never been afraid since you were a child? That's a saint. September was also stunned when she saw Jiangnan's calmness and self-possession. Jiangnan, if you admit your mistake now, I can give you another chance. A chance to serve me. Shen Yuanyi smiled smugly. If Jiangnan is willing to be a slave, submit to her skirt and be a turtle man for the rest of his life, then she could go ahead and pick it up and use it. It's death if you don't submit. In her eyes, possessing a trace of Sage Nuwa's power, she was an invincible existence in Blue Star, and so it is. But she was facing Jiangnan, who also possessed the power of a saint. There was also the sword intent of a saint at the peak stage. Noisy. Jiangnan's face was expressionless as he flatly spat out two characters, a hint of the power of the Nuwa sage. If he hadn't obtained the system before, he might have been scornful, but right now he really doesn't care. Still talking tough? Then die for me. Shen Yuanyi was instantly enraged. The huge sage silhouette on his body moved out towards killing. Just as the void shadow detached, she was unable to be distracted as she used the jade seal of transmission to fend off the huge sword above her head. Shen Yuanyi, it's time for you to pay your debt. Pust. An icy voice interrupted Jiangnan, who was about to strike again, only to see the defenseless Shen Lianyi. A blade emerged from her chest, and blood flowed out along the blade. Wu Mei drove a knife through her heart. Without the power of Sage Nuwa to shelter her, and with all of Shen Yuanyi's SSS-ranked energy infused into the jade seal of transmission, there was no defense at all. It was directly hit hard. At this moment, everyone in Shenanigans present fell into dead silence. You're going to rip out Shen Yuanyi's heart on the spot? Is the S-class that brave? Aren't you afraid of being slapped to death by the power of Saint Nuwa? And this is still Shen Yuanyi's man. Jiangnan was also stunned, looking slightly confused. Wu Mei? Shen Yuanyi was shocked when she heard Wu Mei's voice and felt the sharp pain coming from her heart. Then his face grimaced and oozed anger. How dare you? I have reused you and this is how you repay me. Wu Mei sniffed and couldn't help but sneer, her thin lips slightly opening. And you are worthy to be called me? You didn't cause what's happening to the empire now. Remember the minister you killed in the council chamber 7 years ago? I am his granddaughter. Changing my name and hiding from you is what I'd been waiting for, this chance for revenge. Hearing these words, Shin Yuani came to a realization and was filled with anger. Immediately burst out. I see. I should have executed that old man's 9 clans at that time. It's all Jiangnan's fault. If he hadn't released a million Lisan, so that I wouldn't have had time to execute the 9 clans, you would have died a long time ago. Since you're grabbing for death, I'll fulfill you first. After she finished saying this, a terrifying human emperor's pressure spread, instantly shocking Wu Mei away. Next moment, the Nuwa void that was killing towards Jiangnan turned back. Quickly slapping out a palm was going to make Wu Mei's soul fall apart. Chapter 44, 2 Saints? It doesn't matter. I'll still make a move. At this very moment, everyone in the room understood it all. Shin Yuani is being hollowed out. It's all because of her own fault. Wu Mei's grandfather was the one who helped her rise to power. A lifetime of dedication to the great Qian. He eventually died in front of a crowd of female ministers, and not a single high-ranking official lamented his death. At that moment, a loud boom came out. The palm of Nuwa's shadow contained divine pressure and was about to devour Wu Mei. Sweet Potato sighed softly at the sight. It's rare to find normal people in Daqian, but unfortunately good people don't live long. Even if she had broken through to a C-rank guile god, she would still fall under this terrifying pressure. Wu Mei was only an S-class martial artist, and I'm afraid that her soul wouldn't even be left behind. The crowd of female martial artists whose 3 views aligned with Wu Mei's saw this scene, and a heart rose to their throats. It's enough to give you a heavy blow. Wu Mei smiled bashfully. Her body was enveloped by the pressure and she was unable to move. Death is inevitable. She had expected it before she did it, and at the moment welcomed death with relief. Wu Mei's gaze finally looked at Jiangnan, revealing a prayerful expression. You must win. Blue Star must never let this dim-witted ruler govern. The human race's chi can't be in her hands. Hearing this, Shen Lanyi's face grimaced. Endless killing intent all converged on this palm of the Nuwa shadow. It only takes a split second to devour Wu Mei. Right at this moment, Jiangnan's icy voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Shun. As the words fell, the blood-drinking sword in the human emperor's sword quickly swept out, chopping off the Nuwa shadow's hands in an instant. Sage sword intent rose up in the sky, transforming into a giant sword that fell, pinning Nuwa's silhouette to the ground and making it unable to move. Jiangnan looked at Wu Mei at this moment and said flatly, the package wins. And Wu Mei was stunned at the moment. There was no way to hear what Jiangnan was saying, and his mind was full of question marks. Frozenly, he looked at the Nuwa silhouette on the ground. The sweet potato behind Jiangnan was dumbfounded. Nice guy, are you sure you want to come? This shadow was the power of Saint Nuwa. The saint's face is also hit. To the death to offend still do not change color. It's only the owner who has the courage and strength to do so. No way. How did you possess a sword intent that resists the power of a saint? Seeing this, Shen Liani hissed in disbelief as her eyes showed horror. No way. It's simply not possible. Ha! Jiangnan stayed at the Great Wall of Swordsmanship for 10 years. The Empire didn't give him any resources for cultivation. What makes you so powerful? Resist? Jiangnan smiled instantly at his words and raised his eyes to look at Shen Liani. A trace of the power of the Nuwa sage is just a trace, and it can be slapped away with a slight strike. Even if Sage Nuwa comes in person, you'll still die. The moment these words came out, all the people present in the crowd of shenanigans, all of them sucked in a breath of cool air. That's a wild statement. Sparing Sweet Potato and September, their faces changed. That's something the master dared to say they wouldn't dare to hear. I'm afraid that Sage Nuwa's face went black when she heard that. Jiangnan didn't care. If Nuwa really came in person, the would be over. After all, his Qingping sword technique and Sage sword intent had both stepped into the peak. The Qingping sword technique was created by Sage Tong Tian. Saint Tong Tian in existence stronger than Saint Nuwa. The thought flickered. Jiangnan indifferently looked at Shen Liani and raised his hand to point out a finger. A saintly sword intent killed at the speed of light. I am the human emperor of the Blue Star. If you kill me, Sage Nuwa will never let you go. Feeling Jiangnan's killing intent, Shen Liani was truly afraid and opened her mouth to threaten. Jiangnan smiled at his words. A mere sage, Nuwa, is not worthy of saving you. The words just fell. The saint's sword intent had already arrived in front of Shen Evening Yi, and this sword intent was enough to leave her corpse and bones intact. It was at this moment that a voice with vicissitudes of life exploded in the minds of the crowd in Gue, low and filled with majesty. Foreign spirits, how dare you? It fell with a voice that came from the distant void. Clouds churned above the sky and the ground shook violently. The sage sword intent released by Jiangnan was hindered by a terrifying energy. It stalled in front of Shin Yuani's chest. Next moment, terrifying pressure poured out from the void, instantly suppressing all the living beings on the Blue Star. The pupils of the group of SSS rankly Gue contracted, feeling an intense death crisis. Sweet Potato and September did the same. Their faces hard to see as they spat out a sentence with difficulty. What a terrifying pressure. Could it be that the saint himself has really descended? Jiangnan frowned slightly and did not answer their words. The eyes gazed into the depths of the void. It was indeed a saintly aura. And there was more than one. Suddenly, an old and huge face appeared above the sky dome and spoke indifferently. Spare the human emperor of this small world, and this seed will not pursue you for the karma of letting the human race's chi decline. Next moment, the Nuwa silhouette that was nailed to the ground by the sage's sword intent dissipated. Immediately afterward, in the shocked gazes of all the blue star beings, a splendid divine aura appeared in the sky. As the divine aura grew brighter and brighter, a woman clad in a seven-colored neon dress slowly walked out from the void. The pink jade feet stepped on auspicious clouds with each step. The two saints were as if they had come from an ancient myth. The woman looked at Jiangnan, her expression calm, her tone clear and cold. The strength is not bad, but the tone is just a bit too big. Your sword intent is similar to that of a deceased person of this seat. Spare the human emperor of this realm and what you did earlier will be written off. The divine aura spread out with the voice. Seeing the situation, there was no fear on Jiangnan's face. Instead, the energy in his body involuntarily boiled. These two, could it be Sage Taiching and Sage Nuwa? Both the human sect master and the holy mother of the human race are going to shelter the Empress, so it's better for Grand Master Jiangnan to stop. Fan Wui was already sweating. The fear was deepened by the fact that he had seen the legends of the two saints from the ancient texts. Afraid that Jiangnan didn't understand, he hurriedly reminded him with courage. Jiangnan didn't bother and looked at the two saints and asked, "The two of you aren't instants, are you?" Nuwa heard this and subconsciously said, "No, a small world is just a small world." Naturally, he will not use his main body to be there. The split body is enough. Since it's not, she's still going to die. Jiangnan indifferently opened his mouth, his gaze looking toward Xinliani. The next moment he gave a big wave of his hand. The saintly sword intent hovering in front of Xinliani devoured it in the blink of an eye. "How dare you?" Xinliani's eyes widened, her face full of shock. The words dissipated into a mist of blood before they were finished. To her death. She couldn't figure out how Jiangnan dared in front of the two saints. Isn't Gangnam afraid of death? Bold, alien being, you seek death. Even if you have third brother's sword intent in you, you must die today. Above the celestial dome, the enormous face of Sage Taiching was unable to remain calm and exuded anger. Sage Nuwa also raised her willow eyebrows. Never would she have thought that Jiangnan would dare to kill Xinliani under her nose. It made her face completely untenable. Sage Nuwa said angrily, "You seek death." Chapter 45, The Sword Comes. Detected that Sage Taiching and Sage Nuwa have strong killing intent towards the host. Mission released. Option 1, kneel down and apologize, praying for forgiveness. Reward, Sage's sword intent increased by 10%. Realm increased by 10,000 years. Option 2, a mere saint's detachment. If you don't want to serve, do it. Live and die as you see fit. Reward, 100 million dragon frost fruits. Hongmeng Jade Pendant X1. Qingping sword technique perfected. Saint's sword intent increased by 200%. Realm increased by 1 million years. The two saints were furious, and a system beep sounded in Jiangnan's ears. Look at the panel of options in front of you. He smiled slightly. I'm stepping into the peak of saintly sword intent. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Jiangnan stood proudly in the celestial dome, looking directly at the majesty of the two saints, his words rampant to the extreme. See this scene. The Gueha people present had shocked looks spreading across their faces, and their brains were all plunged into complete blankness. Sweet Potato was completely confused. That's a saint. It was not enough for the master to offend one, but he directly slapped two saints in the face. This is a rhythm of immortality. September had been so scared that her breathing had stopped. I had thought that by offending a Chukong king, the master would be restrained, but I didn't expect that the retaliation from the underworld hadn't come yet, and in the twinkling of an eye, he was in hard contact with two saints. Master, can you take it easy? Even if we don't think about ourselves, we have to think about whether our guts can take it. Fan Wui's eyes went black at this moment, only feeling that the sky had collapsed. In their eyes, God was already an invincible being. Saints who viewed gods as ants, not to mention, felt like they would explode in place with one more look. Wu Mei had just recovered from Shen Yuan's death. Seeing that Jiangnan had completely enraged the two saints, they were suddenly worried. Without Jiangnan to stop her, she would have died at the hands of Xinliani, and killing Shen Yuan was still something she requested, and it was also what caused Jiangnan to anger the saint. Thinking of this, Wu Mei's heart became more and more self-blaming. If he had known that he would provoke the two saints, he would never have implicated Senior Jiangnan, but she didn't know that even if she didn't send out a request, Jiangnan would still kill Shen Evening alien being. Don't be too wild. The face of Sage Tai Ching in the sky dome darkened. The main reason that could make his doppelganger come to this small world was still that Jiangnan, on his body, possessed the sword intent of the Tongtian sage. Even if he, a sage, deduced it, he could only deduce the origin of Jiangnan. Regarding Sage Tongtian's sword technique as well as his sword intent, he had no idea where it came from. This kind of mystery was the reason why he and Nuwa did not kill Jiangnan, but now Jiangnan completely disregarded them. Killing Shen Evening in public to hit the face of the humanist church is already a crime beyond forgiveness. Jiangnan still didn't know how to advance or retreat, and his tone was very rampant. Sage Nuwa frowned her willow brows and looked at Jiangnan warmly and angrily. To be so rampant by possessing a sword intent that passes through the heavens, do you still want to poke through the sky in the future? Jiangnan smiled instantly at his words. Tell him not to run wild? If you're not rampant, then what is this sage sword intent used for? Accompany you in your house? He's not a female frequency loser. If you're so powerful, who's going to spoil you? And have the nerve to laugh? You're hopeless. Sage Nuwa's patience was gone. Originally, he had wanted to bring him back to the Nuwa palace to find out the origin of the Tongtian sword intent, but now the face of not killing was completely untenable. Just then, Jiangnan ignored the pressure of the two saints and shot out to grab Xinliani's soul. For a moment, a terrifying devouring power enveloped Xinliani. No! Sage Nuwa! Save me! Xinliani shrieked, her heart terrified to the core. After all, she had also refined the souls of tens of billions of people. It was clear that if the soul was refined, there would not even be a chance of reincarnation. Don't you dare! Seeing this, Saint Nuwa was furious, and the instant she raised her delicate hand sage pressure filled the air. Next moment, two divine energies enveloped Xinliani's soul at the same time. The two sides fight each other, tearing souls apart. Xinliani endured the pain like a million ants eating her heart, letting out a miserable scream. But no one cares. Sage Nuwa was greatly shaken as she felt the energy that was not at all weaker than hers. Although it was only a bilocation, there were only a handful of people who could defeat this bilocation of hers. How could Jiangnan, an alien being, possess such sacred energy? Sage Tai Ching was also shocked. He vaguely had the illusion that looking at Jiangnan at this moment was as if he had seen his dead third brother. Could it be that the four saints joined forces back then and didn't completely kill Tongtian? This thought was quickly vetoed by Sage Tai Ching. Back then, they did execute Tongtian. Watching Sage Nuwa and Jiangnan fight to a draw, Sage Tai Ching's gaze condensed as he flicked a finger toward Jiangnan. Moment. A terrifying Dao rhythm spread out, penetrating the silent void and coming before Jiangnan in a flash. Jiangnan, however, turned a blind eye and did not change his face. Sweet Potato's pupils shrunk, and a heart hung in the air. The countless creepy creatures present all wore a grave expression on their faces. That was a strike from a saint, and a little inattention was death. But at that moment, Jiangnan waved his big hand and drank. Sword come. Buzz. Buzz. Two sword roars exploded. The blood-drinking sword in the human emperor's sword instantly protected Jiangnan's body, and the sage sword intent surrounded them. With the sword intent of Sage Tongtian at his peak, it was impossible for the power of the Tai Ching sage's detachment to break. Boom! Only to see the Daorime collide on the two swords with terrifying might. But it appeared soft and was easily blocked out. How can? Noticing that the power of the sage in this sword intent was already comparable to Tongtian at his peak, Sage Tai Ching was confused and shocked. Where on earth did you get this sword intent from? After hesitating for a moment, Saint Tai Ching said in a low voice. He really didn't understand that Tongtian had obviously died, and it was impossible for an alien being to obtain Tongtian's inheritance. Hearing this, a faint disdain hung on Jiangnan's face. What's your status? A saint's detachment was just that, not yet qualified for him to answer. It's more like it to let the original body of old man Tai Ching come. Jiangnan was too lazy to continue to tangle with these two doppelgangers. If he only relied on this ability, it wasn't enough to try to save Xinliani's soul. As the thought flashed by, the sage sword intent within Jiangnan surged. In the next second, thousands of sword intent erupted, setting off a domineering and unrivaled aftermath wave. And the power to kill was 10,000 times more horrifying. Get thee outta here! An icy cold voice fell, and the sword intent forced Saint Nuwa to retreat back and forth. Even the Dao rhythm of Sage Tai Ching disintegrated in an instant. At this moment, all the beings present were stunned. The scene of powerfully suppressing two saints once again refreshed their perceptions. Jiangnan's eyes were tinted with the color of blood, and an aura so evil that it turned black surrounded them. Gazing at Xinliani's soul, he opened his mouth. Xinliani, why don't you quickly enter my blood-drinking sword and meet your Jime? The words just fell. Monstrous blood chi poured out, and rolling black clouds enveloped the entire blue star. An azure planet was instantly covered in black with red. See this scene. Sage Nuwa and Sage Taiching were staggered in place. Chapter 46. A female minister who goes against the grain should be lynched. Ha? No? What's the situation? How did senior brother Tongtian's sword intent become so evil as well? Sage Nuwa's mind went blank when she felt the churning blood chi. In the past, when senior brother Tongtian performed the Qingping sword technique, it was a Taoist rhythm that flooded tens of thousands of light years, and the sword was righteous. When Saint Taiching saw this, a look of scorn appeared on his face. Unable to believe that this was third brother's sword intent. The most unbelievable thing was that this alien being's sword intent had caught up to 80% of third brother's strength. It would be difficult to kill him unless the principal body was present. Senior sister. This brat is far more mysterious than we imagined. The human emperor of this small world is his obsession. We absolutely cannot let him get it. Sage Taiching immediately reminded. Saint Nuwa nodded and took out the red embroidered ball of the spiritual treasure of proof, and the power of creation surged. Although the red embroidered ball was an extreme innate spiritual treasure, it was difficult for the bilocation to utilize its full power. It was still unable to fight against the heavenly sword intent on Jiangnan's body. Nuwa offered the red embroidered ball, but she was also just going to snatch the soul. Just when Shen Lianyi's soul was about to be caught in Jiangnan's hands, the power of creation on the red embroidered ball instantly dispersed Jiangnan's energy. Jiangnan was stunned at the sight. Apparently the appearance of the red embroidered ball was unexpected to him. Saint Nuwa seized the moment and raised her hand to take away Shen Lianyi's soul. That's all you want to take from me? Jiangnan lightly grunted as he raised his hand and swung it, his sword aura like a rainbow. Majestic sword intent rose up into the sky and swept towards Nuwa. And just then, Saint Taiching fiercely pointed out a finger, and the Tao rhythm rippled, causing the sword intent to briefly stagnate. In the next second, he used all the power of the saints in his split body to suppress Jiangnan. Taking advantage of this gap, Saint Nuwa quickly put Xing Yuanyi's soul into the red embroidery ball. See this scene. Jiangnan's eyes stared, and the hostility on his face grew more and more intense. Playing dirty. Ha? Good. Then I'm welcome to it. Watching Shen Lianyi's soul being taken away, Jiangnan was instantly enraged. Old man Tai Chang, eat my sword. As the words fell, the blood chi from the blood-drinking sword and the fury chi from the human emperor's sword boiled up with the addition of the saint's sword intent. The energy of the heavens and earth surged wildly as gusts of hurricane winds whistled, propelling the twin swords to swiftly kill towards the Taiching sage. Bold, how dare you call this seat by its name? Even if this seat spares the dissipation of this alter ego, I will still severely injure you. Sage Taiching revealed an angry expression. Tong Tian himself didn't even dare to be so arrogant in front of him. It was just a matter of possessing the heavenly sword intent, but he had disrespected him. Immediately after, Saint Taiching angrily waved his Tao robe, endless Tao rhythms spreading, his breath majestic and majestic. In the next second, the two attacks collided. Boom! The heavens and earth shook violently, and wherever the aftermath passed through, space was hardened and torn apart, only to see the terrifying Tao rhythm instantly crumble under the overbearing saint's sword intent. When Sage Taiching saw this, his expression became incomparably terrified. It was as if he once again saw the shadow of Tongtian's one-man battle against the four saints back then. Dongnam is just too much like him. Feeling the killing sword intent, Saint Taiching's heart sank, secretly saying that this detachment would not be protected. He still underestimated Jiangnan's strength. Fruity, the saintly sword intent immediately engulfed him, and the detachment completely collapsed, instantly turning into pieces and dissipating into the void. Jiangnan recalled his twin swords, and when he went to look for Nuwa's figure again, the other party had already disappeared without a trace. He had no choice but to withdraw his sword intent when he saw this, and the heavens and earth returned to peace. At the same time, a system beep sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for making the right choice. Life and death are not important. Mission accomplished. Rewarded, 100 million Dragon Frost Fruits. Hongmeng Jade Pendant X1. Qingping Sword Technique perfected. Saint's Sword Intent increased by 200%. And Realm elevated by 1 million years. With a bunch of rewards handed out, Jiangnan got a qualitative leap. His sword technique, sword intent, and realm were two completely different people compared to just now. If one were to meet the two saints' doppelgangers with their current strength, that would be a direct second. It was simply impossible to let Nuwa take Xing Yuanyi's soul. At this moment, Sweet Potato was completely stunned and numb, her beautiful eyes looking Jiangnan up and down. Is this still a person? Fighting two saints alone. One was directly broken into pieces and one fled in fear. Nice guy, you are the real saint, aren't you? September was filled with astonishment, and it was only then that she realized what a correct decision it was to recognize Jiangnan as her master. It was incomprehensible to her that there were people pushing out such a strong person. Is Xinhuan brainless? The crowd of creepy creatures were similarly in shock and froze in place. The room was silent. Master Jiangnan can chase after saints and fight them now. Won't he really break the sky in the future? It was surprising that such a strong person could appear in the tiny blue star. Blue Star's ancestors are smoking in their graves, aren't they? Senpai. It was at this moment that an excited voice broke the dead silence. Charming fell from the air and led a group of female martial artists to Jiangnan quickly, kneeling on one knee and clasping her hands. Elder Jiangnan, we are willing to defect under your command. The man behind her chimed in. Senior, we are different from Shen Evening E. Let us give you our allegiance. Elder, there are still many people in Daqian who have already seen Shen Evening E's ugly face. Please leave them alive. Senior might as well just call himself an emperor. Jiangnan heard these words, retrieved his thoughts, and said flatly, claiming the throne? Not interested. If he wanted to, would he have waited until now? An empire was just an empire. It really didn't have any appeal to him. Not everyone is like Shen Yuanyi. Next, Jiangnan glanced at Wu Mei, revealing some appreciation. For the sake of her slash, I can spare you all, but none of the idiots raised by Shen Yuanyi can be kept. When Wu Mei heard this, she looked happy and nodded heavily. Don't worry, senior. We will definitely clean it up. With that she asked carefully, how do you want them to die? Elder? Hearing this, Jiangnan looked indifferent. Suit yourselves, but killing is not abusive, and I suggest repeated lynching. The moment the words fell, when Sweet Potato heard the first half of the sentence, he thought his master had turned the tables and actually wanted them to be a pain in the ass. That's too kind. It took listening to a whole sentence to react and still underestimate the ferocity of the master. The lynchings she knew were the slashes that cut the flesh off until it was dead. Wu Mei was also stunned. Elder Jiangnan is even more murderous and decisive than before. But still, he agreed, and then waved at the people behind him. Bring them up. Not much longer. Numerous female ministers under Shen Yuanyi's seat, one without omission, were all brought before Jiangnan. At this moment, their arrogance was swept away, and there was only endless fear and remorse on their faces. Jiangnan, we were wrong. Spare us, we can make you an emperor. I really know I'm wrong. As long as you don't touch my body, you can make me do anything you want. Jiangnan, we're all Daqian people. You can't be so heartless. Against the day. It's really anticlimactic. Sweet Potato and September were speechless when they heard those words. Or the owner had the foresight. It should be lynched. Looking at the crowd of female ministers, Jiangnan only had a cold smile on his face as he indifferently said, do it. Chapter 47, Lynching. Repeated lynching to death. We are the meritorious ministers of Great Qian. Who are you to kill us? Jiangnan, do you still have any humanity left? Aren't you satisfied after killing tens of billions of people? Jiangnan, we only removed you from your post as town guard in the first place. Do you have to get on the bandwagon to catch all of them? Can you have some gusto? A group of small fairy ministers, hearing that Jiangnan wanted to kill them, instantly became anxious and began to morally kidnap. Jiangnan snorted. What's the moral thing? As long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Gangnam. Noisy. Jiangnan was annoyed by the noise and lifted his hand toward the opening fairy to gently point. Moment. The female courtier who said that Jiangnan had no temperament, with her freckled face and fat head, was instantly turned into a mist of blood. Whoever opens his mouth dies. The moment Jiangnan's words fell, the little fairies who were still talking a moment ago were instantly honest when they saw their sisters die tragically in front of them. Torture. Wu Mei immediately asked the female martial artists around her to do it, fearful that these anticlimactic idiots would enrage senior Jiangnan. Just then, seeing this, Fan Wui, who was not far away, took out a throne from his storage artifact and quickly moved it behind Jiangnan. How unintelligent. How can you let Master Jiangnan stand? Fan Wui spoke toward Sweet Potato and turned his head toward Jiangnan, smiling. Please sit down. Senior Jiangnan, my subordinate will squeeze your shoulders. Get out of here. You're not needed for shoulder squeezes. Sweet Potato waved his sleeve to flick away Fan Wui, allowing Jiangnan to sit down, and his white hands climbed onto Jiangnan's shoulders. Not to be outdone, September needed one of Gangnam's legs on her own soft, beautiful leg. See this scene. A group of female ministers gritted their teeth. Jiangnan actually laid down on the throne, letting the two beautiful female shenanigans wait on them and watch them being lynched, and they are still afraid to make any noise. Next moment, a female martial artist took a dagger and removed a piece of flesh from one of the female ministers. Ah dash! The little fairy screamed in pain, her face twisting up. Jia Jia Jia, you already have a way to get killed. Fan Wu Jia, who was worried about having nothing to do, laughed strangely and grabbed that female minister and crushed her. Master Jiangnan told you to shut up, and you still dare to make pig-killing squeals, so it's not a bad death. For a moment, The fairy ministers present were so frightened that their faces turned white. One closed his mouth tightly. Not only did they have to endure the excruciating pain of the lynchings, there was also the need to watch Jiangnan lying comfortably on his throne. The double torture, both mental and physical, caused numerous female ministers to faint on the spot. Gangnam was not idle. He was checking the rewards in the system. This time around, several quests were completed and the rewards were plentiful. Strength enhancement is the main thing, and having a few treasures is also extremely important. Dragon Frostfruit, a heavenly treasure that transcends the SSS grade. Hongmeng Jade Pendant, extreme innate treasure, containing majestic Hongmeng Violet Chi, shielding heavenly chances, and can block Saint's deduction. Long Frostfruit has the same qualities as Phoenix Fruit. Although 100 million pills was a lot, it didn't boost Jiangnan much. Wasting time to cultivate would be better than refining a few more souls. Jiangnan's attention was all on the Hongmeng Jade Pendant. The two saints before him had clearly deduced his identity, but the system existed in such a way that not even a saint could deduce it. He took out the Jade Pendant, and wisps of Hongmeng violet gas surrounded it, seeming to have the aura of the Great Tao, the power of chaos. Jiangnan froze. It's a good one. With this Jade Pendant, even a saint couldn't possibly deduce his location. If the two saints descended in their original bodies, he would really not be able to deal with them. But Shen Lian's soul, sooner or later, he would have to incorporate it into the blood-drinking sword to refine it. Thoughts flashed. Jiangnan's divine thought moved, and the Hongmeng purple chi on the Jade Pendant instantly covered the blue star. Noticing the aura emanating from the Jade Pendant, the people in Gue present were all stunned. Sweet Potato's face was full of surprise. She had the illusion that the aura of this Jade Pendant was even more powerful than Sage Nuwa's proof spirit treasure. Not really sure. Look again. It's still true. Sweet Potato stared blankly at the Jade Pendant. September was also stunned. Her full breasts bouncing and bouncing, the corners of her mouth twitching. Is that so outrageous? Pull out the hard stuff. The Lord is the true saint, isn't he? Who couldn't love that when you can kill and feed her? The fat female trickster was completely bowled over by Jiangnan. At this point, Sweet Potato asked, trembling, Master, what is this? Jiangnan sniffed and faintly withdrew the Jade Pendant, saying, it's just an extreme innate treasure, just one grade stronger than Nuwa's proof spirit treasure. With this supreme treasure in place, saints scratching their heads won't be able to know our location. As a traveler, I am naturally well aware of Nuwa's red embroidery. Sweet Potato listened in stunned silence, caught in a huge shock. Ha? Seriously? What do you mean it's only one grade higher? That's a saint. Listen to me. Is this human language? It was clearly the most flat tone of voice, but it said the most dominating words. The crowds of people present were dumbfounded. It took Wu Mei a long time to come back to her senses, and she told her subordinates to continue the torture and repeatedly lynched the little fairy. I don't know how much time has passed. A group of female ministers under Shen Evening's seat, with infinite remorse, were all executed by lynching. Elder, anything else? Please command. Wu Mei came to the throne and knelt down on one knee. Hearing this, Jiangnan hooked his finger. After Shen Lian's flesh flew away in ashes, the leftover jade seal of transmission flew into his hands. Jiangnan swept a glance at the words engraved on it and couldn't help but sneer. I have been appointed by heaven to live for eternity. How can Shen Wanyi be worthy? Then, he looked at Wu Mei in front of him. Now it belongs to you. From today onward, any trickster will not strike against Great Qian again. The group of SSS-ranked Knightly Guile were not displeased with this. Although martial artists were a great tonic, no one dared to disobey Jiangnan's words. When Wu Mei heard this, she opened her mouth and froze in place, but quickly replied, Senior, my Wu family is willing to serve you for generations. At this point, Sweet Potato couldn't help but interject. There's no use in talking. Why don't you offer up a piece of your soul for your master to control? Wu Mei sniffed without any hesitation at all and said sincerely, I can offer my soul. A bunch of Li Gue offered Gue Dan, and it was fine for her to offer her soul. Yes. After Jiangnan finished saying this, he tapped his finger on Wu Mei's forehead and took out a strand of soul to be included in the blood-drinking sword. With this soul, no matter how powerful Wu Mei would be in the future, it would be impossible for her to betray him. You're a bit weak here. If you really want to help me, then cultivate well. This dragon frost fruit can help you break through to the overlord level. Keep it. Said. Jiangnan took out a dragon frost fruit and handed it to Wu Mei. Numerous SSS-ranked shenanigans watched with greedy eyes. When Sweet Potato had broken through the overlord level shackles, he had only eaten half of such a fruit. Fan Wui swallowed his saliva, envious in his heart. He wants to go against the grain, too. The long-tongued Guile clan was not under the care of the underworld ancestors, and the once strongest Guile clan now did not have a single hegemonic level. But he didn't feel that Jiangnan was biased. He didn't help much. A big Qian can't break through. This kind of incompetence which is good enough to ask for heavenly treasures. But just then, a dragonfrost fruit was thrown into his hand. Chapter 48 Play to your advantage. Skeleton black silk wear up Fan Wujie's eyes widened. He's in on it, too. Looking at the dragonfrost fruit in his hand, Fan Wui's heart was pounding and he raised his eyes only to see that all the knights and tricksters present had gotten their hands on the dragonfrost fruit. A whole million of them. Even the group of knightly guile, who had seen great scenes, were all dumbfounded. Is it true that you can raise a dominant powerhouse with a little mud under your fingernails? What are you waiting for? Why don't you go down and cultivate? There's going to be a vicious battle soon. Sweet Potato warned. The king of Chukong, one of the 10 temples of hell, will come to the door at any time. I don't know how many trickster gods will show up. As subordinates, they can't be so useless that they can't help at all, right? Indeed it won't take long. Go to the underworld now. Jiangnan stood up and said with a bland expression. Hearing this, Sweet Potato was struck by lightning and looked at Jiangnan with wide eyes. Nice guy. Go directly to the king of Chukong? He had just finished beating up the 2 saints, and now he was going after the Chujiang king. Take it easy. It's not like the energy consumed hasn't been recovered much in such a short period of time. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Master, the underworld is the Chujiang king's home turf. Although you have resolved the 2 saints, you have consumed a lot, right? Sweet Potato was slightly worried. That wasn't the saint's original saint. It was just a detachment. I'm afraid it's not as good as the Chu River King, and resolving them won't consume much energy. Jiangnan said truthfully. At these words, Sweet Potato in September became even more worried. Doesn't that mean that the saints didn't solve it and offended the other side? King Chujiang's strength was still above the 2 saintly doppelgangers. That's all the more reason not to rush. If you go to the king of Chukong, even if you can win, what about the rest of the 10 temples of hell joining forces? Watching Jiangnan was ready to go to the underworld. September frowned slightly, also very worried. With it she came over to Sweet Potato and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear. Stop it. Sweet Potato looked worried. Who can stop this? September hated it and said quietly. Play to your strengths. White long such a good-looking face. Your toes pink I want to lick. Legs long and slender. Breasts are also full and snow white. Change into the skeleton black silk that humans like. Erotic lingerie. The master must want to get on and play with it. Sweet Potato was filled with disgust. Get lost. Master is not like you, who has nothing better to do than lick other people's feet. The master is decent. Wouldn't do such a thing. Sweet Potato pushes September away, fighting for a little more persuasion. Master, the matter of going to the underworld can be discussed in the long run. Why don't we wait until we've finished raising our strength? That way you will also have time to drink and become stronger. Jiangnan sniffed, and the desire to fight in his eyes grew stronger. Waiting for a bunch of knightly guile to advance to yellow. Drinking alcohol to become stronger is not as fast as refining the soul. I'm going to the king of Chukong just to raise my strength. After all, there are still 2 saints waiting for me. What's said is spilled. I'll make sure to bring Shen Evening Yi and her Jimays together. Sweet Potato froze when he heard this. The king of Chukong is an experience bag in your eyes? Do you look down on the 10 temples of hell so much? There was even going to be another fight with Saint Benjamin. Forget about destroying it. The master is too brave. Sweet Potato resigned himself to the fact that he couldn't be persuaded a bit. Jiangnan, seeing her silence, had been convinced and stopped explaining too much. It then tore through the void and entered it. Sweet Potato and September were worried that something had happened to Jiangnan, not afraid of death, and saw that they followed. And the other side. Nuwa Sky, Nuwa Palace. A golden stream of light passed through the void, all the way here, through the golden hall, into the brow of the woman sitting at the head. Sage Nuwa slowly opened her phoenix eyes, revealing an angry color. Rampant, truly rampant. Suddenly, the power of the divine saints rushed up to the sky with killing intent. The crowd of gods in the Nuwa Palace were all shocked to the point where their complexions changed drastically. The heart of Neza, who was digging out a bird's nest, or to be precise, the not yet reincarnated Neza, the bear named Spirit Pearl, sank. The 3 women, Golden Phoenix, Green Swan, and Magpie, were filled with surprise as they raised their eyes towards the great hall. They had never seen the maiden so angry. Gong Nam, when this seat's Dharma body descends, I don't know if you'll still be able to be so wild. In the great hall, Nuwa took out the red embroidered ball and deduced it. But soon, her willowy brows tightened and she was a bit dumbfounded. No matter how it was deduced, the location of that small world of blue star could not be determined, as if it didn't exist. Unbelieving, Nuwa turned to deduce Jiangnan's location. In the next moment, she was completely shocked. How could it be? This alien being disappeared? Nuwa quickly calmed down. The other party was even able to obtain senior brother Tong Tian's sword intent. Possessing the means to shield a saint's deduction was not surprising. With the soul of the human emperor of that small world, with the other party's rampant attitude and obsession, were they still afraid that they wouldn't be able to find it? As the thought flashed by, she gently waved her hand, and Shen Lianyi's soul appeared in the main hall. Shen Yuanyi realized that her soul was still there, and instantly relaxed. It seemed that Sage Nuwa still appreciated her gifts and talents. How else could you have saved her? The more Shen Yuanyi thought about it, the more determined she became that she must have been seen by a saint. And it's still too. Jiangnan could not be a match for the two saints even if he was stronger. She would definitely be able to surpass Jiangnan and take revenge on him as long as she received the saintly gift. Shen Lianyi looked at Sage Nuwa, who was sitting on top of the great hall with a plump figure, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Sage Nuwa. Thank you, Sage Nuwa." Nuwa gave her a faint look. Her red lips slightly parted. "This seat will help you restore your physical body, and you will stay in the Nuwa palace to cultivate in the future. You may not leave." Hearing this, Shen Lianyi's heart rejoiced. The saint really did think highly of her. Nuwa didn't care what she thought, looking indifferent and preoccupied. A human emperor of a small world like Shen Yuanyi was not something she could even look at. Everything was because of the appearance of senior brother Tong Tian's sword intent. In the boundary card pass battle, the four saints, Laozi Taiqing, Tianzuan Yuan Shi, and Jianti Jian, had clearly killed senior brother Tong Tian. Nuwa was beyond certain, but how could brother Tong Tian's sword intent appear on an alien being? Even if she couldn't deduce anything, she had a bad feeling about it. I'm afraid the flood will be in chaos again because of Jiangnan. In the meantime, Mt. Suyang, Baiying Palace, Saint Tai Ching sat on the futon, recovering the Taiji diagram with a wave of his Taoist robe, both eyebrows on his vicissitudes of life frowning. Similarly, he hadn't deduced the location of Blue Star and Jiangnan. Change. There's a change in the flood. Even if he couldn't deduce the change, he could tell from this matter that the change was Jiangnan. Among the countless small worlds, it was difficult for even a saint to find Jiangnan at this moment. Saint Tai Ching forced down the anger in his heart and coldly snorted. The small world human emperor in senior sister Nuwa's hands might be able to lure that alien being to appear. At that time, this seat will make sure that he will not be allowed to reincarnate for eternity. With the loss of one of the bilocations, not only would there be no face left, but the strength would also take a step backwards. Thinking of this, Sage Tai Ching's face became increasingly ugly. Chapter 49 As a great benefactor, must let you enter the blood-drinking sword and join your companions. The Great Wall of Sword Chi. It's been abandoned for 7 years and overgrown with weeds. The white bones piled up on the city walls could not be seen at a glance. These were all left behind from the Night Trick Massacre back then, and there were also the elders of the Martial Alliance who had died at the hands of Jiangnan, as well as the Alliance Master. At this very moment, the hundreds of millions of creepy things that had just come out of the entrance of the creepy realm and were following Jiangnan froze at the sight of this scene. Where did we come from? Is this the same Great Wall of Sword and Breath that was once so magnificent? The Great Wall of Sword Chi wouldn't have been destroyed by Grand Master Jiangnan, would it? Could these people have been killed by Master Jiangnan as well? You don't say. It's possible. Thinking of Jiangnan's murderous appearance in the Guile realm, a thought arose in the many Guile creatures. The boy who slays the dragon ends up as an evil dragon. The patron saint of man, with the world's back stabbed, finally pointed his sword at the world. The deputy chief of the long-tongued Guile clan said at that moment, "The human race has done this to themselves. These people are just like those idiots in the Guile realm. They are not worthy of death." Jiangnan had dutifully guarded the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 10 years, and all of the Guile realm's Guile had seen it. Even if they were Jiangnan's enemies back then, they couldn't help but admire him. If it wasn't the fault of the human race, they definitely didn't believe that Jiangnan would be an enemy of the world. Hurry up and hurry. We're too far behind Grandmaster Jiangnan. I'm afraid it won't be our turn to make a move if we keep dragging on, the deputy leader of the long-tongued tricksters warned. Hearing this, the crowd of creepy creatures felt bitter in their hearts. This was the fastest they could rush, but they couldn't even see Jiangnan's taillights. If he couldn't help, he was really afraid that Jiangnan would get angry and put them into the blood-drinking sword as well, refining them in an instant. Hundreds of millions of weird things were about to set off when an ethereal voice suddenly rang out. The matter of Daqian has been settled. You go and join your respective chiefs. No more strikes against Daqian. 3 figures slowly walked out of the void. Hundreds of millions of bizarre creatures looked up and were stunned to see Jiangnan appear for a moment. They haven't even arrived at Daqian Kyoto yet, and this is all settled. Is finding them specifically to blame? The deputy leader of the long-tongued trickster clan was sweating profusely at the thought. Master Jiangnan, we have not been half-hearted. Jiangnan sniffed and looked at him curiously. It was hard to understand watching him panic. Why is it like having your whole family exterminated if I give you a notice? I'm such a nice guy. What are you guys afraid of? It was only when the sweet potato next to him opened his mouth to explain that the hundreds of millions of weird things were calmed down. Master doesn't mean to blame you guys, it's just that he just solved the two saints' bilocations, and at the moment he's on his way to find King Chu Jiang, and he needs to pass through the Guile realm before he happens to bump into you guys. Upon hearing the latter half of the sentence, the hearts of the many creepy creatures that had just been put down were lifted back up. Solved the saints? You still want to go to the king of Chukong? A bunch of creepy things were in the wind and couldn't believe what their ears were hearing. After informing him of the matter, Jiangnan no longer stayed and entered the entrance of the tricky realm hanging in the void with a sway of his body. In an instant, his figure spanned tens of thousands of miles across the Guile realm. Jiangnan advanced at an extremely fast speed, and abruptly his eyes stared, stopping and standing proudly in the firmament. September, who was following closely behind, was slightly inattentive, and her cue-bouncing breasts crashed into his sturdy back. September froze slightly, her cheeks flushed. A snickering smile appeared at the corner of his mouth when he realized that Jiangnan wasn't angry. Sweet Potato gritted his teeth at the sight, but held his tongue and asked towards Jiangnan in confusion. Master, is something wrong? Jiangnan narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed into the distant void and laughed lightly. A spirit came to the door on its own. Sweet Potato sniffed. What spirit? Come to get killed? Just then, she also detected the auras of countless trickster gods. Sweet Potato frowned slightly, his eyes looking off into the distance. One could only see uncountable tricksters, cloaked in armor and armed with hooks and ropes, approaching rapidly. September similarly snapped, her face changing. You're all in a hurry to get reincarnated, aren't you? Oh no! The blood-drinking sword that went into the master doesn't get a chance to be reincarnated. Jiangnan knew that there were tens of thousands of trickster gods with a little bit of sensing, and he couldn't help but smile. The underworld is really heavy-handed. All of them rushed to come within the blood-drinking sword to find their companions to get together. Being the greater good, they must be made whole. Ah! As the thought flashed by, Jiangnan had already gripped the blood-drinking sword at some point. In the next second, he raised his hand and swung his sword out towards the tens of thousands of trickster gods. At once, the terrifying blood chi covered the sky, and the bizarre chi from all over the bizarre realm rapidly gathered towards the side, generating a majestic energy that shook the heavens and shook the earth. The infinite blood chi enriched sword light trembled in space wherever it passed, and it went straight to kill the Guile Difference's army. The sullenly advancing tricksters froze in their tracks, feeling the evil to the point of hair-raising sword intent, and their expressions rose in horror. The trickster leading the group was instantly confused and didn't react for a moment. It wasn't until they realized that this terrifying sword intent was aimed at them that they were completely tensed up at this moment. Bad. Coming at us. Hearing this, the faces of the crowd of tricksters were 10,000% grave. Ha! How come it came at them? They were only searching for an inferior being. How had they even offended a great power? Even if it was a great power that proved the Tao by killing, it wouldn't even meet the face and directly start killing. I am a general under King Chu Jiang's command. Who dares to block our way? The trickster leading the group roared. With that, he brought the Guile Differences behind him and tried to catch the sword intent. For a time, countless Guile Differences erupted with Guile God pressure, and huge Guile Chi rose to the sky. Boom! Boom! Sword intent and Guile Chi collided with an explosive sound. The terrifying aftermath immediately swept away 10,000 miles of blood clouds. It was also at this moment that Jiangnan's figure appeared in their field of vision. Seeing this, the guileful messenger leading the group was first stunned, and then looked furious. It's you! Good timing! We were worried we wouldn't find you. The crowd of tricksters looked at Jiangnan in the sky dome, the fear gone from their faces, and they all exuded a look of anger. He is the inferior being in the portrait. Good! How dare you run to seek death by yourself? A mere inferior being. Do you really think that you can provoke the underworld with some skill? Those who violate my underworld will be killed without pardon. Slaughtering the Gue realm, killing the Gue messenger, and disrespecting King Chu Jiang. Any of these are capital offenses. Hearing the sneering words of a group of tricksters, Sweet Potato couldn't help but admire their guts. Are all the trickster gods of the underworld so brave? One bite of an inferior being, tired of living. Hearing these words, Jiangnan's face was expressionless as he waved the blood-drinking sword in his hand. A trace of Saint's sword intent bursting out. The air boiled with blood. The Saint's sword intent appeared, and the roiling Guile Chi instantly disintegrated. Die for me! Jiangnan spat out a sentence and then waved his hand widely. The sword light that killed the tens of thousands of tricky differences flashed red, and the blood aura was extremely terrifying. Lower realm beings, how dare you be so reckless? Truly rampant. We are the Guile gods. Are you looking for death? Looking at the sword intent in front of them, the group of tricksters were timid, but they were by no means interested in losing the Chu Jiang King's face. Otherwise it will be worse than what happens to the soul. The trickster leading the group could not afford to be even the slightest bit intimidated, so he used his last card and said angrily, "Sacrifice the soul hook rope and follow me to suppress this inferior being. P.S. To prevent you from reading a cool article, also brain to remember the realm of the worldview of this book flood, all set to C to SSS-level God, to avoid you to see the mess. Make suggestions if you don't like it." Chapter 50, Saints Don't Dare? I Dare. Ka-ching. A hooked rope containing the aura of the Eerie god collided with the sword intent, and a crisp ringing sound came from it. In an instant, all the tricky poorly hooked soul ropes turned into pieces and dissolved into heaven and earth. See this scene. The trickster leading the group was a bit dumbfounded. These were all B-grade divine artifacts, and they were actually destroyed the instant they came into contact with the sword intent. What kind of sword intent is this? So terribly strong? Sage sword intent is nothing more than that. The crowd of guile differentials exuded horrified looks, their gazes incomparably shocked, and their hearts gave birth to a desire to retreat. However, not waiting for them to take a step, the scarlet sword light completely engulfed them, turning them into a mass of blood mist in the blink of an eye. The guile god's blood contained endless guile chi, spilling out into the heavens and earth to nourish the guile realm. Next moment, the souls of a host of trickster gods revealed themselves. The moment it appeared, they only had one thought: flee. Not only had they underestimated this guy's strength, even King Chu Jiang had underestimated it. The scariest thing is that this guy isn't afraid of what you have backstage. A word is a kill. A look is a kill. From the beginning to now, this guy didn't have any bull asterisk. Just kill. But only unfortunately. With the speed of these trickster gods, they only ran out a light year's distance before they were sucked back by a terrifying devouring force. Jiangnan gently raised his hand and pressed downward. Boom boom boom. Next moment, all of the souls present fell, falling to their knees, unable to move. With just a splash of energy poured out from Jiangnan's raised hand, it caused countless guile gods to feel a strong threat of death. At this moment, they were really scared. Seniors, we were wrong. Elder, we're the underworld sneaky messengers. Please spare us, for the sake of Empress Hutu, the 10 temples of Yama, and the king of Chujiang. Please let us go. Have been honest and begged to be spared. Jiangnan sniffed and his killing intent increased. He was tired of hearing these words in the canon. Now you're bringing out the Queen Mother too, right? In the face of such a threat, Jiangnan was indifferent. He wasn't even afraid of saints. What face could an unsainted Hutu have? Host threat detected. Assignment issued. Option 1, jealous of Hutu. Avoid her and spare a bunch of trickster gods. Reward, the art of turtle shrinking. 10% increase in sword intent. And 10,000 years of realm enhancement. Option 2, what is there to fear in the district of Hutu? As soon as you grab all the souls of the trickster gods, you will refine them in a moment. Reward, 1 billion drops of 3 lights divine water. 100% increase in sword intent. 1 million years of realm enhancement. Suddenly, the system's beep sounded. Jiangnan froze slightly. Where was the need to choose? There was no intention to give face to Hutu. The system understands things. Knowing that he desperately needed the strength to dry out the saints of the heavens and refine Shenliani's soul, the rewards were better than once. The crowd of trickster gods all sighed with relief in their hearts when they saw Jiangnan freeze, thinking that the threat was effective. Elder, the underworld is not as simple as you think. I advise you to hurry up and go to the Yama temple to admit your mistake and accept the judgment. There is still a chance to be reincarnated. The guileful messenger leading the group's brow stretched as he towered over them. Sweet Potato and September instantly felt something was wrong. They hadn't seen their master wimp out. There was no hesitation when he fought the 2 saintly doppelgangers alone, and he struck out to punch and kill. Why the hesitation this time? Could it be that this Empress Hutu was even stronger than the saint's doppelganger? It makes even the master jealous? However, soon enough, Jiangnan's next words negated such thoughts from them. Judge me? Jiangnan sniffed and was instantly happy. Is he worthy of the king of Chukong? And the Queen Mother Hutu, as you call her, even if she is here at this moment, you will all die. With the words falling, Gangnam showed his full strength for the first time. Terrifying energy fluctuations rippled out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the clouds and instantly opened up countless passages between the 2 worlds. Send the breath into the underworld without reservation. Seeing the situation, the pupils of the crowd of guile difficulties shrunk. Their complexions were 1,000,000 times more horrified. They had been in the underworld for many years, traveling through various small worlds, and it was the first time they had ever seen such a terrifying energy. Senior, don't be impulsive. We were also following orders. We never wanted to judge you. It was all that bastard King Chujiang's idea. At the moment, they only wanted to live, and they opened their mouths to set aside their relationship with King Chujiang. Late. Get your ass inside the blood-drinking sword. Jiangnan's killing intent was monstrous, and his blood aura dyed his white robe red. As soon as the words fell, a hand grabbed all the souls of the Gui differences and threw them into the blood-drinking sword, refining them in an instant. A wail from the wicked warrior during the refining process of Jiangnan shifted all the way to the passage between the two worlds, and the sound followed his powerful energy, spreading to the entire underworld. At the same time, system rewards were handed out. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded, 1 billion drops of 3 lights divine water. 100% increase in sword intent. 1 million years of realm enhancement. Almost instantly, with his current rate of cultivation at the level of, the energy that could be boosted in a million years was injected into him. The aura on Jiangnan's body once again skyrocketed. The monstrous blood chi and baleful chi stirred, just like a demonic father descending into the world. At this very moment, September was startled by the killing intent on Jiangnan's body, and her petite body trembled uncontrollably. In front of this energy, the fear brought about by the two saints couldn't even compare. The power of the saints is sacred and awe-inspiring, but the energy in Jiangnan was more than sacred. It was also incredibly evil, and the only thought that arose in her was fear. Spare the sweet potatoes that were closer to Jiangnan. Now they were also scared to death. Is the master really so righteous? She was talking about it as a joke. How did it come true? It's not going to blacken and then refine her too, is it? Feeling the blood aura and fury in Jiangnan's body, it was really going off the deep end. Ah! Sweet Potato was about to cry in a hurry. Follow, to the underworld. Just then, Jiangnan's icy voice rang out. As soon as the words fell, he tore open a crack, stepped into the void, and stepped into it. Sweet Potato's heart trembled at his words and his eyes showed concern. Is this still the same immortal sword immortal from before? What happened on the blue star? Seeing Jiangnan leave, September asked boldly. A bunch of dirty things have unsettled the master's Taoist heart. Sweet Potato replied subconsciously. Ha! September was stumped. How heavenly does it have to be to make the master's Taoist heart unstable? Are they all like the great Qian Empress? If the master was faced with such a heaven-defying thing while he was guarding the great wall of sword chi, it wouldn't be surprising for his Tao to be unstable. September asked, a little frightened at the thought. It won't even kill us, will it? Sweet Potato said seriously. It's possible. After all, Gangnam was already indifferent to them. Now that it's become like this, anyone would kill, right? They didn't dare to delay too long and immediately chased after them. Underworld, second hall of the 10 temples of Hades. The master of the second hall, King Chu Kong, is in charge of 8,000 miles of hell, setting up 16 small hells and controlling countless small worlds. Even a saint would not want to mess with it. After all, there were no saints who had witnessed the Tao by killing, and killing a 10 temples Yama would bring infinite karma. If it is light, the strength will regress, and if it is heavy, the holy position will be lost. It's happening right now. Jiangnan slowly walked out of the void and stood proudly above the great hall. Such karma he was happy to take. Chapter 51 I Jiangnan acted in my life. Why do I need to explain to others? Boom! Above the sky dome of the underworld, dense cracks appeared in the void. A monstrous aura of blood and fury filled out, an evil energy spreading across the heavens and earth, accompanied by the agonizing wails of tens of thousands of bizarre differences. The terrifying energy startled countless dead souls. The great powers of the underworld all raised their heads and looked at the vision with grave expressions. King Chu Jiang frowned, and his body swayed to the outside of the great hall. His gaze was dead set on the void above him as he spoke heavily. Your Excellency, why do you need to hide? Can you hide the smell of blood on you? Why did you kill the Guiwei under my command? If you don't give an explanation today, you won't be able to leave. The words fell. The aura of an S-class guile god rose from King Chu Jiang's body, instantly dispersing 10,000 miles of clouds. A terrifying pressure headed toward Jiangnan, whose figure was revealed. Seeing Jiangnan did not make any response, Sweet Potato in September's heart sank. Just as this pressure was about to envelop Jiangnan, a sword light flashed. Clang! The pressure of the S-class guile god dissipated, and dead silence returned to heaven and earth. King Chu Kong, do you know the cause and effect? Jiangnan retrieved the blood-drinking sword and said with an indifferent expression. At this moment, the killing intent on his body skyrocketed. It's okay if the other side doesn't know. If one knows the truth of the matter and still sends out a trickster to provoke, even if one is an enemy of the entire underworld, one less of these 10 temples of hell. It's you? After seeing Jiangnan's appearance clearly, King Chu Jiang's pupils shrunk slightly. He instantly reacted that this was slaughtering the Guile realm and killing the Guile difference's lower realm beings. He hadn't cared. Just let the shenanigans below him handle it. It wasn't until now that he realized that the other party had the ability to kill their way up to the underworld. It may be the reincarnation of a great power, and discretion will have to be exercised at the moment. The king of Chujiang hesitated for a moment and said, "Could it be that there is something else? You might as well tell us why you slaughtered a side of the world and why you killed tens of thousands of tricksters under the Siama king's command." Jiangnan was a bit puzzled when he heard this. "I asked you if you knew what happened and you asked me back. Provoke me equals trying to kill me equals enemies equals it is only right that I kill my enemies. What do I need to explain to you?" Thinking of this, Jiangnan proudly said, "Why do I need to explain to others what I have done in my life?" When the king of Chu heard this, he was first stunned, then he became furious. He had been in charge of the Yama temple for countless years, and it was the first time he had seen someone so rampant. Rampant! The realm of a mere class A god is not the capital for you to be reckless. Today, even if your identity is mysterious, I will still punish you, King Chu Jiang said angrily. He had sensed that the energy emanating from Jiangnan was nothing more than an A-class god. He was an S-ranked trickster god, a 10-temple Yama of the underworld, and it wasn't hard to pinch an A-ranked god. But he didn't know that Jiangnan's strength was never the realm, but rather possessing 90% of the Tongtian sage's sword intent. In the future, it could even surpass the Tongtian sage. Jiangnan lost his patience when he heard the Chu Jiang king's words. In the next moment, without any nonsense, he summoned the blood-drinking sword and wielded a saintly sword intent with the sword pointing at the Chu Jiang king. Boom! In an instant, the green light flashed and the sword aura was like a rainbow. As soon as the saintly power containing the evil aura of it caused the space of the underworld's heaven and earth to distort, and the large and small hells to shake violently. When King Chu Jiang saw this, he was completely dumbfounded. Obviously, he hadn't expected Jiangnan to make a direct strike. Are you crazy? Well, at least excuse yourself. Even without his position in the underworld, he was an S-rank trickster god. What makes you think you can do that? He's the one who has to make the first move. Even if the underworld fell out of favor, the saints would say hello before suppressing the 10 temples of hell. You strike without a word. You're more arrogant than a saint. You don't give a damn about the underworld. Chu Jiangwang could no longer restrain his killing intent at this moment, and killed straight towards Jiangnan. Countless hideous ghosts poured out and rushed towards that sword intent, seemingly wanting to tear it apart. Two powerful energies were about to collide, and just then, a light and majestic voice rang out. Scatter! With this character falling, the power of the earth's Tao erupted, enveloping the entire underworld. Above the dome of the sky, uncountable cracks closed. The blood and fury in the sky was gone in an instant. The smattering of saintly sword intent that Jiangnan had swung out had unexpectedly stalled in the air under the blockage of the force of the earth's path. The ghosts released by King Chu Jiang instantly dissipated, and the S-ranked trickster god pressure on his body held back. The underworld, heaven and earth, regained its calm. Behind Jiangnan, Sweet Potato in September looked a bit bewildered. Could it be that Queen Mother Hotu has struck? Sweet Potato whispered furtively. September didn't dare speak, her torso trembling softly. At this moment, Jiangnan frowned slightly, sensing countless gazes peering at him from the depths of the void. All of them were more powerful than the aura of the 10 temples of hell. Buzz! 9 S-ranked Guile God's auras appeared violently, and the rushing Guile Chi restricted Jiangnan to his original position in an instant. The killing ring on your excellency's body doesn't look like you've only slaughtered a small world. This is the underworld, the land of the 6 paths of reincarnation. There's no room for you to be reckless. How can you shake the underworld? Why don't you quickly retreat? If your excellency is still uninterested, you have only one way to die. A voice filled with terrifying majesty came out. Next moment, 9 trickster gods wearing long robes and square crowns surrounded Jiangnan, all with unfavorable gazes. That's the Yama of the other halls. All of the 10 temples of hell have come. This arrogant lower realm being should always be honest, right? How can a pack of honest ones, an A-class god, fight with the kings of Hades? Looking at all 10 halls of Yama's presence, the many Gui Diao in the great hall below were surprised and spoke in a chorus of voices. The black impermanence with a long tongue, dressed in black and wearing a black hat, spoke with certainty that Jiangnan would not dare to continue his misdeeds. And at this moment, the Chujiang king's eyes flashed with some bewilderment. It's just an A-class god. Obviously he can handle it, so why bother having all the 10 temples of Hades present? Even the one above went the extra mile to stop it. The king of Chukong didn't understand, but he could be sure that Jiangnan would definitely not be able to run wild. However, Jiangnan's next words completely shattered this thought of all the Guile gods. I won't take a step back until I get a satisfactory answer today. So what if it's the 10 temples of Hades? With just a few of you wanting to kill me, you're not qualified. Jiangnan's eyes went cold as he slowly spoke. Under the pressure of the 9 S-ranked trickster gods, he remained breezy. Sweet Potato in September sniffed and showed signs of worry. They knew their master's character all too well. Only soft but not hard, with the attitude of the 10 temples of hell. If the situation continued to develop, the master would absolutely fight with the entire underworld. But this was neither the Blue Star nor the Guile Realm, and it was very dangerous to face countless powerful Guile gods. The 10 temples of hell heard Jiangnan's words that were rampant to the extreme. All of them had angry expressions on their faces, and their bizarre chi boiled up in their bodies. Come to the underworld to cause trouble and dare the underworld to give you a satisfactory answer? You think you're a saint? Saints are not as rampant as you. Thinking of this, the 10 Yama Kings' killing intent surged and immediately intended to execute Jiangnan. Chapter 52, I Seek Justice. You let me control the 6 paths of reincarnation? Buzz. Endless bizarre chi fell from the sky. A giant black hand appeared from the void with terrifying might, instantly locking onto Jiangnan. Even an S-class god would have to die under the attack launched by the combined efforts of the 10 Yama Kings. Feeling this terrifying aura of the trickster god, Sweet Potato and September's faces went pale. Jiangnan smiled bashfully and took out the 10,000 years peach blossom brew and drank freely. As the spirit wine went down, the SSS rank wine sword immortal talent was stimulated and the energy in his body climbed. A gentle energy crept into Sweet Potato and September's cold, delicate bodies. Sweet Potato froze, blood returning to his pale face. The fear of facing an S-class trickster god was swept away. September was also stunned, not expecting it at such a critical moment. The masters also have a distraction to take the pressure off of them. He saw that the large hand in the sky dome was about to hit Jiangnan. Their hearts were in their throats. Jiangnan's face did not change as the sage sword intent surrounded the upper blood-drinking sword. Being at this time, once again, that light voice came from the depths of the void. Stop. Just 2 characters fall. The rapidly falling gigantic palm fell apart and dissolved into bizarre chi that dissipated into the heavens and earth. The 10 Yen Kings' complexions changed drastically, and they all withdrew their guile chi, not daring to make another move. Next moment, a brilliant light appeared in the void. A woman in gorgeous clothes slowly stepped into the void. Pink, tantalizing bare feet that rippled through space with every step. This is Mother Hotu? The last time Empress Hotu appeared was millions of years ago. Right, and this inferior being is able to make the Empress appear? The pupils of all the guile difficulties below shrank as they opened their mouths in disbelief. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 10 Yen Kings scrambled forward and bowed. Apparently they didn't expect it either. It was enough for them to be surprised that a lower realm being could draw the attention of Empress Hotu. Now that Empress Hotu had personally come down and seemed to be interested in sheltering them, it filled their hearts with shock. What's your name? Nyang Hotu ignored the crowd of Yen Wangs, looked at Jiangnan, and asked softly. Her eyes held majesty and wisdom. The power of the earth's path surged with the voice. Sweet Potato peeked curiously behind Jiangnan. Although this Empress Hotu was majestic, she was not as unsympathetic as Saint Nuwa. Even though the aura was very powerful, it was not chilling, but rather approachable. Jiangnan didn't feel hostile. Then he restrained his killing intent and responded. My name is Fan Wujie. Hearing this, Sweet Potato froze. Ha? Isn't Van Wouters on the blue planet? Can you still play like this? Dump the pot directly on Fan Wupian. You are the master of killing, setting fire and saving suffering? Sweet Potato's brain almost spun. September opened her mouth. I didn't realize the owner was so good at it. When Empress Hotu sniffed, the corner of her lips curved up in an intriguing arc. Then, with a smile, everything happens for a reason. Why did you come to the underworld? Hearing this, Jiangnan said nonchalantly. The 10 temples of Hades had murderous intentions toward me, sending countless tricksters after me, and I had no choice but to kill my way up to the underworld to seek justice. When these words came out, King Chu Jiang couldn't tense up. Who cares if you don't come? He did move to kill, but the killing was only created when you rushed up to the underworld. How dare you ask for justice? Who in the entire underworld didn't hear the terrifying screams of tens of thousands of tricksters? King Chu Jiang said angrily. Good you Fan Wupian. How dare you slander us in front of the queen? The other Yen Kings were also confused. When did they send the trickster after them? You're only killing because you're too wild. Nonsense. If you don't come to the underworld, why would we strike at you? Another Yama stepped forward. At this moment, the 10 Yama Kings once again revealed their killing intent. Empress Hotu frowned slightly. Shut up. Sensing a slight warmth of anger from Empress Hotu, the 10 Kings of Hell were instantly honest. One by one, they closed their mouths tightly, not daring to speak again. Seeing the situation, Empress Hotu looked toward Jiangnan with a calm expression and said, It is true that I have a murderous intent towards you. What compensation do you want? This seat can satisfy you. Jiangnan was half convinced. And you believe that? It also intends to make amends, and is far too sensible than Nuwa and old man Tai Ching. His main purpose of coming to the underworld was still to improve his strength. There were quite a few precious heavenly materials in the underworld. If he could get a portion of it, it would indeed dissuade him from turning his back on the underworld. Why don't the Empress take out some cultivation resources and I'll let it go? Jiangnan's casual remark caused the 10 Yen kings to gnash their teeth. How dare an A-list god say such a thing? King Chujian was about to explode with anger. And you have the nerve to say you don't care? I haven't asked you for justice in the matter of you killing tens of thousands of tricksters. Angry as they were, they didn't dare to squeak with Empress Ho-Tu here. Hearing Jiangnan's request, Empress Ho-Tu thought for a moment and hesitated for a moment, saying, "Could be," said. She gave a little wave of her hand. A mirror that shimmered with radiant divine light and contained the power of the Earth's path floated in front of Jiangnan. Jiangnan froze slightly when he felt the majestic power of the Earth's path on it. Nuwa's spiritual treasure of proof was far less powerful than this treasure. Seeing Empress Ho-Tu take out this mirror, the 10 kings of Yen were stunned in place. This is the 6 Paths Reincarnation Mirror. The power of the Earth's path in it can continuously grow your realm, and this seat will send you another 10,000 drops of ancestral witch essence blood. Take it all together. After Nyang Ho-Tu finished saying this, a jade bottle flew into Jiangnan's hands. Jiangnan instantly sensed that something was wrong. Only at this moment did the 10 kings of Hades dare to determine the Empress Ho-Tu really wanted to give the 6 Paths Reincarnation Mirror to a lower realm being. This is the most important treasure of the underworld. Possessing it is the same as controlling the 6 paths of reincarnation. Empress Ho-Tu was transferring half of her own power to Jiangnan. This was something that the saints of the heavens had always coveted. Ancestral witch essence blood was even more needless to say. It was the topmost cultivation resource. Even saints have a hard time obtaining it. Your Highness, how could you give away the 6 Paths Reincarnation Mirror? Yes, this Fan Wui's energy is incomparably evil. If he obtains this supreme treasure, won't he refine all the souls in the 6 paths? My lady, you must think of the 6 paths. The 10 Yen kings spoke up. That's not compensation. It's clearly giving away the underworld. Since the birth of the underworld, no matter how much the saints of the heavens had suppressed it, Empress Ho-Tu had never handed over the 6 paths reincarnation mirror. How did it get handed over to a guy of unknown origin? This seat's decision does not allow you to refute it. Return to your Hades. Nyang Ho-Tu's willow brows frowned slightly as she raised her hand and the power of the earth's path poured out. The 10 kings of Yama instantly disappeared into thin air, and all of them were sent back to the Yama temple. It was as if it was letting them know about it that drove them away. Jiangnan narrowed his eyes. It's not right. Extremely wrong. Why did you give him such a big gift when you're not a relative? Or kill the scourge? Empress Ho-Tu looked back at Jiangnan and smiled. Jiangnan, this seat can't stay away for too long. If you have any unanswered questions, go to the bridge of Naiha and seek the Mona. Chapter 53. I see that Meng is also a special person with a lot of charm. Watching Jiangnan accept the 6 paths reincarnation mirror, Empress Ho-Tu's figure faded in place. Master, Empress Ho-Tu was still strangely nice. Sweet Potato said from the bottom of his heart. Jiangnan sniffed, and a meaningful smile spread across the corners of his mouth. For better or for worse, who knows? As the Lord of the Underworld, why would she allow an outsider to control the 6 paths of reincarnation? Hearing this, Sweet Potato also felt strange and had a vague bad feeling in his heart. When Jiangnan reminded him of this, the September beside him frowned and guessed. Could it be that the 6 paths reincarnation mirror is a killing scourge that even Mother Huda can't bear it? Sweet Potato froze. To be able to make the Empress Ho-Tu feel tricky, it was only a supreme being at that level of saints, right? Then the 6 paths reincarnation mirror is a great killing curse. Nice guy. That's throwing a hot potato into the hands of the owner. Are all the gods in the upper world so bad? Master, since you know it's a killing curse, why do you still take it? You've already offended 2 saints. You won't be able to handle it if you provoke a few more. Sweet Potato was slightly anxious and worried. When Jiangnan heard this, not only was he not afraid, he couldn't help but smile, then opened his mouth to ease their emotions. So what if it's a killing scourge? To kill all the killing scourges is to have no killing scourges. With a supreme treasure like the 6 paths reincarnation mirror, where is the reason not to receive it? Sweet Potato sniffed and giggled. What do you mean? If you kill the killing scourge, there will be no killing scourge? Can you still count like that? Do we have to kill saints even if they come to rob the 6th reincarnation mirror? Thinking about this, Sweet Potato was struck by the fact that with his master's character it was really possible. On the sidelines, September was still worried that something had happened. After all, it's already feuded with 2 saints. So bravely, he tried to persuade again. Empress Ho-Tu is trying to pull you down. This 6 paths reincarnation mirror is better returned to its original owner. We are afraid that something will happen to you. What a thing to say. When the 6 paths reincarnation mirror comes into my hands, I am its owner. Where is the argument of returning something to its original owner? Jiangnan immediately corrected. Queen Ho-Tu was going to use him to deal with the mess. So what was he being polite for? With such a great opportunity in front of you, how could you not want it? Killing Scourge equals there are enemies equals there are souls equals refinable resources equals enhancement of strength equals opportunity. A constant stream of killing Scourges is a constant stream of opportunities. Stupid. You don't understand this. Jiangnan glanced faintly at Sweet Potato in September with some hatred. Seeing that they were powerless to refute it, they wasted no more time and said, whether it's a conspiracy or not is undecided for now. Since Hotu told me to go to Meng Woman, let's go and take a look. The words fell. He was on the celestial dome, looking down on the crowd of still-shocked tricksters below. When they came into contact with Jiangnan's gaze, the group of tricksters instantly winced. You're it. Jiangnan finished saying this and randomly picked a lucky person. The black impermanence below, who was still dazed, was instantly sucked in front of Jiangnan by a devouring force. Where is the location of the Naiad Bridge? Jiangnan indifferently said. Black impermanence's body trembled at his words and hastily pointed in a direction. Next, Jiangnan pulled on Sweet Potato and September's slender hands and swept out with speed as fast as he could. A gust of wind was set off that blew black impermanence away and heavily smashed on the plaque of the Yama temple. Bang! The door to the temple collapsed. The Chujiang king in the great hall gritted his teeth. Black impermanence's bones were broken all over his body, and a mouthful of black blood sprayed out of his mouth. It was only at this moment that he came back to the fact that his previous thoughts were very wrong. It is the 10 temples of hell that dare not make a mistake. As soon as Empress Huda came out, all the 10 halls of hell were honest. The crowd of tricksters were completely dumbfounded. Until now they hadn't figured out why the Empress Hotu helped an inferior being. The bridge of nefariousness. A single dead soul is lining up to cross the bridge. On the bridge, a woman with stunningly beautiful features was overseeing the place. She was dressed in white. Her delicate body was exquisite. Her breasts and buttocks were full, and her body surrounded strands of white bizarre chi. Her realm was unfathomable. This is Mona? Jiangnan landed with the 2 female guile, and September looked at the woman on the bridge with some confusion. She thought she was an old crone just by her name. I think Meng is also a special thing. The charm is still there. The buttocks are really curvy, want to touch. September muttered in a small voice. Sweet Potato frowned when he heard her talking immodestly again. But truth be told, Mona does look good. Jiangnan is also used to the September this colorful female guile. Perversion is a set. Not bothering to pick up on it, he looked over at Meng on the bridge. The other party seemed to sense it and turned around, looking at Jiangnan and whispering, "You're finally here." Then in front of a group of surprised eyes of the dead souls, she took a step out of her slender legs. In the next moment, Meng's figure flashed in front of Jiangnan. No dead soul saw how she passed. The speed surprised countless dead souls. "What did the Queen Earth ask you to explain to me?" Jiangnan's expression was bland. She was a bit too slow. Compare and contrast with the backwoods inferiority. Hearing that Jiangnan didn't even call her mother, the corners of Meng's mouth twitched. Sure enough, it's beyond rampant. The Queen Mother's idea is simple. Mona hesitated for a moment, waved her hand and emitted a weird chi to shield the sky, then continued. "The Queen truly wants you to take control of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but it requires you to cleanse the underworld of the forces of Buddhism and heaven." Hearing this, Jiangnan looked at the 2 female guile beside him and thought. Sweet Potato was confused at the sight. Why are you looking at her? Wouldn't let her take out the Buddhist and celestial forces, would you? September was also a little confused. Why are you chatting and shifting your attention to them? Seeing the confusion on their faces, Jiangnan didn't explain and asked towards the Mona. And the reason? Hotu could have been in charge of the real power of the underworld despite the suppression of Buddhism and the heavenly court, so she couldn't have been a stupid sweetie, could she? Jiangnan didn't believe it 100 times. These mighty men have dirty hearts and a set of schemes, because you are the reincarnation of the Tongtian sage, Mona said very seriously, her eyes dripping with admiration. When these words came out, they stunned Sweet Potato and September, and a look of realization spread across their faces. You don't say. To be able to kill the Tai Ching sage's doppelganger in seconds, the credibility of this statement was very high. The master turned out to be the reincarnation of a saint, and it made sense that he possessed such great strength. Sweet Potato was overwhelmed with thoughts and shock. Jiangnan sniffed and froze slightly. Sage Tongtian is dead? That is to say, the Flood's God-feuding quantum leap has ended. The Interceptor Church has been destroyed, and the 3,000 Interceptor Immortals have been taken away by Buddhism. Buddhism is about to flourish and the Western quantum leap is imminent. That Shi Tian de Shang is also about to. But how did he become the reincarnation of Sage Tongtian? He's a real traveler, or a flesh traveler. It's not being hit by a truck or dying suddenly after a long night. By what right was the Tongtian sage reincarnated into him? Neither did the takeover. This sage sword intent of his was driven out by persistence and hard work. Of course, the existence of the system, Jiangnan would not let the second person know about it. What is the basis for such certainty? Harem? After a moment of contemplation, Jiangnan asked again. If Ho2 really thought he was the reincarnation of Tong Tian, this was a good thing. There's no reason to argue against it. Mona smiled softly at her words. Based on this is this extreme innate spiritual treasure of Saint Tong Tian. The words fell. Meng slowly took out from the storage bag. Chapter 54, When Things Are Not Decided. Refining in a moment. Let go of the rescue plot and respect the fate of others. Meng slowly took out the Qingping sword. The sword is 3 feet 2 inches long. Green-colored sword chi surrounded the sword, and the sharpness was chilling. Sweet Potato and September's faces changed as they stared at the Qingping sword, revealing a look of horror. Feeling the saintly aura vaguely lingering on it, they could be sure that just this aura alone was more powerful than them. It was as if the aura could not be erased even after countless more years. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying the saint who possessed this sword was before his fall. Jiangnan was also stunned. As the same extreme innate treasure, the killing power on the Qingping sword was simply not something that Nuwa's red embroidered ball could touch. There is also a gap between the saints. In his heyday, Saint Tong Tian had the immortal execution sword formation with him. If he hadn't faced 4 saints, he would have been the winner of the God-sealing quantum revelation. At this time, Meng looked at the Qingping sword with a regretful expression and opened her mouth to explain. In the God-sealing quantum revelation, Saint Tong Tian laid down the immortal execution sword formation at the boundary sign pass and fought the 4 saints, shattering the flood. But unfortunately, in the end, Saint Tong Tian was defeated. After the battle at the boundary card pass, Sage Tong Tian came to the underworld with serious injuries and entrusted the Qingping sword to Empress Ho2. After that, the Interceptor sect was destroyed, and Buddhism took away 3,000 Interceptor immortals. And the Interceptor immortals who died in battle went on the list of gods, and were dispatched by the heavenly court. The Tongtian sage learned of this and took revenge on the 4 saints in a fit of pique, and shortly afterward came the news of his death. Speaking of which, Mona sighed. Sweet Potato and September couldn't help but show a touch of sadness when they heard the story. Master, you died a horrible death in your previous life. Sweet Potato looked at Jiangnan heartily. Jiangnan's face darkened. No? Why do you have to empathize at this point? Saying someone died a horrible death in a past life. Listen to yourself. Is that a good thing to say? The thought flashed by, and Jiangnan raised his hand to signal Meng to continue. Mona nodded. When you first used the Tongtian sword intent, the Qingping sword sensed it, and Empress Ho2 found your scent. After you fought with the 2 saints' doppelgangers, although you have a means of hiding your breath, the Empress believes that you will have to fight the saints after all. You help the underworld, and the underworld can help you. Hearing those words, Jiangnan understood. It was much the same as his earlier guess. It's both a killing curse and an opportunity. Give me a list. I'll incorporate them one by one into the blood-drinking sword and refine them. Jiangnan said flatly. It seemed to be talking about a trivial matter. The corners of Meng's mouth twitched at her words. What do you mean? I'll give you a list and you refine them one by one? You're a walking book of life and death, aren't you? The forces that the heavenly court had planted in the underworld, sparing Empress Ho2 a headache. How come you're so breezy about it? But this was indeed the character of the Tongtian sage. The thought flickered in Meng's mind, and then there was some helplessness. The forces planted by Buddhism and the heavenly court. The Empress doesn't know how many there are, but their purpose is the 6 paths reincarnation mirror. That's why you were prevented from fighting the 10 temples of hell and allowed to leave the underworld. When whoever goes to seize it will be the power of Buddhism and the heavenly court. Feel free to kill if you can. It can't be killed. The queen will help you. Jiangnan sniffed and waved his hand. No need. There are no saints in the underworld. It doesn't matter how many come. I'll make a move. His words fell. Mona was speechless. Worthy of being the reincarnation of the Tongtian sage. It's extremely similar in what it says. Sweet Potato and September are getting used to it. Don't care what kind of power you are. Don't care which saint you are. The master just has one word. Just do it and be done with it. Wouldn't be surprised to see a fight with Tendo someday. It's really too much for the little heart to bear to stay around the master. The queen's words have all been brought to you, and I ask Lord Tongtian to help the underworld out of its misery. Prayer flowed from Meng's eyes. Hearing this, Jiangnan's face turned green and black. I'm a rare fleshly traveler. What with the Tongtian godfather? I'm just me. Less self-serving substitutions for the saints of Tongtian. Jiangnan secretly spat in his heart. But it was not a bad thing to all think that he was the reincarnation of the Tongtian sage. There was a reasonable explanation for the sword intent to improve in the future. I'll take the job. But it's not the underworld I'm helping. I'm only helping myself. Jiangnan hesitated for a moment, looking indifferent and emphasizing his position. The godfather is still the same as ever. A knife to the heart. Mona sniffed and guffawed. Sweet Potato nodded inappropriately. Once again, a good guy card for Gangnam. The Gangnamis are a bit numb. Are we done yet? You're always talking about Master Tong Tian, aren't you? But he did have something in common with Lord Tong Tian. The same righteousness. Jiangnan put away the Qingping sword, tore open a crack, and left with Sweet Potato and September. Trickster World. Bride City. Jiangnan slowly walked out of the void and entered the Great Hall, on a trip to the underworld. Although he didn't refine a few souls, he harvested a spiritual treasure, a supreme treasure, and 10,000 drops of ancestral witch essence blood. Far more rewarding than expected. Master, there's something I can't figure out. Just then, Sweet Potato's voice rang out. Looking at her face full of confusion, Jiangnan asked, "What's wrong? You didn't look at us quite right when Meng talked about cleansing the other forces of the underworld." Seeing Jiangnan's mood stabilized and his terrifying killing intent gone, Sweet Potato then dared to talk to him. September didn't dare make a sound at all, but the point of doubt was the same as Sweet Potato's. Having seen Jiangnan's demonic appearance, they were a bit scared. The awe completely outweighed the admiration. Jiangnan sniffed and suddenly realized, so that's all there is to it. Thinking, he opened his mouth to explain. There are probably quite a few of the forces planted by Buddhism and the heavenly court in the 10 temples of hell, and even those whose official positions are above them. The official position of King of Hell alone is an iron rice bowl, judging the good and evil of the departed souls, and there is a constant flow of merit. Clean them up, and I'll let you get an official. Everything Jiangnan did was indeed for himself, but at the same time, you're thinking about the people around you. What did it have to do with him if Sage Tong Tian had a friendship with Ho Tu? It's not like he's a lower body controlling brain guy who sees a woman and licks his way up. Who's happy to meddle in the underworld without benefits? Having been betrayed by Daqian once, Jiangnan had already had his Taoist heart clear. Let go of the rescue plot and respect the fate of others. When things are not decided, they are instantly refined. So, hearing this, Sweet Potato's lost emotions dissipated. Turns out it's been looking out for them all along. It wasn't demonic. The Lord is just positively hairy and evil. It was a bit too much evil, but that was for the enemy. And he remained very protective of his own people. September sniffed and lit up. There were benefits and they wouldn't forget the people around them. And something like refining them was purely overthinking it. The benefits to them of being able to obtain an official position in the 10 temples of Hades were hard to overstate. With a constant stream of merit, wouldn't it be possible to break through to an S-rank Guile God soon? At that point you won't have to be a vase and can actually help. Your realms are still too low, and if you want to get an official position, your strength has to be enough. After Jiangnan finished saying this, he gently waved his hand, and the rewards stored in the system space all poured out. At once, Bridal City jolted. The aura in the air was instantly thick to the point of liquefaction. Sweet Potato was stunned in place. It's Chapter 55, Innate Collective Beauty Holy Body, Pig Demon Transformation. Surprisingly, all of them are Phoenix Fruit level heavenly treasures. That's almost 100 million of them. Countless light blue dragon frost fruits poured out. The Great Hall, which could hold tens of thousands of shenanigans, couldn't even fit. Sweet Potato and September slightly perceived that the number of dragon frost fruits was close to 100 million, and were a bit dumbfounded. A single dragon frost fruit extruded outside the temple and piled up in the Bridal City, reaching up to the clouds. Even if the Guile Realm and the Blue Star were combined, they wouldn't be able to come up with this one supreme treasure that could break through to the overlord level. But in Gangnam's hands it's like no money at all. Last time, he took out 1 million pills and gifted them to millions of knights and wizards, and now he directly took out nearly 100 million pills. Looking at the huge number of dragon frost fruits, Sweet Potato only felt his scalp tingle. There's no need to be surprised. This is just the tip of the iceberg, Jiangnan said in a salty manner. As the words fell, he waved his hand. All of the dragon frost fruits were moved outside the temple. In the next moment, a clear voice rang out. Only a bottle of jade bottles with a white luster was seen, instantly refilling the large hall. For a while, the energy in the air was thick to the extreme. Sweet Potato couldn't resist taking a couple puffs. The energy inside her grew rapidly. September was very surprised to see this. The energy emitted by these heavenly treasures. A great Guile God could raise his realm by inhaling 2 mouthfuls. Wouldn't a different pig also be able to casually become a god? Is there any justice in this? She now realized what a hard life she had lived before. Thousands of years of bitter cultivation is no match for spending a few days at the master's side. The thought flashed, and September inhaled a mouthful of the viscous liquid in the air. Pounds of energy immediately surged into the body. She lit up before her eyes. Is it so cool to have a master? In the past, if you wanted to obtain cultivation resources, you had to fight the Guile King head-on, and even if you could snatch it, it was only SSS rank. After following the master for a period of time, Looking back at the SSS-grade heavenly treasures, they were not even comparable to the rind of the dragonfrost fruit. What a load of crap that was. Don't be in a hurry to suck it up. Leave these for Fan Wu Pian and the others. Seeing that the two female guile desperately wanted to level up, Jiangnan smiled and interrupted. Hearing this, both Sweet Potato and September were stunned. Ha, so it's not for them? Nor indeed did they say it was to be bestowed upon them. The cheeks of the two female shenanigans that returned to their senses flushed with some embarrassment. Absorbing energy without consent. We should be punished. Sweet Potato finished lowering his head, waiting for Jiangnan to chastise him. Jiangnan froze at his words, which was a misunderstanding of what he meant, and then explained. It's not that you can't use it. You've been with me the longest and deserve better resources. These jade bottles contain 1 billion drops of triple light divine water, plus those 100 million dragon frost fruits. Leave them for the other night tricksters. I need a group of trickster gods with decent strength. Hearing these words, Sweet Potato and September looked at each other and exuded astonishment. It's not. This quantity is counted in billions. It's completely enough for them to cultivate and to give them even more precious heavenly treasures? The master dares to give it away, but they don't even dare to accept it. Sweet Potato and September ask themselves, do they deserve it? I didn't do any favors in the underworld, so how can I even take the food? Even if you follow faithfully, you still feel uneasy about getting the favor. Such a strong and extremely protective person. Xing Yuanyi still drives the globe to backstab, and her conscience has been eaten by a dog. Just as the two guiles were cricketing Shen Eveningyi in their minds, Jiangnan took out the jade bottle storing the ancestral witch essence blood and handed it to them, saying flatly, these 10,000 drops of ancestral witch essence blood are yours. His clouded look. It was as if what was given away was not the topmost heavenly treasures of the flood. Sweet Potato and September were flattered, and while they were still torn between taking it or not, the jade bottle had already reached them. Cultivate as soon as possible, and strive to be able to reach the S-ranked trickster god realm as soon as possible. Jiangnan didn't give them a chance to rebuff, and cut off his words. He couldn't use the 3 light divine water and the dragon frost fruit, and the ancestral witch essence blood would have some enhancement if he absorbed it, but it was also dispensable. It's tasteless to eat and discard. Might as well use it to enhance the bloodlines of the two female guile. Sweet Potato and September sulked for a moment and silently accepted. Go inform the Night Gui on the Blue Planet and tell them to return to Bride City to use these heavenly treasures to cultivate. Jiangnan finished explaining the follow-up matters, and with a sway of his body, he arrived at the gates of Bride City. His eyes looked deep into the void and narrowed slightly, revealing killing intent. Jiangnan took out the 6 Paths reincarnation mirror and injected energy into it. The chaotic aura and the power of the Earth's path instantly filled the air and surrounded him. At the same time, the functions and usage of the 6 Paths reincarnation mirror surfaced in Jiangnan's subconscious. Through the mirror, he was able to seek out the souls of the dead before the trickster did. Drag out the dead souls from the 6 Paths and countless small worlds. Jiangnan closed his eyes as his divine thoughts traveled through countless small worlds. Opening his eyes again, one of the confusions in his mind was finally gone. In the 6 Paths, there is surprisingly no existence of Earth. So no wonder knew why an old man Tai Ching called me an alien being. Gong Nam whispered. Then he used the 6 Paths of reincarnation mirror to search for Shen Lianyi's soul. I don't know how much time has passed. It was never found. Jiangnan had expected it. After all, it was taken away by Nuwa, and it wasn't difficult for her to help Shen Eveningyi restore her physical body. In itself, it is a matter of needing clay to make a man holy, and making as much flesh as you want. Jiangnan is just using the 6 Paths of reincarnation mirror to take a chance. Can find the best. If you cannot find, then it must be a war. Nuwa Sky. Nuwa Palace. Sisters, please listen to the question. If you are walking down the road and being watched by a man, what is this kind of underhead man called? In the Nuwa Palace, inside a courtyard, Shen Yuanyi was giving the female disciples of Nuwa her idea of Jimei. Upon hearing her question, the group of female disciples shook their heads, somewhat confused. Seeing this, Shen Yuanyi explained seriously. It's called male condensation. We fairies, we're so easily spied on by men. It's scary and disgusting to think about. Good looks can be favored. If the other person is not only average, but looks dirty, that's a stinky, down and dirty man. The crowd of female disciples immediately exuded a look of sudden realization. That sounds reasonable. Senior sister is right. I've often been peeked at by male cultivators. It's really too disgusting. Yeah, I felt so disgusted by their stares too. So it's called male condensation. I really get physically sick when ugly male cultivators look at me. It's so disgusting. Senior sister, what should we do when we meet a male condensation? At this time, a female disciple asked towards Shen Lianyi. Gouge out their eyes, Shen Yuanyi said with a face full of resentment. Word to the wise, The many female disciples nodded. Flooding meat is weak and strong. Being peeped at by a male gel who is ugly and whose realm is still lower than his own is something that should have his eyes gouged out. Senior sister. If the other party is handsome, what should we do? A female disciple in the form of a pig demon, weighing 300 pounds and resembling a tiger tank, asked. Shin Yuanyi knew with one look at her that this was the innate beauty-collecting sacred body. Then he opened his mouth to give instructions. Chapter 56 Fairies are forgiven for anything they do because we are good. A handsome man looking at you means she likes you. Why else would he look at you and no one else? It means it's interested in you. This is the time as Jime has to be confident that the realm is lower than ours and directly let the other party double cultivate with us. If the opponent's realm is higher than ours. Shin Yuanyi said this and deliberately stopped. The crowd of female disciples instantly sat back. Senior sister quickly say what about the opponent's high realm? Don't hide it. Senior sister, we are sisters, teach us. Looking at their frantic demeanor, Shin Yuanyi was satisfied in her heart. Spreading the Jime quote during this time in Wangu is paying off. Immediately after, Shin Yuanyi continued, the other party is handsome, and his realm is still high, so the risk of going strong is high, but one can steal the other party's pills, or destroy the other party's magic treasures to draw the other party's attention. When the other person comes to the door, there will also be a chance to exchange feelings, when they change into sexy clothes and seduce them. Isn't sweet love coming? We fairies are forgiven for anything we do because we are good. The many female disciples listened in awe. I didn't realize it was possible to get someone's attention that way. It's only a matter of time before the flood powers fall in love with me. Seeing the agreeable reaction of the group of female disciples, Shenliani nodded her head in satisfaction. Outside the courtyard, Golden Phoenix, who was Nuwa's mount and attendant, frowned after hearing every word. Next, her figure transformed into a stream of light and flew into the grand hall of the Nuwa palace. He soon came to Nuwa's side and respectfully said, Your Highness, Senior Sister Shin spends her entire day in the palace saying odd things. Is this really not a problem? Nuwa reclined on the soft couch, one arm propped up on her head, her eyes closed. The sage was omniscient and omniscient, so could he not be unaware of what Shin Yuanyi had done? No block is the default. Shin Yuanyi is the key to finding Jiangnan and solving the mystery. As long as she didn't touch the bottom line, she could turn a blind eye and leave it at that. Hearing Golden Phoenix's words, Nuwa's red lips lightly opened as she slowly said, It's not a problem. As long as she doesn't leave the Nuwayan heaven, there's no need to care about some small things. Jean Fong sniffed and was a bit worried. Is it really okay? The Jime quotes in Shin Yuanyi's mouth sounded like a three-dimensional view in bad character. Is it really okay for all the disciples of Nuwa Palace to become like Shin Yuanyi? Although it was different from the devil's thoughts, how did it feel even more counterintuitive than the devil's thoughts? Thinking of a group of senior sisters now known as sisters, opening their mouths as the family people. Jime people start. Jean Fong some fear. But Nuwa didn't even stop her, so she didn't dare mention it again. And the other side. Trickster World. Bride City. Fanwui received the news that Sweet Potato had sent out, and immediately brought all the shenanigans with him to Bride City. Seeing the piles of dragon frost fruits, a group of SSS rank Li Gui's eyes were shocked. This was all bestowed upon us by Lord Gangnam? A single dragon frost fruit allowed me to break through to the overlord level. With such a huge amount, we can become guile gods as well. I really don't dare to think of what terrifying realm I can reach after absorbing it. But we didn't help much, so it's not appropriate to take these dragon frost fruits, is it? At those words, all of the knightly tricksters fell silent. They really aren't in a position to take it. Aside from a heartfelt desire, there has been no substantial help to Moncler Jacket's outlet the south of the river so far. Keep it. It won't be long before it's time for you to strike. And just then, Jiangnan's voice came from the city walls. Hearing that there was a chance that they could help, all of the knights in the room no longer pushed back. Thank you, Master Jiangnan. Fanwui looked at Jiangnan's back on the city wall and bowed. Now that he had broken through the overlord-class shackles, he was in the process of impacting the C-class trickster god realm. All the credit for this achievement goes to Grandmaster Gangnam. Fanwu Jie learned from Sweet Potato that Jiangnan was about to fight the underworld trickster god. The elder ancestor who severed ties with the long-tongued Guile clan may also appear. Time passed, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Gangnam was drinking on the city gate as usual. Behind him, Sweet Potato in September had already relied on a portion of the ancestral witch essence blood to break through to A-class Guile gods. Master, all of the SSS rank Li Gue have reached C-ranked Guation, and Fan Wu Jie has also broken through to B-ranked Guation. Numerous night tricksters will soon be able to break through to C-ranked trickster gods as well. Sweet Potato reported on the current situation of the night trick army. It wouldn't be long before the strength of the Li Jiwei under Jiangnan's command would be comparable to the strength of a Yin King's troops, and it's only been 10 days. The consumption of heavenly materials is less than 10%. Jiangnan nodded as he sniffed. Sweet potato. Have a pen and paper ready. Next moment, Jiangnan's topic changed. Sweet potato was a little puzzled, but had one of the creepy brides bring a pen and paper. What are you going to do? Sweet potato couldn't read it. Why do you need a pen and paper for a good cause? You've been drinking and you're composing a poem? Now this piece of paper is the book of life and death. So write on it whoever I tell you to write down later. Jiangnan gazed into the void and said without turning his head. Hearing this, Sweet Potato and September were filled with questions. What's with the book of life and death? Who is this going to kill again? A few days without refining your soul and you can't sit still already? But who will you kill? And there's no trickster god coming to the door looking for trouble. Sweet Potato thought for a second. The master is unpredictable. Is there a killing curse coming? Fruity. Jiangnan stood up, and at some point, he had already gripped the blood-drinking sword. Blood was suddenly bubbling out of his body from Cuckoo. His eyes looked coldly at the void, and a thick killing intent flowed from his eyes. What? None of them dare to show themselves? Can you hide the aura of the king of Chukong on you? As Jiangnan's words fell, Sweet Potato was a little confused. King Chukong's breath? Nice guy. It's a narrow road. It turns out that the king of Chukong is the second five. Thinking of this, Sweet Potato hurriedly wrote the 3 words Chu Jiang Wang on the paper. The master hasn't asked you to memorize it yet. Why are you memorizing it? September asked in a whisper at the sight. It's fine. Even if King Chu Jian wasn't a force planted by Buddhism and the heavenly court, he'd still die. Sweet Potato said in disbelief. She knew Jiangnan's character too well. From the moment King Chu Kong rose to kill, he could already prepare to deal with the aftermath. Being at this time, in the void in the sky dome, the black and white irregulars under King Chu Jian walked out. Fan Wui, quickly hand over the 6 paths reincarnation mirror. A mere class A god. You're not worthy of holding such a supreme treasure. Be smart enough to hand it over yourself and I'll leave your body intact, or else I'll have 10,000 A-ranked trickster gods behind me to make your soul fall apart. Black Impermanence pointed at Jiangnan and bellowed. When he thought of being humiliated by Jiangnan in front of the Yama temple, the anger in his heart rose higher and higher, accompanying his words. One by one, the guile differences, which emanated A-class guile gods, stepped out of the void. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Bridal City. The terrifying trickster gas put the entire trickster world on the verge of collapse. Chapter 57, Sister Beheading Fiend Jiangnan. Eugene is useless. Death is right. Fan Wui, don't presume to resist. You don't have any chance of winning. Fan Wui, the blood debt of tens of thousands of tricksters. It's time to settle it. Fan Wui, with this level of yours, if you can hold the 6 paths reincarnation mirror for a few days you'd be considered to have no regrets in death. A group of A-class guile gods stared angrily at Jiangnan on the city wall. A roar that contained a mighty pressure fell from the dome of the sky, echoing between the heavens and the earth. Fan Wui, who was cultivating in the Bridal City, was somewhat puzzled when he heard his name. Why did it come at him? Is he so famous now? But he didn't go to the underworld either? What does the blood debt of tens of thousands of tricksters have to do with him? What the hell is the 6th mirror of reincarnation again? Not much longer. The 20 Li Gui, who had advanced to C-rank Guation, had put down their cultivation and arrived outside Bridal City. All the creepy creatures present were incomparably gloomy when they saw the 10,000 A-ranked creepy gods in the dome of the sky. If any of these guile gods were picked out at random, it would be an existence that could annihilate the entire knightly guile army in a regiment. But why are they looking for Fan Wu Pin? The night tricksters following Jiangnan were a bit confused. Fan Wui, you hurt my brother in front of the Hall of Hades. Today I'll watch you perish. Just then, the white impermanence beside black impermanence, with sinister flashes in his almond eyes, pointed at Jiangnan's nose and cursed. She puffed out her flat chest, contempt spreading across her face. Among the tens of thousands of tricksters, there was only one B-ranked trickster god, white impermanence, but instead, she was the most arrogant. In the face of the surly tricksters, Jiangnan's face was expressionless, listening to the sneers that came his way and remaining indifferent. I've heard these words so many times it's boring. Looking at Jiangnan's breezy demeanor, white impermanence coldly snorted. Not speaking? What's the point of pretending? This lady will pry open your mouth and pull out your tongue later, so that you can truly be a mute. Hearing this, Sweet Potato and September were furious. I can't wait to rush up and give that white impermanence 2 slaps on the face. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a host of A-ranked guile gods behind her, she wouldn't even have the qualifications to meet her master. And foxed up and not a couple pairs of meat on his chest, but he has a big mouth. Jiangnan faintly swept a glance at white impermanence and snorted. These words directly poked at white impermanence's pain point. She was furious on the spot. Her venomous gaze fixed dead center on Jiangnan as she gritted her teeth. You seek death. However, not long after these words were spoken, her throat was pinched by an overbearing and incomparable energy, causing her pupils to shrink. Seeing the pained look on her face, Black Impermanence was a bit confused. It wasn't until he saw Jiangnan's raised arm on the city wall that he instantly guessed it was Jiangnan's doing. Brother, help me. White Vagabond spat out a string of words in a slurred manner, fear in his eyes. All she felt was that she was in the midst of a terrifying pressure. It was as if his throat was being pinched by a large invisible hand, and his body was unable to move. Black Impermanence sniffed and looked at Jiangnan in anger. What have you done? Stop it now. When the group of tricksters behind Black Impermanence saw this, they were instantly filled with killing intent. 10,000 of their A-ranked guile gods were present, and they even dared to do it right under their noses. This inferior being was indeed too rampant as rumored. Under the countless A-grade guile god mighty pressures, Jiangnan's eyes were cold as he laughed lightly. A bunch of mole crickets. The words fell. He released a huge devouring power in his hands. White Impermanence was helpless before this devouring force, and was yanked into Jiangnan's hands in a split second. Jiangnan pinched White Impermanence's neck, thrust the blood-drinking sword into the ground, and viciously slapped her on her clear cheek. Snap! Crisp! Loud thuds. White Unconstancy cloaked her head and spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Her crushed shell teeth mixed with blood spilling onto the ground. Huge bloody slap marks appeared on her white face, looking hideous. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Seeing Jiangnan raise his hand again, White Impermanence's pupils contracted and he exclaimed, there's something to be said for that. You being so unreasonable is no different from the devil's way, and in any world it would be hard for heaven to tolerate it. Hearing this, Jiangnan instantly laughed. Now you know what to say? Where have you been? You weren't like this just now when you were being a... Don't worry, I'm the most reasonable person. Jiangnan grinned. White variables, however, became more and more intimidating the more he looked at them. Obviously, the other party was only an A-class god, but it gave her the feeling that it was 100 times more dangerous than the 10 temples of hell. Jiangnan picked up the blood-drinking sword and rested it on White Impermanence's white neck, smiling. Come within my blood-drinking sword and I'll reason with you properly. Moment. Monstrous blood chi poured out. Noticing this strong killing intent, White Impermanence was dumbfounded. Is that your way of reasoning? You don't play like that. You really dare to kill so many Class A Eerie gods? Seeing that Jiangnan really dared to kill his sworn sister, Black Impermanence instantly sat down. Stop. If you dare to kill her I'll kill all 9 of your clans and make the entire Guile realm die with you. However, instead of being useless, these words accelerated the death of White Impermanence. Jiangnan lightly grunted, without pity, and ripped off White Impermanence's tongue as soon as he did so. You're the only one who likes to pull out your tongue, aren't you? Is it still plucked now? Speak. Jiangnan looked at White Impermanence, whose face was covered in blood, and coldly said. White Impermanence's body trembled in pain to the point of trembling, and his eyes were full of ghostly grudges. Not talking? Ha? Looking down on me? I wanted to let you go, but you asked for death yourself, so you can't blame me for that. Hearing Jiangnan's words, White Impermanence was completely dumbfounded. What kind of devil is this? Pulling out her tongue and making her talk or die? But she couldn't say anything. It's better to die anyway, right? If this isn't the way of the devil, then what is? Even though she was the one who provoked it first, she didn't make a move. So taking a step back, she wasn't at fault. In the shocked gazes of the roaming A-class guile, Jiangnan swung the blood-drinking sword hanging over White Impermanence's neck. Next moment, blood chi boiled and sword light flashed, splitting White Impermanence in two in the blink of an eye. The watery female trickster, just like that, with infinite fear, died. See this scene. September's eyes widened. Although that White Impermanence doesn't have a few pairs of meat on his chest, his face looks like a beautiful country. She had thought that the master would more or less develop a love of beauty, and there was a certain possibility that he would take it as a maidservant. But the truth is that a sword splits. Is master so ferocious? The girl kills without batting an eye. September was surprised. What a girl chopper. Luckily, she hadn't been hostile when she'd tempted in the first place. Otherwise the proud capital may not be preserved. Sweet Potato had long been used to this, and explained it lightly. On the blue planet, the master was even more ferocious, beheading 100 million people who claimed to be Jime, and there was no shortage of magnificent beauties among them. Hearing this, September's mouth opened unexpectedly. It's too vicious. Is beauty so worthless to your master? Then wouldn't she have grown this proud capital for nothing? And the other side, the A-class trickster gods in the sky were trembling with rage. Black Impermanence watched as his sister was killed, his killing intent reaching unprecedented heights. Chapter 58. The world is really stupid. The world is like a river of carp. How dare you kill my sister? Even if a saint comes, he can't save you. Everyone, please help me exterminate this inferior being and seize the Six Paths reincarnation mirror. The Black Errant growled. Tens of thousands of erranked trickster gods poured out. Even if Black Impermanence didn't say anything, they were bound to kill this inferior being. Originally, they could have given a good time. But who knew that this inferior being didn't put them in their eyes at all? Now, the soul of this inferior being after death must be allowed to descend into the 18 layers of hell. A life worse than death is the only way to kill the anger in their hearts. At this moment, the A-ranked trickster gods that roamed the sky killed Jiangnan, falling at the speed of light like raindrops. Countless channels of terrifyingly bizarre chi cover the clouds and the sun. All parts of the creepy realm shook violently. The ground began to crack and space continued to distort. Under the terrifying power of the god level, the tricky realm would collapse at any time. It was at this moment that a system beep sounded in Jiangnan's ears. Tens of thousands of Class A trickster gods have been detected with strong killing intent towards the host. Single task release. There are really countless stupid people in this world. The world is like a river of crushing carp. Please chop the hot-blooded dreams of the ants with a sword. Reward, the blood-drinking sword and human emperor sword are upgraded to extreme innate spiritual treasures. The sword intent is upgraded by 100%. And the realm is upgraded by 1 million years. Jiangnan looked at the two option panels and was instantly delighted. His current sage sword intent doubled and was able to directly surpass the Tong Tian sage in his lifetime. The enhancement gained from completing this one task could not be equalized by any amount of cultivation resources. Inferior being, I want you to pay for your life. Black Impermanence's face was gloomy, and after roaring this, he also rushed towards Jiangnan's direction. However, his goal was not Jiangnan, but to retrieve White Impermanence's soul. As long as the soul was still alive, he had a chance to reincarnate White Impermanence. If you don't drink the Mona soup, your memories won't be erased and it's equivalent to resurrection. Jiangnan saw his intentions and a cold smile hung on his face. Don't be in a hurry. When I refine your sister's soul and then you'll be reunited. With that said, Jiangnan waved his big hand and grabbed White Impermanence's soul into his hand. Stop. If you dare to refine it, I will not share the same fate as you. Seeing this, Black Impermanence was really scared this time and wanted to stop it. Noisy. Jiangnan didn't bother with nonsense and immediately threw White Impermanence's soul into the blood-drinking sword to refine it. No. Seeing this, Black Impermanence let out a heartbreaking growl. Watching his little sister, who he had spent tens of thousands of years with, die in front of his eyes, with her soul still being refined, he completely broke down. Pain. It hurts too much. I want you to pay for your life. Black Impermanence killed Jiangnan. At the very front, the group of guile gods that were about to arrive in front of Jiangnan were also enraged at this moment. See this scene. Worry spread across the faces of the creepy creatures that followed Jiangnan in Bridal City. With so many A-ranked trickster gods, even Master Jiangnan would have a hard time dealing with them, right? And they went up just to give it away, and were still subdued by the pressure, so they couldn't help at all. But just then, clang, a sword exploded. The green light shot straight up into the clouds and sky. The biting sword aura caused all the incoming killing tricksters to stall. They stopped in their tracks and looked at the sword chi in front of them, their gazes rising in horror. It was only in Jiangnan's hand that he held the Qingping sword at some point. The moment the sage's sword intent was injected into it, re-established the killing power of this extreme innate spiritual treasure to its peak. This is the Qingping sword. How could this be? How could the Qingping sword appear in the hands of an inferior being? How could this sword intent be this strong? Yes, it's as if we're facing the Tongtian sage. Illusion. It must be an illusion. He's only an A-class god. It's impossible for him to possess such sword intent. The crowd of A-class guile gods were incomparably horrified. And until now they couldn't believe that the Qingping sword would appear in the hands of an inferior being. This is the spiritual treasure of the Tongtian sage. The killing power in it was such that even a saint would be chilled. When they saw the Qingping sword, they were directly dumbfounded. They had just rushed so fast, completely looking for death. An illusion, right? It doesn't matter. You'll be able to tell the difference when you're inside my blood-drinking sword. Jiangnan's eyes flashed with killing intent, and the sage sword intent within his body surged out and surrounded the Qingping sword. Instantly, the killing power in the Qingping sword boiled over. Terrifying sword intent filled the heavens and earth in an instant. The hearts of the tricksters present thumped, and a deep sense of fear surged through their hearts like a tidal wave. It was only at this moment that they truly realized what kind of terrifying existence they were facing. This sword intent was fully capable of decapitating SSS-class gods. I'm afraid that the saints who are on top of the SSS-class gods must also be afraid. They admitted that they were really scared at this moment, and their look showed a strong desire to survive. Seniors, elders, spare your life. We're the underworld's tricksters. We all have official positions. You'll incur endless karma if you kill us. Elder, you don't want to be haunted by karma either, do you? The crowd of erranked guile gods hurriedly opened their mouths and begged to be spared. The killing power on this Qingping sword was no joke. Feel free to chop down S-class trickster gods. Not to mention the addition of such a powerful sword intent. They all felt that within this sword intent, they were afraid that it didn't already possess the power of a saint. It was unrealistic that an A-ranked god could possess the power of a saint, but the facts were right in front of them. Endless karma? Jiangnan raised his eyebrows. Seeing the movement of Jiangnan's hand stop, the crowd of tricksters saw the hope of living. Karma must be feared even by the devil's way. Lightly, it will affect the progress of cultivation or regress in the realm. If it is heavy, the Taoist heart will be unstable, and a heart demon will arise. With the exception of the gods who kill to prove their path, everyone fears karma and pursues heavenly merits. Even though this inferior being was resolute in killing, to be able to hold the Qingping sword, it must be as Tao-centered as the Tongtian sage. They think they are afraid of karma even in Gangnam, until Jiangnan's next words made them completely dumbfounded. Endless karma for killing you all? There's still this good thing. Jiangnan laughed. Then you guys deserve to die even more. With that said, under the horrified gazes of the crowd of tricksters, he simply swung out a sword. At once, terrifying sword chi stirred crazily, and saintly sword intent covered the heavens and earth. The moment the killing power erupted, the guile difficulties were instantly suppressed and unable to move, and it was a luxury for them to even escape. In front of Jiangnan, they were ants, and seeing this sword intent was like an ant seeing the sky. I'll take this karma. Jiangnan's words just fell. The lingering sword chi instantly engulfed the tricksters, and in the blink of an eye the exploding bodies all exploded into a blood mist that filled the air. For a time, the sky was smudged scarlet, and the rich smell of blood filled the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, strands of blood-colored karma fell from the sky above, all of which entered Jiangnan's body in a moment. Although the official position of the trickster was not high, the number was so large that it brought a lot of karma. In just an instant, the blood aura and fury on Jiangnan's body skyrocketed. His eyes were colored scarlet, and his evil aura grew more and more powerful, only to see that the Qingping sword, which was flashing with green light, was actually surrounded by black smoke at this moment. Seeing this scene, Sweet Potato in September had some second thoughts. Can the master's Taoist heart be stabilized? If you create a demon in your mind, the consequences are unimaginable. Chapter 59. Kill a lot in order to have a clear mind. Kill ruthlessly in order to have a clear mind. Master, is it really okay for you to be tainted with so much karma? Karma added to the body will destabilize the Taoist heart and produce heart demons. Sweet Potato was a little worried. These could all be A-ranked trickster gods with official positions. Killing one brought more karma than slaughtering all the living beings in the Guile realm and Blue Star. A sword directly killed tens of thousands. This huge karma would give even a saint a headache, right? Once the heart demon arises to take over the physical body, the master will become a demon through and through. September looked at Jiangnan's back and once again felt that icy aura, incomparably evil and extremely terrifying, accompanied by the high blood chi on Jiangnan's body. The crowd of creepy things that followed him only felt like they were in purgatory, their hearts vaguely disturbed. Hearing Sweet Potato's words, Jiangnan did not change his color and said indifferently, "What are you afraid of? The karma of a few tricky differences? My enemies are the saints of the heavens, and their karma is truly endless. The fact that Sage Tongtian would lose to the four saints is just too merciful. I won't follow in his footsteps. My Taoist heart is incomparably clear. The easiest way to solve a problem is to kill everyone who created it. Killing Jimei, killing Turtleman, killing Li Gue, killing the Gue King, killing the Gue God, killing the saintly detachment. All the way up to this point, my thoughts are becoming more and more enlightened." Jiangnan's voice filled with killing intent spread across the heavens and earth, reaching the depths of the void. Sweet Potato froze in place, his face horrified. Nice guy. It turned out that the master had gone down the path of killing to prove the way. How is thinking only about killing not a kind of Taoist enlightenment? At this point, Black Impermanence, who was at the very back and had escaped with his life, was already trembling with fear. In just a few moments, tens of thousands of tricksters died in front of his eyes, and Black Impermanence was completely flustered. Elder, Senior Fan Wui, my name is Fan Wugui. I share your surname Fan. Maybe my ancestors are still family. Have mercy. Black Impermanence quickly fell from the air and prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing frantically and begging for forgiveness. With your family? Joke. Come quickly to my blood-drinking sword to gather with your sister inside. Jiangnan looked at him and smiled slightly. Only the smile was very oozing in the eyes of the Black Impermanence. Just as Jiangnan was about to make his move, a voice from the bridal city broke the movement of his hand. Master Jiangnan, can you give him to me? Not long after, Fan Wui's figure came to the city wall and pleaded. He's your old man? Jiangnan was a bit puzzled. Are they really family? That's right. He's the only old ancestor of our long-tongued Guile clan who became a god. Fan Wui nodded, a touch of coldness flowing from his eyes. He detected a familiar aura when he saw Black Impermanence. Hearing the name Fan Wu Gue instantly confirmed it. This is the leader of the long-tongued trickster clan 10,000 years ago. The Black Impermanence, who was kneeling on the ground in the distance, brightened up at the words. Never expected his people to be alive. There seems to be a plea for him. Thinking of this, Black Impermanence's hanging heart dropped, and he begged for mercy more and more vigorously. Senior, for the sake of my grandchildren, let me go. Jiangnan didn't heed his words and looked at Fan Wui and said, since it's your old ancestor, it's yours to deal with. Fan Wui sniffed and nodded. Then he dodged in front of Black Impermanence. See this scene? Sweet Potato looked a little confused. And let it go so easily? That's not like the master's character, is it? Is it a way to give Van Wouters a face? If that's true, Fan Wujie's life is worth it. To be able to save someone from their master's hands is something only two saints can do. September was also quite surprised. If Fan Wujie could have this treatment, her thoughts of getting under her master's covers were not out of the question. Ancestors and grandchildren, help me up. I want to properly thank Elder Fan. Black Impermanence looked at Fan Wui in front of him and exulted. And you're worthy to call me grandchild? Fan Wugue, I think you're senile. You've ascended to the underworld for tens of thousands of years, and you've long forgotten all about the long-tongued Guile clan, haven't you? Fan Wui had a cold smile on his lips. Hearing this, Black Impermanence's face changed drastically, revealing an angry expression. Although he had once despised the clansmen of the Guile realm, he was ultimately the old ancestor of the long-tongued Guile clan. Do you want to kill your ancestors? You are committing treason. Fan Wui sniffed and burst into a jerky, strange laugh. You've long since become unworthy of calling yourself an elder of the long-tongued Guile clan. An offending Grand Master Jiangnan has already led to your death. You think I'm saving you? No, no, no. I'm trying to kill you myself. This statement was made. Black Impermanence's forehead veins rippled and he gritted his teeth. Just by virtue of you being a trash from the lower realms, who doesn't even have the qualifications to go to the underworld? What gives you the right to kill me? Yet just as he said this, the aura of a B-class Guile god unfolded on Fan Wui's body. In his hand, he quickly condensed a majestic ball of Guile chi. Black Impermanence exuded surprise at the sight. When he was able to break through to a C-rank Guile god, he had consumed tens of thousands of years of the long-tongued Guile clan's reserves. Being able to break through to an A-ranked Guile god was all thanks to the heavenly treasures of the underworld. The small Guile realm, with its lack of resources, it was absolutely impossible for a B-class Guile god to be born. How did you do that? Black Impermanence asked incredulously. Jia. You don't deserve to know yet. The moment Fan Wui's words fell, it was ready to fight to the death. He threw out the Guile chi condensed in his hand and struck towards Black Impermanence. I'm an A-ranked trickster god. Will I be intimidated by you? Black Impermanence looked at the incoming Guile chi and contempt flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, Black Impermanence erupted with A-ranked trickster god mighty pressure and swung out a powerful palm. The huge palm shadow seemed to be able to easily slap away Fan Wui's attack. Fan Wui immediately felt a powerful sense of oppression. Far away on the city wall, Sweet Potato frowned at the sight. Not good. Fan Wui is one great realm lower than the other party, and he's ultimately fallen short in terms of strength. The faces of the group of Li Gue couldn't help but get heavy when they saw that Fan Wui was having a bit of a hard time coping. At this moment, Black Impermanence smiled smugly and looked at Fan Wui with disdain. Waste is waste after all. Grandchildren are still grandchildren. You're delusional if you want to kill your ancestors. Hearing this, Fan Wui's aura surged, and his vitality was rapidly draining away, transforming into terrifying energy. How dare you? I'm an old ancestor. How dare you try to blow yourself up and die with me? When Black Impermanence saw this, his pupils contracted and he roared. Fan Wui also stopped pretending and looked crazy. Today you will die. Joke's on you. I'll make your soul fall apart first. Black Impermanence grunted coldly. A B-rank trickster god blowing itself up is no joke. At such a close distance, even he did not dare to be careless, and if he was not careful, he might get the limit 1-for-1. In the next moment, along with Black Impermanence's aura rising once again, the huge palm shadow was killing Fan Wui like a bamboo. It was at this moment that Jiangnan's figure, without warning, appeared in front of the palm. Boo! He gently swung out a sword and easily neutralized Black Impermanence's attack. Chapter 60. It's simple. Isn't it just for me to prove the Tao by killing? Wait, it's not fair. You're an A-ranked Guile god. How do you have the nerve to go all out against a B-ranked Guile gods? How about this? I'll lower your realm so it's fair. Jiangnan looked at Black Impermanence and said with a smile. Also because of Jiangnan's appearance, Fan Wui froze and stopped storing up his power to self-destruct. When Black Impermanence heard this, he was at a loss. How does this lower the realm? Is there a magic bullet for this? But no matter how he looked at it, the cold smile on Jiangnan's face gave him the creeps. It didn't seem like anything good was going to happen. Simple. I'll just beat you until your realm falls, Jiangnan said in a salty manner. Black Impermanence was dumbfounded at his words. Isn't that making a monkey out of him? On purpose, right? You want Van Wouters to win no matter what, right? Are you being reasonable? Black Impermanence couldn't help but be annoyed at the thought. Elder, are you going to back out? What backtracking? Did I say I was going to let you go? Jiangnan instantly became upset and asked. Black Impermanence frowned. Indeed it doesn't say. Immediately afterward, Jiangnan did not give Black Impermanence a chance to react at all, and slapped his palm towards his heavenly aureole. You seem to have disrespected me just now. Eat my palm first. Hearing this, Black Impermanence was instantly confused. Without waiting for him to react, a huge force enlightened him and split him on the head. Boom! A deep pit with a palm print suddenly appeared where Black Impermanence had previously been. For a moment, all the creepy things present froze. That tough? One word and you go up for a slap. Playing him that way is much more brutal than just killing him. Torture me to death. Elder, spare my life. I didn't disrespect you. Black Impermanence knelt in the pit, covered in blood, forcing himself to kowtow through the excruciating pain. Is there a problem with me making your fight fair? No problem. That's not all. I wouldn't have hit you so hard if you had said so. Jiangnan faintly swept a glance at the Black Impermanence in the pit, whose breath was already quite weak. There was no longer any resistance. You guys go on. Now I promise to never strike again. Jiangnan laughed lightly. Fan Wui came back to his senses at that moment and bowed towards Jiangnan, then walked into the deep pit and grabbed Black Impermanence. No, you can't kill me. I'm an underworld trickster. If you kill me you'll be stuck with karma too. I'll be your grandson. I'm willing to sell my life to Senior. Spare me. Black Impermanence opened his mouth with difficulty, his face full of fear and regret. He had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years, and in his heart, he didn't want to die in 10,000 ways. He would do anything to survive. Fan Wui, it's too late. When you had murderous intentions towards Grandmaster Jiangnan, you should have been prepared to die. Black Impermanence's pupils contracted rapidly. Aren't you afraid of karma? Fan Wui snorted. It's very simple. I'll learn from Grandmaster Jiangnan to kill to prove the Tao, isn't it? The words fell. He instantly pinched and exploded the Black Impermanence whose breath was weak. At this moment, Fan Wui finally relieved himself. The long-tongued tricksters have been in decline for tens of thousands of years, all because Black Impermanence took all the underpinnings for himself. He had never helped the long-tongued Guile clan after being promoted to Guile God. As an old ancestor, he is not half as good as the Jiangnan Grandmaster. Fan Wui thought of this and hurriedly bowed toward Jiangnan. I've caused trouble for Master Jiangnan. My subordinate is at fault. Jiangnan waved his hand. No harm done. Next time don't think about blowing yourself up. Your Guile Dan is still in my hands. It would be bad if it blew me up. Fan Wui sniffed and coughed lightly twice. He did forget about that one. Gue Dan and Li Gue were originally one and the same, and his self-destructing Gue Dan would follow suit. Jiangnan looked at the Guile god souls that were scattered and fleeing in the void. Some of them had already fled 10,000 miles away in this moment's effort. He smiled slightly. Foolish, will you escape? Jiangnan waved his hand, and terrifying devouring power surged out in all directions. In an instant, a single soul fell into his hands. The tens of thousands of Guile god souls were horrified, completely confused as to why a lower realm being possessed so many divine abilities. Jiangnan did not even look at the soul in his hand and directly threw it into the blood-drinking sword to refine it. Then he looked at the sweet potatoes on the wall and said, write down the name of the king of Chukong, and when I go to the underworld again, it will be the time of his death. Sweet Potato sniffed and nodded. Turning her head she then grinned at September beside her. See, I'm far above you in the peace of knowing the master. September grunted softly. I'll crawl under my master's covers at night. Sweet Potato cut his teeth. Don't you dare. I dare you. Either you come to my bed at night in black silk and let me play with your jade feet and I won't go to the master. September grunted, the softness in her chest bouncing. Don't you dare. Sweet Potato lazily ignored the pervert and took long, snow-white legs to distance himself from her. In the meantime, Jiangnan looked up at the void in the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly, noticing the killing intent on his body. Fan Wui beside him was a bit puzzled. Master Jiangnan, what's wrong? Although he hadn't been with Jiangnan as long as Sweet Potato, but he could also sense that this was the rhythm of someone dying again. A small matter. Some mole crickets have converged on it. Jiangnan downplayed it. Fan Wui was stunned. That's something only Master Jiangnan would dare to say. I just don't know what other ungrateful ones will rush up to die. Jiangnan said nonchalantly towards the depths of the void. Griffins, which of you are the trickster under the hand again? Still not showing up? I've smelled the smell of greed on you all for a long time. This statement was made. Sweet Potato on the wall blinked in confusion. The smell of greed? What does greed taste like? Master can even smell that? Just then, a fluctuation came from the void in the sky. In the next moment, a single guile god slowly stepped out of the void. In just an instant, the sky full of guile gods covered the clouds and a huge shadow enveloped the guile realm. Sweet Potato saw the scene and got a case of dense phobia. The sky dome was densely packed with guile gods, and the number of them had already exceeded 100 million after a slight perception. Suddenly, a Brahma light crossed the sky, and countless trickster gods avoided it, their faces showing scorn. This flash of Brahma light fell steadily at the very front. The light dispersed, and a burly man with a scar on his forehead and dressed in monk's clothes appeared, looking at Jiangnan with a calm expression. Scholar, you have slaughtered trillions of living beings in the guile realm and killed tens of thousands of guile diffusers. Your sins are deep, and you deserve to be transformed by me. The burly man took a step out, and the Brahman light rippled like water waves, accompanied by a faint S-class trickster god pressure. Moment. The crowd of Li Gui who followed Jiangnan only felt a huge force descend from the sky, and all of them almost fell to their knees. The Buddhist vultures are here too. Ah, tell me who your master is? Jiangnan's body was surrounded by sage sword intent, not affected by the Brahma light in the slightest, and he looked at the burly man and slowly said. Upon hearing the word Baldi, the face of the wandering trickster god paused. Buddhist monks have never been able to hear these two words. Is this inferior being eager for death? Fruity. The veins on the top of the burly man's head rippled, and the scar on his forehead squirmed, making him look hideous. You deserve to die on my hands. Infinite killing machine spread out with his voice. Chapter 61. What you have seen is just the tip of the iceberg. Fan Wui, with Master Hung Yuan here today, you will surely die. Fan Wui, how dare you? How dare you disrespect a Buddhist monk? Fan Wui, even if you have the Qingping sword, you are still like an ant in the eyes of the most powerful. The guile gods in the heavens were furious and their killing machines churned, and they all wanted to take out their anger for the bald donkey whose name was Hung Yuan. Buddhism is now so popular that everyone in the Six Paths fears it. They, the guileful messengers with low official positions, must take care of each other's face in every way when facing the Buddhists. Fear of offending a little attracts Buddhist retaliation. Hung Yuan's brows gradually relaxed at the sight. However, looking at Jiangnan's expressionless appearance, the killing intent grew stronger. Everyone, quickly kill this inferior being with the poor Tao and take down the Six Paths reincarnation mirror. As Hung Yuan's sentence fell, the roaming guile gods quickly responded. In the meantime, Fan Wui was a little confused. How come he's the one the wizarding god is crusading against? A mouthful of Fan Wui. Killing intent. Those who didn't know thought he'd poked a hole in the underworld. Master Jiangnan, they seem to be looking for you. Why are they all calling my name? Have you angered the great powers of the underworld and reported my name instead? Fan Wui endured the S-class god mighty pressure and raised his head with difficulty, asking towards Jiangnan. I'll explain it to you when I've finished with this group of mole crickets. Jiangnan coughed lightly twice. In the next second, a step was taken, and the sage sword intent spread out at once, instantly dissolving Hung Yuan's S-class divine pressure. The crowd of bizarre creatures that followed Jiangnan relaxed. Fan Wui felt the intimidating pressure on his body disappear, still gazing at Hung Yuan in the sky dome. This one was merely simply releasing his pressure, but he was able to force him to almost kneel. The visible strength was as terrifying as it was. Together with these hundreds of millions of Class A trickster gods, I'm afraid that Master Jiangnan is not easy to deal with. They have the nerve to make small talk. A trickster's eyes showed anger as he prepared to kill Jiangnan. Be cautious. This guy's sword intent is a bit odd, but it's not even close to Poverty Road's Brahma light. I just don't know if you all are afraid of it or not. Hung Yuan appeared to be reminding, but in reality, he was instigating the wandering trickster god to go up and test the waters. After all, Jiangnan had lightly killed tens of thousands of guile difficulties, enough to see that the strength was not weaker than some S-class gods. I'll do it. It's just an A-ranked god. How can it still scare us hundreds of millions of shenanigans? Fruity. A trickster heard Hung Yuan's words and directly killed Jiangnan. Buzz. His speed was extremely fast. The void distorted for a split second before he arrived in front of Jiangnan, and the soul-hooking rope swiftly swept out. Hand over the Six Paths reincarnation mirror. A voice filled with killing intent exploded. Fan Wui, who was beside Jiangnan, felt a ringing in his ears, and surprise spread across his face. Bang! Next moment, Jiangnan gently raised his hand to shatter the soul-hooking rope. As soon as he pinched the trickster in front of him and slammed him to the ground. Step out and stomp on his head. The saintly sword intent rushed up to the sky and twisted this bizarrely poor soul apart. This kind of mole that couldn't even trigger a system mission. Jiangnan didn't even bother to look at it. Hiss. Fan Wui sucked in cool air when he saw this. He was still surprised at how fast the trickster was. When the other man's head had already moved, he hadn't even blinked. Yet he couldn't see when Jiangnan had struck. The wandering trickster god was also stunned, looking at the sword intent on Jiangnan's body with some trepidation. But they have no choice. If they can't get the 6 reincarnation mirrors and return to the underworld, they will also die. Even if you know there is a gap in strength, you can't back down. The stance is different. Either way, it's death. So you can only fight to the death for a chance of survival. But at this moment, remembering the tragic deaths of tens of thousands of tricksters, they were still too terrified to move their feet. All of you are intimidated by this? Think about the background behind you. You have no choice. All of you come together and help the poor Taoist get the 6 paths reincarnation mirror. And the poor Taoist will ensure that all of you will have a chance to be reincarnated. Seeing that the roaming guile gods hesitated, Han Yuan voiced a reminder. This statement was made. The roiling trickster god hesitated briefly. The 6 paths reincarnation mirror is the most precious treasure of the earth's path. Even if the soul is dispersed in all realms or is refined, it can be recovered. Thinking here, they all hardened their heads and killed Jiangnan. Detected 1 billion A-ranked trickster gods with strong murderous intent towards the host. A single task is issued: exterminate them all and refine them in an instant. Reward: Sage's sword intent increased by 20%. Realm upgraded to S-class god. Just then, Jiangnan received a new system mission. His current sword intent was even more powerful than that of a Tongtian sage at his peak, and 1% was a huge boost. These trickster gods are quite golden. To have to go against him is to die. Jiangnan looked at the billions of guile gods that were killing them and let out a light smile. Sword rise. The words just fell. The Qingping sword, the blood-drinking sword, and the human emperor's sword. 3 extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures surrounded him. The power of killing, blood chi, and fury chi. 3 terrifying auras filled the air, causing heaven and earth to change color. Eat my Qingping sword technique. A cold smile hung on Jiangnan's face as he quickly waved his 2 fingers together toward the roiling trickster god. Clank! The 3 swords swung at the same time, and the green light transformed into countless sword chi, attacking towards the roaming guile god. This sword chi was infinitely varied, with sword intent like a rainbow, containing the power of a saint, terrifying to the extreme. Wait, 3 extreme innate spiritual treasures? With this amount of spiritual treasures, saints may not necessarily be able to possess them. What's with this sword intent again? It's more than 100 times more powerful than before. Could it be that the sword intent he executed before was just the tip of the iceberg? Seeing this scene, the wandering sky guile god was completely dumbfounded. They had thought that terrifying sword intent was Jiangnan's full strength. I didn't realize it was just the tip of the iceberg. When the wandering trickster god was caught off guard, boom! The saintly sword intent converged, and the green light shot straight up into the sky. The aftershocks from the sword chi alone directly caused the guile god who had rushed at the front to go up in smoke. In a flash of lightning, nearly 200 million trickster gods died in shock. See this scene. The rest of the guile gods involuntarily backed away, their inner defenses on the verge of collapse. Facing such a strong person, one was not worthy of fighting them at all. The fight to the death even looks like a joke. They don't have the credentials. Elder, I admit my mistake. I know who tried to kill you. Please let me live. Elder, we really don't have a choice. We really know it's wrong. The crowd of ranked guile gods were scared out of their wits. Their previous condescension completely gone, and they were incomparably humble at the moment. Their faces were filled with remorse, and the fear in their hearts reached the extreme. In the face of these pleas for mercy, Jiangnan shook his head. You made your choice a long time ago, choosing to be the dogs of the heavenly court in Buddhism. I'll kill you all. Search your souls, and find out who has a murderous intent against me all the same. If they didn't know that his strength was insurmountable, with the attitude these trickster gods had at the beginning, they would never have admitted their mistake. With Jiangnan's voice resounding through the heavens and earth, the Tao hearts of the roiling guile gods collapsed, and they fled in all directions as they executed various means. Is it useful to run away? Get lost and come inside my blood-drinking sword. Jiangnan lightly laughed as he gripped the blood-drinking sword, and the terrifying blood chi stirred up. Just as he was about to swing his sword, Everest took the lead. A palm shot out towards the fleeing guile god. A bunch of goons. Use your blood and flesh to help the poor Taoist seize the 6 paths reincarnation mirror after death. Chapter 62, Yang Jian? Doesn't matter. I'll make a move. Boom! The aura of heaven and earth converged onto this palm of Han Yuan. The Brahma light instantly enveloped the sky, dispersing 10,000 miles of blood clouds. A terrifying S-class divine pressure suppressed all the fleeing guile gods. A huge palm fell quickly from the void. The Buddhist scripture characters on this palm lit up with a luster that contained a heaven-destroying power. Hundreds of millions of guile gods were imprisoned by the mighty pressure. And at this moment, their hearts were as if they were dead, their looks desperate to the extreme. Han Yuan, aren't you Buddhists universalizers? Why don't you give us a way out? The poor Taoist is in the process of realizing all of you. Han Yuan's words fell. The huge palms in the void fell together, slapping hundreds of millions of guile gods to death in the blink of an eye. For a time, a dense mist of Eerie god's blood filled the air. At the next moment, Han Yuan took out a shirizi that was haunted by blood chi and absorbed all the blood mist with a wave of his hand. The spirits that appeared after the death of the trickster gods were not affected by this weird relic. Seeing this, Jiangnan waved his hand and collected all the souls, throwing them into the blood-drinking sword and refining them in an instant. The sweet potatoes on the walls were instantly happy. Free hitter, huh? Afraid that his master will get tired, he will just step in and help him kill. Flirting aside, Sweet Potato felt that the Sherpa was definitely not simple, as she expected. Above the celestial dome, Han Yuan swallowed the sheer seed. His body's aura skyrocketed, and his mighty pressure washed over the entire Guile realm. At once, the vast continental area of the Guile realm gradually fell apart under this terrifying pressure, dissolving into chaos. You will die today. The 6 paths of reincarnation realm and the 3 spiritual treasures have a destiny with me. The West. Han Yuan's eyes were tinted with the color of blood, and his breath reached that of a SS-class god as he stared at Jiangnan and said sinisterly, "That Sherpa looks good." Jiangnan's face was expressionless, and he whispered very plainly. Han Yuan sniffed. The corners of his mouth surfaced with teasing, scornful of Jiangnan as he explained, "Not a bad eye. This is the spiritual treasure of the bodhisattva Earthstore King." Bald ass. Shut up. Jiangnan was instantly annoyed and opened his mouth to interrupt. Did I ask you? You're still interested in explaining it. Who cares whose spiritual treasure you are? Kill you and search your soul to find out as usual. Villains die from talking too much. Get it? Rampant. A mere grade A mole cricket. The poor Taoist will send you on your way. Han Yuan was instantly furious. I wanted to bring out the Earthstore King Bodhisattva to manifest himself in front of people, but I was choked back in the middle of my words. Now that he had the strength of a SS-class god, 2 great realms above this inferior being, what was he going to lose with? Han Yuan thought to himself that Jiangnan's sword intent originated from the 3 spiritual treasures, and that it was just a lot of thunder and little rain. Die. Han Yuan struck a palm towards Jiangnan. Read the scriptures, stupid. Ha! Jiangnan lightly grunted, his eyes showing disdain when he saw the palm that covered the clouds. Clang! He held the Qingping sword in a sweeping motion, and once the killing power appeared, it directly dissolved Han Yuan's attack. It was as if they were born restrained. All under the saints are mole crickets, and the power of the saints heavenly grates all unholy breaths. Boom! In an instant, endless sword intent tore through Han Yuan's monk's clothes. The overbearing sword intent broke into his body and wreaked havoc. It's put. Han Yuan was just about to open his mouth to speak when the rapidly flying Qingping sword plunged into his chest and violently spewed out a mouthful of blood. Jiangnan struck out extremely fast, not giving him any time to react at all. The killing power in the Qingping sword chopped off Han Yuan's strange meridians in a brief moment. How can? It can't be. Han Yuan's face was filled with incredulity, his brain in deep shock. It wasn't until he personally felt this sword intent that he instantly realized how ridiculous he seemed just now. This sword intent was the most powerful sword intent he had ever seen in his 10 million years of cultivation. What are you yelling about? Get your ass over to the blood-drinking sword. Jiangnan took one step and instantly arrived in front of Han Yuan. With a simple lift of his hand and a point, a saintly sword intent was about to devour Han Yuan. No, you can't kill me. I'm a personal disciple of Earthstore Bodhisattva. Fan Wui, if you kill me, Buddhism and the heavenly court will never let you go. Everest was horrified. This threat, however, did not do anything to Jiangnan. Seeing this scene, he panicked even more and seemed to think of something, and hurriedly said, "The heavenly court war god, Erlang Xianshangzhenjun also wants to seize the 6 paths reincarnation realm. Spare me, I can help you." At the mention of this Erlang true lord, awe flashed imperceptibly in Han Yuan's eyes. Noisy. Jiangnan's head ached from his noise, and as the 2 words were spat out, the sage sword intent completely engulfed Han Yuan. Next moment, Jiangnan inhaled Han Yuan's soul into the blood-drinking sword to refine it. With that, he collected the shards in a cloud of blood mist, and with a sway of his body, returned to the walls of Bride City. Being at this time, a system beep sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded, Sage Sword Intent increased by 20%. Realm elevated to S-rank God. The moment the reward was issued, the Sage Sword Intent within Jiangnan's body metamorphosed once again. It was a pity that he didn't have the immortal execution sword formation of the Tongtian sage, and his strength today against a sage could kill him. 2 can win 2. 3 were able to win a close one. 4 is a bit of a long shot. 5 is enough. Jiangnan raised his eyes and looked deep into the void. The more gods from the heavenly court came, the better, so that he could also improve faster. At this very moment, the crowd of Li Gue, who followed Jiangnan, were still immersed in shock. Master Gangnam is a little too scary. Yeah, solving hundreds of millions of trickster gods, and the white robes are still spotless. The stronger Grand Master Jiangnan is, the more we can see how stupid the human race of the Blue Star is. On the city wall, Sweet Potato came to Jiangnan's side and frowned. Master, the Erlangjinjuan in the mouth of the bald donkey doesn't sound simple. Having the name of a heavenly war god around was enough to see that the other party was not weak. September felt it too. She had noticed earlier that the bald donkey's eyes were full of awe when he mentioned Erlangjinjuan. Yang Jian ah, Jiangnan mused, but he didn't feel anything. If Yang Jian also wants to take a shot at him, it's just a matter of cleaning up the mess. Jiangnan didn't explain too much. There are more important things at hand. Sweet Potato, I'll read the names and you write them down, Jiangnan said with a change of topic. Hearing this, Sweet Potato was a little confused. The trickster gods are all dead, and they've all been refined, so how are we going to know who sent them? Torture also requires that the other person is still alive. Making it up? You've got the underworld powers in your sights, don't you? Thinking about it, she thought it was a real possibility. It's something the owner could do. Next moment, Jiangnan took out the human emperor sword, and his divine thoughts entered it, questioning the refined soul slaves one by one. Without much ado, he opened his eyes and a look of realization passed over his face as he slowly said, the king of Qingguang, the king of Songdi, the king of the 5 officials, the king of Biancheng, the king of Taishan, the king of the metropolis, the king of equality, the king of the wheel of fortune, and the king of Yanluo. All of these Yin Wangs are written down. Sweet Potato sniffed and immediately memorized it. After realizing it, I realized that, together with the king of Chukong, the 10 halls of hell are all complete. Ah, are you sure you didn't just make that up? These next few are the big fish. Jiangnan's eyes stared and continued. Chapter 63, Jimei invades the flood. Let alone Tyson. Yang Jian can't even carry it. Big fish? What big fish? Sweet Potato froze with a bad feeling. The 10 halls of hell all to remember. And then up the official position she did not even dare to think of. Ah, given her master's character, it was possible to mark the Queen Mother of the Earth. Immediately afterward, Jiangnan added, the 5 ghost emperors of the 5 directions. Memorize them one by one. Hearing this, Sweet Potato was slightly confused. She didn't even know who this 5-square ghost emperor was. Ah, is that what you call a big fish? A mighty man stronger than the king of hell? Master, who are these 5 ghost emperors? That's when September asked curiously. Jiangnan sniffed and fell into thought. The trickster couldn't reach the 5-square ghost emperor at all. It was still from Han Yuan's soul that he had searched some memory fragments about the 5-square ghost emperors having dealings with the heavenly court in Buddhism. Han Yuan had never even seen these 5 ghost emperors, but it doesn't matter. Whoever it is, uniform suppression is fine. There's no need to know what their names are. You'll take the seats of these 5 ghost emperors in the future. Jiangnan pondered for a moment and came up with a faint sentence. Sweet Potato and September sniffed and looked at each other, their eyes filled with astonishment. Nice guy. After taking the mirror of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the master has already taken the place of the Queen Mother of the Earth. Ah, layoffs for the underworld also specifically picks the ones with the highest rank. The Queen Mother of Ho-Tu wouldn't dare to do that. Sweet Potato had just memorized the 5-square ghost emperor when Jiangnan spoke again. These next few scratches. Sweet Potato snapped. Ha, and, you're not really going to mark the Queen Mother, are you? The corners of the 2 female guiles' mouths twitched, a little dumbfounded. Jiangnan's expression was indifferent as he finished searching Han Yuan's soul and said with killing intent, Celestial Court, Emperor Donyue, Buddhism, the bodhisattva of the earth. These 2 were blatantly shoved into the underworld by the heavenly court in Buddhism, and they had enormous power in the underworld. Ho-Tu can't kill it. He'll do it. Sweet Potato all but memorized it, trembling. Master, is there no more? Does the Queen Mother want to be remembered as well? Jiangnan looked at Sweet Potato curiously when he heard this. When did this girl's appetite get so big? Ho-Tu is currently considered half a friendly force and cannot be moved for the time being. You're thinking of the Ho-Tu's position? Jiangnan's words fell. Sweet Potato froze, then shook his head frantically. I'm afraid you'll miss. Jiangnan exuded a look of dawning realization and said in a serious manner. I'm a person who has always been kind, so I won't go out with the Ho-Tu at the moment. With these words, Sweet Potato and September were completely numb. If you say it's peaceful then it's peaceful. and no one would dare to argue against it anyway. The forces of the heavenly court in Buddhism have already been checked out. Jiangnan waved his hand toward the two female guile and said, "Go down and cultivate. The ancestral witch essence blood doesn't need to be saved. Such heavenly treasures won't be in short supply in the future." Sweet Potato and September nodded, not doubting this statement. Into the night, Jiangnan sat on the city wall, tilting his head back to drink a mouthful of wine, his gaze once again looking deep into the void. Dozens of altars of 10,000 years peach blossom brew were placed all around him, and the spirit wine inside was already at the bottom. "Master, aren't you resting yet?" It was at this moment that Sweet Potato leapt onto the wall and softly inquired. "It's been a day. What's in the sky?" She had already stepped into the realm of A-ranked trickster gods, yet she couldn't see any abnormalities. "Waiting for someone. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night." Jiangnan smiled faintly, his gaze always looking toward the distant void. Sweet Potato was baffled. Waiting for someone? Someone from heaven? But there's no one here. Sweet Potato was a little puzzled, but didn't ask much. With her master there she could just cultivate without fear. Seeing that Jiangnan was wearing a thin coat, she took out a red coat and draped it over Jiangnan. Then he guffawed. "I'll drink with you." Jiangnan nodded gently. Gobble gobble gobble. Sweet Potato picked up the wine altar and drank from it. Seeing this scene, Jiangnan's eyes showed surprise. Blow directly into the bottle? Is this girl's drinking so fierce, too? The thought had just flashed through his mind when Jiangnan felt his shoulders sink and a light fragrance hit his nose. He inclined his head to look away as Sweet Potato passed with flushed drunken cheeks. Jiangnan was instantly happy. It's good to be young and fall asleep. That's a lot of booze for a table with kids. Jiangnan shook his head helplessly, taking Sweet Potato's soft, delicate body into his arms and draping her in red. Just then, the thin moonlight shone, and a silver stream of light fell from the starry sky, coming above the city walls in the blink of an eye. A voice with an apologetic tone rang out at that moment. "Please bear with me for disturbing the pleasure of the two of you." Next moment, a figure wearing battle armor with an upright posture and silver lines imprinted on his eyebrows appeared on the city wall. Yang Jian looked at Jiangnan and revealed a kind smile. Jiangnan slightly side-eyed and sized him up. "Yang Jian?" When Yang Jian heard this, a faint flash of surprise flashed across his eyes, since he knew that it was him, and he could still be so unperturbed. There were not many people who could do that even if they looked at the floodplains. "Fellow Daoist fan is indeed as bold as rumored. You have quite a reputation nowadays, carrying the Six Paths reincarnation mirror and being an enemy in the world." Hearing this, Jiangnan's face did not change. What's he got to do with Jiangnan if Fan Wupian is famous? With the Hongmeng jade pendant in place, the saints couldn't check on him. "You came to see me just to make small talk?" Jiangnan did not detect the hostility and opened his mouth to ask. "Naturally not. The Jade Emperor has ordered that it is not proper for an outsider to control the Six Paths reincarnation mirror, and sent me to retrieve it, to be kept by the heavenly court in place of the Empress Hutu." Yang Jian explained. "Is heaven so hypocritical?" Jiangnan sniffed and laughed coldly. "This is heaven, isn't it? Can you be so shameless? The math is so good. I can hear it from billions and billions of light years away. To find a random excuse to snatch the Six Paths reincarnation mirror, anyone else might have to eat a dumb loss. But to try to snatch something from my hands, dream on. Heaven has always been so moralistic." Yang Jian blurted out without any hesitation. Hearing this, Jiangnan was stunned and looked at Yang Jian with a kind gaze. Good. Worthy of being one of the trio of heaven's anti-bone boys. It's not surprising that this can come out of Yang Jian's mouth. Yang Jian continued. "Don't worry, fellow Daoist fan. I don't have any intention of robbing the Six Paths reincarnation mirror." Jiangnan was half convinced. Seeing Jiangnan's silence, Yang Jian stated the reason. "The sword intent that fellow Daoist fan displayed in his battle with Han Yuan is similar to that of a sage I revere, whether you believe it or not. This point is enough for me to befriend you." Jiangnan didn't say anything, but a faint disappointment hung on his face. It happened to run into Yang Jian, a backstabber, and lost several system quests. See this scene. Yang Jian's head was full of questions. "Not. Shouldn't you normally be happy that I'm not coming after you? Why are you disappointed?" This appearance of not putting the heavenly court in his eyes couldn't help but remind him of the time when he made a fuss about the heavenly court. Jiangnan's perception of Yang Jian was not bad, and lifted up a jar of wine to invite. "Can you drink?" Yang Jian took it and drank a big mouthful. His eyes showed surprise. "Good wine. I don't know how long I've been drinking." Yang Jian was drunk and talked about a major event that happened recently in the flood. "Fellow Daoist fan, you don't know. The floodplain has been absurd recently. Made a mess by a group of female cultivators who call themselves Jime." Chapter 64, Flooding Female Immortals. Familiarize yourself with the 300 quotations of Jime. "I'm getting a headache just hearing about my family now." The newest disciple of the Nuwa saint, who founded the Fairy League. has been spreading the Jime discourse in a big way, spreading even faster than today's Buddhism. Yang Jian narrated the story. He got a headache just thinking about it. Nowadays, most of the female immortals in the flood are familiar with 300 quotations from Jime. Jiangnan frowned slightly when he heard about this. What the hell is the Fairy League? Fistfighting is now popular in the flood? But Tiburon's skewed reasoning would indeed spread more violently than Buddhists thought. The only one who could do this was the extremely talented little fairy Xinliani. Jiangnan asked curiously, did none of the saints of the heavens stop it? The saints of the heavens have never stepped in to stop it. Yang Jian shook his head. He also found it strange that the saints seemed to attach great importance to Xinliani. Nowadays, there are more and more Jime in the floodplains, and there is no shortage of great powers who call themselves Jime. With this kind of momentum, it is highly likely to become a behemoth like Buddhism. It would be fine if it was a normal sect, but the Fairy Alliance's crooked reasoning was extremely counterintuitive. Jiangnan was speechless for a while. These saints were also quite anticlimactic when they allowed Xinliani to scourge the flood in order to lure him into appearing. Chatting about Jime spoilers, drinking. After Yang Jian finished, he lifted the wine altar and drank freely. Although Jiangnan didn't say a word, he was happy to clink glasses with Yang Jian and had a good drink. The next day, as Yang Jian said goodbye, the early morning sunlight sprinkled down. Sweet Potato's eyes slowly opened in Jiangnan's arms, his hands fumbling unsteadily. Awake? Go back to practicing. A faint blush hung on Jiangnan's face as he said in a calm tone. Hearing this, Sweet Potato's beautiful eyes widened, and only then did she realize that she was plastered in Jiangnan's arms, with her hand still in a place she shouldn't have put it. In the next moment, Sweet Potato retracted his hand, and on his white palm, there was still a hot aftertaste. Master, you seem to need to address your physical needs. May I help you? Sweet Potato blushed, pursed her thin, watery lips, and lowered her head to say softly. A soft, silky voice reached his ears. Jiangnan felt a little parched as he reacted. Just when Sweet Potato thought she was finally going to come in handy as a vase, an ill-timed voice rang out. Master, I want to post it too. September appeared out of nowhere with a very excited demeanor. Like a frightened kitten, Sweet Potato quickly moved away from Jiangnan. In an instant, that bit of dryness in Jiangnan's heart had no heat left. He stood up and waved his hand to open a crack in the void, saying, it's been too long a delay. Let's go. Follow me to the underworld. The words fell. Sweet Potato froze. Ha? No? Going to the underworld so soon? Don't the people sent by the heavenly court care? If the master wasn't here, that heavenly war god, Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan would have killed all the Li Ji Wei, right? Talking about business, September put away her perverted thoughts and frowned. Master, do we not care about the people of heaven? Jiangnan's expression was calm as he said indifferently. It's taken care of. Don't worry about it. Sweet Potato sniffed and was a little confused. What's the situation? Already settled while they were resting? She slept in her master's arms. She didn't feel any movement at all. September was also staggered for a moment. The heavenly war god is so weak? By the look of the owner, it seemed that he hadn't had his fun yet. They were convinced of Jiangnan's words and relaxed. Master, then who do we start with? At this time, Sweet Potato took out the life and death book full of names and asked, King Chu Jiang. After Jiangnan finished speaking, he stepped out and stepped into the crack. Underworld. Chu Kong King's Hall. What? Tens of thousands of A-ranked trickster gods all died at the hands of Fanwui? How is it possible? What makes Fanwui an A-class god capable of this? Hearing the bad news from his subordinates, King Chu Jian was incomparably sad and angry, and roared. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and a shocked look spread across his face. Yama, calm down. A trickster shivered below. Bunch of losers. King Chu Jiang's eyes widened angrily, and his S-class trickster god pressure spread with his words. Pang. The tricky differences below instantly exploded, scattering blood and flesh all over the place. Damned Fanwui, I'll make you die in pieces. King Chu Jiang roared, his eyes red. The tens of thousands of A-ranked guile gods that had been painstakingly cultivated did not expect all of them to fall overnight. How can this not be angry? At this moment, his killing intent reached its peak. Even if the identity of the Buddhist undercover agent was exposed, he would still crush Jiangnan with his own hands. In the meantime, over the Great Hall, all of King Chujiang's words were all caught in Jiangnan's ears. Jiangnan's eyes stared, revealing a cold smile. Seeing this, Sweet Potato sighed. She knew that no one could save King Chu Kong today. With that, he scratched out the name of the king of Chu Kong with his pen. September saw the look on Jiangnan's face. Immediately, he guessed how disastrous the Chu Jiang king's end would be. Fruity. Jiangnan took out the Qingping sword and without any nonsense, swung out a sword towards the great hall below. Clank. At once, the green light is white. The saint's sword intent pulls the energy of heaven and earth together. Devastating sword chi erupted. Boom! Along with this sword slash, the heavens and earth changed color and visions occurred frequently. The terrifying might instantly startled all the dead souls and trickster gods in the underworld. They all raised their heads and looked heavily at the sword chi that was attacking Yanluo Hall. Feeling an extremely dangerous aura, they all quickly moved away. What a terrifying sword intent. Not good. Leave quickly. The other party is a great power. Who is it? Dare to take a shot at Yama Temple is looking for death? So what if you're a great power? When you come to the underworld you have to lie down even if you're a tiger. And you have to coiled even if you're a dragon. How dare you take a shot at the king of hell? You don't know how to die. Noticing Jiangnan's aura, King Chujiang's face changed and he dashed to the outside of the hall. He looked up and saw the green-colored sword chi roaming the sky and was furious. Fan Wui, you still dare to come and commit a crime? How dare you? The Chu River King had already been overwhelmed by rage and charged into the sky. His S-class guile god might completely erupting. Jiangnan stood proudly in the celestial dome and faintly swept a glance at King Chujiang. The next instant, the might of the saint's sword intent skyrocketed, suppressing 10,000 miles in an instant, causing countless dead souls and tricksters to fall to their knees. When King Chujiang came to midair, his figure lurched. Feeling the terrifying sage's sword intent, his heart was incomparably shocked. For this moment of hesitation alone, the powerful sword chi instantly drowned him, and his body exploded in the air, turning into a shower of blood to nourish the underworld earth. Next, the Chujiang King's soul left his body, and he immediately became alarmed and very confused. Fan Wui, how is it possible for you to break through a great realm in such a short period of time? It was completely beyond his knowledge. Jiangnan was in a hurry and didn't intend to talk nonsense as he took out the blood-drinking sword and a monstrous blood aura filled the air. Immediately, he was going to take away the Chujiang King's soul and refine it. Seeing this scene, King Chujiang was a bit dumbfounded. You could at least explain. He didn't even understand how he died. To directly fight and kill at the drop of a hat. This was completely a god of killing. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had before, and hastily moved backstage in an attempt to threaten. Fan Wui, if you refine me, the earthly bodhisattva won't be able to spare you. Chapter 65, Yama's Boxing. A rare sight in 10,000 years. Earthstore Bodhisattva is an SSS-class god, a quasi-saintly powerhouse. No matter how bizarre your sword intent is, no matter what great power you are reincarnated from, you are still an ant after all. If you refine me, you will surely die as well. King Chujiang knows Jiangnan's brutality, and if admitting his mistake works, tens of thousands of tricksters won't die. Bringing up the threat of the Earth's Bodhisattva was the only chance he had of surviving. Jiangnan sniffed, and his eyes instantly shed coldness. A mere half-saint. How dare you threaten me? What a laugh. If you can be intimidated by a half-saint, this sword intent that is stronger than that of Sage Tong Tian, might as well take it to the pigs. I'll keep you for now. Jiangnan gently waved his hand, dispelling the monstrous blood aura, and the terrifying oppression dissipated. King Chujiang was instantly relieved and looked much more relaxed. Sure enough, threatening with the Jizo King worked, moving out a half-saint, in addition to the entire Buddhism behind him. Jiangnan even more crazy must be afraid. At the sight, Sweet Potato froze. Ha! It's not right, is it? You're letting King Chu Kong off the hook so easily? Is this still the master's character? Isn't today's visit to the underworld meant to give these 2/5 and 9 tribes elimination game? Next to her, September was also stunned and subconsciously asked in disbelief. Master, what are you keeping him for? Shouldn't he be refined in a moment? Jiangnan didn't reply, taking out a Sherpa from the system space and looking at King Chujiang, teasingly saying, ever seen this before? As soon as the relic's aura appeared, King Chujiang's eyes widened with disbelief. This is Earthstore Bodhisattva's extreme innate spiritual treasure? Jiangnan said with a smile. Good to know. You think a bug can threaten me? Keeping you around is just to let you see with your own eyes how your self-professed powerful background can be trampled to death by me as if you were an ant. Strike that. Jiangnan grabbed Chujiang Wang's soul and threw it to Sweet Potato, saying, Sweet Potato, watch him. King Chujiang was completely dumbfounded. This relic is a spiritual treasure that the Bodhisattva Earthstore King carries with him. How did it get here? And there are 2 saints in Buddhism. So you're not scared at all? And make him watch how the Earth King died? It's really rampant. He wanted to see what this lower realm being was capable of. That's Fan Wupian? Killing Chujiang Wang in just one move. Could it be that he has already broken through to an S-class god? Not good. This devil can only be dealt with by the 10 temples of Yama. Quickly go inform the other kings of Yama. When the crowd of tricksters saw the Chujiang King's physical body being destroyed, they were all horrified and their hearts were scared to the core. Jiangnan swept his gaze over the bizarre differences below and smiled slightly as he listened to the sounds coming from him. With that, he said towards King Chu Jiang, "Take one last look at your tricksters. You won't get a chance later." As the words fell, in the astonished gaze of the king of Chujiang, the thousands of huge green-colored swords emerged from the void, raining down rapidly towards the Yama palace. A loud bang came from the Yama temple, and it fell apart in the blink of an eye. The crowd of tricksters presumptuously tried to block them, but with their weak realms, they were all just dirt under the sage's sword intent. There was an endless stream of wailing and screaming, and when they felt Jiangnan's pressure, they realized how weak they were. "Help! Help! No! We have official positions, and even if you were rewarded by the Empress Hutu and slaughtered a bunch of tricksters, the Empress would blame you. Empress Hutu, show yourself and do right by us." The wizards shrieked in panic, giving their hopes to the backwoods. Yet no miracle happened. Their deaths have long been irrelevant to the underworld. Life and death are decided by Jiangnan. At the sound of a bunch of creepy bad guys, Sweet Potato shook his head. "Scream. It's no use screaming your head off. How can a bunch of dilettantes from heaven and Buddhism still have the face to ask for help from Hutu? Even if a saint comes today, you will surely die." As expected, he only saw Jiangnan coldly snort. "You can't escape death even if Hutu is present." As the voice containing the pressure spread, the saintly sword intent filled every space. It instantly flooded Yama temple, causing the earth to collapse. All the tricksters turned into blood mist and spilled into a ruin. If it were a small world like Blue Stars, it would probably just collapse. At this very moment, King Chu Jian watched the former magnificent hall turn into ruins. "All the men we've trained are dead." The heart of the way collapsed. "No, Fan Wui, if you're so regicide, the entire flood wasteland won't have a place for you." Jiangnan collected all of the creepy differences souls, and when he heard this, he immediately laughed coldly. "What's this? You can't stand it even before your family is executed? How can you be a king of hell with such a weak heart?" Jiangnan's expression was bland as he swept around expressionlessly. It was only until not a single living soul was found that he grabbed all the souls and threw them into the blood-drinking sword to refine them. Next moment, a channel of karma fell from the celestial dome and merged with Jiangnan. It was difficult for outsiders to realize that Jiangnan's breath had quietly increased after absorbing karma. "Fan Wui, how are you going to dissolve such a huge karma?" King Chu Jiang spoke again. Before the words left his mouth, Sweet Potato hit him with a palm strike, almost causing him to lose his soul. "Shut up! You're not worthy to speak to your master." A chorus of voices rang out. The Chujiang king's eyes swirled in front of his eyes, and his complexion shriveled up. Instantly honest. "Master, let's go search for King Chujiang's 9 clans and play 9 clans elimination." Just then, September excitedly came to Jiangnan's side in anticipation. "There's no hurry. Someone's rushing to their death." Jiangnan smiled. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the void not far away, revealing a dense killing intent. September was a little confused. "Ha? No way. After all this killing, is there really anyone left to die? Is there really anyone who is not afraid of losing his 9 families? Could it be Dongyue Daidi and Jizang Wangdao Bodhisattva? Apart from these 2 great powers, otherwise anyone who came would just show their heads and be seconded by their masters." Just when September was confused, "Fan Wui, by what right did you kill the king of Chujiang? By what right did you destroy the Yama temple? And by what right did you kill the Guidi? Back up, weren't you in the wrong in the first place?" Buzz. The void fluctuates. A diminutive figure, with an angry face and murderous intent in her eyes, appeared right in front of her. As soon as he appeared, he issued the Jime trifecta question to Gangnam. Jiangnan sniffed, his brows furrowing slightly as he raised his eyes toward it. "See only, the king of the 5 officials, the head of the 4th hall of the 10 temples of hell, was filled with rage and stared at him dead on. I'm going to condemn you to be placed at the disposal of the bodhisattva of the earth." The king of the 5 officials said this. Sweet Potato and September were a little dumbfounded. "No? Why does that sound familiar? Isn't that a line from the Blue Star Fairy? There are such oddballs in the underworld?" Jiangnan was also stunned. Looking strangely at the king of the 5 officials, he was very confused. Could it be that Shin Yuani's collection of beautiful quotes had spread to the underworld? King Yama fights. A rare sight in 10,000 years. Soon after, he said with a meaningful smile sketching the corners of his mouth. "King Chujiang ate his way into the world and should have been killed. And not only have you defected to Buddhism as well, but you're also punching in front of me. So you deserve to be killed even more. I didn't go looking for you, but you came to me, didn't you? Row by row." It also saves time to pack them all together. Chapter 66 Jime Inequality. Rooming together is not the same as collusion. Which is the freedom of Jime? Nonsense. I am the Yama king of the underworld. Would I be involved with Buddhism? What proof do you have? The king of the 5 officials was weak in his heart. After all, the tricksters sent out all died in Jiangnan's hands. The identity may have been revealed, but the face must be aggressive. The underworld is still the underworld of Hotu after all. Even though he was counted by the saints and was fast becoming completely hollowed out by the heavenly court in Buddhism. But if Hotu wanted to crush a Yen Wang, it was just a matter of moving his hands. As long as she denies it to death, nothing will happen to her with the Earth Store Bodhisattva. Hearing the words of the king of 5 officials, Jiangnan instantly smiled. What proof do I need to kill you? For an ant like you to dare to clamor in front of me is a death sentence. Even if I kill all of the 10 temples of hell, Hotu will not be displeased with me. Die for me. Boom. Almost the instant Jiangnan's words fell, the sage's sword intent poured out, transforming into 10,000 flying swords that cut across the sky, falling from the clouds at an extremely fast speed. In a flash of lightning, he directly tore the robe on the king of 5 officials and chipped off a piece of flesh and blood. Wait, I'm the king of hell. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the underworld if you kill me? The king of the 5 officials instantly panicked, his heart horrified, and a huge shock spreading across his face. She is the king of Yen. In the absence of any evidence, Hotu couldn't move her either. Hearing this, Jiangnan dashed to the king of the 5 officials and looked down at her with disdain. The 10 temples of Yama are nothing more than ants. As long as I want to kill and slaughter clean, the world will fear me. It's okay to let you die with understanding. Strike that. Jiangnan gently waved his hand, and the human emperor's sword with cuckoo bubbling with fury directly appeared. A puff of black smoke cleared. Han Yuan, who had been refined into a soul slave, respectfully waited behind him. Immediately after, Jiangnan smiled. I've already searched your soul about you and Hang Yuan rolling around in bed. What else do you have to say? Seeing this, the king of the 5 officials still said with a straight face, just because I roomed with Hang Yuan doesn't mean I defected to Buddhism. It's my freedom to choose who I want to be a Taoist couple with, and it's your fault for prying into my privacy. Is it really hard to respect women? Now that the Fairy Alliance's mother style was spreading rapidly among the 6 paths, the king of the 5 officials had naturally heard about it. And it makes perfect sense, and has been learned quite a bit, with the mother style open at the moment. Jiangnan laughed in exasperation when he heard this. Against the day. I really didn't expect to leave Blue Star and he would still hear such anticlimactic words. Xing Yuan can't take credit for this. Little fairies can't be killed cleanly, and spring winds blow again. Good. If that's the case, then let's re-clean up and kill until no one in these 6 paths dares to punch. Thinking of this, Jiangnan's gaze toward the king of the 5 officials grew more and more intense with killing intent. You don't deserve to call yourself a woman. You're Jime without a brain. Respecting gathering begins with defining what gathering is. Yet gathering cannot be defined. But it doesn't matter. Not being able to define it doesn't stop me from killing you and keeping you from reincarnating. The words fell. Jiangnan raised a finger. Boom. Shasta. The sage's sword intent erupted, instantly engulfing the king of the 5 officials. No. Buddhism won't leave you alone. Before the king of the 5 officials finished speaking, his body turned into blood mist. Her soul had just left her body when countless sword intent submerged it, dissipating heaven and earth in an instant. At this very moment, seeing this scene, King Chujian was sweating profusely. This god of killing is really daring. Keeping him around isn't at all about fear of Buddhism, but really about giving him even more excruciating torture. Thinking of this, Chu Jianwang, whose moral heart had already collapsed, couldn't wait for his soul to fly away now. He's really scared. The soul feels infinite fear. Jiangnan looked at the lifeless Chu Jiangking and laughed lightly. How about we play a game? When Sweet Potato and September heard this, they thought of the 9 clans elimination game. Similarly, King Chu Jiang thought the same thing, revealing a horrified expression. Please don't kill. Refine me. Hearing this, Jiangnan was not happy. Why don't you let your soul exist a little longer? This is an opportunity that not many people would ask for, and you're begging to be refined? How does this work? Jiangnan then said seriously. I'm a man who always has a good heart. Now let's play a game. You win and I'll give you a chance to live. The words came out. King Chu Jiang half-heartedly frowned. Good heart? How can you say you have a good heart? Slaughtering a realm of living beings and refining countless bizarre differences. If this is called being kind-hearted, wouldn't the devils in the 6 paths be able to become saints with their merits? However, Jiannan's tone was extremely serious, and King Chu Jiang still asked weakly. What game? It's simple. We'll bet on whether the remaining 8 Yama Kings, or tricksters, will come looking for death in 3 minutes. Jiangnan said with a smile. King Chu Jiang subconsciously said, they'll never come. Let the king of 5 officials die without even a soul left at the drop of a hat. Who would dare to rush up? Except for this king of the 5 officials who is a bit stupid. The other kings of Yen are no little cuties either. Jiangnan sniffed and sneered. This is what you chose. If a Yama or a trickster comes, I'll execute your whole clan. No ceiling. The words were accompanied by a faint ferocity. King Chujiang swallowed, his face pale, but he believes he has a good chance of winning. Sweet Potato froze slightly. Ha! Is this the right way to open 9 clans of elimination? But what's the upside? Execute 100 clans? Could it be that those who have taken a glance at the king of Chukong should also be put to death? September's eyes lit up. Not bad for a master. It's fun to play. Learned another little trick for extermination. But the remaining king of hell couldn't possibly have the guts to come when they saw what happened to the king of Chukong and the king of the 5 officials. Soon, 3 minutes were about to pass. The Chujiang king was a little agitated and hurriedly looked at Jiangnan and weakly said, "Seniors, elder, this counts as a win for me, right?" Jiangnan sniffed and said with an expressionless face, "What's the hurry? They'll be here soon." The Chujiang king's expression changed drastically. "No, it's almost time. You don't want to back out, do you? There's no one here right now. This place is a mess, and there is still a horrible sword in tent left. Who would dare to come? Even if there really is a brain-dead Yama rushing to his death, he should have come a long time ago." Just as his mind was reeling, Jiangnan stood proudly in the sky with his sword, looking at the collapsed ruins below. A tease emerged from the corner of his mouth. "When I say they're coming, they're coming." In the next moment, Jiangnan swept his sword towards the void. The terrifying sage sword intent caused space to shatter at once. A crack was revealed and a chaotic aura filled the air. Next moment, one could only see the figures of the 8 kings of hell appearing in the crack, all of them pale and terrified. "Look, isn't it all coming together?" Jiangnan teased. Then with a wave of his big hand, the 8 Yama kings were yanked out of the crack by a huge force. Fine. This is your own way to seek death. You can't blame me for refining you." Jiangnan looked at the group of Yen kings and coldly said. For a while, the 8 Yen kings were dumbfounded. "No? What kind of logic is that? Didn't you bring us here? How come we're the only ones who came to die? People sit at home and pots come from heaven. It has to be played that way, doesn't it? If you're going to kill it, you might as well just point and shoot." Chapter 67. Don't ask. Ask means you must not stay. Senior, you can't be unreasonable. Senior, if you have something to say, we can sit down and talk. Senior, we really don't have any grievances against you. Spare us. Give us a chance, Senior. The 8 kings of Yen lost their previous lofty stance and were humbled to the extreme, on the verge of crying with anxiety. It was the first time they had seen such an unreasonable lord. Jiangnan's eyes stared as he sniffed. "Am I not being reasonable? Didn't I give you guys a chance? Wasn't it my good heart that I didn't kill you guys the last time I came to the underworld? And you see the good thing and send the trickster to seize the 6 paths reincarnation mirror. You have already taken the way of death. Slandering me for being unreasonable shows that you still have murderous intentions towards me. Die and be honest." After the words were finished, Jiangnan pointed out a finger towards King Qin Wang. The green light flickering sword intent instantly spread. Buddhism can't spare you." Under the horrified gazes of several Yama kings, King Qin Guan was engulfed by the sword intent and turned into a mist of blood. Jiangnan's face was expressionless as he faintly swept a glance at the Yama kings who were scared out of their wits and said, "How dare you threaten before you die? King Qin Guang is not worthy of death." As each word fell, the heartbeats of the Yama kings accelerated and their fear multiplied. "Senior, I would like to defect to your command." A Yen Wang stood out and trembled, but only halfway through his words, his body violently exploded, scattering blood and broken flesh all over the other Yama. The Yama king present was truly stunned. "How can you do that? I can't even trust you? Are you being reasonable? Is there any justice?" "I'm very reasonable. The fact that he rushed to defect to me before I even asked him shows that he is extremely deep in the city. This old deng must not be retained." Seeing that the Yen kings had changed color, Jiangnan reluctantly explained for himself. "But Senior, if you don't defect to you." Another Yama stepped forward, sweating weakly. "Not defecting to me? It means he has too much of a murderous streak against me, and must not be kept. The fact that you can say this means that you are also full of me, and must not be kept." Jiangnan did not hesitate and swung out his sword, and this Yama king's soul flew away on the spot. Not defecting equals disagreeing equals hostile equals murderous equals enemies. Killing the enemy is not a crime. Jiangnan faintly explained. Not defecting is the same as trying to kill me, and it's only right that I strike first. The kings of Hades couldn't hold it together, and the heart of the Tao was vaguely about to collapse. "If you can't afford to play, don't play. Master, don't torture us. We're dead either way. We might as well just kill us." If they hadn't been immobilized by Jiangnan's pressure, they would have really wanted to end themselves immediately. "It's a good way to die. Elder, then what do we have to do for you to let us go?" A Yama king said bravely, dying left and right. He really didn't want to be tortured anymore. Jiangnan couldn't help but be puzzled and wondered. When did I say I was going to leave you guys alone? The king of Hades in the underworld. But you defect to the heavenly court in Buddhism. Do you deserve to live? Keeping you alive a little longer is just waiting for the bigger bugs to come. The moment these words came out, the remaining Yama kings, their Taoist hearts all collapsed at this moment, completely numb. Just then, Jiangnan suddenly smiled and looked up at the sky, teasingly. Now you can go to hell. The words fell. Sword intent of the Sage of 10,000 Ways erupted, flooding all the Yanwangs in a split second as a massive blood mist exploded. Soon, just as Jiangnan grabbed the souls of all the Yan kings and was about to refine them, above the dome of the sky, the clouds rolled in. Endless and infinite pressure descended, causing the earth of the underworld to tremble violently. Sweet Potato and September's faces changed, and they looked up gruffly. If not for the sword intent on Jiangnan's body protecting them, they would definitely die if they endured this terrifying pressure. Could this be the bodhisattva of the earth? Sweet Potato couldn't help but speculate, his mind vaguely disturbed. Just by looking at the might of this appearance, it was even more powerful than the bilocations of the two saints, Nuwa and Taichang. This is the might of a half-saint? It's not to be taken lightly. Seeing this, King Chujan's face rejoiced, and he once again saw a flash of hope in his despair. Other than saints, half-saints were invincible existences in the six paths. He thought to himself that Jiangnan was dead this time. He was immediately rescued and in turn tormented Gangnam. Jiangnan smiled faintly in the face of this pressure and continued to throw the soul in his hand towards the blood-drinking sword. Instantly, the pressure descending from above the nine skies skyrocketed, instantly locking onto Jiangnan. Stop. If you persist, this emperor will definitely attract the heavenly thunder to scatter your soul. Inferior being, you killed my personal disciple and dared to refine him into a soul slave. The poor Taoist cannot spare you. Next moment, two voices containing endless pressure exploded in the minds of countless undead souls and bizarre differences. Sweet Potato and September only felt a palpitation, and their faces heaved for a few moments. Even the bizarre differences that were far apart. When they heard this voice, they prostrated themselves on the ground, revealing a submissive stance. Only now did Jiangnan see and understand to what extent this underworld had fallen. The trickster gods of the underworld go so far as to worship the people of heaven in Buddhism. In their eyes, I'm afraid that the master of the underworld nowadays is no longer Ho-Tu. At the same time, a system quest came to Jiangnan's ears, detected two half-saints with strong killing intent toward the host. One-way mission released, all under the saints are ants, with a sword intent beyond the saints of heaven. It's all over if you're crazy. Kill them all. Reward, enjoy 30% of the Earth's chi, 50% increase in Sage's sword intent, and 50 million years of realm enhancement. Threaten me? Jiangnan finished reading the mission and looked at the sky, revealing a cold smile. Under the pressure of the two half-saints' might, all the souls in his hands were refined in a matter of moments. What have you done? Since you seek death, the poor Taoist will fulfill you. Along with the two words descending, dark clouds covered the sky and thunder rolled in. Only a divine aura and a Brahma light shone, and the aura of heaven and earth instantly boiled. The powerful might caused the void to tremble, and wherever it passed, space gradually shattered, snatching the poor Taoist's spiritual treasure. You've added to your crime. It's hard for you to escape death today. One could only see a young man clad in a robe, emanating Brahman light all over his body, standing in the celestial dome, looking out of the corner of his eye. The Qingping sword is the spiritual treasure left behind by the Tongtian sage. Falling into the hands of this devil like you is simply a disgrace to the spiritual treasure, and should be kept by the heavenly court. Not long after, an old man wearing a snow-white robe and in immortal style came stepping into the void. His eyes were filled with divine light. The moment they looked at Jiangnan, the pupils of Sweet Potato and September at the side shrunk slightly. Looking straight at even this great emperor took an infinite amount of strength. Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh at their words, generically. Then the ripple said, "Whatever you say, you're already on my life and death book. Come quickly and gather within my blood-drinking sword." The great emperor of Dongyue and the bodhisattva of the earth. Hearing these incomparably arrogant words, their expressions stagnated. Immediately afterward, they saw Jiangnan inverting the Big Dipper and taking the lead. Next moment, a sword light that contained the sword intent of a saint lunged towards them. Scorn flashed in the eyes of the Earth Store King, and when he raised his hand, he swept out a piece of Brahma light to try to dissolve it. Boom! For a moment, the green-colored sword light collided with the Brahma light. Under the unimpressed gazes of the Earth Store King and the great emperor of Dongyue, the Brahma light dissipated in a moment. In an instant, the two half-saints exuded shock and frowned. Something's not right. Not only does this sword intent resemble Tong Tian, the power is no weaker than Tong Tian. Jizo was a little confused. When the Eastern Yu Emperor heard this, his face also changed, incomparably dismayed. Chapter 68. Go and ask around. My master is the reincarnation of a saint. Behave yourselves if I let you die. This can't be right. How is it possible for a being from a small world to possess a sword intent comparable to that of the heavens? The Dongyue Emperor was filled with disbelief, but his tone was somewhat alarmed, because the power of this sword intent was really not to be underestimated. This was really beyond his knowledge. Even when looking at the entire flood wasteland, there was no one whose sword intent was comparable to that of Tong Tian so far, not to mention surpassing Tong Tian. If anyone really has a sword intent that exceeds that of Tong Tian, wouldn't it be that after getting the immortal execution sword formation, even the 5 saints are to be feared? It was absolutely impossible for an unholy one to possess more sword intent than Tong Tian, but they didn't know that Jiangnan had the system in place. Even if he was not yet a saint, his sword intent had already surpassed the Tong Tian sage by too much. What else do you two have to say? Wait until you're inside my blood-drinking sword to talk. Jiangnan offered 3 swords and gently waved his fingers. Subsequently, the blood-drinking sword, human emperor's sword, and Qingping's sword swept out quickly towards the 2 half-saints. 3 spiritual treasures? Seeing this, the Earthstore King could no longer maintain his high monk demeanor and his eyes widened. Counting that relic, it was a full 4 spiritual treasures. Furthermore, he still had a supreme treasure like the 6 Paths reincarnation mirror. A poorer saint couldn't take such a quantity. At this very moment, the Eastern Yu Emperor didn't dare to belittle Jiangnan anymore. The sense of oppression that Jiangnan's simple strikes brought to them could vaguely be on par with saints. You and I will join forces together, kill this devil, and split the spiritual treasures equally. Hearing the words of the great emperor of Dongyue, the Earthstore King nodded gruffly. See this scene? Sweet Potato froze as well. No, man, my master's saintly reincarnation. It's not certain who will lose and who will win. You guys are planning how to divide the spiritual treasures now? Why is your heart so big? You guys think too highly of yourselves. Looking at Jiangnan's calm demeanor, Sweet Potato's worry was less, feeling that the 2 half-saints were going to suffer. Fruity, Jiangnan was instantly offended. While the 2 half-saints were blocking the swordlight, he fiercely waved his big hand. Clank! The sage sword intent of the 10,000 ways rose up to the sky, an ear-piercing sword sound whistling, stuffing every space in the blink of an eye. This place was white, all filled with terrifying sword intent. The might emanating from it spread throughout the underworld, causing countless dead souls and tricksters to turn pale. How could this sword intent be terrifying to this extent? The Earth-Hidden King was immediately dumbfounded, and in a panic, he offered up all sorts of magic treasures. Earthstore King, I think it's better to discuss this matter in the long run, so I'll return first. Seeing Jiangnan furious, the sword intent he exerted was far more powerful than the Tong Tian of that year. Emperor Dongyue's person was numb, and he intended to throw down the Earthstore King on the spot. After all, the heavenly court in Buddhism are not family. Who cares about each other at this time? It would be a moral thing not to do the dirty work. The Earth-Hidden King came back to his senses, only to realize that the shadow of the great emperor of Dongyue had disappeared. Old man Dongyu, you're a ing no good. Alone with the pressure brought about by the sage's sword intent, the Earthstore King's face darkened and he directly exploded. No, it's always been his Buddhism that sells out his teammates. I didn't expect to be backstabbed today. The Earth-Hidden King screamed. Still hadn't learned the essence of selling teammates from the sage, but there was no room for further remorse at the moment. With such a terrifying sword intent, one could die in one's body if one wasn't careful. The Earth-Hidden King erupted with his full strength, but he still couldn't withstand the sword intent coming at him. The expression on his face was also so painful that it was twisted due to the sword intent cutting through his Dao body. At this moment, the previous light-hearted, empty-eyed appearance was completely gone. Master, Dongyue Emperor has slipped away. He won't go to the heavenly court to bring help, right? Some September concerns. She really didn't think that a great emperor would wimp out like this. Jiangnan sniffed, his sight sweeping across the sky as a murderous intent surged. That's what you're afraid of? If you can escape, I'll wash the whole heavenly court in blood. But, Jiangnan said indifferently, it's just a half-saint, nothing more than that. He won't be able to fly today. The words fell. Jiangnan's voice was like a heavenly command, filled with the power of a saint. For a time, the underworld was shaken. Several light years away, the body of the Eastern Yu Emperor suddenly came to a standstill. What the hell? He was stunned, only to feel invisible energy in the void imprisoning him. It was as if he possessed the power of a saint, making him unable to move. Immediately after that, Dongyue Dadi uncontrollably flew back to the current path. Old man Dongyu, you still have the nerve to come back. Seeing Dongyue Emperor appear without any warning, Earthstore King angrily said, No, I'm here. Emperor Dongyue was speechless. No, he didn't even think about coming back. How is it that there was a suction force? as if it possessed the power of a saint, that directly grabbed him back. You are also considered to be colleagues in this underworld. How can you die separately? Roll together in my blood-drinking sword. Just then, Jiangnan laughed softly and raised his hand to press downward violently. Boom! Next moment, two huge swords with brilliant green light tore through the void and rapidly descended vertically. No! The Earth-Hidden King and the Great Emperor of Dongyue simultaneously revealed a shocked expression. For a while, the two half-saints had sacrificed various types of magic treasures in a vain attempt to spell out a ray of life. Click! A crunching sound fell, only to see countless high-grade magic treasures turned into pieces. Any one of them was a magic treasure that could trigger the coaxing of the great powers of the flood, but it couldn't even resist for a millisecond. The two half-saints were truly afraid at this moment. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, they deeply feared a lower realm being. In the next moment, the two giant swords were inserted into the Tao bodies of the Earth-Hidden King and the Eastern Yu Emperor respectively, and quickly fell to the ground. Boom! The aftermath of the frenzy created a huge wave that swept over 10,000 miles of land, instantly destroying the ecosystem here. The realm ruled by King Chu Jian could not pick out a single living being at this moment. How could you be this strong? The Earth-Hidden King was set into the ground by the giant sword and fell to his knees, asking with difficulty. On the other side, the formerly honorable Dongyue Emperor spewed out a mouthful of blood and also knelt on the ground. The two half-saints only worshipped their honored teachers in this life, not the world. Now that he had to kneel before Jiangnan, he was in a sorry state. Hearing the words of the Earth Store King, Jiangnan lightly hummed. I don't care to say it, and you don't deserve to hear it. If you are told to die, then die obediently. The reason for which you are not qualified to know. Strike that. Jiangnan swept across the room with his Qingping sword. Clang! The sage sword accidentally leaked. The Tao bodies of the two half-saints instantly exploded. For a moment, two clouds of blood mist appeared in the eyes of King Chu Jiang, who was filled with disbelief. His toughest backstage. Just like that. Dead? No way. Absolutely not. Chu Jiangwang felt that the world was all fake. How could such a fantastic thing happen? However, the next voice that begged for mercy told him once and for all that this was the truth. Elder, I know I'm wrong, just let me off once. The Eastern Yu Emperor's soul had just appeared and instantly panicked, hastily prostrating itself on the ground and begging to be spared. Noisy! Jiangnan had long since gotten tired of hearing the words and techniques of this canon in the canon, and with a wave of his hand, he directly threw him into the blood-drinking sword. At once, the Dongyue Emperor let out a miserable wail in the middle of refining. Outside, the geocache trembled violently. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, the sword went off and tried to threaten. I'm an SSS class god, a Western Buddhist half-saint. If you kill me, the two saints of the West won't let you go. My Tao body has been destroyed. The saints will surely know. If you spare me, you still have a chance of survival. Jiangnan smiled at his words. He looked at the Earth-Hidden King, killing intent boiling in his eyes, and said, killing you will attract the two saints of the West? That's great. Just as the words were being uttered, boom! The vault of heaven suddenly appeared to reveal Sanskrit. A sage's power descended, and Buddha's light enveloped Jiangnan. Chapter 69, Western Sage, right? Today, I'll beat you until you spit out your sherds. Above the ninth heaven, the Buddha's light shone brightly. Every space is crammed with the power of saints, the entire underworld's weird chi. Encountering this, Buddha's light hastily dodged and converged to the ground, seemingly submissive to this breath in general. And the only thing that caused such a horrifying vision was the might of a saint, being at this time, a figure with monk's clothes on top and Taoist pants underneath, shimmering with Buddha's light, slowly walked from the void. Only his eyes were closed and he had a kind face. Sage Junti, save the disciple. Seeing this divine figure, the Earth Store King's face was overjoyed and he hurriedly called for help. Hearing this, Sweet Potato and September's pupils contracted extremely fast. Is this the true Sage Ben Sage? They didn't expect that this saint of the West would come so quickly. It's only been a few seconds since the Earth Store King's Tao body was destroyed. Is there no such thing as distance in the eyes of a saint? Instantaneous access to any realm? The more the two female shenanigans thought about it, the more grave their expressions became. Saints were far more powerful than they thought. In the meantime, the Hall of Peaceful Hearts, with a worried look on her face, Meng looked toward Ho Tu, who was seated at the head of the Great Hall, and worriedly said, Nyang Nyang, can the reincarnated Tong Tian Sage deal with the Junti Sage Dharma body in person? If we lose and the 6 reincarnation mirrors fall into Buddhism, the underworld will never be free from the control of the heavenly Tao. When Ho Tu heard this, the bottom of her beautiful eyes dimmed with worry. If he holds the 6 paths reincarnation mirror in his hand, he is this seat's person, and even if he loses, this seat will still die to protect him. Ho2's words did not mention half a word about retrieving the mirror of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Mona's body trembled as she listened. This is to take the 6 paths reincarnation mirror to protect Jiangnan. If things really went that far, the underworld would never have a chance to turn around. And the other side. Hearing the Earthstore King's plea for help, Junti faced Jiangnan, his lips slightly parted. Spare Earthstore, and this seat will give you a chance to join the Buddhist deity. If you don't, you die. With these words fell. Endless Buddha light seemed to surge towards Jiangnan like a tidal wave. Wherever the Buddha's light passed, space twisted and collapsed. Just as the Buddha's light was about to engulf Jiangnan, a heart in sweet potato in September's throat. Yet just then, an indifferent voice rang out. Sword come. Next moment, the Qingping sword, blood-drinking sword, and human emperor's sword protected Jiangnan's surroundings. 3 terrifying auras surged from the sage's sword intent, directly dissolving the oncoming Buddha light. Calm was once again restored to heaven and earth. The broken space slowly healed. Weird. Junti snapped his eyes open and saw the scene wrinkling his brow. The kindness on his face converged and he was filled with confusion. When he had just discovered Tongtian's sword intent, Nuwa and Tai Ching had already approached Jiangnan. At that time, Jiangnan's sword intent was only 80% of the strength of Tongtian. Right now not only exceeded Tongtian, Junti vaguely felt more than twice as strong as Tongtian. It's only been a few short days. Thinking of this, greed flashed in Junti's eyes as he spoke faintly towards Jiangnan. As long as you join my Western Buddhism, what you did before is written off. This seat can also help you get away from Tai Ching and Nuwa's pursuit. Hearing this, Jiangnan was truly taut and filled with chills. Want this sword intent and supreme treasure of his? Be direct and just say it. A whole lot of bending over backwards and coming up with this hypocrisy thing. Who doesn't know what you're up to? Trying to snatch away the 6 paths reincarnation mirror and this sword intent of mine without a single effort is ridiculous. Bald ass. You are worthy of being a Western saint. Your mouth is more hypocritical than anyone else. Buddhism is worthy of letting me join? You can save your Buddhist disciples first. Jiangnan laughed lightly. The words just fell, only to see that he threw the earth-hidden king into the blood-drinking sword on the spot, and monstrous blood chi kukui emerged, refining it in an instant. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Jiangnan's ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and killing 2 half-saints. Receive rewards, enjoy 30% of the Earth's chi, 50% increase in the sage's sword intent, and 50 million years of realm enhancement. As rewards are handed out, the sage sword intent within Jiangnan's body surged, becoming stronger and stronger. The realm also showed signs of breaking through to a SS-class god at this moment. Seeing the scene of Jiangnan refining the Earthstore King, Ho2, who was watching this place from afar in the Ping Xin Hall, showed surprise on her delicate pretty face. Sweet potato froze in place at the sight. This, not bad for her master. Even in the face of the saint's own saint, he remained wild, uninhibited, and spirited. A hard slap in the face to the saints in public. September looked at Jiangnan's back, full of excitement and undisguised adoration. You seek death. Junti's face clouded over. Endless killing intent surged through him. In an instant, Buddha's light shone everywhere in the underworld, descending at terrifying pressure. Boom! Junti took a step out. The void exploded, and killed towards Jiangnan. The power of the divine saints shakes the heavens and shakes the earth. If not for the vastness of the underworld, with the support of the earth's chi, this simple outpouring of breath, enough to destroy countless small worlds. In the face of the incoming terrifying pressure, Jiangnan stood proudly without changing his face. Quietly listened to the task ringing in your ears. Detected that this guy, Junti, has a strong intention to kill the host. Assignment issued. Option 1, kowtow and confess to Buddhism. Reward, retrieve the sage's sword intent. Option 2, suppress it with the sword intent of a saint, and beat it until this bald ass spits out its relics and falls in the realm. Reward, sage's sword intent increased by 100%. Realm upgraded to SS-level god. Rampant. How dare you be distracted in the face of this seat. Junti instantly arrived in front of Jiangnan, snorted coldly and struck out a palm. The palm containing the power of a saint directly shattered all the space around Jiangnan. Sweet potatoes and September color changes. However, Jiangnan was grinning, indifferent in his place. Boom! There was a loud bang. Junti's attack bombarded Jiangnan, setting off aftermath waves that impacted the entire underworld. Not only have you inherited Tong Tian's sword intent, you've also perfectly inherited his ego and stupidity. When Junti saw that Jiangnan did not dodge, he burst out laughing. With this all-out strike of his, even a saint could not be overwhelmed by hard resistance. Not to mention that he had long since sensed that Jiangnan's realm was only an S-ranked god, and his physical body was weak. Junti thought to himself that Gangnam would surely die. However, the next scene blew his mind. Only Jiangnan was unharmed. The three swords surrounded his circumference, and the saint's sword intent became even more powerful, easily defusing the attack. Bald ass. Just who is stupid and conceited? Don't you have any pussy in your heart? Seeing this scene, September's brows stretched and she rebuked towards Junti, directly in his face. Junti's face turned green and black as he sniffed. He had become a saint for countless years, and it was the first time he had been pointed at by an ant. Killing intent boiled in Junti's pupils. Just as he was about to have an attack, an unrivaled sword intent immediately interrupted him. Junti, today you sent me to the door. I'll have to settle a score with you. Jiangnan's eyes stared. The majestic saint's sword intent spread out, suppressing Junti and suffocating him. Chapter 70. The Tongtian sage's sword back then wasn't fast enough. And even more so, it wasn't ruthless enough. Buzz! The sword roared and whistled. Junti had held back a bellyful of killing intent and was about to strike. As a result, a huge force hit him, causing him to crash down and fall to his knees. At this moment, Junti was filled with bewilderment, his brain falling into complete blankness. Jiangnan didn't hear a single word he said. Until now, he still hadn't reacted to what had just happened. How? Suddenly he's on his knees? How is that possible? He was a saint, a supreme being who stood at the peak of the six paths, and under a saint, all were ants. How could he be made to kneel by a mole? Even Tong Tian himself couldn't possibly let him show this embarrassment. To the confused and shocked gaze of the Commodore, Jiangnan's figure shifted and came before him, laughing lightly. Junti, when you and the other three saints surrounded Tong Tian back then, did you ever think about today? Today, I'll treat you as an ant and kill you with a sword intent that passes through the heavens. Hearing this, Junti burst into a rage. How dare you? Give me death. Next moment, he raised his hand and a Buddhist seal appeared in his palm, blasting toward Jiangnan. Jiangnan, dodge. This move contains Western Qi. Just then, Ho-Tu sensed the power of this move and came to the scene in person. She hastily reminded, condensing earthly Dao Qi in her hands, wanting to help Jiangnan resist. What are you hiding from? How can a district of Western Qi shake hard power? Disdain hung on Jiangnan's face. If one didn't get, before refining the two half-saints' quest rewards, he'll probably avoid it. However, at this moment, the strength of the saint's sword intent was boosted past 50%. Really look down on this Western chirography. The moment Jiangnan's words fell, clang, a sword light flashed and directly chopped off the palm of Junti's hand. See this scene. Those present were in an uproar. Sweet Potato and September froze. Ho-Tu was also a bit dumbfounded at the moment. What's the situation? She couldn't even take the full force of Junti's strike without injury. Not to mention that this move also contains Western Qi luck, so even other saints would have to be afraid. Just defuse it? Directly chopped off to the Dao body of Junti? Junti, who was the closest to Jiangnan, had his pupils contract rapidly and was completely confused, especially when he felt the sword intent on Jiangnan's body. It made him shudder. The power of the saint and the sword intent had become stronger again. It was terrifying enough to crush the saints and crush the Western Qi. Junti 10,000 times shocked, completely unable to see. Unholy, by what reason can have such a terrible sword intent? The more frightened he looked, the deeper the teasing on Jiangnan's face became. Back then, when you were able to kill Tong Tian, it was because Sage Tong Tian's sword wasn't fast enough, and even more so, it wasn't ruthless enough. When you meet me, it's the saints who have to kneel to me. It is the heavenly Dao that will bow to me. Jiangnan finished saying this. 10,000 paths of sword intent erupted, tearing at Junti's Dao body. No! Junti was really scared this time. With his style of always not wanting to lose face, in order to preserve his realm from falling, he immediately intended to beg for mercy. But Jiangnan didn't give him a chance to open his mouth. Raising his hand, he shoved all the sword intent into his mouth, ravaging the meridians in his body. Seeing this, Ho-Tu was a bit dumbfounded. This is a saint. You're not going to give me any face? The West is thriving today, and even old man Tai Ching has to be afraid of it. You're so good. You're just going to make Junti kneel down. Chop off your hand on the spot at the drop of a hat. This was not enough, but he went so far as to shove the sword intent into Junti's mouth, destroying his Dao body. This is too crazy. At first, Sage Tongtian wasn't even this wild. Similarly, a look of dismay appeared on Junti's face. The sword intent in his mouth entered his body, and he was going crazy with anxiety. No, you can't kill me, Jiangnan. No, senior brother Tongtian. I'm your senior brother. Senior brother. Seeing as we were once in the same sect, quickly withdraw your sword intent. At this point in time, Junti could only think that Jiangnan was the reincarnation of Tongtian. Only then could he possess this heaven-defying sword intent and frantically beg for mercy. Hearing this, Jiangnan froze slightly. A change of face? That's the face of Buddhism, isn't it? You're so arrogant when you're bullying people. Now that you know you can't beat them, you know you're scared? Don't even take the skin of a saint and just kneel down and beg for forgiveness? You're playing the emotion card, aren't you? But who's your senior? I, Jiangnan, am a fleshly traveler, and I'm not reincarnated, so it's useless to play the emotional card. Jiangnan smiled faintly. I can instead spare you the pain of having your Dao body destroyed. This statement was made. Hotu and the Sky Dome sighed in relief. Fortunately, if they really had to destroy Paramount's Dao body, the West would completely regard Jiangnan as a mortal enemy. Together with lousy Taiching and Nuwa, the consequences were unimaginable. Even Hotu had to panic when facing the four saints. Junti also breathed a sigh of relief in his mind. As expected, Jiangnan was still afraid of making an enemy of the entire flood. When he left safely, he would surely have to discuss a siege with the saints of the heavens. Today's Jiangnan was no longer something that could be solved by a single saint. Senior brother, then you should quickly withdraw your sword intent. Paramount feigned a prayer. Jiangnan was curious when he heard this. What sword intent? Why should I take it back? Did I say I'd take it back? Seeing that Jiangnan did not recognize the account, Junti Genuine couldn't tense up and instantly broke the defense. Good. Playing straight with confusion and amnesia? You just said you'd spare me the pain, and you've forgotten it so quickly? If you can't afford to play, don't play. If you really destroy my Taoist body, you will also die for sure. Paramount grudgingly looked up at Jiangnan. Seeing this, Jiangnan reluctantly explained. I'll kill you before refining you. That's also saving you from suffering. Let's cut the small talk short. Get your ass inside my blood-drinking sword. With the fall of his words, Hotu stared slightly, the celebration in her beautiful eyes instantly changing to incredulity. Paramount sniffed and the man went numb. Teased? You can still play like this? Is there no fear of Western retaliation? What makes you so brave? However, he didn't know that Jiangnan didn't care about the district's west at all, but wanted to make an enemy of the entire flood. Boom! The next instant, Jiangnan stopped talking nonsense and threw a punch at Junti's stomach. In an instant, the punch was all-powerful, directly causing Junti to spit out the shekels in his body. Gangnam grabbed it in one hand. A system beep came from his ears at the same time. Congratulations to the host for making the right choice, allowing Junti to spit out his relics in Fallen Realm. Reward obtained, Sage Sword Intent increased by 100%. Realm elevated to SS-Level God. Jiangnan withdrew his God. The strength of the Saint's Sword Intent took a qualitative leap. Then it coalesced into a huge green-colored sword. The strong pressure caused everyone present to chill. Hotu was completely confused and froze in disbelief. Also, stronger again? Or did you not show your full strength to begin with? This is outrageous. Not to mention the reincarnation of Tong Tian. Tong Tian's resurrection doesn't even have such a powerful sword intent. Junti was confused and shocked at the moment. But he knew one thing, Jiangnan, the god of killing, was truly lawless. If we don't do something, we're bound to die. Senior brother, are you really going to kill me? I have the heavenly Dao's chi and merit in my body. If you kill me, you will definitely be countered by endless karma. Jiangnan's face was expressionless. His thoughts were firm, and he pointed out a finger. Moment. The giant sword that condensed the sword intent of the saints killed towards Junti. Chapter 71 Kill. I'll kill. Boom. In the eyes of Hotu's astonished gaze, the green-colored giant sword swept out at an extremely fast speed. This sword not only rips through space, even more so, it erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. The lingering sword aura creeped out the bones of everyone present. In an instant, it destroyed Junti's Dao body. For just a few moments, destroying a saint's Dao body that had been cultivated for billions of years on the spot. With a face full of unbelief, Junti went up in smoke under the sword. Jiangnan kills when he says so, without any hesitation at all. Seeing this, Hotu's face, which had always been calm, revealed a strong concern. She really didn't expect Jiangnan to be able to crush a saint, but the other guy is a saint. How can you just kill it? Junti was one of the two saints who founded Buddhism and allowed the barren West to flourish. For this feat, there is the heavenly Tao of Qi and merit in the body. If you kill Honta, you'll be haunted by endless karma. Such a cause and effect could not be borne by even Hotu. Once tainted, the Earth's path Qi that she had accumulated for countless years would collapse. Jiangnan, you're too impulsive. Empress Hotu returned to her senses and stared. Jiangnan sniffed and didn't respond, instead looking at the location where Junti had gone up in smoke. He was a little strange. Where's the spirit? How can you lose your soul when you've clearly left your hand behind? Seeing that Jiangnan was indifferent in treating this matter as a child's play, Hotu was slightly anxious. With that, he dropped down from the vault of heaven, letting the soft flesh of his pink soles hit the ground and frowned. Do you know the consequences of destroying Junti's Dao body and fracturing the West's chi? When the heavenly Dao sends down karma, I'm afraid this sword intent of yours will be gone. This statement was made. Sweet Potato and September's faces changed drastically as they looked nervously at Jiangnan. Karma? Hearing this, Jiangnan was calm. He proved his path by killing, and he had deep killing precepts and karma on his body. What can be done with the karma of one more of his paraclete? It was originally a ruin, with monstrous karma and no chi merit, and was not affected at all. Instead, it would benefit Jiangnan and strengthen the idea of killing. Seeing Ho-Tu anxious, Jiangnan said with a serious face, kill a person which is so troublesome. What tread horse karma? I'm going to kill. Bull ******* saints. Whoever stops me I'll kill whoever. I'll tread horse kill. Ho-Tu sniffed and went numb. The dignified demeanor was instantly untenable. Frozen in place. Not. You're just like Sage Tongtian, aren't you? Reincarnated once and still so crazy. Perfectly inherited flaws. Ha! How can the karma sent down by the heavenly Dao be a child's play? If it wasn't for the devil who had proven his path by killing, the realm would surely fall, affecting his roots and bones. You're not afraid of killing? You're making me scared to work with you. Jiangnan, the saints of the heavens are far from as simple as you think. They have hundreds of millions of years of accumulated heritage and merit. You want to take revenge can only be gradual. There is no rush. Seeing that Jiangnan was like the Tongtian sage back then, prone to impulsiveness, Ho-Tu hastened to persuade him. She was genuinely afraid that Jiangnan would charge directly onto the flooded earth. That would be walking the dead-end path of Tonto all over again. Even with a strength comparable to that of a saint, one was still small in front of the heavenly Dao. Don't worry, Your Highness. I won't go to war with the saints of the heavens for the time being, Jiangnan said flatly. Then he looked at the location where Junti had disappeared, somewhat puzzled. Your Majesty, where is this Junti's soul? Hearing this, Ho-Tu explained. That's only the Dao body of Junti. The divine soul still remains in the West, and the saints of the heavens have been practicing for countless years and have always been cautious. It's hard to completely kill a saint, but with Junti losing his Dao body and his realm falling, I'm afraid he'll be knocked off his saintly position. Jiangnan sniffed, a little needy, and subconsciously whispered, it's a pity that a sage soul slave is gone like this. Ho-Tu was stunned, the corners of her mouth twitching. Ha, a soul slave? Do you really want to be a soul slave for Junti? You've knocked people off their sainthood. That's not enough, is it? To refine a saint into a soul slave. Since the beginning of chaos, you are the only one who dares to do so, right? Jiangnan, forget about the soul slave for now. Sit down and meditate. I'll help you reduce your heavenly Dao karma with earthly Dao chi. Ho-Tu was so anxious that she couldn't hold her manners and hurriedly said, Jiangnan was her only hope of breaking away from the heavenly Dao's control. She was afraid that the moment her karma descended, it would cause Jiangnan's all-consuming sword intent to regress. Your Highness, you are the holy mother of the earth's path. You should have been on equal footing with the heavenly path. But now that you have fallen from grace, you will never be able to turn over a new leaf if you consume any more of the earth's path's chi. Jiangnan interrupted. Hearing this, Ho-Tu looked grave. She mused for a moment. Immediately after that, he gently waved his hand and gathered the chi of the earth's path. Heavenly karma is coming down. Get into meditation. The words fell. Even Sweet Potato in September could see that Ho-Tu had to protect Jiangnan. At this moment, Sweet Potato's emotion of resenting Ho-Tu for pulling Jiangnan down was instantly gone. The Queen Mother is so nice to be around. No need. I'll take this heavenly Dao karma. Just then, Jiangnan shook his head and waved his hand to interrupt Ho-Tu's hand movements. The god looked up blandly. Next moment, above the 9 heavens, black clouds instantly covered the dome of the sky, and heavenly thunder rolled in the clouds. Boom! A karma ripped through the clouds and fell straight towards Jiangnan quickly. A terrifying aura stirred and swept across the land of the underworld. Under the worried gazes of the people present, a thick karma force instantly enveloped Jiangnan. This. Sweet Potato was appalled. Destroying a saint's Dao body, one would even have to endure such a terrifying to karma? The master has witnessed the Dao by killing, so he should be fine, right? Not only were the two female guile worried, but Ho-Tu also frowned her willow brows and looked at the scene with incomparable gravity. Jiangnan stood proudly in place, allowing the karma to enter his body without doing anything about it. Under the impact of infinite karma, the ground kept trembling, as if in fear. The status of the heavenly Dao and the earthly Dao, which was already in a superior subordinate relationship, was manifested at this moment. Buzz. The void fluctuates. All of the karma entered Jiangnan's body, and calm was restored to heaven and earth. Jiangnan slowly opened his eyes. A faint pressure spread out, and all sorts of evil and divine auras filled the air. See this scene. Ho-Tu's pupils shrunk slightly. She clearly sensed that the pressure on Jiangnan's body was increasing rather than decreasing. This gives the backwoods a whole won't. Why? Jiangnan went on the path of killing to prove the way? But how could someone as righteous as Sage Tongtian, after reincarnation, witness the Tao by killing? This devilish behavior, the Tongtian sage would never be able to do. The merit on this bald donkey, Junti, is so little that he can only attract this amount of karma. Jiangnan retracted the pressure with some dissatisfaction. Ho-Tu sniffed and froze once again. It's not enough that you destroyed someone's Tao body and compromised the West's chi, but you're still spitting on others for having less merit? What kind of devilish speech is this? The devil's way isn't that brutal. One word and you're directly fighting and killing. And the other party is still a saint. The devil's way doesn't have the guts to take on a saint either. Just then, Ho-Tu's face suddenly changed. In the next moment, the earthly Tao Chi in her body actually began to flow towards Jiangnan. The majestic geomantic merit also had a share of Jiangnan's. Chapter 72, If one of the 5 square ghost emperors can survive, I, sweet potato, will write my name backwards. Ha! Strange. How come 30% of this Earth's chi fortune has come to you? Ho-Tu was full of questions. Then he looked at Jiangnan in surprise. She hadn't even begun laying out a plan to allow Jiangnan to obtain the Earth's Tao Chi luck. How is this a direct transfer of 30%? Although it saved her a lot of trouble, it also botches up the early binding of Gangnam to the tunnels. Available at. Why is that? Seeing Ho-Tu's growing confusion, Jiangnan coughed lightly and casually explained. Mother, have you forgotten? I eradicated the forces of Buddhism and the heavenly court. This is a piece of earthly Tao merit. Besides, I still hold the 6 paths reincarnation mirror. Taking 30% of earthly Tao Chi is not excessive. Can't say it's a reward from the system though. But you can make it up. And it makes sense. After helping the underworld so much, what's wrong with taking 30% of the Earth's chi? That's possible. Ho-Tu sniffed. And the more she thought about it, the more reasonable it became. After all, that was the only reason why the Earth's path chi flowed to Jiangnan. For the backwoods this is a good thing. Jiangnan, now that the dust has settled, since you have the Earth's ways chi in your possession, the many matters of the underworld will be decided by you. I'll ask Meng to lead you to find Fengdu. And you can just talk to Fengdu about who to arrange to sit in the 10 temples of hell. Ho-Tu withdrew her god and said slowly. Jiangnan shook his head when he heard this. Not yet. Why? Are there still people from heaven and Buddhism? Ho-Tu frowned slightly puzzled. Yeah, the ghost emperor of the 5 directions is already on my life and death book, packaged and killed, and with their defection, not one of the tricksters under their command can be left behind. Jiangnan nodded. What's this? Can you sleep soundly without killing it? How do you get to the top without killing all the shenanigans under his command? Ho-Tu sniffed. A little numb. This kill directly puts underworld back to white knuckles but she could accept it if she could clean up the foreign forces and the underworld was badly damaged. Besides, with Jiangnan's character, who even dared to kill saints? He couldn't stop a bit. Kill it who can kill you. Ho-Tu sighed quietly. This calamity of the underworld was inevitable. Then agreed. Kill. But Fengdu has been following this seat since the witch demon war and has been loyal to the core. So he must not be killed along with him. Afraid that Jiangnan would go crazy with killing and not even spare his own people, she added another sentence. After Ho-Tu finished her explanation, her figure faded in place in the next second. Subsequently, Jiangnan turned around and looked at the Chujiang king grasped in Sweet Potato's hand and faintly said, You may now enter my blood-drinking sword. King Chujiang had long since lost his concentration in fear, and his eyes had lost their luster and were gray. Ha! Seeing this, Sweet Potato shook the Chujiang Wang's soul in his hand. No response. At once, she and September, who was beside her, were dumbfounded. It's not. Scared to death? A spirit can be scared to death? Jiangnan was also stunned. This was the first time he had seen this. The king of Hades can be scared to death of his soul? It wasn't just killing 2 half-saints and destroying a saint's Tao body. Was it as bad as that? How can you be a king of hell with such a weak heart? Jiangnan waved his big hand and threw the Chujiang king into the blood-drinking sword. Then he ripped open a crack and said towards the 2 female guile behind him, Let's go. Go and meet these 5 square ghost emperors. The words fell. Jiangnan stepped into it. Sweet Potato and September nodded and followed on their asses. Central Ghost Emperor's Mansion. Buzz. The void fluctuates. Next moment, above the dome of the sky, a crack appeared and a terrifying aura spread out as if it could shake the entire underworld. In a few moments, 3 figures slowly walked out of the crack. Master, 1 sword to kill? Just then, September exclaimed. What words? We are of the righteous path, and I can't do such devilish deeds as exterminating them with a single sword. Jiangnan seriously retorted when he heard September's words. What? Sweet Potato and September were a little confused. Ha? Not. Listen to yourself. Master, would you believe that? Can't you do it with one sword? It was only just now that a sword made the sage paramount fly into ashes. You're already forgetting, aren't you? Good. You can still play like that? Seeing that they were speechless, Jiangnan did not continue to explain. He's the right way. No. Then how could the earth think that he was also the reincarnation of the sage of Tongtian? Sage Tongtian is the righteous path. And I, Jiangnan, am just like him. I've always been soft-hearted. So let's have a good talk with the Central Ghost Emperor first. And if he's repentant, it's not like I can't spare him once, Jiangnan said flatly, then swept toward the large hall below. September was completely dumbfounded. Sweet Potato. Master, he's turned? Why are you still reasoning with people? Sweet Potato shook her head. She couldn't figure it out either. Did you really change your mind? That's not true. Just now they were talking about killing. How come the master's behavior is becoming more and more unpredictable? Go along and see. We are indeed on the right path. After saying this, Sweet Potato dashed off to chase after Jiangnan. Boom! Jiangnan's aura enveloped the Central Ghost Emperor mansion, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused the realm here to tremble. At once, the terrifying sense of oppression instantly startled all the tricksters below. Inside the grand hall, the Central Ghost Emperor's complexion changed violently, and he came outside the hall with incomparable gravity. Next moment, Jiangnan's figure appeared in front of him without warning. Former elder, if you have something to say, I know I'm wrong. The moment he saw Jiangnan, the Central Ghost Emperor's pupils contracted and he knelt down on the spot to beg for mercy. Oh, you are rather more sensible than that 10 temples of hell. Jiangnan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at him with amusement, and said, Elder, I have severed my ties with Buddhism. Please be clear. The Central Ghost Emperor was sweating profusely and trembling. What are you afraid of? I've come to give you guys a chance. Go call the other Ghost Emperors over. Jiangnan faintly said. Then with a sway of his body, he entered the Great Hall and sat on the Ghost Emperor's throne. See this scene. The Central Ghost Emperor's lifted heart finally dropped. Next moment, Jiangnan's icy voice rang out. How long will it take for the other Ghost Emperors to get here? At those words, the Central Ghost Emperor lowered his head and returned. 3 breaths at the earliest. Good. I can't see anyone for a breath of time, so you can enter my blood-drinking sword. This, Elder, they won't be able to catch up within a breath. Hearing this, Jiangnan was filled with impatience. Rubbish, hanging out with the Heavenly Court in Buddhism for so long, and you don't even have a magic treasure to catch up? If they don't arrive within a breath, it means they're not happy with me, which is the same as having a murderous intent towards me. This statement was made. Sweet Potato was stunned, a look of realization on his face. Good. Master, this is not changing at all. If you can't make it in one breath, you'll kill them? The formula for extinguishing the law. Right. This excuse is the same as looking at me is the same as trying to kill me. Righteousness. It was an operation she was all too familiar with. If one of these 5 Ghost Emperors can survive, she can write her name upside down as Sweet Potato. Subsequently, the Central Ghost Emperor hurriedly sent a message to the other Ghost Emperors. A breath is a breath of time. He wasn't sure if any Ghost Emperor could make it. Just as he was burning inside, the letter had just been delivered. 1 breath of time is up. Give them a chance, they're useless. Jiangnan suddenly said, killing intent flashing in his eyes. This statement was made. Central Ghost Emperor? Sweet Potato? September? Chapter 73. Breathing sound is too heavy. There is a killing heart for me. Roll to come to drink blood sword inside a catch-up. Not, Elder. This letter has only just been sent out. How come the time has come? It only makes sense that it should start counting from the moment they receive the letter. The Central Ghost Emperor looked at the boiling blood aura on Jiangnan's body, which was frighteningly thick with killing intent, and hurriedly said, You can't play like that, can you? The devil's way. Isn't this unreasonable? Although they are doing wrong, the crime is not to die. Taking a step back, how could they have colluded with the Heavenly Court in Buddhism if the tunnel hadn't fallen out of favor? You can't blame them. They're trying too hard to get ahead. The 5 Ghost Emperors were of the same breath and had a deep bond. The Central Ghost Emperor didn't want the rest of the Ghost Emperors to be killed either. He was about to continue his persuasion. Jiangnan immediately opened his mouth to interrupt. Take care of yourself first. I didn't say you could live. Faint pressure spread along with those words. The Central Ghost Emperor, however, was already sweating. After hearing an entire sentence, his pupils contracted extremely fast and he paralyzed to the floor on his knees. I don't think they had any intention of letting them go in the first place. Then why talk about giving them a chance? Mere torture? You've already killed so many gods. Isn't that enough? You're not satisfied with killing. But you want to torture Dawson's heart? Is there any humanity left? See this scene. Sweet Potato and September were finally relieved. The master has changed his mind? Overthinking. Still positively hairy and evil. Elder, we have come to redeem ourselves. Elder, a breath of time. We did it. Elder, we know we're wrong. We'll break off relations with Buddhism and the heavenly court today. Please give us a chance. Soon, the 4 ghost emperors hurriedly arrived, all sweating profusely, their breath disorganized. Seeing the central ghost emperor kneeling outside the main hall, they all knelt down together and began to beg for mercy. They think to themselves that even if they make a mistake, their crime is not punishable by death. After all, if the underworld were to run out of the 10 temples of hell at the same time, without the 5 ghost emperors, the whole system would simply be paralyzed. Who's going to do the work when they're all dead? One breath of time has long since expired, and you have secretly mutinied, and you still don't know how to cherish the opportunity you've been given. It's only right that I kill you. It's the way of the righteous. Jiangnan sat high on the emperor's chair at the head end of the great hall and said with a serious face. In an instant, all 4 ghost emperors were dumbfounded. Ah, elder, did you make a mistake? I have a very positive attitude in admitting my mistakes. Before the Eastern Ghost Emperor could finish his sentence, his head violently exploded, and hot blood scattered over the rest of the Ghost Emperors. Pang! The headless body fell to the ground. The remaining Ghost Emperors were incomparably terrified when they saw this, and the fear of despair invaded their brains. Still have something to say? Jiangnan's eyes faintly swept over the several Ghost Emperors as he slowly spoke. Yes, Senior's eye. Pust! A cold light flashed in the temple. The body of another Ghost Emperor who stood out was split in 2. Jiangnan took back the Qingping sword and looked at the trembling Ghost Emperors again, smiling lightly. Okay. I asked you to explain clearly why you colluded with the heavenly court in Buddhism, but as a result, none of you are talking, are you? It's not my fault for killing you guys. This statement was made. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. It's hard to imagine that this could come out of the mouth of someone who prides himself on being righteous. The central Ghost Emperor wanted to cry. This god of murder had even killed saints, and they simply didn't have the courage to resist. It's dead to explain, and it's dead not to explain. Do they have to die today? If it was true that they deserved to die for breathing as well, he didn't even think that was surprising. Breathing too hard. Ah, you guys resent what I'm doing? Then there's no way out. I have repeatedly tolerated and reasoned everywhere. Even the Holy Mother is not as merciful as I am, and you guys still don't appreciate it. So get the hell out here and come gather within my blood-drinking sword. As Jiangnan spoke, he raised his hand to kill the 2 Ghost Emperors in seconds, grabbing all the souls that appeared and refining them in an instant. Take advantage of the black smoke coming from the blood-drinking sword vault. Jiangnan looked at the central Ghost Emperor whose pupils had lost their luster, and suddenly thought of something and asked, where is Fengdu? The central Ghost Emperor, whose heart had long been as dead as ashes, seemed to come to life when he heard this. Elder, I know, I can lead the way. I can work for you. You might as well spare my life and see how I do. The central Ghost Emperor hurriedly said, what's all the gibberish about? Master, I suggest we just search your soul. Seeing this scene, September said with some impatience. Makes sense. Jiangnan sniffed, his eyes showing appreciation. It is indeed time to use some righteous means. Thinking of this, he waved his hand, and blood chi instantly enveloped the central Ghost Emperor. No, what you're doing is simply magic. Outside the Great Hall, under the shocked gaze of countless bizarre differences, the central Ghost Emperor's soul was immediately extracted. Soon, Jiangnan finished searching the souls of the 5 square Ghost Emperors. Not only have we found the location of Fengdu, also keep all the renegade tricksters in your head. With the mental power of an SS-ranked god, memorizing this stuff was unburdened. Gangnam is not regicide. After all, there's a reason to kill people. Otherwise, wouldn't you really become a devil? Let's go. First we'll go to Fengdu and ask for an official position as a Ghost Emperor for you. At that moment, Jiangnan said towards Sweet Potato and September. Who is this Fengdu? Sweet Potato sniffed, slightly curious. The Queen Mother is quite serious about this. The Master has just finished killing the 5 square Ghost Emperors. The murderous aura on his body has not yet dissipated. Now it would be troublesome to go over there and smooth out Feng's refining as well. Fengdu Emperor, the bright hand of the underworld. If you want to be, I'll just kick him down. By the way, Jiangnan explained a sentence. Sweet Potato sniffed, so shocked that a dull hair stood up on his head, waving his hand. Resentful. I don't want to be a great emperor. Following my master is enough. Seeing this, September was envious. Sweet Potatoes are a real favorite. She's kind of regretting it all. If I hadn't slipped back into the ghost world in the first place, also imprisoned in the dungeon, maybe it could be the same with Sweet Potatoes. So close to the master. What about you, September? This underworld hand is an iron rice bowl, with a constant flow of merit. Just then, Jiangnan inclined his head to look at September and asked, "Ha?" September was stunned when she heard this. Her previous loss vanished and she smiled. "I don't want to be. I want to follow my master." Jiangnan nodded and turned around to step into the void to leave. Fengdu City. Inside a large, gilded hall, Emperor Fengdu crossed his steps back and forth in the hall, his face grave to the extreme. What Jiangnan did when he came to the underworld, he all but spied everything. A proper god of killing. To say something disrespectful, Jiangnan made a move against Empress Ho2. He even thought it was possible. The death of the 5 square ghost emperors was still fresh in his mind. Knowing that Jiangnan was coming for him, Fengdu was incomparably terrified. "Great Emperor, you haven't done anything wrong. Why are you panicking like this?" At this moment, the ghostly messenger waiting on the sidelines was very puzzled. There's no reason to be afraid like this when there's Empress Ho2 protecting you. Could it be that you, the great emperor, have also colluded with the heavenly Buddha and Buddhism? That Fengdu's personalized trickster suddenly said in alarm. Hearing this, Fengdu's face changed drastically. Chapter 74, The sweet potatoes are drunk. So take advantage of the heat. Nonsense. I, Fengdu, have acted honorably all my life. How could you do something to betray the queen? Fengdu said angrily, but he couldn't bear to blame the creepy messenger who had followed him around for 10,000 years. Then what are you panicking about, great emperor? That creepy differential can't read. Fengdu frowned. You haven't seen how terrifying this new lord is, so naturally you wouldn't understand. That said, Fengdu's eyelids suddenly jumped and he said seriously, this Jiangnan senior is full of righteousness and calls himself a model of the righteous path. Even if I hadn't done anything wrong, I would be more or less emboldened. At these words, the trickster around him was confused. A model of righteousness? That master is all righteous? No, emperor, aren't you afraid of being struck by heavenly thunder if you say this without conscience? If this is the right way, why are your legs shaking? Fengdu, you have some eyes. It was at this moment that a calm voice rang out. No joy or anger audible in its tone. Only Jiangnan slowly walked into the great hall. An invisible pressure enveloped the space here. The guile diffuser beside Fengdu's side. His face instantly paled. Great Emperor, I still have things to do, so I'll go down first. Forcing back the fear in his heart, the trickster slipped out the back door. Fengdu reacted, his face green and black. Good. Leaving him alone to deal with the pressure, right? This little brat has to be checked out. Selling teammates operates just like Buddhism. Elder Jiangnan, the righteousness in your body is felt by Junior from several light years away. Fengdu was so attentive that he hurriedly assisted Jiangnan and went to sit on the great emperor's throne. Even you can see that? I'm always a nice person. Relax. Jiangnan sat on the throne and said indifferently. At this moment, Sweet Potato and September looked at this Fengdu emperor in a different light. This eye-opening is a masterpiece. The two female shenanigans immediately felt ashamed of themselves. Elder, if you have any orders, just mention them. Fengdu lightly squeezed Jiangnan's thighs and said attentively. You're a great emperor. It's inappropriate for you to pinch your legs. You do it in September. Jiangnan interrupted Fengdu and said towards September. There is indeed something to find you. All the tricksters under the 5 square ghost emperors and the 10 temples of Hades. Let's destroy them all. Their souls were collected for me by the way. Jiangnan continued. Hearing this, Fengdu's heart thumped. Still killing? There's no one left in the underworld with this kill. However, the Empress Ho2 didn't even say anything, so he dared even less to say anything. Fengdu responded in a hurry. I'm sending out 100,000 troops. How much? 100,000. Fengdu said weakly. Is something wrong, elder? How long is it going to take to kill this tricky difference? Jiangnan frowned slightly. There are not trillions but hundreds of billions of traitors to be purged. But elder, there are only so many trusted soldiers in my hands. Hearing this, Jiangnan shook his head. It's a sad day for you to be this great emperor. This amount of troops is not as good as a party of ghost emperors. Not to mention the power of the Jizo King in Dongyue. No wonder Ho2 was in a hurry to send out the 6 paths reincarnation mirror. According to this trend of despondency in the underworld, if he didn't take the 6 paths reincarnation mirror, sooner or later it would be snatched away. Give you 1 trillion soul slaves, plus 2 half-saints, and clear out all the renegade tricksters within a day. Jiangnan took out the human emperor's sword and said indifferently, as if to say something insignificant. Raider Shao? Hearing trillions of soul slaves, Fengdu's eyelids jumped straight up. There were trillions of soul slaves that had been refined alone, so what should be the number of living beings that had been slaughtered? For a moment, he, who had been in a high position for many years, was completely dumbfounded. A couple trillion. I think. Jiangnan sniffed and spoke casually. Immediately after, ignoring the frozen fondue, he gently waved his hand and the human emperor's sword flew towards the sweet potatoes. Sweet potato, you only need to move your divine mind, and the trillions of soul slaves among them are under your control. The words just fell. Sweet potato nodded. Yes. After saying that, she reached out her hand to hold the human emperor's sword. Instantly, he felt the infinite fury in it, far more powerful than the first time she held the emperor's sword. Completely like two different swords. The human emperor's sword metamorphosed too quickly. Now it has become a spiritual treasure. It's less than a month. Fine do. Look after this girl, Jiangnan said nonchalantly. The tone was unmistakably natural. It was as if it was him that Fengdu had followed these billions of years. Yes, elder. Fengdu bowed in a hurry. By the time he left the great hall, he was sweating profusely. Next, he looked over to Sweet Potato who, like the Queen Mother, did not like to wear shoes and liked to leave her pink feet exposed. What are you going to do about it, senpai? After half a day's thought, calling Miss is too frivolous, and calling Junior is easy to offend Jiangnan. Having no choice but to do so, this SS-class god who had lived for billions of years bent down and inverted the Big Dipper to call out to his seniors. Sweet Potato sniffed, a little confused. Is there any need to think about it? Apparently not. The masters have ordered it. Kill them all. Sweet Potato blurted out, killing intent surging in his eyes, completely losing the gentleness he had in front of Jiangnan. Fengdu's eyes went black when he heard this. Not. It's also a Zuni god of murder? You were so nice 1 minute, and then you changed your mind, didn't you? Kill, kill, kill. Who can kill you guys? Lead the way and try to settle all the traitors in half a day. Sweet Potato said calmly. Let's not talk about the trillions of soul slaves, with the 2 half-saints and the human emperor's sword. If she can't fix it in half a day, what face is there to follow the master? Fengdu sniffed and quietly moved away from this god of murder, saying with trepidation, yes. As they leave, the atmosphere in the great hall was quiet. September squeezed her leg and looked around at the lack of people, a flash of cunning in her beautiful eyes. Master, last time you favored Sweet Potato without me. Biased, she said softly. At the same time, September sat on Gangnam's lap, the rounded, shapely buttocks rubbed against. The soft, hot, delicate body had also been attached to Jiangnan. What do you mean? Jiangnan lowered his head, only to see the exaggerated fullness. A large area of snow white visible. Beneath the bulging collar that held up in September lay a tantalizing treasure. But Gangnam remained calm. After all, I chopped up more girls than I can count. The temptation was not so great as to upset him. Shouldn't you be pampering me too? Sweet Potato isn't as forthcoming as I am in that department. And don't you think it's exciting that we're repaying your favors in different ways? I have a more exciting way of repaying you if you will accept me and Sweet Potatoes at the same time. September exhale. The moist red lips spit hot air from one to the other. It sprinkled on Jiangnan's face along with his breath. She pressed her hand unfaithfully against Gangnam's chest, palms repeatedly rubbing hard pectoral muscles. A wave of satisfaction caused September's cheeks to flush. September. Sweet Potato was drunk that night and we didn't have sex. Why don't you take advantage of the heat, master? That could be the best time. No reason. What about me? My master seems to enjoy staring at my breasts. You can use them for something you would normally want to do, but don't have the time to do. If you like. September said as she scraped Inami's abs with her slender fingers. Chapter 75 Sisters you're so watered down on? Don't you want to ravage your obedient subordinates? In the great hall, the atmosphere is ambiguous. September buried her head at the clavicle of Gangnam, greedily inhaling the flavor. A thick tongue licked across the collarbone, wet and cold to the touch. It was very soothing to Gangnam. Even so, he remained afraid of calm, but there is no reason to refuse. Then he wrapped his arms around September's soft waist and leaned his body forward slightly, pressing September underneath him. In that instant, September's face reddened and glutted. There are beds in my subordinate storage artifacts. Strike that. September is going to take out the trick weapon, putting together a series of plays that she knows. One by one, let Gangnam play through. She was certain that after experiencing the excitement of these playful moments, her master would be absolutely addicted. It was even applied to every female guile, every fairy. Just as September's head was spinning with thoughts of yellow waste, suddenly, a light footstep sounded. It startled September, causing her to stop the movement in her hand. Jiangnan looked up. See only. Meng's cheeks were slightly red as she stood at the entrance to the main hall. Mona? What do you want with me? Jiangnan put down the petite rolling September and looked at the yokai outside the temple and asked. The queen has summoned you to discuss an urgent matter. The queen can't leave the Pingxin palace for too long, or she would have come herself and wouldn't have bothered you to make the trip. Mona said softly. Afraid that Jiangnan would think that the Empress Ho2 treated him as an inferior, he added a reason why. Lead the way. Jiangnan stood up and took a step out, instantly arriving outside the hall. The uninterested September glanced slyly at Meng, but quickly collecting his thoughts. Compared to the important things, these immodest things are obviously unimportant. Also, Mona seems to be in a hurry. Let's get out of here. Meng left a sentence and quickly left. Things are unusual. The thought flashed by, and Jiangnan followed closely behind. The Hall of Peaceful Hearts. Dressed in a brocade Taoist garment, Ho2 sat on a futon, her willow eyebrows slightly furrowed and her expression grave. Your Highness, Jiangnan is here. Just then, Meng's voice entered the hall. Ho2 sniffed and slowly opened her eyes. The next instant, Jiangnan stepped into the hall and wondered first. What's the hurry, mother? Ho2 sorrowfully said. Your identity has been exposed and Buddhism has gotten the word out. I'm afraid Nuwa and old man Taiching are already planning how to capture you. Seeing Jiangnan's indifferent appearance, Ho2 sweated and advised. Don't even think about getting hard. They already know about your strength nowadays. The saints of the heavens have joined hands to surround you. Are you also sure of that? Leave the underworld. You have the means to shield the sky. They won't be able to find you for a short period of time. Hearing this, Jiangnan frowned slightly. Saints joining forces. He was indeed not easy to deal with at the moment. It might even implicate those around you. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangnan cupped his fists towards Ho2. Thank you, my lady. I will leave as soon as I have arranged for the knights and wizards under my command. Hearing this, Ho2 froze. Obviously, he didn't expect to make Jiangnan soften so simply. She had expected Jiangnan to be as stubborn as an ox as Tong Tian. When Jiangnan left the Pingxin Hall, Meng woman worried. Your Highness, what if the saints of the heavens can't find Jiangnan and ask for your pardon? Ho2 was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice. The heavenly Tao doesn't even dare to kill me. What can a saint do with this seat? Hearing this, Meng Ma sighed helplessly in her heart. And the other side. September. Go back to the Guile realm and bring Fan Wui and the others to serve in the underworld. Jiangnan returned to Fengdu City and found September at the first opportunity, explaining. Subsequently, September nodded and stepped back. Immediately after, Jiangnan raised his eyes to the distance and peered into all parts of the underworld. The sweet potatoes were soon locked in place. See only. The sweet potato stands proudly over the dojo of Jizo, looking down at the group of Buddhist disciples who were meditating below. Apparently they hadn't learned that the Earth Store King had fallen. Seniors, none of this Earth Store King's disciples are in a low realm. To be on the safe side, why don't we wait for my 100,000 strong army to arrive? And by then, none of their divine souls will be able to escape after death. The Earth Store King looked at the Buddhist disciples below, a look of gravity spreading across his face. These could be the inner disciples that Buddhism had sent in order to make the underworld fearful, and their realms were generally at the S-class gods. Even he, an SS-ranked trickster god, couldn't guarantee to capture all the divine souls. Sweet Potato was a little confused when she heard him. Why wait? Just kill. The two half-saint soul slaves and the human emperor sword were there. If you can't even exterminate the door properly, what face do you have to go back? Thinking about it, Sweet Potato didn't bother to bull asterisk. She lifted her foot and stepped out with her bare foot toward the dojo below. At once, the A-ranked trickster god's pressure erupted. Boom! Splendid scarlet-red bizarre aura obscures the clouds and the sun. The aura of heaven and earth converge. A huge jade foot shadow tore through the void. With unrivaled poise, it fell fast. Fengdu was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Ha! Sister, you're so watered down on that? Not. You're only an A-ranked trickster god, just to be able to be more arrogant than a SS-class god? But, Fengdu's eyelids suddenly fluttered. Feeling the aura emanating from Sweet Potato, it was far stronger than some of the S-class gods. Froze again. What's with the breath? The aura of the sorcerer clan on it was surprisingly more powerful than him. A sorcerer clan. What's that? How dare you? How dare you strike at the Earth Store King Bodhisattva's dojo? Looking for death. Who? A class A god in the district. Something that doesn't know how to die. If the monk still doesn't know how to advance or retreat, today the poor Taoist will transform you on the spot. For a time, the jade feet in the sky dome startled all the Buddhist disciples. Seeing the huge jade foot, with no intention of stopping, the group of disciples suddenly became furious. Next moment, one by one, they erupted the aura of an S-class god and rushed up to the sky with killing intent. Good timing. Sweet Potato swept a cold glance at them with disdain. The sword then pointed at the few disciples who rushed up and swung a sword at them. In an instant, the monstrous fury in the human emperor's sword filled the air. With an unstoppable and terrifying sword chi, it engulfed these Buddhist disciples. Under the terrifying fury, All the disciples turned into black smoke and dissipated into the void in the blink of an eye. What are you waiting for? Hook her! Sweet Potato stared at Feng Du and warned. Yes, Elder. Figdu's tiger trembled, hurriedly offering up countless hooks and cords. Hook the divine souls of those few Buddhist disciples. Do it all. Once again, Fengdu stayed away from Sweet Potato for fear of being implicated. There was a pang of fear in his heart for that horrible fury. Being a grandson in front of Gangnam is nothing, but he didn't expect that he could only be a grandson even in front of Jiangnan's maid. This. He watched with his own eyes as many of his senior brothers and sisters, all of them fell in an instant, and even their souls were hooked away. The Buddhist disciples in the lower dojo were terrified, their hearts fearing to the extreme. Chapter 76, Using a Master to Kill a Disciple. You're a devil, aren't you? What a terrifying fury. This is the devil's way? Not good. This devil Dao is able to fight across the ranks. His roots are not ordinary. With such a monstrous aura, the other party must be a devil who has slaughtered trillions of living beings. I'm afraid that only the Earthstore King Bodhisattva can deal with it. Quickly report to the Earthstore King Bodhisattva. The crowd of Buddhist disciples were in chaos, all of them fearful. Hearing voices from below, Sweet Potato's willow brows were slightly wrinkled, and her beautiful eyes flashed with endless killing intent. It's all about the devil's way. No end to it? Can't tell right from wrong, can you? This baleful aura is clearly emanated by the soul slaves in the human emperor's sword, and yet you slander me, a righteous person. You all have a way of taking death. Sweet Potato hummed softly. At the same time, the baleful aura pouring out from the human emperor's sword grew denser. The Fenian is a bit numb. The baleful aura in that human emperor's sword was clearly the result of the accumulation of too many living beings slaughtered. How did you become a soul slave? The pot is just thrown out? Are all the Jiangnan seniors this positively hairy and evil? Each one of them is a god of killing. Seeing the black smoke coming out of the human emperor's sword vaults, Fengdu looked at a group of Buddhist disciples. A pitying shake of the head. Where do you guys get off talking so much? Don't you want to die fast enough? You have to piss off the god of death, don't you? He knew that this group of Buddhist disciples would definitely die a worse death. Next moment, as Fengdu expected, without saying a word, Sweet Potato slapped his palm towards the Buddhist disciple below. Boom! The huge palm wrapped in a shocking baleful aura, enveloping the entire dojo. In the blink of an eye, with a loud bang, the giant palm slapped down and countless disciples were turned into a puddle of blood. For a while, the surviving Buddhist disciples, all of them scared silly, changed their words. You are of the righteous path. Senior, we Buddhist disciples have always been compassionate and have not offended anyone. Yes, if Senior has his eye on any treasures, just say so and we'll give them with both hands. For the sake of Buddhism, spare us, Elder. You have to be reasonable even if you do it. What exactly did we do wrong? Sweet Potato sniffed and looked faintly at the Buddhist disciples below. After all, she was a righteous person, and reluctantly explained. You are in the underworld, and that is a capital offense. This statement was made. The air fell into a dead silence. It's not. And you say it's not the devil's way? They deserve to die for coming to the underworld, don't they? The devil's reasons for killing people aren't this perfunctory. The crowd of Buddhist disciples were completely numb. Immediately after, Sweet Potato felt merciful enough. One can still barely explain that according to the master, the Virgin Mother is nothing more than that, right? Thinking of this, she sharply swung her sword towards the remaining Buddhist disciples. Would swing a sword. The black sword light swept out. The accompanying terrifying pressure caused the Buddhist disciples below to be unable to move. With infinite fear, they could only scream in terror. Words are used in various ways to save lives. No, you can't kill us. When the Earth Bodhisattva finds out, you'll die for sure. Earthstore King Bodhisattva is a half-saint, and even has the appreciation of Sage Junti, so I advise you to weigh your options carefully. Hearing these threats, the onlookers of Fengdu found it laughable. The Jizo King, whom you gave hope to, is now refined into a soul slave. What about threats? You're all in a hurry to meet with the Earth King and the human Emperor's sword, aren't you? However, what happened next threw Fengdu for a loop. Sweet Potato swung his sword again, surprisingly dispersing the previous sword light. In this instant, everyone was stunned. The crowd of Buddhist disciples whose hearts were as if they were dead, reacted instantly and saw the hope of living. The threat worked. Who in this flood's 6 paths, excluding saints, is not afraid of a half-saint? Little A-class gods. How dare they take advantage of Earthstore Bodhisattva's absence to strike at them? It's like you don't know what you're doing. Just wait. You'll be honest when the Earth King returns. Jizo? Sweet Potato frowned and whispered. That's right. You should know the terror of a half-saint. I advise you to leave quickly. An S-class god stepped forward, thinking that Sweet Potatoes have been scorned. Stronger tone. Hearing this, Sweet Potato chuckled softly. Fine. It's okay to let the Earth Store King transform you. Who called my master's heart to goodness? A model of righteousness. This wish, I can fulfill it for you. The words fell. The human emperor's sword filled with black smoke. The fury instantly covered heaven and earth. In the next moment, a silhouette dressed in monk's clothes slowly walked out from the black smoke. His body was surrounded by a fury aura, like a demonic god of 10 evils. At this very moment, the Buddhist disciples who saw the scene were all wide-eyed and shocked. Not. Why? Bodhisattva. What's wrong with you? Where's your Buddha's light? It's not right. Is this really the Earth Store King Bodhisattva? Fake. It must be fake. When the Earth Store King Bodhisattva appears, it's Brahma's light that illuminates 30,000 miles, and this black cloud rolling around. It looks like an imposter. The Buddhist disciples present were filled with disbelief. There is no way that Earth Store Bodhisattva could have become like this, other than those few saints. It was impossible for anyone to be able to defeat a half-saint powerhouse. This is an unquestionable fact. You guys really deserve to die. Sweet Potato coldly grunted, retracting his gaze to look at the Earth-Hidden King and faintly said, "Degenerate them all." The words fell. The Earth-Hidden King nodded his head woodenly, and his scarlet eyes suddenly flashed with a piercing light. He then looked at the group of Buddhist disciples and laughed strangely. Jia. You all have a way to die. Seeing the situation, Rao Fengdu couldn't tense up. It's not. Why is that weird coming from a Buddhist monk? Who taught you that? It looks like only that master too. The next instant, the Earth-Hidden King swooped down and fiercely threw a punch at the disciple under the door. The incomparably evil black Sanskrit light flickered. The half-saint pressure spread out across the sky. At this very moment, it took a group of Buddhist disciples to recognize. This is the Bodhisattva Earth Store King. Coco. Why blacked out? Controlled by the mind? In an instant, a heart they had let go of completely died. In front of a half-saint, one couldn't resist a bit at all, let alone still be their master. Use the master to kill the disciple. This kind of devilish behavior. Murder but also to kill the heart. Boom! In the despairing gaze of all Buddhist disciples, a meteorite-like fist silhouette, rapidly enlarging, smashed into a ruined dojo. Just a breath of time, countless disciples fell and the dojo was wiped out. The rich smell of blood covered 10,000 miles in a radius. God-level powerhouses are covered in treasure. The blood water that converged into rivers on the ground contained endless aura that nourished the land of the underworld. Seniors, you're worthy of being beside Elder Jiangnan. It only took a few minutes to solve them all. At that moment, Fengdu returned to his senses and said attentively. Sweet Potato sniffed and frowned slightly. Where is this going? Can you sleep when you've been so careless in your past exterminations? Chapter 77. The sweet potatoes had taken the shape of Gangnam. Elder's lesson is right. The realms of these Buddhist disciples are generally at S-class gods, and their divine souls aren't good for hooking. Fengdu looked down at the dojo, seeing countless divine souls emerge from their heads. They stared. If we let one get away, I'm afraid it will be refined by Senior Jiangnan. Thinking of this, he dared not slacken off even more, staring at the scurrying divine souls and waving the soul-hooking rope in his hand. Who said that? Sweet Potato frowned. She seriously doubted that this Fengdu Emperor's half-saint realm was lying up. Exterminating a door is staggering. Not a bit of the pattern that a great emperor should have. Smaller, the pattern is just too small. There's no need to worry about this little thing. Stay aside and watch the work. Sweet Potato said lightly. With the identity of Jiangnan's personal maid in place, it was not lower than that of the Fengdu Emperor. This sorcerer from the ancient years of the flood was delaying her from completing her mission, and she was a bit impatient. Next moment, Sweet Potato's divine thoughts moved, and black smoke rose from the human emperor's sword vault. Not long after, the Dongyue Emperor, who was covered in black smoke, also walked out. With that, he and the Earth Store King respectfully waited at the side. Next, Sweet Potato raised her slender arms, pointing down at the panicked fleeing souls below, toward the earthly king. For better or worse, master and disciple, swallow them all. The master and disciple reunion enters the human emperor's sword in one piece, with a happy ending. With the words falling, the Earth-Hidden King and the great emperor of Dongyue quickly swept out. In an instant, the two half-saints opened their mouths and erupted with terrifying devouring power. The divine souls of countless Buddhist disciples were swallowed into it in an instant. When Fengdu saw this, his face fleshed out in horror. Ask carefully, Elder, this man has been killed and his soul swallowed. What else do you want to do? Sweet Potato didn't answer his words and swung the human emperor's sword in his hand. At once, the sky was covered with black smoke. Soon, trillions of soul slaves all appeared above the sky dome. Dig 3 feet into the ground and leave no chickens or dogs behind. Sweet Potato pointed at the dojo below, which had long been reduced to rubble, and said, scatter the yolks for me. Split the earthworms in half for me. In short, No living thing is to be spared, lest there be any future trouble. Yes, sir, the trillions of soul slaves in the sky respectfully said. Immediately afterward, they all fell into the ruins. Seeing these soul slaves actually do what Sweet Potato said, Fengdu was completely dumbfounded. Ha, how can you kill a family like this? But the execution of 9 clans won't implicate earthworms. Elder, this is a bit too cautious, Fengdu said weakly. You don't understand. The master said that even the mighty are reincarnated into maggots. Sweet Potato explained. Hearing this, the corners of Fengdu's mouth twitched. Subsequently, without further delay, Sweet Potato stepped into the air and left, preparing to exterminate the forces of the Eastern New Emperor. In the meantime, Jiangnan, who had spied all this, could not help but be a little surprised. This killing ruthlessness is even more ruthless than he is. A mouthful of righteousness, more smooth than he could say. Jiangnan himself hadn't realized that Sweet Potato had been around him for a while and had taken his shape. This is all starting to teach people how to exterminate. There's nothing wrong with sweet potatoes. We righteous people act like this. Seeing Sweet Potato's killing determination, Jiangnan lowered his heart and withdrew his gaze. Half a day passed. Sweet Potato rushed back to Fengdu City and returned the human emperor's sword to Jiangnan. Master, all settled. Sweet Potato slipped to Gangnam's side, hands clenched into small fists, while gently pounding Jiangnan's shoulder, while looking expectantly at Jiangnan's next reaction. However, Jiangnan didn't say anything, but raised an arm and spread out his palm. A demonic red trickster elixir lay in his hand. What does the master mean by this? Seeing this scene, Sweet Potato was confused and had a bad feeling. Why did you take out her trick pills for a good reason? Should she be driven away from her? For a moment, Sweet Potato was so nervous that she bit her red lip white as she asked, You don't want me to stay in the underworld, do you? Jiangnan shook his head. Thought about it before. I won't force it if you don't want it. Seeing that Sweet Potato was even more nervous when he heard this, Jiangnan was a bit surprised, but it was still soothing. Don't be afraid. I am merely returning the Guile Dan to you. Why? Where's the why? Gangnam said. The trickster Dan slowly floated. From the moment the tricky Dan appeared, the air was filled with a strong scent of wine. If Sweet Potato guessed correctly, her gilded Dan should have been soaked in the 10,000 years peach blossom brew. Could it be that even if she didn't cultivate, there was a constant flow of energy pouring into her body? This was the Gui Dan absorbing the heavenly material and backfilling on her. Figuring this out, Sweet Potato touched Tricky Dan with his finger. Seeing the situation, Jiangnan smiled slightly. He trusts Sweet Potatoes, and understand that it doesn't feel good to have your lifeblood under someone else's control. So return the trickster Dan at this moment. But just then, a wisp of soul floated out of Sweet Potato's fingertips, turning his eyes into the gilded Dan. Immediately after, not only did she not take back the Guile Dan, she also put it back into Jiangnan's hand. At once, Jiangnan was stunned. I'm giving it back to you, and you still don't want it? You even put souls in it? Just let someone else have all the leverage? Are you a masochist? Jiangnan couldn't read it, so it wouldn't be surprising if it was that pervert from September. But it's a Sweet Potato. You're a bad boy too? It's better for the master to keep the Guile Dan. If something happens to me in the future, I'll be able to leave something behind. At that moment, Sweet Potato chuckled. Seeing her serious look, Jiangnan pondered for a moment. With that, he took the Guile Dan back into the system space. After all, he couldn't guarantee everyone's safety. Keeping their Gui Dan, even if they died later, they would have a chance to be resurrected. Alright, after saying this, Jiangnan returned to the topic. What about Fengdu? Dealing with the spirit of the trickster. It should be here soon. Sweet Potato sniffed and replied. Jiangnan nodded. Not much longer. A divine light entered the great hall. Master Jiangnan. Hearing this dead commotion, Jiangnan knew who had come and looked for the sound. It's none other than Fan Wupian. Next, September led all the leaders of the Guile clan into the temple, and Fan Wui had already dodged next to Jiangnan, the fly rubbing his hands together. Master Jiangnan, I heard that you asked us to become officials. Is that true? Jiangnan let out a hum. Fan Wui was instantly excited and pointed at himself. What kind of official do you think I can be? I've heard that all the positions in the 10 temples of hell are vacant. I also want to be the king of Hades and be awesome. Not that he was thinking only of himself. Rather, there is a constant flow of merit in this position of Yama. It was able to make his cultivation grow by leaps and bounds. In the future, when Grandmaster Jiangnan goes to war with the saints of the heavens, he can be of some use. Yama? Jiangnan sniffed and said without any hesitation. You are not fit for the official position of Yama. Central Ghost Emperor it is. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Fan Wui's heart thumped. It took all of them listening to react to the fact that it was a promotion. For a moment, The leaders of the Guile clan present all sucked in cool air. Fan Wujie was even able to sit in the position of Ghost Emperor. Did they also have a chance to become big officials? Chapter 78, Little Fairies All Over the Floodplain. The degree of reversal dare not imagine. Jiangnan Moncler. You're not kidding, are you? Fan Wujie was flattered. It even feels a little unrealistic. On the way here, he had heard September say that this Ghost Emperor's official position was one of great power. Not to mention the central Ghost Emperor, the head of the 5 Ghost Emperors. Shouldn't this spot be reserved for Sweet Potato and September? Seeing that the crowd of Li Gue were somewhat disbelieving, Jiangnan lightly laughed. Wait for now. When Fengdu arrives, I'll get you all an official position. Seeing Gangnam affirmed again. It took the night trickster in the room to believe this. Anticipation ensued on his face. But more than that, he was grateful to Jiangnan. They were all well aware that without Jiangnan's boon, they were not even qualified to enter the underworld. Master Jiangnan and the Queen. You're not hurt, are you? At this time, Ran, who was petite and had a dull hair standing on top of her head, trotted in. Jiangnan was slightly surprised to see this familiar little lowly female Guile. This little lowly has advanced to a B-ranked trickster god. Like Fan Wujie, he was only one step away from being an A-ranked trickster god. You know, the last time they met this little lowly had only just advanced to SSS rank Night Guile. In a short period of time, it had unexpectedly raised several large realms. Ran, this talent of yours is even higher than mine. Sweet Potato was also surprised to see her. Being complimented like that, Ran smiled. Thanks to Grandmaster Jiangnan's 3 lights divine water and dragonfrost fruit. Hearing this, Sweet Potato scratched her little arched nose, secretly knowing better. Not much longer. Fengdu rushed back to the main hall and respectfully bowed towards Jiangnan. Elder, the forces of Buddhism and heaven are all eradicated, and earthworms are split vertically. Subsequently, he presented all the souls he had hooked. Jiangnan refined it on the spot without batting an eye. Looking at the blood chi that filled the air from within the blood-drinking sword, Fengdu gulped. Fengdu, I want to arrange for the Li Gue under my command to become officials. What do you think is a good arrangement? Jiangnan asked softly. Hearing this, Fengdu broke out in a cold sweat. This, do you even need to ask me that? The Queen of the Earth may not even be able to control you, right? Even if the position of the Great Emperor is not guaranteed, I wouldn't dare to squeak. Everything will be arranged by Senior. Fengdu from the heart. Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterward, his gaze swept over the Nightly Guile present. Instantly, they perceived their realm. All have been promoted to B-ranked trickster gods. At this rate of cultivation, in the case of sufficient heavenly materials, it wouldn't take long to break through to an S-rank Guile god. Fan Wui, I appoint you as the Central Ghost Emperor. Ran, you are the Eastern Ghost Emperor. The copper-skinned Guile leader is the Western Ghost Emperor. Soon, the dozen or so night trick leaders were all placed in official positions. It could be said that the remaining important official positions in the underworld, with the exception of Fengdu, were all replaced with Jiangnan's shenanigans. Fengdu was a bit flustered. Even though Gangnam is not an enemy, he has too much power nowadays. It's already on par with Mother Hotu. Moreover, this was all shenanigans arranged by Jiangnan himself, who didn't dare to care at all. How can this not be panic? But just then, Jiangnan's next words caused Fengdu to freeze in place. Fengdu, in the future, if they do anything to jeopardize the underworld, they will all be dealt with according to the laws of the underworld. Having said that, Jiangnan looked toward the group of Nightly Guile and instructed. In the underworld, Empress Hotu's decrees are my orders and cannot be disobeyed. Yes, sir. A group of Nightly Guile bowed. Fengdu also bowed towards Jiangnan. Next moment, Fan Wui was a bit puzzled and asked, Master Jiangnan, are you leaving? Jiangnan let out a hum. Sweet Potato wondered as well. Master, where are we going then? To the flood. Jiangnan sniffed and explained. I heard that Shen evening he founded the Fairy Alliance, and now that the flood is filled with little fairies, I'd like to see how heaven-defying they can be. This statement was made. Not only was Sweet Potato baffled, the knights in the room froze. Nice guy. Is this Shen Yuani so outrageous? Everywhere can produce fairies, can't it? Having seen the extent of the adversity of the fairies on the blue planet, they all sweated over the 6 paths of the flood. Master, when do we leave? Thinking of Shen Yuani's upside down, Sweet Potato was a bit angry and asked in a hurry. Right now. Strike that. Jiangnan tore open a crack in the void. Ha! Sweet Potato sniffed slightly. What's the rush? It looked like the owner was angrier than anyone else in the matter of Shen Yuani. If the 2 saints, Nuwa and Tai Ching, hadn't messed up in the first place, Shen Yuani should have died a long time ago. Aren't we going to say goodbye to the Queen Mother? Sweet Potato asked subconsciously. After all, leaving like this, the saints of the heavens would find trouble with Hutu. right? Jiangnan shook his head and took a step into the crack. Seeing this, Sweet Potato and September had no choice but to follow. I don't know how much time has passed. A bright stream of light crossed above the 9 skies of the underworld, covering the sacred pressure wherever it passes. This streak of light passed through Fengdu City. Fengdu's heart trembled as he stared. Saint's breath. At once, below him, the faces of a group of recently appointed Li Gui changed dramatically, and they all became worried. Master Jiangnan just left on the front foot, and this saint came on the back foot? It's not good. Can the Queen Mother cope? What if the saint searches our souls? Won't Jiangnan's whereabouts be exposed? What are you afraid of? It's very simple. Let's kill ourselves first and let Emperor Fengdu refine the souls. Isn't that it? A group of knightly guile had already prepared for the worst. And the other side. The streak of light stopped over the Pingxin Hall. Immediately afterward, he quickly descended and came to the outside of the Great Hall, only to see the light dissipate. Nuwa, who was dressed in a brocade dress, frowned slightly as she looked at the forbidding door of the temple. Sage Nuwa, I wonder what this trip is about. Just then, Mona appeared at an unknown time and respectfully said. Nuwa's face was expressionless, and she calmly but with majesty said, "Open the door." A faint pressure came over her face, but Meng felt very heavy. Let Sage Nuwa come in. It was at this moment that an ethereal voice came from the Pingxin Hall. Mona sniffed and immediately opened the door. The next instant, Nuwa's bare feet took a step forward and instantly entered the temple. Sage Nuwa, what is it? Ho-Tu sat on the futon, her eyes closed and her thin lips lightly opened. Senior sister, are you still pretending to be confused? Nuwa grunted coldly. Do you really have to wait for all the saints to come to your door before you can wake up? I advise you to hand over Jiangnan, and master can still be lenient. Senior sister, have you forgotten how senior brother Tong Tian died? Ho-Tu sniffed and said flatly with a pale expression. I have long since separated from the Shin sect and transformed the 6 paths of chaos back to the world, so why would I have a master? You. Nuwa frowned slightly, but the words of rebuke were stuck in her throat. Ho-Tu, who incarnates the 6 paths of reincarnation, is the Holy Mother of the Earth, and should be equal to the status of the heavenly path. The status was higher than she, a saint. The words of rebuke to her could not be spat out by even a saint in the underworld. Eventually Nuwa sighed. You've never chosen right once in your life. You've been imprisoned in this Pingxin Hall for billions of years. Don't you still understand that heaven's orders are hard to disobey? Who gave you the guts to harbor Gangnam? Chapter 79, Joy Beans instead of brain thinking. Fairies are like this. Nuwa looked at her former senior sister with complicated eyes. Since the start of the Witch-Demon War, their relationship has stiffened. It was the first time they had met since the end of the Witch-Demon War. Hearing Nuwa's words, Ho-Tu's face was expressionless as she calmly said, If you have come only to quarrel with me, you may as well go back. Nuwa frowned with some hatred. Can you change your warm and kind nature? Even if Jiangnan is senior brother Tong Tian, what does it have to do with you? What did you have to get into this mess for? Ho-Tu sniffed and opened her eyes, slightly sneering. Naturally, it's not as heartless as Sage Nuwa, able to let the demon race slaughter the human race. When these words came out, Nuwa's face immediately turned green and black, because when the demon race almost killed the human race to extinction, and she, the holy maiden of the human race, chose to stand by and watch, what would you choose if you were me? Nuwa said defiantly. She was forced to do it in the first place. How else could it have nearly severed the human race's chi in its hands? Give up the holy position, preserve the demon race, and shelter the human race, Ho-Tu said faintly. Hearing this, Nuwa was speechless. If Ho-Tu had been given the choice at that time, she would indeed have given up the holy position. After all, Ho-Tu was so merciful that she could put down anything for the sake of the deceased spirits of the 6 paths, who were incarnated in the wheel of reincarnation. I'm not going to argue with you about this. I'll ask you again. Do you really want to protect Jiangnan? Now that you're reduced to this level with only your divine soul left, aren't you going to stop? Go against the way of heaven, and your divine soul will not be saved. Nuwa looked at Ho-Tu with an ironic expression and said in a deep voice. Ho-Tu sniffed and hummed lightly. How can you be any better than me when your divine soul is nailed to the chaos and reduced to a prisoner of the heavenly Tao? This seat lives and dies with Jiangnan. If the saints and the heavenly Tao want to kill him, this seat will not allow it. As her majestic and peerless words fell, the power of the earth's Tao boiled and instantly filled the entire Pingxin Hall. Senior sister, don't be obsessed anymore. You and I can only follow the way of heaven. Seeing this, Nuwa looked horrified and continued to persuade. But the next moment, the power of the earth's path enveloped her. Nuwa only felt a trance before her eyes. When sight is restored again, she had returned to the Nuwa Palace, and in the Hall of Peaceful Hearts, Ho-Tu's beautiful eyes were deep, and she took a deep breath. She was certain at the moment. On the surface, Jiangnan offended the saints. But it's really going to be Gangnam's death. It's the way of heaven. What's next, mother? Mona entered the temple, worried. Though I don't know what Ho-Tu and Nuwa talked about, but she could make a vague guess. Sage Nuwa should have no hostile intent on this trip. The real thing to worry about was the rest of the saints joining forces to question the underworld. I'm the Holy Mother of Earth. I can leave my divine soul behind even if it's bad. Jiangnan's situation is much more dangerous than mine. To leave him a way out is also to leave a background for the underworld. At this time, Ho-Tu said quietly. Next. She waved gently. Meng instantly detected a touch of ancestral witch aura. Immediately after, a silhouette that matched Ho-Tu's appearance appeared in the Great Hall. This is the body that you have transformed into with the residual ancestral witch essence blood. Mona was surprised to see this scene, although not as powerful as Ho-Tu's ancestral witch body. However, this is the essence blood of Ho-Tu, and the roots and bones are the top of the world. Ho-Tu didn't say a word. Wave again. That body in the temple. In the blink of an eye it turns into a Gangnam lookalike. Meanwhile, the dull pupils of this body. There was an instant glow. Mona, send it to the blue star. As you wish. When Meng left, Ho-Tu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she looked deep into the void and murmured. Went to the flood? If you get the immortal execution sword formation, you might really be able to fight the heavenly Tao. And the other side. Flood, earthly realm. Above the celestial dome of a city, the void suddenly shattered. Jiangnan stepped out into the air, not looking for trouble with the Fairy League. Master, what are we doing here? Sweet Potato asked, looking at the city below with some strangeness. I can smell the fairies in here from a long way off. Jiangnan's words were laced with a murderous intent. Ha! Sweet Potato was a little confused. Fairy flavor? What flavor could they possibly have? It's not. What's wrong with it? Breath is right. But, are there really fairies here? Sweet Potato looking down on the city below. People come and go. A peaceful, nothing wrong and no one is holding up a cell phone and turning on a live stream to say something counterintuitive. But Sweet Potato had a second thought. This flood looks nothing like Blue Star. Maybe the fairies are different too? And the master's perception is never wrong. But there was another point where she was very curious. Then he asked, Master, do fairies really have any special flavor? I've seen a lot of sweet potatoes, but haven't really paid much attention to them. The words fell. Without waiting for Jiangnan to open his mouth to explain, the September beside him grabbed the lead. Avoid the smell of sorrow. Fairies are just joy beans instead of brains thinking, and when they open their mouths it's a pungent avoidance of the smell of sadness. Hearing this, even Jiangnan was stunned. What a great thing to say, but that's something he loves to hear. The fairies are like this. The more Sweet Potato listened, the more confused he became. What joy beans? Is this serious stuff? And, avoiding the taste of sadness? No. What's that smell again? Eyeing the Sweet Potato with increasing confusion, September shook her head. These words are still too forward for you. Watch the master operate. Sweet Potato sniffed and looked grave. After all, the master hates fairies. One of the main purposes of coming to the flood was the Fairy League. Keep up. Just then, Jiangnan's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, and his brows knitted slightly as he opened his mouth. Next moment, he flew quickly towards the center area of the city below. Seeing this, Sweet Potato and September rushed to follow. They knew that when their master showed this look, more than likely a little fairy was going to suffer. The center of the city. A wide, high platform. A man up there lined up and moved forward. The line was as long as a long, winding dragon, gathering tens of thousands of men. Ahead of the group, in a makeshift wooden hut, the screams of men kept coming. Beyond that, on the soft couch on the high platform, a woman with better features and long legs watched over everything. She then let out a chortle. Move quickly. All those whose eggs are not cut off today will be executed. At once, the men who were there in line paled instantly. Fairy Moo, don't worry. They still have their wives and daughters in my hands. None of these turtle men can escape. At that moment, the city lord of this city here, said sorrowfully at her side. Moose nodded with satisfaction at hearing this and sneered. Remember, in my 100 Flower Sect's territory, there can only be eunuchs. This statement was made. The men in the room felt nothing but a rush of egg. But they were only mortals and didn't dare to resist in the face of the immortals. The ones that resisted have also died cleanly. The ones alive at the moment are truly turtle men. Fairy liquors. Fairy is wise. We are willing to be eunuchs. Chapter 80. Where is the Wildflower Sect? Point in the direction and I will only make one sword strike. Ha, ha, no, you guys are sick. Sweet Potato's brain went down when he saw the scene from the Sky Dome. One lined up to gar eggs. A scene a bit you two can. Can someone really be that cheap? Let them be eunuchs and they can still lick it? Good. That's a purebred tortoise, isn't it? Once the fairy appears, the turtle man is fixedly refreshed in a 100-mile radius? This is outrageous. September was also a bit dumbfounded at the moment. It's kind of outrageous that these men are being conditioned to do this. Jiangnan's line about the flood of little fairies everywhere is not true at all. Without fairies, there couldn't be so many turtle men. Fairy Moo, there's a man up there. Being at this time, the fat-headed, pockmarked, bow-gang-looking city lord suddenly pointed at Jiangnan and exclaimed, "Oh!" Moo sniffed and looked up, seeing Jiangnan, who was dressed in a white robe, with delicate features, immortal style, and a somewhat evil temperament, standing proudly in the heavenly dome. A flash of amazement flashed under her eyes, followed by a greedy look on her face. "You, get off your ass and leave your eggs behind." Next moment, Moose's voice containing pressure rang out, her tone not to be questioned. Sweet Potato was instantly confused when he felt the soft pressure. Nice guy, a B-grade got arrogant like this? And dare the master to leave the eggs behind? How dare you talk like that? You guys aren't even qualified to lick. Never mind cut. You're all tired of living, aren't you? When the master takes out his blood-drinking sword, you'll cut, one by one, without a squeak. At this moment, a cold smile hung on Jiangnan's face. Canon, canon in canon. It's just so classic. Joy Bean connects to the underdeveloped brain. You don't know what you're talking about, and likes to get killed. It has all the characteristics of a little fairy. The level of anticlimax is no less than that of Jime on the blue planet. The fairy told you to get off. Are you deaf? The fat-headed city lord roared angrily towards Jiangnan. Seeing that Moose wasn't afraid of Jiangnan at all, she instantly thought that even if Jiangnan was an immortal, he would not be higher than Moose's realm. Think about it. Her gaze toward Jiangnan was filled with greed for a moment. Fat pig, you seek death. At this point, September was disgusted. With that, he glared at the city lord, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped her. Pust, Shasta. That city lord turned into a puddle of blood and water, spilling out onto the ground. September knew that the master of this filthy soul did not care to refine it. Next, a palm was slapped on the spot, causing that fat-headed soul to directly collapse and dissipate. Moose froze at the sight, and then immediately reacted with a face full of anger. How dare you? I'm an outer sect elder of the 100 Flowers sect. You dare to kill my people. You're looking for death. The other turtle men who were lining up to cut their eggs, suddenly came back to their senses. All of them revealed their anger and said with righteous indignation, "You dare to provoke the majesty of the 100 Flowers sect. You're simply impatient to live." The patriarch of the 100 Flowers sect is a member of the Immortal Women's Alliance, and as a man, he still dares to commit an act of murder here, when he's really looking for death. Yes, hurry up and roll down to cut the eggs, kowtow and admit your faults. Look at you have some good looks. Serve the fairy well and still have a chance to live. Jiangnan sniffed. The genus couldn't be tensed. This flood of fairies and turtle men is just anticlimactic. How dare a bunch of mole crickets gabble on here? Did your brains not grow at all? Or were they completely domesticated and lost by Shiniveni? Jiangnan couldn't figure it out and didn't bother to think about it. So he killed it. It feels sinful not to kill. Dajamet. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf, little man? At this moment, Moose moved to the classic motherly lines of the Fairy League. Noisy. Jiangnan frowned slightly. Immediately after, faintly, he swept a glance at the turtle men present. The pressure of an SS-class god poured out. The terrifying pressure was like a tidal wave, instantly drowning all the turtle men. Boom boom boom. In an instant, their bodies exploded, and blood and flesh flew everywhere, scattered all over the entire high platform. The thick smell of blood filled the air. The moment he sensed Jiangnan's SS-class god aura, Moose was filled with shock. A strong sense of fear gripped her heart, and her body was so cold that it didn't have a trace of temperature. One must know that the 100 Flowers sect patriarch was only an S-ranked god. For a moment, her whole being was bad. Next moment, Jiangnan's eyes fell on Moose in disgust. Now send you on your way. As the words fell, a saintly sword intent transformed into a green-colored swordlight and quickly killed out towards Moose. Buzz. At once, Moose didn't even see the trajectory of the swordlight, and immediately afterward, her eyes went black and she flew away in ashes. In just a few moments, Jiangnan made a slight move and tens of thousands of people died here. Of course, these people scourged the flood and should have deserved to die. Elder, spare your life. Spare your life. You're the big man. I'm the little woman. If senior can spare me, I'll do whatever I want as an ox or a horse. At this time, Moose's soul had just appeared and immediately knelt in front of Jiangnan, frantically begging for mercy. SS-class gods, this was simply not an existence that the 100 Flowers sect could mess with. Such a strong person could make a party of clans disappear on this floodplain with a single thought. Enough of this small talk. You like to fight, don't you? Get your ass over here and meet up with your Gmaes inside my blood-drinking sword. Strike that. Jiangnan then wanted to refine Moose in a moment. Master, wait. Suddenly, Sweet Potato interrupted. Jiangnan sniffed and stopped his hand movements, somewhat puzzled. Subsequently, Sweet Potato came up to his ear and explained, "This 100 Flowers sect looks like it's full of little fairies, so let her lead the way and just end it all in one go." Hearing this, Jiangnan was stunned. "No, you've gone completely off the deep end, haven't you? Oh no, it's on the right track. This righteous act of executing 9 clans is also becoming more and more skillful." Sweet Potato had almost forgotten without being reminded. Subsequently, Jiangnan nodded, and as he grabbed Moose, his eyes glazed over as he asked, "Where is the 100 Flowers sect? Point in a direction and I'll only make one sword strike." The words only contained a faint pressure, but caused Moose to feel deeply suffocated. Think of Gangnam killing at the drop of a hat. Moose's face was pale, not daring to think about what this killing god could actually do. Her brief hesitation made Jiangnan impatient. "Forget it, just search your soul." "No, I said." Hearing the word soul search, Moose reacted instantly. Today she had encountered the devil's way. This evil aura, coupled with this devilish behavior, a proper devil. The 100 Flowers sect is just 10,000 miles away. The next moment, she hastily pointed in a direction towards the distance. Seeing the situation, Jiangnan's gaze condensed as he looked toward the distance, instantly locking onto the 100 Flowers sect's location. Even several light years away, SS-class gods can peer in, and targeting a clan 10,000 miles away would only be easier. A clan should be neat and tidy, and this will bring them to you. Jiangnan's killing intent-filled words fell. Boom! Next, 10,000 miles away, over the 100 Flowers sect, the saint's sword intent converges. The aura of heaven and earth boiled up. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire 100 Flowers sect. It was like the might of heaven suppressing all the little fairies. Boom! A gigantic sword that surrounded the power of a saint manifested above the 9 heavens, rapidly falling towards the 100 Flowers sect. Chapter 81, Dad's Root. You big women really deserve to die. Die and be honest. What the hell? How dare someone come to violate my 100 Flowers sect? When the patriarch of the 100 Flowers sect saw the huge sword coming towards them, she was first stunned and then revealed a look of anger. The 100 Flowers sect was a first-class sect on Earth. It was also one of the affiliated sects of the Fairy Alliance. There was actually someone who didn't even show his face and directly struck out at the 100 Flowers sect, simply living with impatience. As the thought flashed by, the 100 Flowers sect patriarch was enraged to the extreme, her pretty face slightly distorted. But, just as she wanted to make a move to stop the giant sword from falling and to meet the person who didn't know how to provoke her, she suddenly looked horrified. She suddenly sensed a terrifying pressure of an SS-class god, a powerful half-saint? Moment. The 100 Flowers sect patriarch was dumbfounded. It's not. How can such a great power not say a word and just do it? This was still stopping an egg. Enveloped by this pressure, she was suppressed on the spot, unable to move, had been so frightened that his legs clenched and trembled. A yellow liquid dripped from the white ankles under the pant legs. An S-class god, scared to death on the spot. Tiburones? What's that? What a thick and long sword. So scary. Families, there's a strong enemy coming. Quickly go and ask the patriarch to come out. The 100 Flowers sect's little fairies were all startled by the huge sword that contained terrifying sword intent, and they all tilted their heads, their faces incomparably shocked. However, without waiting for them to react, the giant sword quickly fell down. Boom! An unrivaled overbearing aura swept through the entire 100 Flowers sect. In just an instant, the grand sect built on Spirit Mountain was razed to the ground along with the mountain. All of the 100 Flowers sect's little fairies were turned into blood mist and dissolved into the heavens and earth in a state of bewilderment. Buzz! Next moment, the void fluctuated as Jiangnan took a step out, instantly arriving over the 100 Flowers sect, the moose in his hand. Seeing the formerly prosperous clan reduced to rubble, his entire body was about to shatter. Who are you to destroy the 100 Flowers sect? Facts aside, what does this matter have to do with the 100 Flowers sect? Do you have any humanity left? Can you learn from our older women's natural ability to love people? You're practically a fiend. Moose was seething on the spot. Seeing the face of Gangnam's brutality clearly, she stopped pretending and begging for mercy straight away. To open your mouth is to throw away the facts without talking about the starter. Big woman? Jiangnan sniffed and was instantly happy. You fairies, each one of you despises men, but instead you tamper with the words that describe them? The Big Dipper, right? Does swapping male and female vocabulary cover your ugly faces? Who in their right mind would call themselves a big woman? Still essentially think women are inferior to men? Is that why you care about those words in particular? Papa's root? Let me go and apologize to the entire 100 Flowers sect. Moose is still fuming. Jiangnan looked at her like she was looking at a clown and teased. Alright, I promise to give an explanation to the entire 100 Flower sect. Upon hearing this, Moose, whose face was twisted, was also stunned, obviously not expecting Jiangnan to be so sensible. Count on your little man's eyes, Moose snorted coldly, just when she thought that Jiangnan had mostly feared the Fairy Alliance. Next moment, Jiangnan waved his hand, throwing Moose into the blood-drinking sword on the spot, repeatedly tearing souls apart with their blood. Torture finished before refining it. Moose people stupid, regret when it was already too late, only to leave a burst of pain wailing within the blood-drinking sword. Big woman huh? I'd like to see how many great women have been tempered by Shinliani in this flood. Jiangnan is holding a blood-drinking sword, with murderous intent in his eyes. His blood aura fluttered like a demonic god. It made countless living beings tremble with fear. Sweet Potato and September, who had just arrived here, saw this and were a little curious about what was happening. But they know one thing. Once the master has shown this look, the fairies of the flood can already prepare for the aftermath. Senpai, please still stay your hand. Senior, what exactly did my 100 Flowers sect do wrong? It was at this moment that the 100 Flowers sect patriarch's soul left his body in an instant and came directly to Jiangnan to get down in front of him, on the verge of crying anxiously. Elder, if you have your eye on any treasures, just ask, and I will definitely give them with both hands. Spare us. She was really just full of confusion at the moment. What on earth has gotten into this devil? A word is not right, not even said a word, and directly destroyed the whole clan. In the 6 paths of the flood, there has never been such a ruthless devil path. Well, at least show up and talk about the cause and effect. What kind of person just comes up here and kills the family? Sovereign, what are you doing? At this point, the crowd of 100 Flowers sect disciples were dumbfounded when they saw the sect leader kowtowing and begging for mercy in front of Jiangnan like a dog. Disbelief flowed immediately afterward. Some even felt that their patriarch was too humiliated, and anger flashed across their faces as they uttered accusations in a treacherous manner. Patriarch, why do we big women demand small men? You bowing down to men is a disgrace to all of us in Jime. No, family members, this is actually our patriarch. Why didn't I realize before that she's actually kowtowing towards men? It's disgusting, sisters. I can't stop thinking about the fact that I was once respectful to the master of a charming man. Toughen up, Jime. Such a dog doesn't deserve to be our great woman's patriarch. Hear these words. The 100 Flowers sect patriarch's face was green and black. As a member of the Fairy Alliance, she certainly wouldn't kneel to a man for no reason. But, it's a SS class god, a half-saint. These idiot disciples were not clear in their low realm of perception, and one was more arrogant than the other. Now even she, the patriarch, dared to scold her. Ignorant fools, always fearless. Seeing this scene, Sweet Potato's cheeks reddened with anger. Normal ants can just be crushed with their hands, but such fairies would be sickened by their words even if they could be crushed. Mainly a mouthy. It should be smoked. Compared to Sweet Potato and September, who were already a bit rattled. Jiangnan, however, was very calm and expressionless. He had heard these words too many times to have any effect on his state of mind. But kill or must kill. To see a little fairy and not kill her is the deepest of sins. This seat has given you permission to speak? Jiangnan's words were accompanied by a faint diffusion of pressure. Swish! The crowd of 100 Flower sect's little fairies turned pale and were almost shaken to their souls by the pressure. For a while, no one dared to speak again. Jiangnan grunted lightly. What kind of trash is worthy of screaming in front of him? You like to be don't you? Okay, then smoke your mouth off. You'll be honest if you draw the soul. With a flash of thoughts, Jiangnan took out the human emperor's sword and gently waved it. Next, countless soul slaves clad in monk's clothes slowly walked out from the black smoke that covered the sky. This is a soul slave? See this scene. The 100 Flowers sect patriarch completely broke his defense. Because of the aura on these soul slaves, all of them were S-class gods. And, how does this look like the dress of a Buddhist inner disciple? Nope. This is the inner disciple of Buddhism. Chapter 82 Going to War with the Saints of the Heavens. Riches and riches. It's not. Refining Buddhist inner disciples into soul slaves? What the hell are you demons? Nowadays, Buddhism is thriving and has a higher status than the heavenly court. How dare you offend this? The 100 Flowers sect patriarch's brain instantly went down when he saw these soul slaves. Smash their mouths until their souls are gone. At this moment, Jiangnan faintly swept through a circle of the little fairies present and spoke towards the countless soul slaves around him. Yes, sir. Next moment, without waiting for the fairies present to recover from their shock, the soul slaves raised their hands and fanned out countless strong winds, all landing on their faces in the blink of an eye. The little fairies in the lower realms had their souls scattered on the spot. When the patriarch of the 100 Flowers sect saw this, his pupils contracted rapidly and he trembled. Senior, don't kill me. I'm innocent. Jiangnan sniffed. The corner of his mouth hung up in a sneer as he faintly spat out a character. Die. Next moment, a saintly sword intent burst out. The 100 Flowers sect patriarch went numb, hissing in confusion as he was about to be engulfed by the sword intent. Why? I haven't said a word about you being wrong the whole time. Hearing this, Jiangnan reluctantly explained. Because I'm too lazy to say it, and you don't deserve to hear it. Just let you die like a good boy. With the words falling, the soul of the patriarch of the 100 Flowers sect was dispersed and dissipated into the void under the sage's sword intent. By joining the Fairy League to fight, there are 100 reasons to kill her. I don't know how many living beings in the floodplains have been victimized. There's nothing innocent about dying. Okay, killing her would be a blessing. Master, don't you even want the soul slaves of S-class gods? September was a little heartbroken at the sight. This is a soul slave of an S-class god. It just went right out the window. You're also a good-looking woman, so at least stay a little. You've become a girl chopper, haven't you? To be honest, looking at this 100 Flower sect patriarch's face and figure, killing her directly would be a pity even for September. What's the point of taking in trashy goods and letting her box in the blood-drinking sword? Jiangnan said indifferently. This kind of fairy sees straight to kill until it's cool is what it is. It's too dirty to put in a blood-drinking sword. It's not like there's a shortage of soul slaves for this one S-class god. Then master, where do we go next? Continue killing little fairies? At this time, Sweet Potato saw that the 100 Flower sect's little fairies were all getting their mouths smacked, and it wouldn't be long before they would all have their souls scattered. It's a relief, then subconsciously asked. No more killing. Jiangnan sniffed and responded. This statement was made. Sweet Potato and September both froze. What? No more killing? Why? Sweet Potato couldn't figure out how this ended just after the kill started. What about Xinhuani? Just let her live? That's not like the owner. Master, are we really not going to kill? Shenliani backstabbed you in the first place. It's too merciful to let her go just like that, isn't it? Sweet Potato was in a bit of a hurry. Jiangnan was stunned when he heard this. When did I say I wouldn't kill? If an extreme little fairy like Xinhuani is not killed, all the living beings of the 6 paths will suffer. Xinhuani should be killed of course, but the rest of the trashy goods, letting the soul slaves kill them is enough. Jiangnan explained. These little fairies with low realms couldn't even trigger the system quests, so how could they be killed? There has to be some reward for killing fairies, right? What kind of person gets off on just drinking and not eating? This kind of trashy goods, let the soul slaves kill and kill. Think about it. Jiangnan swung the human emperor sword. Several trillion soul slaves stepped out in a burst of thick black smoke, and they respectfully stayed in place. Search the entire floodplain, and if you find any forces related to the Fairy Alliance, immediately exterminate your family. Dig 3 feet into the ground, and leave no chickens or dogs behind. Jiangnan looked at the Earth-Hidden King and the Great Emperor of Dongyue and said nonchalantly, Yes, sir. Jia. I guarantee that the eggs will be shaken. The earthworms will be split in half, and they will be executed until they can't find a single member of their clan in their genealogy. The Jizo King assured with a strange smile. Jiangnan sniffed and nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, a black press of soul slaves quickly scattered towards the 4 seas. So, master, we'll just watch from the sidelines? Sweet Potato asked. Seeing this, currently, one could not fight hard against the saints of the heavens. After all, saints joining forces seem to be tricky even for the master. Otherwise it wouldn't have left the underworld. As for Xinhuani, she was sheltered by Nuwa and couldn't move for a moment. There's nothing to do. September, on the other hand, was suddenly excited. Since there was nothing to do, wouldn't it be a good idea to find an inn and play all the games she had researched? September grew more excited at the thought and licked her lips. With that, he offered. Master, it's good to be idle. Why don't you let Sweet Potato and I repay you properly? Jiangnan sniffed and wondered. Who said anything about being idle? Upon hearing this, both Sweet Potato and September froze. But there's nothing to do at the moment anyhow. Just then, Jiangnan's next words shocked them to the point where their scalps went numb. Next, go to war with the saints of the heavens and the heavenly court. Voice down. Jiangnan also didn't wait for the 2 female shenanigans to digest the news. In the next moment, he directly took out the Hongmeng jade pendant and retrieved the Hongmeng purple chi that shielded the heavenly chances on their bodies on the spot. This. Sweet Potato's beautiful eyes widened. Almost anxious. Nice guy. Straight to war? That's too impulsive. Isn't leaving the underworld about avoiding the saints? Why are we going to start a fight now? September froze as well. Didn't you come to the flood to kill the fairies? That's a pretty quick turnaround. Too. For a moment it made her CPU almost burn. Are you kidding me? But Gangnam didn't look like he was joking at all. Not only did he expose himself, but he was also afraid that the saints of the heavens wouldn't be able to discover it in the first place, and immediately activated the entirety of the saint's sword intent within his body. After all, the system's quests were hard enough to trigger. If you want to raise your strength, you have to go to war with the great powers of the heavens, and you will be rich and powerful. Boom! Sword intent rose to the sky. The terrifying power of a saint instantly startled the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and this aura spread to the 6 paths of the flood. A few moments, whether it was the returning great powers, the saints of the heavens, or the gods of the heavenly court, all of them were startled by the saintly sword intent. In the meantime, the saints of the heavens who were treading the void to the underworld perceived this aura and changed color. It's that alien being. How dare you go directly to the flood to provoke? Good guts. Old man Tai Chang, who had always been calm and unperturbed, instantly became furious, killing intent surging in his eyes. No! When did this Tong Tian sword intent become so evil? The first heavenly father frowned slightly, somewhat confused. That Jiangnan slaughtered trillions of living beings, fractured the Western Qi, and destroyed the Tao body of the poor Taoist master's brother, almost losing his holy position, endless karma entangled in his body. How could he not be evil? At this point, the receiver was indignant, and beside him, Junti, who had only left his divine soul behind, had already clenched his mouthful of white teeth into a cackle. The poor Taoist will kill this curmudgeon. None of the 4 saints were listed as having strong killing intent towards Jiangnan. Nuwa, who had followed them, was frowning tightly, her beautiful eyes slightly sad. However, due to the laws of the heavenly Tao, they had to side with the saints of the heavens. After all, the last time she surrounded the Tongtian sage, she disobeyed the heavenly Tao, and her divine soul had been nailed in the chaos. Everyone, follow this seat to kill this alien being. After old man Tai Ching said this, with a glance at Nuwa who had been silent. That is, it was said as a threat and as a protection. Senior sister, it's time to make a move. You don't want your master to get angry, do you? Chapter 83, 1 billion heavenly soldiers and generals? Roll in the blood-drinking sword and help me achieve the great Tao. Nuwa didn't say anything the entire time. She was torn. Even though Jiangnan had pissed her off so much in the first place, but Jiangnan was most likely the reincarnation of Master Tong Tian. Letting her completely erase the last legacy of senior brother Tong Tian was 100 times more reluctant in her heart. But then he had to join the team to kill Jiangnan. The will of heaven cannot be disobeyed by the sages. Eventually Nuwa sighed softly. Teacher Hongjuan's decree. Disciple will certainly follow it. It was only after hearing this that the remaining 4 saints finally nodded in satisfaction. He then stepped into the void and returned to the floodlands, seeking the aura of sword intent released by Jiangnan. In the meantime, Nuwa Palace. Almost at the moment when the saint's sword intent was revealed, Shen Yuani immediately detected it. Gangnam? Well, how dare you show up in the flood? Today you'll have no way to heaven and no door to enter the earth. Determining that it was Jiangnan sent, Shen Liani's face was full of resentment and she clenched her gums. Next moment, a shocking aura of an SS-class god spread out from her. Shen Yuani had enjoyed countless heavenly treasures since she had worshipped under Nuwa. The physical body was molded by Nuwa herself with spiritual clay, and the root bones were superb. And having founded the Fairy League, and having been meritorious in preaching the word, the heavenly Tao was selfish and sent down great merits and virtues, all sorts of chances stacked on top of each other. And in just a short period of time, it allowed Shen Yuani to step into the half-saint. Just as Shen Yuani flashed to the outside of Nuwa Palace and prepared to go to Jiangnan's location, a disgruntled voice came. Senior sister Shen, Mother Nuwa has 3 orders not to allow you to leave the Nuwa Palace. The moment the words rang out, Nuwa's mount, the Golden Phoenix, was frowning at the moment, blocking in front of Shen Yuani. Ha! Shen Liani let out a light laugh and said in an icy tone, Scram! Otherwise don't blame me for disregarding the friendship of the division. Say it. The killing chance in her body surged, with the intention of striking out at the drop of a hat. Seeing this scene, a flash of anger flashed across Golden Phoenix's face. Treason! I'm your senior sister. Shen Yuani smiled instantly at his words. Calling you senior sister, do you really think you can ride on my head? Since you don't know what you're doing, you can't blame me. The moment these words fell, Shen Yuani uttering such treacherous words made Jin Feng somewhat incredulous. Just as she was shocked, suddenly a streak of sword light swept by with an incomparably astonishing aura that not only tore through the sky, but also caused the Golden Phoenix's eyes to briefly lose their sight with the extreme light of the sword. In a flash, the sharp sword light cut across Golden Phoenix's neck, drawing a line of blood. Shen Liani, holding her sword, didn't know when to swing this sword and watched coldly. You, how dare you make a move on me? Jin Feng was instantly confused, covering his neck, and while his consciousness was blurred, he said in a million shocks, She really didn't expect that Xin Liani was bewitched to such an extent that she could even lay her hands on the same door. Xin Yuani snorted coldly and didn't answer her. What's so daring about killing a fellow disciple? I won't even spare my own 9 clans, let alone fellow disciples who are not related by blood. Thoughts flashed. Xin Yuani quickly swept towards Jiangnan's location. And the other side. The heavenly court moves very quickly. At the first sign of Gangnam's exposure, the Jade Emperor immediately dispatched 1 billion heavenly soldiers and generals. Rushed to the location of Gangnam. Not much longer. This side of Jiangnan. There are dark currents surging above the 9 heavens. Countless terrifying auras envelop this piece of heaven and earth. Master, what should we do? Sweet Potato was dying to see this. Wasn't the original plan to develop obscenely and clear out the flood of fairies first? How's that for a direct declaration of war? Although you are a model of righteousness, you have an aura that is more evil than the devil's path. So obviously no one will believe you. It's over. I'm afraid that the entire righteous path and the 6 flood roads will stand against each other and come together to surround and kill. September was brain dead at the moment. That's what puts the underworld to rest. Turn your head and be an enemy of the whole flood? No. What's going on here? It's already tricky for the saints of the heavens to join forces. There you go. Go directly to war with the flood powers. What's the response now? September was in a hurry. In a hurry. Looking at the thunderclouds containing a terrifying aura on the sky dome, she worried. Master, is this really okay? Jiangnan sniffed and let out a light laugh. What could be the problem? Kill all the people who are creating the problem and there will be no problem. Wouldn't have wanted to go to war so soon. But who made this flood of fairies too trashy? Couldn't even trigger a system mission. He was afraid that the realm of the person who came was too low. If he still couldn't trigger the system mission, then this flood of great powers was really a bit of a waste. Hearing Jiangnan's words, Sweet Potato and September's minds crumbled a bit. Come on. But if the master wants to kill, they naturally won't back down. Fellow Daoist fan. No. Fellow Daoist Jiangnan. Hello again. Just then, an astonished voice fell from the 9 heavens above. Next moment, miles of thunderclouds dispersed, and vast numbers of heavenly soldiers and generals stepped into the void and arranged themselves neatly. Buzz. The void shattered. Yang Jin slowly stepped out from the void, standing proudly in front of the heavenly soldiers and generals, looking down at Jiangnan with a smile on his face. The moment he appeared, endless divine might swept through, domineering. Yang Jian? Jiangnan raised his eyes and looked away, frowning slightly as he said indifferently, if you want to strike, prepare your soul first. This statement was made. The 1 billion heavenly soldiers and generals showed their anger in grim faces. How dare you provoke Erlang Xianshang when you are really looking for death? Even though you have the sword intent of a heavenly saint, you're only an SS-ranked god. Where did you get the guts to be arrogant? My heavenly court is in charge of the 3 realms, with countless SS-level gods and even saints in attendance. How dare you act recklessly? I advise you to surrender quickly and wait for the Jade Emperor to deal with you, or your soul will be scattered today. Disdain flowed from all the faces of the heavenly soldiers and generals. And you sneered. The sun-swallowing god at Yang Jian's feet and the roaring dog were also barking furiously at this moment, extremely dissatisfied with Jiangnan. This is the heavenly war god? Sweet Potato looked at Yang Jian. A bit strange. Didn't the master say he'd set things right back in the creepy world? Why are you still alive? Shouldn't it be refined? Did it escape from the master? Looking away like that is really not to be underestimated. Likewise, September thought with Sweet Potatoes. For a while, the 2 female guileful bodies were filled with a guileful aura, as if Jiangnan was planning to strike as soon as she opened her mouth. At this very moment, Jiangnan didn't intend to continue with the nonsense. His eyes condensed and 3 swords surrounded his body. Although he had a one-sided relationship with Yang Jian, if the other party had a killing intent, then he could only invite him into the blood-drinking sword to have a seat. However, just as the roaring dogs saw that Jiangnan would not return to surrender, they barked more and more loudly and furiously. Stupid dog, shut up. Yang Jian frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Hearing these unquestionable words, the snarling dog closed his mouth tightly, somewhat confused. Immediately after, Yang Jian took out the 3-pointed 2-edged sword and looked at Jiangnan with a smile. Fellow Daoist Jiangnan, if you can make me lose, I'll help you cause havoc in heaven. Chapter 84, One move to kill the MVP of the God-sealing war Heavenly Court War God of Justice Heavenly God Erlang Xianshang. What? True Lord, don't joke. What do you mean by helping him make a fuss in heaven? Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, 1 billion heavenly soldiers and generals had their faces changed violently. Last time, Yang Jian caused havoc in the heavenly court, killed 9 golden crows, went straight up to the heavenly court, tore down the south heavenly gate, and killed hundreds of millions of heavenly soldiers. That's no way to make a joke. The life of a heavenly soldier is also a life. Seeing that Yang Jian didn't seem to be joking, September and Sweet Potato were confused. Ha, ha, aren't you the god of war in heaven? Why do you look like a rebel? Is it appropriate to just say this unapologetically in front of a billion heavenly soldiers and generals? Who the hell gave you the title of god of war? How can he serve in the heavenly court when he clearly has an anti-heavenly court heart? There's someone up there, isn't there? Jiangnan was also stunned. It's not. What's the point of fighting when there's no killing intent? You don't even want him to do the job, do you? For a while, Jiangnan's gaze toward Yang Jian was rather unkind. Fellow Daoist Jiangnan, you don't seem happy about it? See this scene? Yang Jian asked subconsciously as he was a bit bewildered. Why do you look so reluctant to help you fight against heaven? He couldn't read it. Sure, would love to. Jiangnan gritted his teeth in a rare manner. It's always impossible not to want this white-knuckle hitter. But the system quests weren't triggered, and it was quite upsetting. But still, he said kindly, Yang Jian, how can I convince you? Hearing this, Yang Jian smiled slightly. Beat me in 10 moves. The words fell. Yang Jian's body erupted with the amazing pressure of a SS-class god. There is also a gap between half-saints. His aura was far stronger than that of the Earth-Hidden King and the Great Emperor of Dongyue. Jiangnan smiled faintly as he sniffed and stretched out a finger to indicate this. One move is enough. Along with this arrogant to the extreme words came out. The heavenly soldiers and generals present were in an uproar. Rao Yang Jian's face changed. These words were even wilder than those of the Tongtian sage. He was the MVP in the God Seal War back in the day. Don't want to lose face? Among the half-saints, it was also an invincible existence. Even if a saint makes a move, it is impossible to subdue Yang Jian in one move. Fellow Daoist Jiangnan, that's not realistic. Yang Jian was a bit dissatisfied. However, Jiangnan did not speak and simply raised his hand a little. Suddenly, 10,000 saints burst out, the power of the saints boiling over, instantly covering 10,000 miles of heaven and earth. Boom! The Qingping sword, the human emperor sword, and the blood-drinking sword quickly swept out, and the terrifying to the extreme sword chi caused the 9 heavens and 10 earths to tremble. A few moments, the powerful sword intent drowned Yang Jian, not giving any chance to react. This, Yang Jian immediately changed color. His heart was appalled, and his pupils contracted rapidly. How is this sword intent stronger than Sage Tongtian? In an instant, Yang Jian looked alarmed and switched the spiritual power in his body. That's when he realized. Spiritual energy has been under this sword intent filled with the power of the saints, being forcibly blocked in the body. Can't use a bit. It was even imprisoned in place, unable to move. How can? Yang Jian's face was full of incredulity. Such a sense of oppression. Even a saint couldn't do it. Boom! 10,000 sword intentions converged into a river, like the Milky Way descending 3,000 feet straight down. The sword light was extremely harsh, instantly engulfing Yang Jian and knocking him to the ground. Alive or dead? Defeated? The true lord has lost? Impossible. How could this sword intent be terrifying to such an extent? The true lord was actually really seconded by a single move? Could it be that he's even more powerful than the Tongtian sage? Not good. This person can only be dealt with by saints. Quickly go back to the heavenly court and ask the saints to come out. 1 billion heavenly soldiers and generals were creeped out when they saw that Yang Jian was directly killed in a second with a single move without even the ability to fight back or even resist. Master, did you just kill him? Sweet Potato had some chills. Isn't he trying to help us? This lifted his hand and extinguished it. Is it not good? We're on the right path. Jiangnan sniffed and shook his head. Didn't kill. Just seconds. Didn't he want to be convinced? He should always be convinced now. Upon hearing this, Sweet Potato's entire body went numb. Nice guy. Is that how the heart is convinced? Are you sure people don't mean to have a good fight and still happen to lose to you before they are convinced? Straight up seconds, that's too disrespectful. At least he's a heavenly war god. The corners of September's mouth twitched as she stepped aside. I'm afraid this Yang Jian didn't expect that he would lose so badly. Didn't even get a chance to do anything the whole time. Pathetic. At this moment, Jiangnan looked at the heavenly soldiers and generals who fled in panic with a disgruntled expression. Because the system really doesn't send out quests anymore. These 1 billion heavenly soldiers and generals had been routed, only thinking of escaping back to the heavenly court. And none of them had a strong intention to kill Jiangnan. Quests naturally don't trigger. You're all such wimps. You're all assholes in heaven, aren't you? That can't be helped. I am of the righteous path, with a good heart and great compassion, and I cannot see the existence of assholes in heaven. Since he didn't even have the courage to respond to the battle, he could just refine them all and do a good deed for the heavenly court. Think about it. Jiangnan swung the blood-drinking sword. In an instant, 1 billion heavenly soldiers and generals, even if they escaped several light years away, their divine souls were yanked into the blood-drinking sword and instantly refined. See this scene. The snarling dog trembled, his heart horrified and terrified to the extreme. For a while it made it forget that Yang Jian was still lying on the ground. It can survive because it is Yang Jian's dog. Jiangnan's face was expressionless and bland as he glanced at Roaring Dog and teased, "Son swallowing godly monarch, do you also try this seat sword? Sharp or not?" This statement was made. Roaring Dog was horrified, his head shaking like a rattledrum. "Then what are you waiting for? Go check Yang Jian's injury." Woof woof. When the Roaring Dog heard this, he was relieved and fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. "Master, it looks like the saints of the heavens haven't come yet, so why don't we think long and hard about it?" At that moment, seeing that there was no sign of the saint, Sweet Potato's brows stretched and offered, "Yes, Master, I think you need to calm down. It's a bit impulsive to go to war with a saint at the moment." September chimed in. Hearing their words, Jiangnan shook his head slightly. "Calm down about what? I'm very calm right now. If the system mission doesn't come again, that's just not cool. How can you fight against the heavenly Tao without a system mission? Can't think long term for a bit. It has to be wrestled with. Furthermore, even if they went up against the saints of the heavens, it was still uncertain who would lose and who would win. For the sake of the system's mission, it must go to war. I'm calm. I must battle the saints of the heavens today, even if the heavenly Tao comes down. I can't take a step back." Sweet Potato and September's hearts lifted. "Ah, the saints of the heavens aren't enough, but the heavenly Tao is also in your sights, isn't it? That's the way of heaven. Is it really going to win?" Sweet Potato was feeling a little hungover at the moment. Even if the master is the reincarnation of a saint, he doesn't have much chance of winning against the heavenly Tao, right? Eat your melon aside, and watch work next. Seeing that the two female guile were very worried, Jiangnan said in a salty manner. In the meantime, 2 petals of watermelon were removed and thrown into their hands. Just as Jiangnan was about to rush up to the heavenly court, a dainty voice suddenly rang out. "Jiangnan, finally I have found you. Dad's a root. It's time to settle the vendetta on the blue planet." Shen Liani's face was full of resentment, and she didn't know when she had appeared in the sky dome, staring at Jiangnan Dao with a deadly stare. Chapter 85, Against the Will of Women? Well, the extreme fairy is like this. Shen Yuani? Sweet Potato froze when he saw the familiar silhouette in the dome of the sky. Good. He was worried that he couldn't find Shen Yuani, but it turned out that she came to his door looking for death herself. "You forget how you died on the blue planet, don't you? Still dare to provoke. Could it be that there is an undercard?" Thinking of this, Sweet Potato's face changed, and his divine sense spread out to perceive 10,000 miles around. "This doesn't have the breath of a saint, either. You're just here to get yourself killed, aren't you?" Eyeing Shen Lanyi, whose grievances were heavier than those of a ghost, Jiangnan was also stunned. "Isn't it good to hide in Yuhua Palace? I'm releasing sage sword intent here, and I still dare to come all the way here to seek death. Worthy of being the ultimate fairy. There's no one else with this brain wiring." Jiangnan shook his head, too lazy to think about the brain circuits of a creature like a fairy. Their brains are different from normal people in the first place. It wouldn't be a normal person to understand them. "You destroyed my flesh, causing me to lose my empire and making the world laugh. Today I will kill you." Shen Yuani almost finished saying this through clenched teeth. The words fell. She stepped out, and the pressure of an SS-class god was vast, instantly enveloping the 3 Jiangnan men. Sweet Potato and September, feeling this powerful sense of oppression, were somewhat surprised. How did her realm rise so fast? Sweet Potato subconsciously said, "It's not that I'm afraid." After all, Jiangnan had just raised his hand to kill Yang Jian in seconds. Mainly Shen Yuani's rate of improvement was just too fast. A short time, not even a month. Shen Yuani unexpectedly stepped from mortal to half-saint right away. September couldn't read it either. That's an upgrade, isn't it? If Shen Yuani was given a little more time, I'm afraid that she would really have a chance to obtain the holy position. Jiangnan didn't change his face and didn't feel anything strange. There is selfishness in the ways of heaven, and there is selfishness in the ways of the saints. Although Shen Yuani's little fairy mind was not normal, but she did preach and set up a school. Heaven can also reasonably send down great merits. To put it bluntly, as long as the heavenly Tao had the intention of letting Shen Yuani become a saint, then she would definitely become a saint. Jiangnan is now concerned about the system mission. Where is the mission? How come it hasn't triggered yet? There's no heavenly reason why the quest wouldn't be triggered when you meet such a superb fairy. Jiangnan, die for me, Shen Yuani said angrily. A thick killing chant spread out along with this voice. She raised her hand and swung her sword towards Jiangnan, and suddenly the sword light sliced through, killing with divine speed. Just then, a system beat finally sounded in Jiangnan's ears. Detected brainless extreme fairy with incomparably strong murderous intent towards the host. Assignment issued. Option 1, submit to Xin Yuani as a turtle man and pray for a chance to live. Reward, the great Tao of Chi Lux shelter. Option 2, it's too merciful to let a little fairy like Xin Yuani die a painful death and be included in the blood-drinking sword to torture for eternity. Reward, new sword technique. Sage's sword intent increased by 200%. Realm elevated to SSS God. Gain spatial laws. The sword of the imperial slave, with a single movement of the divine mind. All the sensitive points of the person who has been planted with the sword intent will be ravaged by the sword intent, and life will be worse than death. Jiangnan chose the second mission without hesitation. Bow down for the fairies? Not a bit lower. Boom! A sword light containing the might of a half-saint instantly swept in front of Jiangnan. Bang! Within arm's reach, Jiangnan grabbed this sword light and smiled faintly, and the sword light was immediately crushed. See this scene. Shen Liani's pupils shrank, her face showed horror, and she frowned. How? You're only a half-saint. What makes you able to receive my full force strike? Hearing this, Jiangnan was in a rare state of confusion. It's not. You're really sick in the head. Why do you ask why you caught your sword? What? You can't get it? Is it against a woman's will to take it? You're a mole after all, or a mole without a brain. Jiangnan said indifferently. You seek death. Xin Yuani sniffed and instantly broke her defense. Without the slightest regard for the difference in strength, he continued to erupt the pressure of a SS-class god in a vain attempt to suppress Jiangnan. See this scene. Jiangnan shook his head. Stupid. This bit of pressure was just a breeze blowing by for him. However, this pressure of Xin Yuani was filled with the flavor of avoiding sorrow. The fairies are like this. Get your ass over here and come inside the blood-drinking sword. Jiangnan smiled contemptuously and swept out with his sword. Suddenly, a shocking splash of saintly power erupted, and in an instant of cold light flashes, Shen Evening's pressure collapsed and dissipated. No, it can't be. Next moment, in Shen Lani's horrified gaze, there was a flash of blue light that stabbed her eyes and caused blood to flow from them. Jiangnan's expression was bland, and his sword cut out a line of blood. Almost the instant the sword was retracted, Xin Yuani split in two. This scene likewise fell into the eyes of Yang Jian, who had just awakened. In just one look, he directly killed the half-saint in seconds. It was only at this moment he realized with a deep sense of the gap between him and Gangnam, separated by an unbridgeable moat. If Jiangnan hadn't stayed his hand, he wouldn't have ended up any better than Xin Yuani. By what right to kill me? You're just the stinking city guard. What gives you the right to possess such strong sword intent? On a motherly note, it was me who should have one. I want a mother-flat ending. The moment Shen Liani's divine soul left her body, her face was twisted and full of resentment, unwilling to believe that this was ultimately the result, and she roared madly. Watching her have a fit on the spot, Jiangnan got a headache from the noise. Noisy. Two characters fall. A powerful devouring force enveloped Shen Liani. You can't refine me. I'm a disciple of the Nuwa sage, and I have heavenly virtue on me. You'll surely die if you refine me. Seeing the blood-drinking sword, Shen Liani was filled with fear and immediately opened her mouth to threaten. Refine you? Jiangnan smiled at his words. Beautiful thought. Refining you is too cheap. I'm too lazy to explain to you. Just roll over and come inside the blood-drinking sword and you'll know. Hearing this, Shen Liani became even more alarmed, but she hadn't continued to speak. In a flash, Jiangnan had already captured her in his hands, just as it was about to be thrown into the blood-drinking sword. Stop! It was accompanied by a voice filled with killing intent. 5 saintly powers descended from above the 9 heavens, a divine aura that was powerful to the extreme, causing the living beings of heaven and earth to tremble and submit. This is the breath of a saint. Sweet Potato's heart fluttered at once. Under these 5 saintly pressures, Sweet Potato and September are uncontrollable and instinctively fearful. Buzz. The power of the saints surged and the divine aura flashed. The void fluctuated in space gradually shattered. 5 figures, coming from the void. 10,000 divine ons accompanied the purple chi to the east for 30,000 miles. Release my disciple. Nua's willow brows furrowed slightly as she looked at Jiangnan with a complicated gaze. To be precise, she was looking at the Tongtian sage's sword intent. With her words fell, the 5 saints came within 100 miles of Jiangnan in an instant. In an instant, Gangnam was surrounded. The power of martial saints surged out, all of them surging towards Jiangnan. Swish! Sweet Potato and September were pale. Even Jiangnan's brows furrowed in concentration. Chapter 86, I am the way of heaven, and the way of heaven is the most fair. Jiangnan, you destroyed this seat's Tao body. Today you have no door to heaven and no way to enter the earth. My third brother's sword intent is on you. A devil. When it really brings shame to my 3 Qings, you destroyed one of this seat's bilocations. Disrespecting this seat, this crime, shall be executed. Jiangnan, hand over this seat's disciple. When several saints saw Jiangnan, they all looked gloomy, their eyes red and filled with intense killing intent. In the end, Manhwa remained obsessed with Xin Yuanyi. After all, Xin Lianyi had the heavenly Tao merit in her body and had to protect it, otherwise she, who was the master, would definitely be blamed by the heavenly Tao. Ha! Jiangnan smiled lightly against the pressure of the saints of the heavens. Stop me? You're not good enough. The words fell. Under the gaze of the saints of the heavens, he didn't hesitate at all and directly threw Xin Lianyi into the blood-drinking sword. Bold! The saints of the heavens were furious. However, when Jiangnan heard the system beep, not only did he not scorn it, he also smiled blandly. Congratulations to the host for making the right choice. Rewarded, new sword technique. Sage's sword intent increased by 200%. Realm elevated to SSS God. And spatial laws gained, with a bunch of rewards handed out. At once, the aura on Jiangnan's body rose high. In the chaos, a thick force of law descended and instantly entered him. That's the power of the law? Not good. The great Tao descended the power of the law. He's become a saint. Quickly follow the seed to kill. Seeing Jiangnan's realm suddenly reach the SSS level and his body revealing the aura of a saint, the saints of the heavens were filled with shock and immediately struck out. Old man Taiching sacrificed the Taiji diagram, one of the three treasures of the heavenly opening, and endless Tao rhythms filled the air. The first heavenly father offered the three treasures jade ruin that carried the power of killing. The two saints, the paramount and guiding saints, simultaneously frowned as the seven treasures wonderful tree and the 12 pieces of merit and virtue golden lotus slammed toward Jiangnan. In an instant, the four attacks made it impossible for Jiangnan to avoid them. Alien beings, how should you resist the saints? At that moment, Junti coldly grunted, his face filled with smugness. With all the saints joining forces, even Tong Tian would have to have his soul scattered. However, Jiangnan's expression was indifferent, and the system beep once again came to his ears. Detected the saints of the heavens have strong killing intent towards the host. Single mission issued, suppression of all. Reward, the 3,000 laws of the Great Tao. Understanding the 3,000 side doors. Being on par with the Great Tao and above the Heavenly Tao. The moment. Jiangnan couldn't help but freeze when he saw this quest reward. Boom! Watching Jiangnan freeze as the four attacks were about to overwhelm him. Sweet potato and September's hearts thumped. It was a bad feeling, but it is at this point. A cold voice rang out. Retreat! With the words falling, the saintly sword intent that rose up to the sky shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Next, the four saints' magic treasures seemed to shrivel up instantly as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Click! Immediately afterward, under this terrifying sword intent that contained the power of a saint, the sword intent of a saint, the power of killing, and endless blood and fury, for top-tier magic treasures shattered in an instant. How did you suddenly become this powerful? Transgressing the heavenly Tao and becoming a saint directly by the laws of the Great Tao. How is this possible? The saints of the heavens were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Throughout history, there has only been one such person, and that is the heavenly Tao Hongjun. And right now, Gangnam is that second one. But it's rather fantastic and almost impossible to happen. But the biased facts were right in front of their eyes. Not good. Quickly sacrifice the immortal execution sword formation. This son must not be retained. Laozi Taiching's face changed, and he hurriedly said sharply towards the saints of the heavens. Next moment, the four saints said at the same time, swords come. Moment. The west shook as two swords swept out. The Holy Land of the human sect and the Holy Land of the Hierophant sect swept out a flying sword at the same time. Swish swish swish. Four divine ons quickly attacked. In just a breath of time, four giant swords of the dome of the sky landed all around Jiangnan. Immortal execution sword formation. Formation up. Old man Tai Ching bellowed. The first heavenly father and the two saints, guiding in Junti, had injected the power of the saints. The terrifying energy breath shocked the sky, and the space all over the floodplain shattered and seemed to be about to collapse. See this scene. Nua's eyes widened. Last time, Brother Tongtian set up the immortal execution sword formation and beat the flood to pieces. This time, when the four saints set up a formation together, I'm afraid that the 6 paths of the flood would be crushed. The commotion here alarmed the great powers in the flood and even in the 6 paths. Under the worried prying eyes of countless great powers, Jiangnan's face was expressionless and his expression was calm as he calmly said, "A bunch of mole crickets, thinking of killing me? Not worthy." This statement was made. Countless great powers were horrified. Just to be able to call the saints of the heavens the griffins? You! How dare you! Die for this seat! Old man Tai Ching completely broke his defense at this moment. The rest of the saints also broke their defenses and manipulated the immortal execution sword formation to strike towards Jiangnan. But it was only then that they realized that the Fort Song Dome giant swords could not be manipulated. This immortal execution sword formation is the magic treasure of Sage Tongtian. Where do you have the qualifications to hold it? Just then, Jiangnan said with a face full of teasing. The next instant, he took a big swing. The 4 swords of exorcism landed beside Sweet Potato and September, protecting the 2 female guile within. How dare you manipulate? Why? Old man Tai Ching's pupils contracted rapidly as he hissed in disbelief. Because, Jiangnan sniffed and subconsciously explained. But on second thought, they're not qualified to hear it. I don't care to say it. You don't deserve to hear it. Get your asses inside the blood-drinking sword. At once, overbearing and incomparable sage power filled the 2 places, instantly drowning the 4 saints. Jiangnan didn't bother with nonsense and raised his hand toward the void. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the Dao bodies of Laozi Tai Ching, Tianzuan Yuan Shi, and Jiangnan exploded and went up in smoke. Immediately after, Jiangnan swung the blood-drinking sword. With a face full of horror, Juanti's divine soul was sucked into it. The divine souls of the remaining 3 saints were also yanked into the blood-drinking sword from the void, across trillions of light years, and instantly refined. At this very moment, seeing the 4 saints die tragically, Nuwa trembled. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to explain why you didn't make a move. And if you don't understand, you die. Jiangnan pointed his sword at Nuwa and indifferently said, Jiangnan, stay your hand. Being at this time, buzz, the void fluctuated, and Ho-Tu quickly arrived, rushing to stop it. For the sake of my face, please also leave senior sister Nuwa alive. Sister. Seeing this scene, Nuwa had a complicated look on her face. Jiangnan sniffed and nodded gently. After all, on Nuwa, there was no killing intent, but more anger. For the sake of Ho-Tu, it's okay to keep it. In the meantime, a system beep sounded in Jiangnan's ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded, 3,000 laws of the Great Tao. Understanding the 3,000 side doors. Being on a par with the Great Tao and above the Heavenly Tao. Almost instantly the rewards were handed out. Boom! Above the ninth sky, a heavenly might fell. The power of the Heavenly Tao laws were all poured onto Jiangnan, seeming to eliminate him. Killing my disciple and going against the Heavenly Tao. You seek death. Suddenly, a man dressed in a grey dhoti. His face was furious. The figure whose eyes contained infinite killing intent, appearing in the vault of heaven, overlooking the south of the river. Daozu, Mr. Hongjun, Ho-Tu and Nuwa had revealed a look of gravity. Hearing this, Sweet Potato and September were very surprised. Is this the way of heaven? The breath is quite scary. Ancestor Hongjun, this matter cannot be arbitrarily decided by you. Ho-Tu frowned, unbridled. Do you really think that just because you have the earthly Tao's chi luck on your side, you can speak boldly in front of this seat? Hongjun looked at Ho-Tu angrily and rained down endless heavenly might. Bang! Jiangnan gently waved his hand, simply dissolving the heavenly might. Then, ignoring the appalled Hongjun, he pulled Ho-Tu behind him. The queen and watch from the sidelines. The words fell. Jiangnan raised his eyes and looked at Hongjun, holding the Qingping sword, and said in a nonchalant manner, there are selfishness in the heavenly Tao. I, Jiangnan, have only one sword to open up the heaven. You, how dare you? I'm the heavenly Tao supreme. If you kill me, the 6 paths will collapse. Hongjun sensed the aura of the 3,000 laws of the Great Tao on Jiangnan's body and completely panicked. Ha! Jiangnan sniffed and laughed lightly. It's very simple. I'll just become a heavenly Tao. With the words falling, a sword light swept out. The power of the 3,000 laws of the Great Tao was added to this sword, instantly flooding Hongjun. Boom! In just an instant, the heavens collapsed. Seeing Hongjun's soul flying away, the people present were instantly dumbfounded. You really killed for Tendo? In one shot, you killed Mr. Hongjun in seconds? The background was a little numb. Nuwa had become completely unreadable. Where on earth did this Great Tao 3,000 laws comprehend? Jiangnan did not reply, tilting his head back to look at the chaos deep in the void, and opened his mouth gravely. There is selfishness in the heavens, and I will cut it down. I would like to be the heavenly Tao and give fairness and justice to the living beings in the 6 channels of the flood, the great way of discernment. Boom! A roar erupted above the 9 heavens. The Great Tao responded, discerning Jiangnan's selflessness, descending boundless merit and endless Great Tao Qi. Instantly, it entered Jiangnan's body. At this moment, he is the way of heaven, and the way of heaven is supreme.